The man, who appeared to be a weakling, ventured to set up a barbecue on the Beast King's mountain. Just when everyone thought he would end up as monster dung, the man single-handedly cleared the entire forbidden land of monsters with a sword. It was all because he accidentally traveled back 1,000 years in the world of cultivation, reaching the peak of his cultivation to transcend space and return to the blue star after the revival of spiritual energy. From then on, the once extremely arrogant top Beast King successfully became the top ingredient on his barbecue grill. Even more, the man would go to the Sakura country to present the 10,000 soul flag as a gift. At this moment, above a city abandoned due to the beast tide, a black unidentified object was rapidly descending from the sky, instantly smashing through a building over 10 stories high. This scene happened to be captured by the outdoor anchor Xinyan, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly filled the screen. A shooting star from the sky suddenly crashed down with a loud noise, startling the live streamer Xinyan. Her pretty face was filled with panic. The two extraordinary bodyguards she hired also furrowed their brows, clearly not understanding the situation. Following that, a series of footsteps emerged from the smoke and dust, and a young man walked out from within, his black hair dancing in the wind behind him. This person was Yi Jifa. He looked at the dilapidated ruins of the abandoned city inside. After more than 1,000 years, I have finally returned. But how could the earth have such a rich spiritual energy? From a distance, Xinyan watched as the scene unfolded with parted red lips. The live stream room fell into silence as everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe that building was pierced by that person. Just then, a roar echoed, and a nearly 30-meter-tall fierce tiger approached from a distance, its body cast like molten iron. Surrounding the tiger were dozens of exotic beasts, each the size of a truck. Seeing this scene, Xinyan's pretty face turned pale, thinking to herself, "Oh no, it must be the sound of the collapsed building that attracted them." She couldn't help but look towards the two extraordinary individuals she had hired. However, the two of them simply dropped a line, "That fierce tiger is approaching the level of a king, so good luck to you all." And then they started running for their lives without looking back. The viewers in the live stream chat heard that it was a king-level beast and left comments one after another. "Streamer, quickly find a cool place to lie down." Yi Jifa looked calmly at the huge alien beast not far away, and suddenly realized that the spiritual energy of the earth had revived. With this in mind, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling like a high-level expert barging into a beginner's village. Amidst his thoughts, dozens of strange beasts rushed towards him eagerly as if they had spotted a delicious treat. Yi Jifa coldly remarked, "Eat me? I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences." With that, he calmly took a step forward, a gust of wind rising from under his feet, striking the oncoming beasts head-on. In an instant, all the strange beasts came to a halt. In the next moment, all the alien beasts turned into pieces of flesh. Xinyan in the distance and the countless viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Is this real? Meanwhile, Yi Jifa leisurely walked towards the distance, paying no attention to the anchor beside him. The viewers in the live broadcast room reminded, "Anchor, why aren't you trying to get close to him? The two bodyguards you brought have long disappeared. If that guy is in a good mood, maybe he can take you away." At this moment, Xinyan, who was in a state of shock, finally recovered and hurriedly chased after the figure. The viewers in the live stream room were extremely excited about this, urging the brothers to take a look at what this guy really looks like. "We are about to see his true appearance, brothers." At the same time, many forces were quietly paying attention. Even the military was alarmed. Yi Jifa ignored the pursuing Xinyan, just released an invisible energy to cut off the live broadcast. Watching the disappearing live stream, the viewers all thought it was deliberately closed by Xinyan. Feeling angry, Xinyan was both angry and helpless about this. However, her top priority now was to leave this place. "Big brother ahead, please wait a moment," Xinyan shouted. Yi Jifa stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Xinyan, and asked, "What's the matter?" Xinyan saw him stop, hurried over, and only then could she see his appearance clearly, dressed in a blue robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his ink-black long hair fluttering in the wind. For a moment, she was a little stunned, her delicate face blushing slightly as she spoke. Are you going to the giant city? Can we travel together? We have a helicopter parked outside." Upon hearing this, Yi Jifa instantly understood the other party's intention, and after a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Upon seeing the other party agree, Xinyan couldn't help but let go of the hanging heart. "My name is Xinyan, and I am an outdoor adventure anchor." Xinyan introduced herself. Yi Jifa responded casually before asking, "What year is it now? How long has the spiritual energy been restored?" Xinyan was puzzled by the question. Thinking that the other party was testing her with such common knowledge questions, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's 2027, and the revival of spiritual energy started 3 years ago in the summer. Upon hearing this answer, Yi Jifa was a bit stunned. He had been wandering in the cultivation world for 1,000 years, while only 3 years had passed on Earth. Did that mean that his former acquaintances were still alive? Later, he learned from Chen Xinyan that with the revival of spiritual energy, Earth had expanded several times, and many places had become forbidden areas. Due to the rampage of exotic beasts, all humans in China were now living within 9 giant cities. During the conversation, the two walked out of the abandoned city and boarded Chen Xinyan's helicopter, heading towards Mega City No. 5. Brother Yi, we are 1,000 kilometers away from Mega City No. 5. If all goes well, we should arrive within 4 hours, Chen Xinyan said. Yi Jifa had an indifferent expression on his face. Not bad, just a bit slow. Chen Xinyan was stunned to hear this. Slow? Then how do you usually travel? I usually fly on a sword or cross through the void. Instantly, a few black lines appeared on Chen Xinyan's fair forehead, clearly not expecting to hear this answer. Soon, a huge city came into view, stretching as far as the eye could see. Yi Ji released his spiritual sense slightly, scanning the entire city and gaining a rough understanding of it. At that moment, a voice came over the helicopter radio. Helicopter number 4564, this is the military of City 5. Please land at the city wall. Do you copy? Chen Xinyan immediately realized that the live broadcast had caught the attention of the military. Just as she was about to ask Yi Jifa if he was willing to cooperate, she found that the figure who had been sitting next to her had disappeared without a trace. She was shocked. It was 1,000 meters in the air. When did he leave? Sister Yan? The photographer inquired again when he couldn't hear a response. Land, Chen Xinyan replied, a fleeting loss flashing under her eyes. In Mega City number 5, Yi Zhiguo walked as if nothing had happened. He had changed his outfit by now, a jacket coat, a pair of pants, and his original long hair had been transformed into a hairstyle worn by normal youths. He knew that there would definitely be a lot of trouble if he came in with Chen Xinyan, so he simply ran away as he neared the giant city. I wonder if Mom and Dad are in the city, Yi Zhiguo whispered, then looked for a quiet place. With a movement of his mind, a vast ocean of spiritual sense instantly surged out, and in just a moment, it wrapped around the street he was on. But that's just the beginning. The spiritual sense was still spreading, and soon, every street, every house, and every corner in this giant city were all exposed to Yi Zhiguo's spiritual sense. Even military-controlled territory is no exception. Under the probing of his spiritual sense, everything had nowhere to hide. Buzz! A huge amount of information swept through the sky, as if it was a picture that surfaced in Yi Zhiguo's mind. Couples flirting in the cafe next door, men and women writhing recklessly in the bar, parents educating their children at home, staff constantly revising documents in the office building, gaming enthusiasts frantically pounding the keyboards with cigarettes in their mouths in the internet cafe. At this moment, Yi Zhiguo was like a god looking down on everything. During this time, he discovered several of his former college classmates and friends. Even a former ex-girlfriend once lived in the city. A familiar face flashed through his mind, and he didn't linger on the information for a second. In an instant, he excluded millions of people. Eventually, his aura stopped at a residential area. Yi Zhiguo's body trembled slightly, and he found it. Night quickly fell, and Yi Zhiguo arrived at the residential area that he had scouted. It was a stark contrast to the skyscrapers of a moment ago, and looked more like that small county style, and quieter. Yi Zhiguo walked into the neighborhood and went upstairs to a door. Ding dong, coming. Soon a voice came from inside the door. Immediately after the door was opened, a woman in her 50s appeared in front of her, with kind eyebrows, a very amiable person at first glance. She is Yi Zhiguo's mother, Su Jing. Seeing her, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but have a sour nose and opened his mouth to call out, "Mom!" Su Jing also visibly froze. She seemed to be somewhat unable to believe her eyes, her body trembling as she tentatively opened her mouth. "Are you, Stopgap?" "It's me." Yi Zhiguo nodded his head, unable to hide the emotions in his heart any longer. "It's been 1,000 years. I never thought I'd see you again." Inside the room, at that moment, another man, also in his 50s, walked in, slightly gray at the temples, wearing glasses, slightly elegant. He is Yi Zhiguo's father, Yi Guanqi. "Dad." Yi Zhiguo looked at the visitor and called out with a smile. The other party also visibly froze and didn't react for a moment, but when he got close enough to see it, his face immediately welled up with delight and shock. "Come on, get in the house." The three came into the living room. "Stop, where have you been these 3 years?" Your father and I have been looking for you for a long time through connections. There has been no news, and I thought you had." There were tears flashing in Su Jing's eyes, and her voice was slightly choked. Looking at the two old men, Zhiguo was a little silent. The 3 years that he had traveled across, he didn't know how much his parents had suffered, but what could he say? Couldn't he really answer that he had traveled to the immortal cultivation world and returned after 1,000 years of wandering? 3 years ago when the aura was revived, I suffered an accident and was seriously injured, but luckily I was saved by a high-ranking person, who not only cured me, but also took me as a disciple, and I have been learning the art for the past 3 years. Zhiguo thought about it and finally decided to tell a small lie. Regarding Zhiguo's words, the two old men didn't bother to doubt them. After all, there were too many absurd things that happened in these 3 years of aura recovery. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Yi Guanqi was very happy. He only had one son like Yi Ziga. Naturally he loved him extraordinarily. As for Su Jing, she kept pulling Yi Zhiguo, afraid that the other party would leave again. They were all very happy with the family reunion and seemed to have endless conversations until late at night. Thanks to Zhao Shiyu all these years. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid that the two of us would have perished in the mouths of the foreign beasts long ago. Suddenly, Su Jing came in cold. Well, it's indeed thanks to that girl who picked us up and brought us to the giant city and also arranged a residence and job for both of us. Yi Guanqi echoed. Zhao Shiyu? Yi Zhiga pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the name of that ex-girlfriend of his? From his parents' words, it seemed that the other party had been helping out all the years he had been missing. Yi Zhiguo did not say anything. This love he undertook, and will return it later. Stop her, now that you're back too, why don't you two try again? Su Jing suddenly said happily. Yi Zhiguo, who was drinking water, almost spit it out. Good man, this old couple is still the same. Mom, it's been so long since we've been separated. It's not appropriate to bother them when they might be seeing someone. Yi Zhiguo opened his mouth and politely refused. Upon hearing this, Su Jing nodded her head and then became silent, as if she was pondering something. Yi Zhiguo suddenly had an ominous feeling. Then I'll pay more attention to the matchmaking bureau in the next 2 days. Your Auntie Zhang's grandson can even play soy sauce. You have to work hard too. Yi Zhiguo straight wiped cold sweat. This is something he really did not count on. How much the second oldest must want grandchildren. Let me, 1,000-year-old Mahayana monster, go on a blind date? No go no go. Yi Zhiguo sweated, his attitude extremely strong. Chapter 4, Ex-Girlfriend's Visit. Day 2. Su Jing woke up early and pulled Yi Zhiguo up as well. Bunny boy, hurry up and dress up. I've already made an appointment with the other party for you. At 10 o'clock this morning. Meet at that restaurant on the 99th floor of the Fuya mansion. Yi Zhiguo was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Su Jing to be so efficient. He said a word last night and arranged it today. Mom, listen to me. Let's not rush the blind date thing yet, okay? No hurry? Against you. It's no use whoever comes today. You must go. Now immediately. At once, go and dress up. Su Jing caught a meal of output, directly leaving Yi Zhiguo out of temper, completely unable to resist. Who let this be his old mom? The bloodline suppression was there. This also made him cry and laugh. The peak of the Mahayana stage. If he wanted to, he could split this entire city with one palm. But now he was forced to go on a blind date. Vast immortal path. This matter will become a black history in Yi Zhiguo's cultivation history. What are you fuming about? Why don't you hurry up and go? Su Jing urged. Where to? Yi Zhiguo pretended to be confused. Su Jing glared. Go and dress up. Otherwise who would look at you in this disheveled state? No go no go. Yi Zhiguo decisively wiped the oil on the soles of his feet, dodged and rushed into his room, locking the door behind him. Open the door, you brat. Su Jing stood in front of Yi Zhiguo's door and gave a burst of output to the inside. Yi Zhiguo cried and laughed in the room. His powerful intuition told him that today this door absolutely cannot be opened. Open, not only will the Jindan be smashed, even the Yuaning will have to be dispersed. Su Jing kept nagging in front of the door, and nearly 10 minutes had passed before she left. Hearing that the door was finally quiet, Yi Zhiguo breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. How did he feel that his home was more terrifying than even the forbidden zone of life in the immortal cultivation world? Just at that moment, the sound of a key rattling came from the front door outside. Yi Guanqi is back from his outing. Just behind him were two women. Back? Su Jing greeted her. Then surprise surfaced in her eyes. Sure, you're here too. Good afternoon, auntie. One of the women greeted with a smile. She was about 170 centimeters tall, with a slender figure, a glistening white melon face, and her eyes were very expressive and beautiful. with a kind of cold beauty, wearing a very casual, simple white body shirt, jean shorts, a pair of straight and well-proportioned long legs. White is very eye-catching. She is Yi Zhiguo's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Shiyu. Behind her, another woman was dressed in a black suit that had the flavor of a female bodyguard. I happened to run into each other downstairs, so I came up together, Yi Guanqi explained with a smile. Oh, don't all stand, come sit. Su Jing hurriedly went forward to greet them. In the room, heard the sound of Yi Zhiguo. People are almost numb. It is hard to get rid of mom-arranged matchmaking bureau. The result is another ex-girlfriend came. At the same time, he had a bad feeling. As expected, the next moment Su Jing's voice came from outside the door. The brat is still harboring. Why don't you come out quickly? Yi Zhiguo smiled bitterly, pretending to be dead couldn't go on, and could only helplessly open the door and go out. When he appeared, Zhao Shiyu visibly froze, a hint of surprise flashing across his cool face. Long time no see. Yi Zhiguo was the first to speak, a greeting of sorts. At the same time, he could see that this ex-girlfriend of his and her bodyguard were both transcendents, and they were not weak. When did you get back? Zhao Shiyu looked at him sideways. When Yi Zhiguo disappeared just when the aura revived, she also used her family's relationship to go out to look for, but there has been nothing. Thought he had been killed, so these 3 years to take extra care of his parents. She was surprised to see Yi Zhiguo once again now. Just came back yesterday. Yi Zhiguo smiled, with a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. You guys chat first, I'll go to the kitchen to make some food. The smile on Su Jing's face hadn't disappeared since Zhao Shiyu entered. Yi Guanqi's gaze swept over Yi Zhiga and Zhao Shiyu, seemed to have thought of something, and also followed Su Jing to the kitchen. Seeing this, Yi Zhiguo inwardly laughed bitterly. He knew exactly what the two old men were thinking in their hearts. Where have you been these 3 years? Zhao Shiyu's good-looking eyes sized up Yi Zhiga, including the female bodyguard behind her. Her afterglow also swept to Yi Zhiguo from time to time. This is the lady's ex-boyfriend? Didn't see anything different either. Traveling on foot, encountered a dangerous situation, suffered a serious injury, survived a great disaster, acquired a divine skill. The 3-year period has arrived, and returned strongly. Yi Zhiguo snorted and moved out of the words to fool his parents. Not a decent one. Zhao Shiyu was a notorious iceberg beauty, and her temperament was extremely cold, but at this moment, she couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of her mouth. The female bodyguard behind her secretly rolled her eyes, and mentally labeled Yi Zhiguo as unreliable. These 3 years, thank you. Yi Zhiguo suddenly became serious. Zhao Shiyu gathered her hair, revealing her glistening white forehead, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she said, then how do you plan to thank me? In return for your body? Yi Zhiguo's words changed, and he suddenly became immodest again. Zhao Shiyu laughed. It's being pissed off and laughing. You haven't changed, she said with a smile. Behind him, the female bodyguard took everything in and labeled Yi Zhiguo as shameless again. The two then talked for a long time, chatting from my college days all the way to the aura recovery and the plagues that happened after it and so on. Finally, Zhao Shiyu asks Yi Zhiguo if he needs her help in arranging a job. Yi Zhiguo refused, claiming that he had just returned and would adapt for a while first. Just then, the female bodyguard behind her suddenly bent down and spoke in a low voice in Zhao Shiyu's ear, seemingly reporting something. Miss, something has happened to the people stationed at the Forbidden Land of 703, and they have been killed or injured. Yi Zhiguo's spiritual sense was so powerful that this kind of whispering in front of him was no different from speaking openly. After hearing this, Zhao Shiyu's face immediately turned cold. There's a sudden important matter to deal with at the company, so I'll leave you to it. Zhao Shiyu got up to inform him, then greeted Yi Zhiguo's parents again and left in a hurry. It was also her modus operandi to be consistently thunderous and never procrastinate. This girl, what's so urgent? Don't eat your meal before you leave. Su Jing lamented from the side. Yi Zhiguo, on the other hand, pondered on the side and finally decided to go along to have a look as well, even if it was to repay her for the favor of taking care of his parents all these years. Chapter 5 Gleaner Camps. Mom, I got word out of the blue that a friend of mine was hospitalized and his relatives weren't in Mega City 5, so I'm going to take care of him for 2 days. Yi Zhiguo casually pulled an excuse and went out. He came downstairs just in time to see Zhao Shiyu getting into a black sedan with her female bodyguard. This kind of vehicle looked ordinary, but the whole body was made of extraordinary materials, and the performance and defense were top-notch. It was also getting dark at this time. Neon lights were flashing and more people were out walking. Yi Zhiguo's divine sense opened up, locking onto the sedan where Zhao Shiyu was, and instantly followed him. 20 minutes later, the black sedan pulled into an estate. Yi Zhiguo stood on a tall building and watched from afar. The manor was very grand, several sizes larger than the average villa area, and it was even equipped with professional patrols, all of which were transcendents. The architecture in the manor is also different from the tall buildings in the megacities, leaning more towards the medieval style. In the depths of the manor, there was another mountain that was lush and green, and underneath the mountain, there was a river flowing, and quite a number of foreign beasts were ambling by the river to drink. Why didn't I realize before that this ex-girlfriend of mine's family is actually so rich, and that they're even raising exotic beasts? Although it was far away, Zhiguo saw it clearly. After about 10 more minutes, there was a sudden vibration coming from the manor in the distance. The original vast golf course, at this time is actually toward the two sides of the separation, followed by armed helicopters rose into the air. A full 20. There's still a situation underground? Zhiguo was a bit surprised. Can private individuals have their own armed forces these days? Subsequently, Zhiguo probed that there was still a very vast space underneath the manor, and the helicopter gunships that were vacating the ground were just the tip of the iceberg. Even Zhiguo had probed a large number of armed tanks, armored vehicles, etc., and even some thermal weapons of mass destruction. Zhiguo couldn't help but smile. No wonder when they broke up Zhao Shiyu told him that her family didn't agree with the two of them being together. Boom boom boom. The helicopter gunship roared, took off and headed straight for the outside of the megalopolis. Seeing this, Zhiguo also followed. He was hidden in the night sky, seemingly completely merged with the air. Even if the helicopter gunships were equipped with the most advanced thermal imaging could not be detected. Miss, it's too dangerous around the Forbidden Land. Just leave this kind of thing to me. Why do you need to move yourself? Inside the armed helicopter, Zhao Shiyu's female bodyguard, Zhang Lun, spoke. I've always been in charge of the Forbidden Area 703, and this time, it's not a small matter, so I have to be there in person. Zhao Shiyu's pretty face was cold. She had changed into a black practice outfit at this time. Her black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her cold face actually had a kind of dryness. How soon can we get there? She asked. At full speed. It will all take until tomorrow morning, Zhang Lan replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiyu's eyebrows frowned slightly, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After the recovery of the aura, the territory had expanded by dozens of times, making it even more difficult to travel. Only those transcendents of the King realm could ignore geographical distances and travel 10,000 miles in a day. Outside the helicopter gunship, Zhiguo's face changed slightly after hearing that it would not arrive until tomorrow morning. This was a bit too slow. After a little thought, he dived his spiritual sense into a helicopter gunship and invaded the sea of consciousness of one of the pilots. At once that pilot's massive memories surfaced in Zhiguo's mind. This move was somewhat similar to the soul-searching technique, but it was also very different. If one were to use the soul-searching technique, the opponent would be in danger of losing his life and becoming demented when it was over. But there would be no side effects with this move. For Zhiguo, it could only be considered a trick. Soon, Zhiguo knew the exact coordinates of the 703 Forbidden Land. At the same time, he accidentally learned about the cultivation system of the Transcendents. Awakening, Nourishing Blood, Dan Wheel, Immortality, and 10 Directions. Each realm is also divided into 10 minor steps. The fierce tiger that Zhiguo had killed when he first returned that was approaching the strength of a king was the peak of the Awakening realm. If converted according to the cultivation system of the immortal Cultivation realm, the so-called Awakening realm was pretty much aligned to the refining stage. But none of this mattered to Zhiguo, since he already knew the exact location of the Forbidden Area 703. There was no need for him to spend time here. Immediately, he activated his spiritual energy, and countless scenes flew backwards behind him, and in just a few breaths he arrived at the sky above the Forbidden Land of 703. Below, hundreds of lofty mountains loomed up, magnificent and majestic, spreading out horizontally, and huge trees of mori rose up from the ground, covering the sky and the sun. Within the mountain range, spiritual chi flourished and all kinds of exotic beasts were active, and this mountain range extended out for an estimated tens of thousands of miles. No wonder it's called a Forbidden Land. The aura concentration is a bit different from other places, Zhiguo murmured. Suddenly, Zhiguo noticed a bright light in the distance and immediately moved to rush over. Upon arriving at the place, he realized that it was a scavenger camp, which was very simple and gave the first impression that it was dirty and messy. On the outskirts of the camp, many of the people perched in what was just an ordinary tent. Scavenger camps, most of which were established outside the Forbidden Land, were inhabited by some poor and vicious people. And of course, there were those who could only live here because they couldn't afford to buy the right to reside in the megacities. There were many rare and exotic treasures that were often born within the Forbidden Land, but if one obtained one, it would be a great help to the Transcendents. That's why the plutocrats in megacities, and even the military, stationed some of their people here. This time, Zhao Shiyu had traveled here in order to compete for a spirit medicine. For that elixir, many of her subordinates stationed here died. It wasn't just her Zhao group, there were many forces ready to dribble in this water. After all, the lure of elixirs was just too great for Transcendence. Zhiguo continued to go deeper as if he had become one with the night. This scavenger camp was huge, and as he went deeper, he realized that there was something else inside. The outside is almost all tense, dark and damp, but the further in you go the better the environment becomes. Almost all are wooden huts, and there are even a lot of scavengers setting up stalls by the side of the road. What's even more outrageous is that there are actually restaurants and hotels, which are very average but very lively. Notably, most of the people in here are Transcendents and almost everyone is carrying a heat weapon. When passing by an alley, Zhiguo smelled the strong odor of perfume, and the surrounding wooden doors were greatly open. Behind each door stood several scantily clad women scratching their heads as people came and went inside, and business was exceptionally brisk. I didn't realize that there was actually this kind of industry in here. Zhiguo was somewhat surprised. Without stopping here, he continued deeper. Chapter 6, The Gigolo. Early the next morning, the roar of helicopter gunships sounded outside the scavenger camp. Only it didn't stop here, but went straight into the mountains. Many people stood still, looking up and watching. It looks like Zhao Shiyu and the girls have arrived. In just one night, there are less than 1,000 people gathered here. Most of them went straight into the mountains last night. In the shadows, Zhiguo watched from afar. He had already scoped out pretty much everything around him last night, and there were 3 other forces that entered the scene in a high profile like Zhao's group. All are said to be from Mega City 5. One of the forces appeared to still be military, and was called the Sealed Gate. The other 2 are plutocrats, much like the Zhao group, the Wang group and the Sang group. The sun rose in the east, and the area around the Forbidden Land was still foggy, accompanied by a gust of coolness. It was still very early in the morning, but the road into the mountains was not cold and silent, and transcendentalists could be seen from time to time, both in groups and alone. The leakage of the existence of spiritual medicines within the Forbidden Land of 703 caused more and more transcendents to rush towards this place, all thinking to try their luck. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and friction and such is surely inevitable. Zhiguo walked through the mountains and forests. In just a few minutes he had witnessed several fights. Many transcendents had fought and died for various reasons. This was only just the beginning, and when the location of the elixir was revealed later, the bloodshed would be even more horrifying. But even so, there were still countless transcendents who chose to enter the mountain, wanting to go for a fight. Hey bro, are you interested in going into the mountains together? One more person is one more safety. Not far ahead, a transcendent came up to greet him. Seeing that Zhiguo was alone, he thought of pulling some strings. The transcendentalist was a tall man with a shiny bald head, a face of horizontal meat, and a smile that gave people a creepy feeling. No need, I'm used to being alone. Zhiguo spoke out and refused. One person. When the bald man saw this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Then he clapped his hands. The next moment, 5 more transcendents came out of the dense forest behind him and quickly surrounded him. Since there's only one of you, you can hand over anything of value on you. The bald man fist-pumped and approached wistfully. At the same time, the other 5 transcendents moved and attacked towards Zhiguo. At first glance, these people were repeat offenders, specializing in ambushing and attacking those who acted alone. Get out! Zhiguo's eyes were cold and chilled as he shouted out coldly. A clear wind attacked, and the several people who surrounded and killed were separated from their corpses before they could make any reaction at all. The 5 heads arced through the air before falling heavily into the distance. The bald man was horrified, his gaze filled with fear. He knew that this was a kick to the steel plate, and immediately turned around and wanted to flee. Zhiguo's gaze was fixed, and a white light flashed. The bald man was directly chopped at the waist, and because of inertia, after his upper body fell to the ground, his lower body ran forward for some distance, and his floury intestines and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Zhiguo had moved a total of 3 times since his return, all using sword chi. On Earth, even with the revival of the aura, his slight strike was a descending blow. In just a few seconds, 6 transcendents were abused and killed by him in a chopping manner, establishing his authority on the spot, causing those transcendents hiding in the shadows to be fearful and not dare to act rashly at all. This big brother, are you short of runners around? I'm willing to serve you. Of course, there are also some cheeky ones, licking their faces and still wanting to get close, wanting to travel with Zhiguo. After all, it's good to ride under the big tree. However, Zhiguo lifted his leg and kicked, directly kicking the man who came to get close out, spasming and fainting. In his opinion, the beast never walks with the lamb. Isn't it just a bit of strength? What's the drag? I think it's just as well. He'll be honest when he runs into Tiger. Someone whispered, whispering about Zhiguo. Zhiguo swept his gaze over. A white light flashed. Two heads flew up high. The two people who were whispering directly splattered their blood on the spot. The entire room was dead silent, and no one dared to say anything more. Zhiguo continued on his way, as if taking a stroll towards the mountains. It was only when they were sure that this killing star was completely far away that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. What a more serious little white boy. 2 words behind his back and he's going to kill someone. Damn, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Let's go find Brother Tiger. Today high and low have to let him eat his words. The further in, the more transcendents there were on the road, and they were quite a bit stronger than the ones on the periphery. Not long after, Zhiguo arrived at a mountain, the top of which was bare and bustling with a number of transcendents gathered on it. Did you guys know that it said that the elixir here was first discovered by Zhao? But it seems that it was leaked by a spy, and that's what drew Feng, Wang, and Zhang. You're nothing. A buddy of mine saw from afar in the Forbidden Land yesterday that Xinyan, one of Zhang's direct lineage, broke a hand. I don't know who cut it off. Still running around here with a broken arm? I heard that it was to seize the elixir to preserve Xinyan's broken arm, and although it can be attached with advanced medical treatment nowadays, it's still nowhere near as useful as the elixir-assisted one. Zhiguo casually picked a place to sit down and quietly listen to the crowd chattering. The truth was just as the man had just said. After the news of the elixir had leaked out, the senior management of the Zhao clan was very headstrong, and it just so happened that Zhao Shiyu was in charge of this place, so that's why she had left in such a hurry yesterday. In fact, Zhao's strength was still enough to suppress these scattered transcendents, but mainly because of the sealed door, Zhang and Wang had also intervened, which made the situation start to get out of control. Not only that, the matter of the elixir fermented greatly, and the number of transcendents who had learned of the news and rushed here increased. Thousands is not an overstatement. After all, the lure of the spiritual medicine was too great, and the more people there were and the more chaotic the scene was, the easier it was to fish in troubled waters. Get out of my way, all of you. Just then, a commotion came from the back. A group of transcendents came surging in, very strong, pushing quite a few people aside and making a path out. Then a burly, scar-faced man stepped out in a cluster. He was over 2 meters tall, like a human tower, with bronze-colored skin that set off his muscular body in a visually stunning way. Where's the little white boy you were talking about? Where is he? The burly man spoke with a big grin. Little white girl? Zhiguo was delighted. It looked like there was another melon to eat. Tiger, I see it, over there. A person pointed at Zhiguo who was sitting on the ground. Seeing that person pointing at himself, Zhiguo was confused. When did I become a white boy? Chapter 7, Rise to Fame. Gigolo? When did I get that title? Zhiguo was dumbfounded, and thought that he could eat melons again, but he didn't think that he would eat melons on himself. Brother Tiger, that's him. He just killed several of our brothers in the dense forest below. It's useless for us to move your name. A monkey sharp-tongued transcendent pointed at Zhiguo. Hearing this, Zhiguo understood. This was the rhythm of hitting the little one and coming to the old one. Looking at their costumes, they should be from the scavenger camp. Fine skin, kinda like a little white boy. Tiger looked over and grinned sardonically. Kid, I think you're from a giant city. Give you 2 choices. 1, have your family send $5 million. 2, die. Of course, I'll make good use of your corpse and find a good buyer for the organs throughout your body. The transcendent named Tiger seemed as if he had eaten up Zhiguo, a smile grinning on his face, his voice echoing in this mountain. There were a lot of transcendents gathered on this hill, and at this moment, they all noticed the situation over here. Each and every one of them revealed a look of pity, thinking that Zhiguo was going to suffer an old sin today. Really? So what if I don't even choose? Zhiguo was amused. The smile is very nuclear. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, one hand resting on his chin, and his eyes were full of playfulness. Tiger, be careful. This guy is a bit weird. A loyal junior brother stepped forward to warn. Roll. I'm afraid of him? Tiger was very tyrannical and slapped him, instantly slapping that little brother with blood spurting out of his mouth and nose and flying backwards. Kid, no one can save you today. Tiger was very brutal, and with spiritual energy flowing around him, he directly charged over this way. The ground trembled slightly as his mountain-like body ran. Zhiguo was so playful that he pinched his sword finger with one hand and flicked it. A white light passed by in an instant, and the crowd only felt a fresh breeze. Ah, my leg! The screams came. In the next moment, the crowd saw the hill-like tiger fall to the ground, his legs chopped off from that position of his knees, and blood flowed like a stream. Zhiguo slowly got up and slowly walked towards Tiger in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. Big brother, spare my life. Tiger's burly body trembled from the intense pain. He now really wanted to slap the little brother who had just come to arch the fire. This is not a white boy? It's a ing master. I can't afford to mess with him. Zhiguo stood in front of him, looking down. Come on, tell me, what other people are there in the scavenger camp besides you? The one called Tiger. What's the name of chicken and cow are there anymore? Call them all if you have them so I can slaughter them all and save myself the trouble. Hearing this, the people nearby were horrified. At this moment Zhiguo had only one word in their eyes. Mad. He came to trouble with a large number of people, but it turned out that they didn't pay any attention to him. What's with this dude? It's a little too strong. I don't know. I see he's always been alone. He shouldn't be affiliated with the Zaibatsu. Some people whispered. Very shocked. Tiger's eyelids were wildly jumping at this moment. This master's words really made his heart skip a beat. No, but there is another camp master in our camp who was very strong. Tiger spoke weakly. Then have someone go get him. Zhiguo didn't care. Tiger's face was difficult, and he stammered for a moment before saying, the battalion master. He took people into the mountains, not in the periphery of the Forbidden Land. Upon hearing this, Zhiguo no longer stayed his hand and lifted his foot and stomped on it. Bang! The whole mountain shook. Tiger's head was in tatters, splattered with plasma. After resolving the trouble here, Zhiguo also stopped stopping and continued to walk deeper into the Forbidden Land, leaving behind only a multitude of dumbfounded transcendents. Tiger, the second in command in the scavenger camp, was just taken out with a kick, especially those juniors who came after Tiger. All of them were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. This was an existence second only to the camp master in their camp, but he actually died so tragically. Where in the world did such a ruthless person appear? How come I have never heard of it before? It's so tough. Pass the word down. A young man with clear eyebrows has entered the mountain. He looks like a white boy. His strength is very scary. Tell the brothers to avoid it. The two strikes in succession had gradually caused Zhiguo's name to circulate around the Forbidden Land. Leaving the small hill on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, Zhiguo headed deeper. The transcendentalists on the road gradually became fewer. The ones that were weak were already killed at the periphery. Those who could walk here were not weak, and most of them were organized, and no one would act alone. There were naturally quite a few people along the way who all noticed Zhiguo, but no one did anything rash. They all knew that the ones who made it this far were certainly no slouches. There was also the fact that there was news coming from the periphery of the Forbidden Land that there was a little white man who was terrifyingly strong and alone, and all of this information matched up with Zhiguo, making them scornful. Not long after, Zhiguo arrived at the depths of the Forbidden Land. This should be the final destination. Zhiguo stood under a large tree and watched from afar. There were 5 hills ahead, all of which were occupied, and on one of them Zhiguo even saw Zhao Shiyu. She had an extremely beautiful face, a black practice outfit, and was surrounded by a number of people for protection. The sense of shock and awe was in place as heavy blackened heat weapons were mounted around the hill. At the same time, Zhiguo also noticed the other 4 hills, which were occupied by the Wang clan, the Zhang clan, the Fong clan, and the camp master of the scavenger camp. 5 hills, 5 different forces, facing each other. The swords are drawn. Just waiting for that spirit medicine trapped here to reveal its cracks. Someone whispered. Spiritual medicine, gathering the spirit of heaven and earth to be conceived, naturally has a certain degree of spiritual intelligence. It does not want to be slaughtered, but the pressure caused by the 5 major forces is too great. It ended up being trapped in this place. Zhiguo couldn't help but want to laugh when he learned this news, which was not as outrageous as it was said. With the revival of aura, there can be transcendence and exotic beasts, and some plants can naturally metamorphose. The so-called spirit medicine that they tend to rush to, the cultivation world has a large number of them, but it is just a slightly better medicinal effect, and the spiritual qi is sufficient. Did you guys see that? The women from those 2 hills in Zhao and Fengmen are really pretty. Don't get any wrong ideas, not to mention the power behind the 2 of them. The 2 of them are not weak in their own strength. They are also transcendents. Listening to the crowd's conversation, Zhiguo's gaze went towards the hill occupied by the sealed sect. A woman in red stood there. Her hair was clear, her skin was fair, her face was plain, without the slightest modification of makeup, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows and eyes. Chapter 8, The Killing Star. The woman in red clasped her hands in front of her chest, and the wind blowing over the mountain blew her clothes close to her body, emphasizing her proud curves, mainly because she was so valiant looking. Not only were many male transcendents mesmerized by her, even some female transcendents cast admiring gazes. I know her. Her name is Wang Yuxuan, one of the Wang clan's direct lineage. Wang's direct lineage? Then how come she's standing on the mountain occupied by Feng men? Several transcendents exchanged whispers. It is said that it was when Wang wanted to arrange a marriage between her and Zhang and she was unwilling to do so she joined the Feng clan. Good lord, there's still this kind of secret news. Zhiguo heard it all from the sidelines and ate another melon. There are especially many people coming this time. You know, just now news came from the periphery of the Forbidden Land. There is a little white man who is especially ferocious, killed quite a few people, and it is said that he has already entered the depths of the Forbidden Land. Zhiguo? So exciting? Zhiguo? He had a black line on his head. The more he heard, the more wrong he was. How did eating melon come back to his head? And then there's the question of who the hell gave him the name White Boy. He'd have to pull that man's skin off if he caught him. His face darkened, and he instantly gripped the whispering duo with one hand. I'll go. Who the are you? One of them blared, very upset. Zhiguo didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, holding one of them in one hand and then exerting strength. The terrifying force shook the two of them to death on the spot. Soon, the commotion occurring here attracted the attention of the people around, and more people cast their eyes over. Holy, isn't this that little white boy from the outskirts of the Forbidden Land? Still as berserk as ever, killing again. Isn't that right? It's a killer. Someone whispered in the crowd. Zhiguo's gaze swept away, and the harsh sword light flashed, and the person who opened his mouth was instantly cut off at the waist. The crowd became more and more tumultuous. The forces of the Five Hills also noticed the situation over here and were watching. What's he doing here? Zhao Shiyu stood on top of the mountain and recognized Zhiguo in the crowd at once. Traveled on foot, encountered danger, suffered serious injuries, survived a great disaster, acquired divine power. The 3-year period has arrived, and returned strongly. She suddenly remembered what Zhiguo said last night at this time, and a realization dawned in her heart. Should have thought of that. He's a transcendent too. She called Zhanglan over and instructed her to go down at the first opportunity to aid Zhiguo if he was in danger. Wang's direction. Wang Jingtian, one of the first families, looked at Zhiguo below with an admiring gaze. Did you kill all the way here? This dude is right up my alley. Scavenger camps. Battalion master. It was that little white boy who killed Tiger, and at the time, he even clamored that he wanted to kill you as well. A minion bent over and reported respectfully towards a middle-aged man on the main seat. Oh, there's such a thing? The camp owner was a little surprised. Big talk, have someone bring him up. I'd like to see what means he has to kill even me today. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen transcendents gathered at the hill of the scavengers' camp and rushed down the mountain in great numbers. Little white boy, you killed the second-in-command of my scavenger camp. You don't want to get out alive today, so get your ass up the mountain and apologize to our campmaster. A dozen or so transcendents called out, their voices echoing through the area. Instantly, the faces of the many transcendents present changed drastically. The camp master of the scavenger camp. That's a Quasi-king. This kid is going to be finished. On Zhang's side, Xinyan, who saw this scene, had a great face and was excited inside. Zhao Shiyu in the distance couldn't help but frown with her willow brows. A paramount king wanted to kill Zhiguo, and it was still the irreconcilable kind. This made it a little difficult for her as well, but she didn't think much about it, and immediately instructed Zhanglan to bring people down to help Zhiguo, and no matter what, she had to stall the people from the scavenger camp to buy Zhiguo time to escape. Wait! Suddenly a voice came. A young man stepped out, upright and handsome, but his eyes revealed a ruthlessness. His name was Fong, and he was a Quasi-king on Zhao's side, with his cultivation also at the peak of the awakening realm. He had been in love with Zhao Shiyu for a long time, and now that he saw her so attached to other men, it was inevitable that he was jealous. Sure this is a critical moment. Preserving strength is the most important thing, Fong said in a serious manner. What? You want to interfere with me? Zhao Shiyu's gaze was cold, and his eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts as he stared at Fong. No, I just wanted to remind you, Fong explained with a smile. Remember, you're just Zhou's dog. Don't cross the line sometimes. There was a strange light flowing in Zhao Shiyu's cool eyes, and his voice carried the authority of a superior. It's... Feng's heart tightened, and he slightly bent down and stepped back. Without a block, Zhang moved immediately with his manpower and headed down the mountain. But being so delayed, it was clear that there was some catching up to be done. The dozen or so transcendents over at the scavenger camp had already rushed down the mountain, extremely fast, their spiritual energy raging around them. After all, this is the battalion master's personal command. If it is done beautifully, the vacant second-in-command position may fall on their heads. Many of the surrounding people also hurriedly hid in a safe place for fear of being injured by mistake. Everyone watched, thinking that Zhiguo would surely die. However, Zhiguo, who was the person concerned, was calm and collected. He stood still, silently looking at the hill where the scavenger camp owner was. After rushing for so long, it's just time to find a place to rest and relax. At the same time, the dozen or so transcendents had already killed close by, and all sorts of powerful killing moves blasted towards Zhiguo, rushing to get killed. Are you? Zhiguo's face was bland and his mind moved. The air around his body was distorted. White sword chi flowed, and the overpowering aura made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. The dozen or so transcendents who attacked and killed only felt a bright light flash before their eyes before they lost all consciousness. The crimson blood rose high. A dozen heads fell to the ground. The whole place is dead silent. Chapter 9, The King Shall Not Be Humiliated. The depths of the Forbidden Land were quiet for a moment. Thousands of transcendents, to say the least, had gathered there, and at this moment, they were coincidentally staring wide-eyed, their eyes filled with incredulity. Facing a siege of a dozen or so transcendents of not-so-weak strength, he killed them all in just one move. They didn't even see how Zhiguo actually made the move. Not only them, even the various forces stationed on the 5 hills were stunned. Surprise flashed across Zhao Shiyu's cool face, obviously not expecting Zhiguo to have such strength either. This guy hides quite deeply. Just now, she was worried about the other party's safety and had sent someone down to help, but now it seemed that this move was completely redundant. Behind her, Li Feng's eyelids were wildly jumping. He was also watching just now, and the scene of Zhiguo killing the crowd in seconds was naturally caught in his eyes. After watching it, he only felt his heart skip a beat because he also didn't see exactly how Zhiguo made his move. But one thing was certain, the other party was very strong, most likely a king realm expert who had already broken through to the blood-nurturing realm. Zhiguo stood still. None of the people around him dared to come close. They all hid far away. They were truly afraid that this master would get excited about killing and finish them off in the process. Zhang arrived with his men at that moment. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and mentally sent out a soul-torturing question. Miss, are you sure he really needs our help? For a moment, she stood in place neither in nor out. Zhang suddenly felt that his coming down to play soy sauce appeared to be redundant. You guys go back. Tell Shiyu that I appreciate the kindness. Zhiguo said softly. Ha, oh, well. Zhang froze for a moment and almost didn't react. After all, the shock and contrast Zhiguo had brought to her was just too great. Thus, Zhang, who had come down without even hitting the sauce, brought his men back to Zhao's mountain again. Are you coming down yourself, or am I going up? Zhiguo looked at the hill where the scavengers camped with a bland gaze and slowly spoke. The sound echoed around them, falling clearly into everyone's ears. Everyone was startled and watched Zhiguo's figure closely. They knew that this ruthless man was getting ready to hit that hill at the scavenger camp. Hearing Zhiguo's voice, the scavenger battalion master's brow furrowed. A cold sweat ran down his back, and his face was so unattractive that he didn't dare to reply for a moment. Zhiguo's face was expressionless as he took one step and his figure directly disappeared in place. In the next moment, his figure appeared abruptly on the hilltop of the scavenger camp. Asterisk. How did he get up there? Someone shrieked out, shrinking into the ground. He's definitely a king realm expert. The bottom was agitated again, and all the transcendents felt hairy. Fire. Seeing Zhiguo really kill up, the scavenger campmaster's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ordered. His eyes were icy cold, and more than that, he was terrified. And now that things have come to this point, he can only fish to death. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire rang out from the hill, with countless bullets sweeping over in pieces. It's impossible to dodge in this situation. It's just too dense. Boom! Bullets poured in along with violent explosions. They were special rockets, so powerful that they erupted in terrifying flames, and the whole mountain was in turmoil. The scavenger battalion master was laying down a deadly hand. Even a king realm expert would be injured if he suddenly encountered this kind of firepower. However, Zhiguo was not the least bit fearless, and did not even make a move to dodge, letting the bullets and artillery fire pour over him. Just kidding. If a hallowed Mahayana cultivator is afraid of hot weapons, it must be laughed at for the rest of his life. Countless bullets struck Zhiguo, but they did not cause any damage, not even grazing his clothing. The same applies to bombs, including those that explode. Zhiguo's expression remained the same, calmly and freely stepping in the fire, just like a walk downstairs after a meal. The many transcendents were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, looking at that bizarre scene and only feeling fear in their hearts. Is this still a human? Even a King Realm expert wouldn't necessarily dare to play like this. The Scavenger Battalion Master was horrified. He knew that he had run into big trouble and had provoked an overwhelmingly great expert. Just now, he was still thinking of using hot weapons to consume the other party's wave first, and then he himself was going down to reap the rewards, and then he could repel the other party even if he didn't help. Now it seems like a total pipe dream. How the hell does this play out? Soon, Zhiguo walked up to him, and not to mention being injured, not even dust had touched his body. A head rolled to the ground as the harsh light of the sword flashed by. Master of the Scavenger Camp. Seeing this scene, how dare the group of men on the hilltop stay? The hot weapons in their hands were directly thrown to the ground, and without looking back, they scattered and fled for their lives. Zhiguo didn't chase him out, but only indifferently glanced out. An invisible sword chi surged out furiously, and the entire mountain was filled with flying sand and rocks, and the grass and trees crumbled. The sword chi was like a tracker had been installed, heading straight for the escapee and piercing through his heart vein with a single blow. 1, 2, 3. The invisible sword chi harvested at an extremely fast speed, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of people fell in a pool of blood. The sword chi didn't gradually dissipate until everyone who had escaped was dead. What kind of killing technique is this? Did you guys see it? That expert didn't even move. But everyone who escaped is dead, and looking at the wounds, all of them were killed by sharp instruments penetrating the heart and veins. It's unbelievable. The king cannot be insulted. Ordinary transcendents are as fragile as grass in the eyes of that kind of person. In the mountains, there were patches of shouts of shock, and they felt their scalps go numb. It was just too frightening. Black smoke rose throughout the mountain, and the smell of blood was strong. Zhiguo looked as normal, sitting in the position that originally belonged to the Scavenger Camp Master, just sitting there quietly, but no one dared to make a move, nor did anyone want to climb the mountain. This is also the only one of the 5 hills that has only one person on it, but it was this mountain that gave everyone present an unprecedented sense of oppression. After all, the Scavenger Camp was a not weak force, just so lightly destroyed. Now which ungrateful still dare to provoke that ruthless man above? Chapter 10, All the Fae. In the direction of the Zhao clan, Zhao Shiyu looked at the hill where Zhiguo was from afar. She really didn't expect that Zhiguo was so powerful that he was fearless of the saturated strikes of hot weapons with just his physical body. No wonder she was rejected last time when she said she would introduce a job to Zhiguo. Now that she thought about it, he was a King Realm expert. Was he still afraid of not being able to make a living? With his strength, no matter where he was placed, he would be the object that all forces would try their best to recruit. But she didn't send anyone there in the first place. After all, once in college for 4 years in love, she still has a certain understanding of Zhiguo, and now it is useless to go over to wrestle for favor. It was also true that Zhiguo really didn't want others to disturb him at this time. He had gotten a fawn from somewhere and had processed it and was roasting it over the fire. If you're going to be idle anyway, you might as well satisfy your appetite. Just because Zhao Shiyu had foresight didn't mean the remaining 3 forces did. The Fong clan, the Wang clan, and the Zhang clan, all had transcendents descending the mountain and rushing towards the mountain where Zhiguo was, a King Realm transcendent with no power behind him. Even if he couldn't be recruited, a show of goodwill was necessary. Miss, are we really not going? Seeing this, Zhang Lan inquired in a low voice. Zhao Shiyu shook his head and didn't say much. In the mountains, the transcendents sent by the Fong clan, the Wang clan and the Zhang clan kept circling around in the same place as if they were lost when they were approaching the mountain where Zhiguo was. The top brass of the 3 forces all sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly sent people down to try and bring them back. But no matter how many people went, the result was the same as what happened in front of them, trapped in the same place going around in circles, as if they had encountered a ghostly wall. Zhiguo had anticipated that someone would come to throw an olive branch, so he had simply set up a simple formation at the bottom of the mountain just now. The formation was rudimentary, but it was still easy to trap these people. The venison in his hand came with a burst of flavor that made his appetite rise. Zhiguo tore off a piece of deer leg meat and put it into his mouth to savor it. He naturally noticed the transcendents trapped in the formation below, but had no intention of letting go. He hadn't wanted to be disturbed right now, so he just trapped them for a little while longer. Suddenly, Zhiguo, who was gorging himself on meat, raised his eyes and looked his sight into the valley in the distance. but soon he withdrew his gaze and didn't give it a second thought. After a few more moments, the rest of the transcendents present also sensed that something was wrong and looked uneasily toward the valley in the distance. The depths of the Forbidden Land were once again quiet. Ka-ching! The ringing sound was abrupt, and the ground of the distant valley unexpectedly cracked, with dozens of meters-wide cracks spreading out in both directions, and a strong fishy smell coming from below. The ground shook, smoke covered the sky, and a huge head poked through the crack. It was a serpent's head with ghostly vertical pupils that looked indifferently at the transcendents present. Immediately afterward, the ground shook again, and two more snake heads poked out. Very hideous. What a big beast! There was a huge mess, and everyone quickly fell back, stunned by the sudden appearance of the giant snake's head. Boom! The trembling of the ground continued, and the three snake heads shook and moved their bodies out of the ground as well. Hundreds of meters long, with their green scales glowing with a cold light. Three snake-like alien beasts hundreds of meters long. Their eyes were icy cold as they scanned the many transcendents present, unperturbed and fearless, holding their terrifying heads high. From time to time, the snake's letters were spat out, emitting a sickening, fishy odor. Could it be that these three foreign beasts have been hibernating here all along? A transcendent spoke in horror. They fell back sharply. The aura from these three giant snakes made them feel uneasy, unwilling to get too close to them. This is three quasi-beast kings. Suddenly, a voice came from the hill where the sealed door was. Very clearly, it was an old man with white hair named Li Datong, whose strength had also reached that of a quasi-king. As his words fell, people felt even more horrified. Three quasi-beast kings. Do we still have a chance to live if we really start to be ruthless? Someone yelled, fear in their voice. Don't worry, the Zhao clan, the Wine clan, the Fong clan, and the Zhang clan all have a quasi-king realm expert sitting in their ranks each, not to mention the fact that there's a true king realm expert on our side. There were also some transcendents who weren't worried, and at the same time, they cast their eyes towards the mountain where Zhiguo was. Come on, when the time comes for a real fight, who cares about us people? Some transcendents whispered and ran directly toward the periphery of the Forbidden Land, not wanting to get into the mess again for fear of putting their lives on the line. Of course, there are still many who are not afraid to die, still hiding in the dark, thinking that it is good to fight. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic it is, the easier it is to fish in troubled waters. After all, the risk is directly proportional to the reward. If you really take advantage of the chaos to seize the elixir, then it will be a direct flight to heaven. Zhao, Wang, Zheng and Fong men also felt the pressure. Zhiguo alone was close to making them despair, and now there were three more quasi-beast kings. Zhang was even more decisive, and immediately ordered a direct withdrawal. With Zheng's withdrawal, the remaining three forces began to falter. Zhao Shiyu also couldn't help but furrow her willow brows, her gaze sweeping over to Zhiguo's side from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. Everyone has a headache about the current situation, except for Zhiguo, who was still lounging around, holding a deer leg in one hand and skewering a deer loin in the other, and was having a good time. As long as they don't come to mess with themselves, casually others can toss whatever they want. Anyway, when the time comes, the elixir is still not his. Those three giant snakes, quietly standing still, did not take action at first, their ghostly cold eyes surveying the surroundings. Clearly, this is a standoff, and now both sides are just a rash away from seeing who makes the first move. Boom boom boom. With the appearance of the three giant snakes, the foreign beasts hibernating in the Forbidden Land also became active. They all rushed out, a dense swath, like a tidal wave, moving the entire mountain range shaking and trembling. These foreign beasts were organized, all stopping at the back of the three giant snakes, waiting in tight formation. This scene caused everyone present to change color. Such a number of foreign beasts, all mobilized, would be a terrifying beast tide. This made everyone suddenly recall the early days of the aura recovery, a time when foreign beasts were rampant everywhere and it was common for beast tides to occur. It is also because of the beast wave that the global death toll has reached a horrific number. Humans, you've crossed the line. At this time, a sudden majestic voice came from the depths of the Forbidden Land mountain range, clearly resounding in everyone's ears, as if it was like an explosion of thunder. The sudden voice caused everyone to shiver and raise their cold hairs. Chapter 11, Melee. Deep within the Forbidden Mountain range, that majestic voice continuously echoed, carrying a sense of solemnity. Everyone present changed color, spitting out human words. This is the Beast King, someone shouted in horror, as if they had thought of something horrible and had been completely disorganized. The Forbidden Land is where the beast race resides. Have you placed us in your eyes by making a fuss here? Voices came from the depths of the Forbidden Mountain range again, carrying a terrifying penetrating power that clearly resounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, the eyes of the three giant snakes standing in the distance were cold, sweeping the four directions as if they were intentionally shocking the crowd. The thousands of alien beasts behind them were also restless, as if they would run and kill at any time. An invisible sense of oppression struck, and the many transcendents present didn't dare to utter a single breath. The people from the three forces, the Zhao clan, the Wang clan, and the Fong clan, were also turning blue in the face. The strongest in their team was only a Quasi-king at the peak of the awakening realm, and facing a true beast king was really not enough. Not to mention the three giant snakes that had also reached the strength of a Quasi-king, as well as the huge group of fey beasts. Even if they were armed with sophisticated heat weapons, they still wouldn't be enough. Many people even felt that Chang's early withdrawal was the wisest decision. Zhao Shiyu stood at the top of the hill. Her white practicing clothes were blown hunting. Her beautiful ebony hair danced with the wind. She was uneasy in her heart but did not shy away from the scene, looking straight at the beasts in the distance. No need to worry. Just let go and fight. I'll keep you safe. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Zhao Shiyu's heart. She jerked her eyes to a hill not far away. There, a youth was sitting in front of the fire, feasting on freshly roasted venison. The corner of Zhao Shiyu's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and determination flashed in his cool eyes. She was decisive, not hesitating or dragging her feet at all. Fire! The order was given and Zhao began to move. The heavy heat weapons placed on the hill activating. Bang bang bang! Armor-piercing bullets were spread out in the sky, and the firepower was extremely ferocious, blasting towards the beasts in the distance. The helicopter gunships also lifted off at that moment. Howitzers whistled, and large-caliber hot weapon ammunition poured out in a steady stream. Boom boom boom! Violent explosions immediately came from the beasts in the distance, and many of the foreign beasts that were not strong enough were blown apart and bloodied. Fong men and Wang's men froze, looking in Zhao's direction with shock in their eyes. Zhao Shiyu stood in the middle of the crowd, hot weapons whistling, the firelight reflecting on her cool and colorful face. Her beauty was unbelievable. That has balls. Let's not lose face. Kill for me. Wang Jingtian slammed the cigarette held in his mouth on the ground, and the bloodiness of a man surged on his face as he roared in order. The thermal weapons on Wang's side were no worse than Zhao's, with various large-caliber thermal weapons and helicopter gunships firing directly. Wang Jingtian himself was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder and ran to the front. Boom! The rockets fired with excellent accuracy landed right on top of a giant snake's head, bursting into flames. One of the scales on the top of the giant snake's head was blackened by the blast, and although it didn't cause much damage, it was extremely insulting. With a few wild smiles, Wang Jingtian raised his middle finger towards the giant snake in the distance. Provocative. At the same time, the sealed door opened fire. After all, it's already war and there's nothing to hesitate about. For a time, the three forces were on fire, like a war, and the explosions caused by the hot weapons constantly echoed in the Forbidden Mountain range, with flames in the sky. In the face of the saturated strikes from the hot weapons, many of the alien beasts were killed without even having time to react, and the mountainous terrain was in shambles. However, there are also alien beasts that are so terrifyingly strong that hot weapons cause them minimal material damage, just like the three giant snakes. For example, although the epidermis was broken and some scales had fallen off, they had not been injured. Roar! They roared, their eyes slightly crimson, hatred flickering in them. Boom! They moved, with great speed, rampaging through the mountains, slaughtering humans on sight. Many of the casual cultivators were unable to evacuate in time, and were directly crushed by the massive body, becoming a puddle of flesh. The beasts went berserk as well, rushing in from the sky, and the entire Forbidden Mountain range looked like it was shaking. Many transcendents hiding in the shadows let out miserable screams and were crushed into pieces under the countless iron hooves. Facing the incoming wave of beasts, they were simply unable to resist. One of the giant snakes raised its head, as fast as lightning, and opened its bloody mouth and rushed up to the sky. Boom! A helicopter gunship was immediately bitten by it, and then directly crumbled and exploded, with countless parts spilling out, and the people inside were killed before even a voice could be heard. Run away! A transcendent exclaimed. Most of the transcendents in the mountainous terrain at this time were scattered cultivators. The smell of death filled every one of them. They scattered and ran wildly in all directions, now only wanting to live. However, the beasts didn't give them a chance at all, and some of them, which were not bad at all, were hundreds of meters away in a single rise and fall, like lightning, rushing into the crowd and slaughtering them madly. At the same time, those three giant snakes approached. and the ground trembled chaotically, carrying gusts of wind and destroying large swaths of forest. Bang! At the critical moment, Wang Jingtian arrived, and he leapt down from the mountain, holding a halberd that struck heavily at the head of a giant snake. The giant snake's scale armor was exceptionally hard, but at this moment, under Wang Jingtian's blow, it even cracked slightly, with a trace of blood spilling out. Meanwhile, Li Feng of the Zhao clan and Li Datong of the Sealing sect all arrived at the first opportunity. Each of the three took on a giant snake. 3 men and 3 beasts were all quasi-kings, which was fair enough. There were also quite a few transcendents, armed with alloy battle blades, fighting with other alien beasts. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Zhiguo had almost eaten at this time, and was sitting on the hilltop, watching the scene of killing below with great interest. He seemed extremely laid back compared to the others who were desperately trying to just survive. Humans, you're looking for death. Right at this moment, a cold cry came from the depths of the Forbidden Mountain range, and a man came in a hurry, transforming into a silver light and arriving in an instant. His voice was not high, but it carried a majesty that rang in everyone's ears. The silver light arrived in a hurry, and when it got close, it stood in the air, transcendent. The man had wings on his back, his figure was erect, and he exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. When the 3 giant snakes saw the man, they actually lowered their huge heads in a show of submission. This is the Beast King. Rumor has it that fey beasts can take shape after evolving to the blood-nurturing realm. So it's true. Many people looked up and saw this scene, and their hearts sank. The Beast King stood high in the sky, like an emperor, looking down on everyone present, his eyes looking askance with a strong disdain. With a wave of its huge wings, a terrifying wave of air swept out, heading straight for the armed helicopters in the distance. Boom boom boom, one after another. Explosions rang out, and the flames were like a brilliant firework. Today, everyone who steps on the Forbidden Land will die. Chapter 12, Sword Chi. The Beast King was extremely conceited, and his words carried an unquestioning tone. At the same time, the wings behind it once again shook, and the entire person disappeared in place, ghostly appearing in the mountainous terrain below like a specter. And then, it acted again, appearing in front of Li Feng's body as abruptly as if it was instantaneous. Pus, blood erupted, followed by an arm raised high in the air. In just an instant, Li Feng, who was a prospective king, had one of his arms broken. Li Feng's face turned pale as he hurriedly fell backward and pulled away. In fact, the Beast King's blow was aimed at his head. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, I'm afraid that at this point, it wouldn't be as simple as losing an arm. At this moment, everyone was shocked that just one strike had nearly killed a Paragon King. Wang Jingtian's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with a murderous aura as he stared at the Beast King in death. Then he moved, and even took the initiative to attack forward, holding a halberd in his hand, dancing with the sound of wind and thunder. At the same time, Li Datong also bullied his way forward, holding a pair of tiger fingers in both hands, heading straight for the Beast King's face. The two were extremely fast, wanting to traumatize each other at the first opportunity. However, the Beast King did not put the two of them in his eyes at all. It raised its hand and easily caught the slashing halberd with its palm before kicking out with great speed. Only heard a bang sound. Li Datong, like a broken kite, heavily smashed into the distant mountains. Boom! The whole mountain was shaking, and Li Datong had multiple fractures all over his body, soaked in blood. The battle continues. The Beast King held the halberd with one hand, and the sharp blade of the halberd did not cause the slightest damage to it. It gripped it with one hand with vigor, and the blade of the halberd even directly deformed. This was a weapon forged by alloy fusion, but it was so unbearable. Wang Jingtian felt bad and hurriedly pulled away, but it was too late. The speed of the Beast King was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he chased after him and blasted his palm at Wang Jingtian's chest. Pust! Wang Jingtian flew out backwards, his chest collapsed, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and nose as he crashed into the dense forest in the distance. In a short moment, 3 Paragon Kings were seriously injured. There was a brief silence, and the many transcendents present felt despair. The gap between a quasi-king and a king was too great, and even a combined effort would not help. Bang! Just then, a gunshot broke the silence. Zhao Shiyu held up a sniper rifle, aimed at the Beast King's head, and pulled the trigger. The bullet spun sharply in the air, hitting the Beast King's head with unerring accuracy. However, it was difficult for hot weapons to cause too much damage to King Realm creatures, and the same was true for this shot, as the bullet only grazed a little bit of skin and then could not penetrate the slightest bit. At the same time, Wang Yuxuan on the other hill made her move. She carried a rocket launcher and fired it in the direction of the Beast King. Boom! Fire in the sky, rockets right on target. However, the result was no different. The Beast King remained unscathed. This action had completely angered it, and its scarlet eyes swept over the two women. Bring me those two women. Alive! As the words fell, the three giant snakes immediately moved, and the mountain range shook once again as their huge bodies pranced about. Miss, you go first, I'll break the back. Zhanlan stopped in front of Zhao Shiyu. There were still some of Zhao's men still alive on the hilltop, and they once again picked up their hot weapons and swept them frantically over the giant snake. Dang dang! Fire splashed in all directions, and the bullets landed on the giant snake's scales with a crisp sound, but they were never able to break through the defense. Whoosh! Just as the giant snake approached the mountain, a sword light fell steeply from the sky. That sword light was too fast and went straight through that giant snake. A huge snake with incomparably hard scaled armor was chopped by the sword light in an instant, and a huge snake head fell straight down. Bang! The head of the snake that had lost its vitality landed heavily in the valley, and the ground trembled. Whoosh! Immediately after that, two more sword lights shot out and beheaded the other two giant snakes. The two snake heads crashed steeply to the ground. Wang Yuxuan was stunned in place. What's the situation? No one in the room reacted. Right at this moment, on a hilltop, Zhiguo slowly walked out, indifferently gazing at the foreign beasts below. It's him, the King Realm expert on our side has struck. Some transcendents shouted in excitement, finally seeing the hope of life. The sword chi stirred, instantly cutting down three giant snakes of the quasi-beast King Realm. The scale armor that could not be broken by hot weapons was actually as fragile as paper mache in front of the sword chi. Everyone was shocked and excited, gazing at the figure on the hill with unblinking eyes. The Beast King also noticed Zhiguo at this time, and with its wings spreading, it re-established itself high in the sky, confronting him from afar. Well, so there's a human of the King Realm, violating the bottom line of the Beast Clan over and over again, even if you're in the King Realm. So what? You still won't be able to leave today. As the words fell, the Beast Kings will catalyzed, and the thousands of foreign beasts below instantly stirred. Kill! With the Beast King's order, all the foreign beasts went berserk, their eyes red, coming from the sky, densely packed, like a tidal wave. Wherever the wave of beasts passed, forests collapsed and mountains crumbled. Bottom line? Zhiguo slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Your bottom line is worthless, so what if I overstep and trample it? Looking downwards at the vast tide of beasts, Zhiguo's expression was bland as he gently reached out and waved his hand. Whoosh! Sword roars resounded through the heavens and earth, and in an instant, the entire Forbidden Mountain range became light. Countless sword chi suddenly appeared above the sky. Zhiguo's mind moved, and countless sword chi scattered in all directions, falling from the sky above like fireworks. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all replaced by white sword chi, and the lingering sword light stabbed them so much that they couldn't open their eyes. The sound of the beast tide was also gone, and there was only the sound of swords stirring between heaven and earth. Sword chi was spread out. Heaven and earth are white. A full quarter of an hour passed before the terrifying sword light gradually dissipated, and the sharp sword chirps gradually stopped. Everyone hadn't dared to open their eyes until now. However, just after opening his eyes, he was shocked by the scene and almost fainted. Countless blood, guts, and limbs were all over the mountain, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire 703rd Forbidden Mountain range. The originally green mountains had been dyed blood red. The wave of beasts, gone, all died under the terrifying sword chi just now. Gone along with it was half of the Forbidden Mountain range 703. A huge deep gully appeared there, smooth and neat, stretching tens of thousands of miles long, and was cut hard down the middle. The Beast King was still stuck in the air, its mouth wide open and its pupils contracted violently. It was stiff as a rock, and the scene in front of it made it horrified and chilled. It wasn't just it. There were many transcendents on the scene who were still alive and witnessed everything. It was as if their bodies were petrified, standing stiffly in place, their minds blank, already too shocked to think. Zhiguo looked at the Beast King somewhat playfully. His eyes were playful, as if asking, "Didn't you say that no one could live? Scream again?" With a sword chi of that magnitude just now, there was no way it could have survived. Zhiguo deliberately left it alive, wanting it to witness how stupid it was. Chapter 13, Spiritual Medicine. This can't be right. The Beast King's eyes widened and his face paled. The sight was all blood red, and the remnants of the beasts that roamed the mountains were shocking to the eyes. How? The scene caused the Beast King to stare in anger. It was lost in thought for a while, and then it laughed, as if it had lost its mind, and finally fell uncontrollably, smashing heavily from a high altitude among the mountains. Zhao, Fong and Wang, who still survived, also showed up at this point. Zhao Shiyu and Wang Yuxuan stood side by side, and as the mountain wind blew by, The two women's clothes fluttered and their long hair rose, even though they were both injured. Their temperament was still outstanding. Li Fong, Wang Jingtian, and also Li Datong were all still alive. The three of them were covered in blood and were not lightly injured. Many wounds on their bodies were shocking. Of course, there were quite a few casual transcendents still alive. Everyone's face was beaming with the joy of the aftermath. Zhiguo stood at the top of the mountain, quietly looking down at the nearly collapsed Beast King below. Ha ha ha. This is impossible. This is impossible. The Beast King roared like a madman, as if he were a lost dog, traveling through the countless remnants of the alien beasts. It was quiet in the mountains, and it was the only one whose voice kept echoing at that moment. There were many other transcendents present, all watching, and then, they coincidentally turned their gazes to Zhiguo, who was standing on the mountain. The sword light that covered the sky just now was still fresh in his mind, and the light recalled it all with a pang of fear. This youth's strength is definitely more than the blood-nurturing realm. Li Datong, the most senior, exclaimed, "That is a beast tide actually was so easy to be destroyed. In the past this matter completely dare not even think about, and scaring a Beast King mad was the first case since the recovery of the aura. It's a waste of air to live when your mental defenses are so weak." Looking at the crazy Beast King below, Zhiguo pointed out a finger. With a flash of swordlight, the Beast King's head was instantly chopped off. The headless body fell to the ground and immediately revealed itself, transforming into a huge headless giant eagle laying across the bottom. The wings were estimated to be tens of meters wide if they were spread out, and the body size was so large that it was estimated to weigh thousands of pounds. Many transcendents' hearts beat wildly when they saw this scene. That was the corpse of a Beast King. It was covered in treasure. Not only could the bones be forged into weapons, even the blood used to mix medicines and soak in a bath could enhance the physique. However, the next moment everyone's hopes were dashed as Zhiguo appeared directly beside the Beast King's corpse in a flash. Between the swings of his fingers, the sword's light was matchless, and the feathers, whose defenses could not even be broken by thermal weapons, were as fragile as paper mache, and were quickly chipped off. Soon a bare eagle carcass appeared. The crowd was shocked speechless. The Beast King is covered with treasure. Those feathers but hot weapons are not necessarily able to shatter if used to add into the armor. The defense can be increased by several qualities. As a result, this ruthless man chipped it down and threw it away directly as trash. The meat of a Beast King, the flavor should be okay, Zhiguo murmured, and in the process, he put the entire beast corpse into his storage ring. Such words were naturally heard by some transcendents with strong hearing, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. So you're just a glutton for punishment? At that moment, Li Datong, who was covered in wounds, ran over, completely unconcerned about the pain on his body. "Sir, do you still need the rest of this? And if not, could you have the sealed door bring it back?" He pointed to the Beast King's head and the feathers scattered all over the place and asked carefully, "These are all good things bring back to study, absolutely valuable." Looking at Zhiguo in different appearance, he felt his heart dripping blood. "Feel free," Zhiguo smiled. At the word, Li Datong, a person over 100 years old, actually showed a very excited smile. Inner excitement, happy hands, eyes on fire, hastily greeted people hands to help. The group was speechless, especially Wang Yuxuan, have no eyes to see the past. More than 100 people, now like a child, like resting there and jumping, feel the face of the sealed door are going to be lost by him. The crowd couldn't help but laugh again. Now that the hiccups are over, it's time to get down to business. Zhiguo scanned the circle. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and soon he spotted the hidden spirit medicine. It was a flower that looked like a peony, and at the moment it was hidden deep within the rock wall. It seemed to have sensed that it had been exposed and was still going deeper and deeper, trying to continue its escape. Zhiguo reached forward and grabbed, and the entire cliff face collapsed, with rocks flying everywhere and smoke filling the air. That elixir was very cunning, and even at this time it still thought of escaping, turning into a stream of light and quickly attacking towards the distance. However, Zhiguo only glanced in that direction, and the other party stopped and was fixed in place. Then with a gentle grab, he directly sucked it over. The crowd stared at the elixir held in Zhiguo's hands with longing in their eyes. They had originally come here for this reason, but no one dared to make a move. The corpses of the alien beasts roaming the mountains were the best deterrent. Has it already given birth to some spiritual wisdom? Zhiguo looked at the elixir that was shivering in his hands. It then punched a spiritual energy into it, instantly causing its hard-born spirit to revert back to chaos. Of course, this does not affect the effectiveness of the medicine. He then threw it directly at Zhao Shiyu without a care in the world. Zhao Shiyu hurriedly caught it, puzzlement surfacing on his face as he looked at Zhiguo suspiciously. a pair of cool eyes seeming to ask why. I originally came here for you. The spirit medicine is useless even if I bring it, so naturally it is for you. Yi Zhiguo's flat voice rang out. Ha! Zhao Shiyu was a bit at a loss for words. What Yi Zhiguo said was easy to think about. Even she, who was famous for her coldness, was in a bit of a trance at this moment, and a scarlet blush climbed up her snow-white neck and then to her cheeks. The crowd also looked as if they had eaten some shocking melon, their eyes constantly switching between Yi Zhiguo and Zhao Shiyu. There were also people who glanced at the elixir in Zhao Shiyu's hand and secretly gulped. However, they can only look on dryly. Just Zhao's behemoth is in existence that they can't afford to mess with. Not to mention that there is also Yi Zhiga, who has a very close relationship with Zhao Shiyu. Li Datong came back up at this time, looking at the elixir with fiery and frightening eyes. When the crowd saw that blazing gaze of his, they immediately guessed what was going on. Wang Yuxuan couldn't bear to look at him, pretended not to recognize him, and directly turned his back. Miss Xiao, can you bear to part with this elixir? Seal Sect will definitely give a price that will satisfy Zhao. Li Datong spoke with fiery eyes. Zhao Shiyu refused very decisively and firmly protected the elixir in his arms. Seeing this, Li Datong could only give up. Only his eyes were still glancing fondly at the elixir. Ha! Where's that tough guy? I don't know who in the crowd mentioned it, and the crowd realized that Yi Zhiguo had left at some point. Chapter 14, The Shocked Two Elders. Yi Zhiguo had returned to Mega City 5. After being delayed for 2 days in the forbidden area of 703, the first thing he did after entering the city was to turn on his cell phone. As expected, it showed more than 10 missed calls, all from Mom. Because of the deep mountains and old forests, cell phones have no signal at all, so none of these calls Yi Zhiguo received. At once he called back. The phone was quickly picked up after 2 rings on the other end, followed by Su Jing's voice coming from inside. Brat, where have you been running wild? I called you so many times but you didn't answer. Yi Zhiguo smiled. How can he be so powerful? In the face of his own mother, that only be suppressed. Mom, didn't I tell you? I have a friend who's been hospitalized, and I've been taking care of him for the past 2 days, and my phone just happened to run out of battery before I missed the call. This reason is obviously a bit far-fetched. Su Jing simply do not believe it, and threatened Yi Zhiguo. If he does not go home within 20 minutes he will be finished. Hearing this, Yi Zhiguo laughed helplessly, hung up the phone and rushed towards home at full speed. When he opened the door and entered the house, he found his parents there, obviously waiting for him. Brat, honestly explain, where the hell have you been these past 2 days? Su Jing grabbed his ears. Yi Zhiguo didn't have any temper at all and was ready to be judged honestly. Mom, didn't I tell you? There's really a friend who's hospitalized and is taking care of him. Yi Zhiguo broke free and defended himself. Don't talk about this. You really think I'm that easy to fool? Su Jing raised her eyebrows. Zhiguo, are you out of town? Yi Guanqi spoke up and took out a bank card. It was a black card with gold trim. What situation? Yi Zhiguo was confused. You know the Sang group. This is from one of them yesterday, saying they wanted to befriend you, only you weren't home at the time. I checked. There's a full $50 million in here, Yi Guanqi said. At those words, Yi Zhiguo instantly understood. Stopper, are you hiding something from us? Su Jing also opened her mouth, not reproaching, but asking with concern. As things had come to this point, Yi Zhiguo had nothing to hide, so he told the 2 old men about his trip to the 703 Forbidden Land. It's too dangerous. After hearing Yi Zhiguo's description, the 2 old men were very worried. At the same time, he was also very shocked that his own son was actually a transcendent, or the king realm. Obviously, Yi Zhiguo had worked the rhetoric a bit more. Let's just keep this $50 million. The Zhang Group's financial power is not that bad. When you are free someday, you go with dad to buy a car. After working all your life, it's time to enjoy yourself. Yi Zhiguo said calmly. If he wants to get money, it is simply easy. This 50 million is not really in the eyes. He then took out a string and a necklace and handed them to the 2 old men respectively. It was polished by Yi Zhiguo from the bones of the Beast King, and it was exquisite, and he had also infused it with reusable sword chi that could be triggered in times of danger. Not only can it warm up the 2 old men's bodies, but it can also act as a talisman. What? After learning that it was made from polished Beast King bones, the 2 old men were very shocked. That was a Beast King. The terror naturally didn't need a lot of talking. At the same time, Yi Zhiguo took out another large piece of Beast King meat, weighing hundreds of pounds, full of color, with a rich spiritual chi flowing through the meat. Of course, he didn't take out all the meat, or it certainly wouldn't fit in the house. It is? The second old man let out a question. although he couldn't recognize what kind of meat it was. It wasn't hard to tell that the meat was extremely good. "This is what I cut off that beast king. I'll eat it today," Zhiguo said with a smile. At those words, the second old man could not tense up at the moment even if he was emotionally stable. Eating the meat of the king of beasts? It's something they can't even think about. It's a pipe dream. However, after a brief moment of shock, the second oldest quickly accepted it and quickly took a knife to cut the meat and put the rest in the refrigerator. Su Jing carried a piece of meat into the kitchen to get busy, while Yi Guanqi went downstairs to buy wine. Yi Zhiguo enjoyed this life, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. With nothing else to do, he opened his cell phone and played. It turned out that there were several messages, and when I clicked on them, I realized that they were from an unknown number. "Brother Yi, I'm Chen Xinyan. I haven't thanked you properly for leaving without saying goodbye last time. How about I buy you dinner tomorrow night?" These two messages were sent yesterday. Chen Xinyan? Where did she get her phone number? Today she sent another message. "Brother Yi, why are you ignoring me? Are you free tonight? I want to invite you for dinner." Yi Zhiguo slid the screen. This woman was a little too self-righteous. This kind of backstage investigation and obtaining his cell phone number made him a little dissatisfied. Yi Zhiguo didn't reply and silently blackened the other party. Then he opened the video software. Having not touched a cell phone for more than 1,000 years, he suddenly had a familiar and unfamiliar feeling at this moment. Soon, a video caught his attention. It was the video that Chen Xinyan had edited out of the live broadcast at the time, and the video was clearly a scene of Yi Zhiguo beheading the beasts at that time when he had just returned. Only because of the angle and the circumstances of the scene, it was not possible to see his face, but even then this video went viral, with a frighteningly high number of likes. Yi Zhiguo was a bit helpless. He had even become a celebrity. Then he continued to scroll down. The matter of the 703rd Forbidden Land had also spread, and the fact that several major plutocrats had gone there together to fight for the elixir was spreading all over the internet. There were even photos and videos taken of the scene. Watching these videos, Yi Zhiguo is deeply helpless, unaware that a report about him is quietly brewing. Shortly afterward, Yi Guanqi, who had bought the wine, returned, his face red and especially happy. "We must have a good drink today, the two of us." He put the wine on the table and said with great bravado, "Okay, accompany you to drink enough." Yi Zhiguo went to the kitchen to bring wine glasses. Before long, the table was filled with dishes and the aroma was overwhelming. And all of them are based on the Beast King meat as the main ingredient. There are fried, roasted, soup, braised, a table full of completely different. I have to say that Su Jing's cooking skills are really good. One kind of meat can make such a table of different dishes. Chapter 15, Let Me Become a Teacher? Don't say it. The flavor of the dish made from this Beast King's meat is just great. Yi Guanqi had been drinking for 3 rounds. His cheeks were flushed and he was already a bit drunk. "Since you like to eat it, then I'll go get some more in the future." Yi Zhiguo wore a smile on his face. He looked as normal as ever. Mundane wine was as plain water to him, not half as lethal to speak of. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Safety is most important. Don't take any chances," Su Jing hurriedly dissuaded. She then glared at Yi Guanqi, who was about to go to heaven after a few sips of wine, and was a net disinterested person day after day. Soon this dinner was over. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing sat on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. His body was hot, as if there was a fire burning in his body. Yi Zhiguo knew that this was the aura contained within the Beast King's meat working and was gradually improving his parents' physique, so he took on the responsibility of scrubbing the dishes. Returning to the living room again, Yi Guanqi had already gone back to bed, leaving only Su Jing still sitting there. "Mom, aren't you going to bed yet?" Yi Zhiguo asked. Su Jing waved at him, signaling him to go over. "Come here, Mom asked you something." Yi Zhiguo was suspicious, thinking that his mom was going to be a demon again, but he still walked over and sat down next to Su Jing. "Mom asked you. You don't want to go on a blind date, is it because you still can't let go of that girl Shiyu in your heart? You're being honest with Mom. I've found resources here. Why don't we ask another one out for you tomorrow and meet one?" Su Jing opened her mouth in a serious manner, her heart wanting to hold her grandchildren reaching its peak. Yi Zhiguo's head was as big as a bucket and he was terrified inside. He knew that calling himself over would not be good. "Mom, I'm suddenly feeling a bit sleepy. I'll go back to the house and sleep first. It's so late for you to have an early rest as well." Yi Zhiguo got up in a hurry and rushed into his room as if he was escaping in 3 steps. The decisive closing of the door and unlocking of the door was what brought a sense of security to his heart. Early the next morning, Yi Zhiguo woke up early. Today is the weekend. Parents do not have to work, and because yesterday ate the king of beasts meat, the 2 old people rare sleep once. With nothing to do, Zhiguo lay on the sofa and played with his cell phone. One of the push messages caught his attention. Zhao Shiyu, one of the first generation of the Zhao clan, and a transcendentalist who had to talk for 3 days and 2 nights. This slogan instantly aroused Zhiguo's melon-eating heart. Eating melon to the ex-girlfriend. It's exciting to think about. Then he decisively clicked on the push message. As we all know, recently the 703 Forbidden Land has produced a spiritual medicine, and these days there can be a gathering of transcendence there, and it's rumored that there's even a beast tide. But the elixir ended up in the hands of a mysterious transcendentalist whose name is unknown. But in the end, that mysterious transcendent backhandedly gave the elixir to Zhao Shiyu and staged a deep confession. This was followed by an accompanying picture. There were only 2 people on the screen. One was Zhao Shiyu, who was holding the elixir in his hand, and the other was Zhiguo himself. After seeing that picture, Zhiguo almost sprayed a mouthful of blood on the screen of his cell phone, not realizing that someone had actually secretly taken a picture at that time. Slander. It's pure slander. What talent made up this article with a deep confession? It's so uncouth. Zhiguo incoherent. Eat melon, how to eat to their heads again. Toxic it is? The point is, this post has a frighteningly high number of likes and retweets. It's not hard to imagine the look on the parents' faces when they brush up on this post a little while later. Zhao Shiyu also had a huge headache, apparently having also seen the article that exploded online. Zhao Shiyu, one of the first generation of the Zhao clan, and a transcendentalist who had to talk for 3 days and 2 nights. She clenched her silver teeth in anger at the sight of the headline, wanting to tear the creator of the article apart with her own hands. The main thing was that the article was so hot that not only did it reach Zhao's ears, but many of her friends had seen it. In half an hour she'd gotten no less than 10 calls on her cell phone, half of them from her mom. The social media apps were exploding with news, and many of her friends were messaging her to ask if it was true. The Yi family. At this time, Su Jing and Yi Guanqi also got up, and after a night's sleep, they actually became much younger. Yi Guanqi's originally white hair roots were black and shiny, and the wrinkles on Su Jing's face disappeared and were replaced by whiteness. They feel energized all over. After seeing the changes in their bodies, the 2 old men were extraordinarily happy and the smiles on their faces never closed. Zhiguo spoke quietly at this moment. Dad, Mom, you look so much younger, so don't push me to go on a blind date from now on. You 2 work hard and let me have a brother or sister again. Upon hearing this, the 2 old men were exasperated and laughed. It just so happened that they had no place to release all their energy, but as a result, Zhiguo himself ran into a gun. Immediately, I was pumping my fist and planning a co-ed doubles match. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. I'll get it. As if Zhiguo saw the hope of life, he hurriedly got up and rushed over, opening the door to the room. An old man over half 100 years old appeared in front of the door. Zhiguo also recognized him as Li Datong of the sealed gate. Mr. Yi, good to see you again. Li Datong carried a gift box in his hand and greeted with a smile. Zhiguo had a few moments of surprise. Why was this old man here? Are you healed? Zhiguo inquired. At that time, Li Datong had fought with the Beast King, and the injuries he sustained were not light. It's not just a few broken bones. Small injury. Li Datong laughed. Who is it? That's when Su Jing arrived at the news. Datong Li was very self-conscious and came right up to the table. Hello, my name is Li Datong. From Fong. Li Datong took out his ID and introduced himself. As soon as they heard about sealing the door, the second old man's face immediately straightened up. This was a military force, and now it actually came to their home. They all couldn't help but thump in their hearts. It couldn't be that their son had gotten into trouble outside, could it? Mr. Li, then you came to my house for? Yi Guanqi asked with a few moments of worry. Oh, yes, I came to your residence for 2 things. Li Darton paused and continued. Both of you should have heard about what happened in the Forbidden Land of 703. Mr. He has saved my life and the lives of many transcendents from the Seal sect, and I've come here today specifically to thank him. Saying that, he opened the gift box in his hand, and immediately a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the entire room, and a ginseng plant was lying quietly inside. This ginseng year thousands of years, and has been in the sealed door by the spiritual qi nourishment. After taking it can prolong life and improve physique, a small token of appreciation. No honor. Li Datong then closed the gift box again and handed it to Su Jing. No, this is too expensive. Su Jing refused in a hurry. Li Datong shoved the gift box hard at Su Jing and said, Mr. Yi has saved my life, and quite a few transcendents of Fengmen, so please accept it no matter what. Both sides pushed back some more. In the end, Su Jing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and accepted it. Aren't there two things? Tell me, what is the second thing? Yi Zhiguo came up and inquired. Li Datong revealed a smile and spoke very sincerely. After the incident at the 703 Forbidden Land, the Sealing sect was shaken up and down, and after a meeting of the senior management, we hoped that Mr. Yi would go to the Sealing sect as a teacher. At those words Yi Zhiguo was confused. Let me become a teacher? Chapter 16, Sealing the Door. Not only was Yi Zhiguo confused, even Yi Guanqi and Su Jing were confused. The people from the sealed door came to the door. Originally the two old men thought that Yi Zhiguo had gotten into trouble outside, but they didn't realize that they were actually asking him to become a teacher. Yi Zhiguo stared at Li Datong. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this old man was unreliable. Being a teacher? This is good, Su Jing said happily as her eyes lit up. Yi Guanqi also nodded on the side, thinking that this occupation was good. In their eyes, teachers and doctors, as long as these two positions, they are iron rice bowls and very popular. What's more, it's still going to be a teacher at a military power's sealed door. That teaches transcendentalists. It's not known how many grades higher than an ordinary teacher. The second old man was beaming with satisfaction. Other people squeezed their heads to get into Fengmen, and their own son, who was invited by a special person to become a teacher at Fengmen. How could they not be excited? Especially Su Jing, smiling brightly. Great. In the future, go out and directly say that my son is working as a teacher in Fengmen. Still afraid of not being able to find a blind date for him? Stopper. What do you think? Although the two oldest were happy with the teaching profession, they still had to consult their own sons. Yi Zhiguo spread his hands. I'm a lazy person. Teaching students I myself am afraid to bring them off course. As a teacher? Yi Zhiguo even felt a little surprised. After all, even though he had been in the immortal cultivation world for 1,000 years, he had never taken on a disciple, let alone teaching a student. He also knew that this was probably a tactic that the Seal sect wanted to pull in his favor. Li Datong seemed to have anticipated that Yi Zhiguo would say this, so he continued to speak. Mr. Yi, I'm sure that with your strength, even just a few casual pointers can benefit those brats in the Seal sect. At the same time, I'm sure that putting the fresh blood of the military in your hands will raise it more than a notch. Li Datong's word art is very shrewd, deliberately emphasized the fresh blood of the military. There is a kind of moral abduction, so that people cannot pick a reason to refuse. Yi Zhiguo didn't eat this, but on second thought, it seemed like there was nothing else to do if he stayed at home. The main thing is that Su Jing does not know where to get so many contacts, every now and then to introduce him to the blind date. The thought of this Yi Zhiguo headache. Okay, I'll take the job. So Yi Zhiguo agreed, and in the future, if Su Jing asked him to go on a blind date again, he would sort of have an excuse to avoid it. Upon hearing this, Li Datong immediately smiled joyfully, the wrinkles on his face piling up into one because of his smile. Then please trouble Mr. Yi to come with me and check out the sealed door first? Li Datong asked tentatively. Good. Yi Zhiguo nodded. Yi Zhiguo then greeted his parents and followed Li Datong out the door. Downstairs, a black military jeep pulls up to the curb. Li Datong was very happy, not realizing that he had actually invited this great Buddha. He ran his ass to the car and opened the door, then made a gesture. Mr. Yi, please. After getting into the car, Li Datong acted as the driver again and sped along. Half an hour later, they arrived at the sealed doors territory. This place was at the edge of Mega City number 5 and covered an exceptionally wide area, even more vast than Zhao's manor. It's very plain inside, and coming here is like being in the countryside, but with birdsong and flowers, it feels like a paradise. It was a long drive, and because of Li Datong, it wasn't stopped by the guards. The sealed gate, who founded it? Suddenly, Yi Zhiguo raised a question. Datong Li responded as he drove. There was more than one founder who sealed the door. There were a full four. Four? Yes, there are a total of 9 giant cities in Huaxia, and each of them has sealed gates manpower stationed there, Li Datong said. Yi Zhiguo nodded. The Seal sect was after all a military force, and there were definitely branches stationed in every giant city. Then where is your Sealing sect's headquarters? Yi Zhiguo asked again. Li Datong lowered his voice and said, truth be told, there are a total of 4 headquarters for the Sealing sect. Didn't I say just now that there are 4 founders? So there are 4 headquarters as well, and the giant city where each of the 4 founders are located is one of the headquarters. Speaking of this, pride appeared on Li Datong's face as he spoke again. Our mega city number 5 is also one of the headquarters. Yi Zhiguo didn't hold back and said, then what cities are your 3 remaining headquarters in? The rest, are in mega cities 1, 2, and 7. Li Datong replied. Yi Zhiguo pretty much figured it out and set his eyes on Li Datong. And what position do you hold in the sealed gate? Upon hearing this, Li Datong replied after a little thought. I'm mainly responsible for the management and resource allocation of this area. He then spoke mysteriously. The 4 founders of the sealing sect are all extremely powerful, having surpassed the king level and are all experts at the Danwheel realm. If the Danwheel realm was hard to benchmark, it should be about the same as the Foundation establishment stage. Didn't you say that one of the founders is also in Mega City 5? So won't we be able to meet them in a while? Zhiguo smiled and joked. However, Li Datong shook his head and said, all 4 founders rushed to Mega City 9 some time ago, which is located at the border and has just been built not long ago. So not only do they have to be wary of the enemy countries, but they also have to be on guard against the foreign beasts at all times. But when things settle down over there will definitely be opportunities to meet, Li Datong informed. Then with an immodest face, said, that founder stationed in our Mega City number 5 is a big beauty. After saying that, he also raised an eyebrow towards Zhiguo, casting a look that all men understand. Zhiguo cannot help but want to laugh. This old man's hair is white and still so immodest. He really did not look at him wrong. Properly unreliable. Arrived. The vehicle stopped, and Li Datong's expression instantly returned to normal. A far cry from his immodest appearance just now. Getting down from the car, what came into view was a very quaint compound. Very large, with a guardhouse at the entrance, where 2 sentries with real guns and ammunition were standing. Above the doorway, there was a huge plaque with 2 big words clutched by a dragon flying above the doorway, sealing the doorway. A feeling of solemnity came over me. Let's go in first to register and perfect our information. Li Datong opened his mouth with excitement and walked ahead to open the way. Zhiguo didn't say anything and followed him in. Chapter 17, Why bother? The sealed door was very large, and the buildings inside favored the ancient style. After all, China was originally a country where ancient martial arts were prevalent. There was also a large schoolyard in the distance, where quite a few transcendents were training. It wasn't just the use of aura above, but also the practice of hot weapons, and still live ammunition. Even if it was a long way away, you could still hear the sound of artillery fire coming from the distance. Many passing transcendents opened their mouths to greet Li Datong when they saw him, and it could be seen that he had a certain amount of prestige in the sealed sect. Who's that behind Elderly? The new guy? I guess so. Actually letting Elderly pick it up, so I guess there's a bit of background. Che is not just a relationship. This kind of person I can beat up 5 by myself. There were also quite a few people casting curious gazes and talking, thinking that Zhiguo should be a newcomer who just came in. Soon, the duo arrived at an office. Mr. Yi, wait for a few minutes. Once I fill out the information I'll show you around and familiarize yourself with the sealed door, Li Datong said with a smile. Good. Zhiguo nodded indifferently. Li Datong then sat down in front of a computer and drummed away. Zhiguo wasn't in a hurry, so he just sat down and played with his cell phone. It so happened that at this time, a stocky middle-aged man walked in with a stack of information sheets, and when he saw Li Datong at the computer desk, he greeted him. Yo, it's not Li Lao. What are you busy with? Li Datong glanced at him, then said, I invited an expert to our sealing gate and am filling out the information. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised. Master, where? He then noticed Zhiguo, who was playing with his cell phone, and disbelief showed in his eyes. Elderly, you can't be talking about this kid, right? The middle-aged man looked at Zhiguo. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. Wasn't this just an ordinary person? Hearing what the middle-aged man said, Li Datong couldn't help but feel a tightening of his heart and hurriedly rebuked. Watch your words. After saying that, he also hurriedly said towards Zhiguo, Mr. Yi, those who don't know are not to blame. Don't take it to heart. Zhiguo pressed on without taking it seriously and symbolically waved his hand. When the middle-aged man saw Li Datong being so respectful to the youth who was playing with his cell phone in front of him, his heart was a bit upset. There's no aura fluctuation on your body at all, and you're putting up such a big front? My name is Su Gao. I'm a sealing sect deacon tutor. Friend, and you are? Su Gao exposed himself to where he came from. Zhiguo raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Quasi-king realm? His strength was not bad among ordinary transcendents. No wonder he spoke so impulsively. Unsurprisingly, I'm about to become your colleague, Zhiguo said nonchalantly. Colleagues? Su Gao's eyebrows sank furiously. Immediately, he looked at Li Datong, his voice tinged with a few moments of disbelief. Elderly, is what he said true? Li Datong nodded his head solemnly. Mr. Yi is very strong. It's a blessing for us to be able to come and teach at Seal Sect. Upon hearing this, Su Gao's face was a bit ugly, feeling that Li Datong was being old and dim-witted. Then has he passed the test yet? Zhiguo asked again. It was strict within the sealed gate. Whether you wanted to join as the most common member or come in for a job, you had to go through a series of rigorous tests, and only if you passed them all could you come in. I know, mister. Yes, strength very well. There is no need to test it, Li Datong said. What? Zhiguo looked incredulous, then questioned. You're not opening a back door, are you? Li Datong glanced at him obliquely. This kid don't even watch the news. Don't know what happened in the Forbidden Land of 703? He was genuinely worried that Zhiguo would not see eye to eye and slap this guy to death. There's a test? How come I didn't know? Zhiguo also cast a curious gaze. When Zhiguo heard this, he was more and more sure that Li Datong, the old boy, was just opening the back door to make connections. Immediately, they did not comply with Li Lao. You cannot make a mistake. This is if the higher-ups know even you have to be laid off. I'd still prefer not to break the rules. Li Datong's beard curled up in anger. His face was grim, and he was about to get angry. But he didn't expect Zhiguo to open his mouth. You have to pass a test, right? So you were tested to get into the sealed gate in the first place, right? Upon hearing this, Zhiguo rightfully nodded his head with a few disdainful words and said, that's for sure. That would be nice. Zhiguo's expression was bland as he opened his 5 fingers and clenched them towards Zhiguo. At that moment, a terrifying suction force steeply surfaced. Zhiguo lost control of his body without being able to put up any resistance, and the whole person flew towards Zhiguo. Just as it was approaching, Zhiguo casually drew out a palm. Snap! The palm slapped on Zhiguo's face with unerring precision, and the tremendous force caused his jaw to fracture on the spot, and his entire body flew out. A crimson nosebleed and 5 or 6 bloodied broken teeth arced through the air. With a bang, Zhiguo's entire body smashed heavily against the wall, the terrifying force causing the entire building to tremble a few times. Unbeknownst to him, Zhiguo had already collected his force. Otherwise, even if Zhiguo had 9 lives, it would not be enough for this slap. Zhiguo's eyes looked indifferently at Zhiguo, who was like a dead dog, and spoke calmly. Since you passed the test, then just INGU is the same as me passing the test as well. So why bother? Save your life for a slight punishment, punk. Zhiguo was on the verge of losing consciousness at this point, and his entire face had been deformed. After falling to the ground, he heard Zhiguo's breezy voice again, and eventually his body convulsed a few times and completely fainted. In front of the computer desk, Li Datong's entire body froze, looking at Zhiguo, who possessed a baby-like deep sleep on the floor, and only felt that he had made a fool of himself. Why did you have to mess with that tough guy in the first place? That slap. Li Datong think about it all feel afraid. If it fell on his face, it is estimated that this old bones have to fall apart. It was a full moment before he recovered from his shock. He then rushed to notify the medical staff to come and carry Zhiguo away. Soon, several medical personnel arrived at the office, and when they saw Zhiguo, they were all startled by his tragic state. This face is all twisted and distorted, like it's been crushed by a big truck. A few people couldn't help but shiver. What had he been through? It was brutal. Looking at Zhiguo, who was carried away, Li Datong sighed helplessly in his heart. He only hoped that the other party would learn from this lesson and not make any more stupid mistakes in the future. Chapter 18, I want to learn the sword. It took a while longer for Datong Li to perfect all the information. He got up with an apologetic face and said, Mr. Yi has kept you waiting and delayed for so long. Now let me take you to your office. Okay. Zhiguo had a disinterested look on his face. Li Datong then brought Zhiguo to a room on the 2nd floor. Mr. Yi, the offices of the sealed doors are all exclusive to one person. Your information has already been uploaded. You only need to stand in front of the door and scan it to open the door. Li Datong introduced from the side. Zhiguo walked to the door and found that there was really a machine similar to a scanning instrument operating above the door. When he stood in front of the door, the scanning instrument had already checked his identity and automatically opened the door to the room. Walking into the office, the inside was decorated in the same style as the outside, which also leaned more towards the ancient style. It was spacious, and as Li Datong said, it was independent and for one person only. The soundproofing is also quite good and it can be used as a retreat when there is nothing else to do. Mr. Yi, this will be your office from now on. Li Datong stood in front of the door and introduced himself. Zhiguo nodded and surveyed the area, finding the environment not bad, but he also had a headache at the thought of actually becoming a teacher. After all, Zhiguo agreed to come to seal the gate only to avoid his family urging him to go on a blind date. So, after a little thought, he turned his head towards Li Datong and said, there are just too many of you in the sealing sect. Refine them, go and pick a few with good talent and bring them to me. In the future I will only be responsible for teaching them. He was lazy and didn't want to really hang around here every day like a teacher. Pick a few with better talent, and he could muddle through with a few random pointers, so that he could avoid the blind dates arranged by his family and not be restricted himself, so that he could have the best of both worlds. Zhiguo also knew that allowing him to coach was nothing more than a gimmick, and that pulling himself in was the seal sec's true intention. Li Datong was slightly stunned. He wasn't stupid and quickly understood Zhiguo's meaning. Good, I'll go to the selection afterward. He nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, he informed Zhiguo that the identity information had all been uploaded, and that he could now have unimpeded access to the entire sealed gate. Li Datong continued, Mr. Yi, you rest first. I'll bring the selected people here in a moment. After that he retreated, not forgetting to bring the door with him. Zhiguo took a look at the time. Only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Still early, thinking of mixing a little more before going home. So he sat on his butt on the recliner, opened the phone to read a novel. After about half an hour, Li Datong returned, followed by 3 transcendents. Zhiguo looked up and swept a glance. This little old man was quite efficient. Mr. Yi, these 3 are all good seedlings. I have specially selected them. Li Datong had a smile on his face. Zhiguo put down his cell phone and turned his gaze to the 3 young men, 2 men and 1 woman, the girl of whom he still recognized. Wheat-colored healthy complexion skin, without the slightest makeup but valiant face, a head of ebony hair tied in a high ponytail. It was precisely Wang Yuxuan, who had met in the 703 Forbidden Land last time. Wang Yuxuan was also very puzzled at first. Good reason how suddenly have to change their own tutor. At first she was still a bit resistant, but in Li Datong strongly persuaded or intend to come to see. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhiguo, who was playing with his cell phone, and immediately the only trace of mustiness left in his heart was gone. After all, she had witnessed that overwhelming sword light with her own eyes that day. For such a strong person to be her teacher, she naturally begged for it. As for the 2 remaining boys, 1 fat and 1 skinny, their physiques looked like the perfect pairing out of a comic book. The 2 of them were originally reluctant to change tutors, but after hearing Li Datong say that the new tutor had slapped a prospective king unconscious with a single slap, their attitudes immediately shifted 180 degrees. Hello, Mr. Yi. The 3 of them bowed slightly and spoke in unison towards Zhiguo. Zhiguo nodded towards the several people, and then with a sweep of his spiritual sense, the 3 people's realms were exposed. The highest was Wang Yuxuan, awakening 7th order, while the 2 boys, 1 fat and 1 thin, both stayed at awakening 6th order. What are you 2 called? Zhiguo asked towards the 2 boys. My name is Chen Qiming. The thinner boy was the first to speak. Immediately after that, the fat man also spoke up and replied, My name is Chu Jiang. The 2 didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and answered successively. What they had in front of them was most likely a king realm transcendent. To be their teacher was simply too much to think about. Seeing that a few people had already started to strike up a conversation, Li Datong wore a smile on his face and exited the door without moving. Zhiguo also put down his cell phone with a bland expression. Enough with the pleasantries, let's step right into it. I happen to have 3 scriptures here, so the 3 of you can take them and see how much you can comprehend. It all depends on your own enlightenment. Zhiguo looked at them with a smile, then took out 3 yellow leather pamphlets from his storage ring and threw them straight at the 3. Those 3 pamphlets were the martial arts skills that Zhiguo had gotten from robbing a nest of mountain bandits when he was still weak. Although it wasn't quite enough to put it in the immortal cultivation world, but if it really blended in, it would still be no problem to walk sideways on Earth. He was too lazy to teach by hand and just wanted to be a handful, which was why he had asked Li Datong to find transcendents with decent talent to come over. The 3 yellow leather pamphlets had no names, which made the 3 of them confused and felt that Zhiguo's teaching style was a bit special, but they didn't think much of it. They just flipped through the booklet and observed it on the spot. What Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang had in their hands was a boxing and palm technique respectively, and the 2 of them looked at it with great interest, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Wang Yuxuan was the only one who was a bit sullen. The yellow pamphlet in her hand was a martial art related to body techniques. She flipped through a few pages and found it obscure and difficult to understand at first, but after carefully savoring it, it was like an enlightenment. But she didn't seem too interested in it, and although the content was very appealing, she closed it after only a few pages. Zhiguo noticed her movements and softly spoke out to inquire, Is there something wrong? Wang Yuxuan was a bit squirmy and nervous, and didn't answer at first, and then, she took a deep breath, as if to puff herself up, and replied, Teacher Yi, I don't want to learn this. Zhiguo became interested and felt that this niece was a bit interesting, so he asked, Then what do you want to learn? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's mind flashed back to the overwhelming swordlight that covered the sky the last time he was in the Forbidden Land of 703. At that time, her worldview was strongly impacted, and after returning to Fengman, she even felt that what she had learned was like a mayfly watching the sky compared to that swordlight. I want to learn the sword. In the next moment, a flash of determination flashed in Wang Yuxuan's eyes, and he said in a very serious tone, Chapter 19, The Dinner Party. Learning the sword? Zhiguo froze and quickly thought of the reason. It seems that the last time he was in the Forbidden Land of 703, the shock he caused to this girl was not small. Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang were also stunned, and one after another, they both revealed odd expressions, feeling that Wang Yuxuan was a bit picky. However, Wang Yuxuan was very firm and looked at Zhiguo with a serious gaze. Interesting. Zhiguo laughed, not annoyed, and then he took out a scripture from his storage ring and threw it at Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan solemnly took it in his hands and found that the cover of the scripture was clearly written with a few ancient words. Xingyu sword technique. This sword know how do not know in the storage ring to stay for how long. The origin of what Zhiguo also early to forget. Since Wang Yuxuan want to learn, give her is. If she could really cultivate sword intent, she would be considered a rare talent, so consider it a good karma. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Wang Yuxuan took the sword skill and with a smile on his face, he thanked Zhiguo. No need. Then you can keep that per se martial skill and learn it as well. Zhiguo responded casually, and the martial arts skill that he had initially given was not taken back. Anyway, he had no use for bringing it, so he took it as teasing a child. Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang, on the other hand, were frozen in place, looking at the scene with some disbelief, and actually really let her switch to it. The two looked at each other and wondered if they should both go up and ask for another copy as well. Just as the duo hesitated, Zhiguo's voice rang out. You three comprehend yourselves. I'll go first. The words fell, and when the three of them raised their heads, Zhiguo had already disappeared from the office. Just after coming out of the sealed door, Zhiguo received a phone call and picked it up to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Which one? Zhiguo asked when he got through. A voice soon came from the other end of the phone, slightly cold, but with a magnetic quality. I'm Zhao Shiyu. Where are you? Zhao Shiyu continued to ask. Zhiguo wasn't surprised by where Zhao Shiyu found his number. After all, with Zhao's strength, this small matter wasn't a problem at all. Sealing the door. What's wrong? Zhiguo replied casually. Wait for me. Be right there. A voice came from the other end of the phone and then a busy beep sounded, apparently hanging up the phone. Zhiguo smiled helplessly. This was really her style. No matter what she did, she was always concise and swift. Not long after, a red Ferrari came from the distance, the roar of its engine echoing. The red Ferrari steadily stopped in front of Zhiguo, then the window moved halfway down. Zhao Shiyu's voice came from inside, get in. Zhiguo also did not ink, opened the car door and sat on it, then snickered. What? Miss me? Stinking shameless. Zhao Shiyu spat, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The vehicle started and headed toward the city. Looking for me all of a sudden. What's the matter? Zhiguo looked at her sideways. Last time about the 703 Forbidden Land, you helped me fetch the spirit medicine. My family wanted to thank you, so they asked me to come pick you up. Zhao Shiyu said calmly. Zhiguo couldn't help but smile after hearing this and said, You're going to take me to meet my parents so soon? Ha, go to hell. Zhao Shiyu said without a good mood. With a smile, she knew that Zhiguo's character was like this. No matter how old he was, he didn't have a straight face. The most important thing is that there is still no way to take him. Once in college when the two were still in love was like that. Zhiguo every time can put shameless words justified. So from time to time, Zhao Shiyu was pissed off at him, but couldn't take it more seriously and just felt that the man was an asshole. However, Zhao Shiyu didn't hate this kind of personality of his. On the contrary, she felt that it was pleasant to get along with, and that there would be a lot of fun in her life. What are you going to seal the door for? Zhao Shiyu suddenly asked, his words tinged with curiosity. Being a teacher. Zhiguo responded with a smile. Zhao Shiyu looked at him suspiciously for a couple of moments, and even joked, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. The students you teach are probably all assholes. Zhiguo. The two chatted every now and then, and soon arrived at Zhao's manor, which was brightly lit but relatively quiet. After getting out of the car, Zhao Shiyu led Zhiguo and walked straight to a villa. At the door of the villa, two men had come out to greet them. It was a couple with smiling faces, dressed not much, casually, but with an air of nobility flowing from their bodies. Their features were more or less similar to Zhao Shiyu's, and it was obvious that these were Zhao Shiyu's parents. Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan. Zhiguo is here come on in, Zhao Qinghe said politely. Zhiguo nodded and politely called out, "Good evening uncle and aunt." The four of them entered the house together, but found that there was also an old man with white hair and beard sitting on the main seat inside, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, not angry and authoritative. Behind the old man also stood a middle-aged man with a dry-inch hair and a stern gaze, like he was from the military. Zhao Shiyu introduced in a low voice from the side, "This is my grandfather, and the Zhao family head." Zhiguo nodded without moving. The Zhao clan is very large, and there are many branches of the collateral and direct line alone, and Zhao Shiyu's family is only one of the direct line. This old man can really give birth. Zhiguo muttered in his heart. With a sweep of his eyes inside the house, Zhiguo realized that this Zhao clan family head and that inch-haired man were both king realm experts, especially that inch-haired man, whose strength was at the peak of the king realm, only one step away from the Danwheel realm. Ever since Zhiguo had just stepped into the villa, the duo's gazes had been falling on him. "Little friend Yi, come and take your seat." The Zhao family head on the main seat waved at Zhiguo. "There's no need to be polite, Zhao family master," Zhiguo said smilingly. "Men, serve the food." Zhao Qinghe turned towards the servants and ordered. Then, Zhao Shiyu's family was seated one after another. Soon, several servants arrived with dishes, respectfully placing them on the table, and in no time at all, a large table was filled. The aroma was fragrant, and there was aura flowing from the dishes, clearly not ordinary ingredients. "These are the spirit vegetables and exotic beasts cultivated by my Zhao clan, specializing in catering, so little friend Yi might as well try them," the Zhao clan's family head said with a warm smile. Ordinary transcendent beings who encountered alien beasts would avoid them, let alone consume them, but Zhao had even started to artificially breed alien beasts, showing his strong strength and financial power. Zhiguo glanced at the alien beast meat on the table, then caught a piece and put it in his mouth. The flavor was okay, but the quality of the meat and the richness of the aura were still far from the Beast King's meat that he had brought back from the Forbidden Land last time. Family Master Zhao is polite. Zhiguo did not refute his face out of politeness. "The flavor is very good." The Zhao clan head laughed twice, then spoke out. "Little friend Yi has such strength at such a young age. It's really a fearful future generation, and I have to thank you more for stepping in on the matter of Forbidden Land number 703. Family Master Zhao is overstating it. My relationship with Shiyu, a favor is nothing." Zhiguo casually coped. "Oh, however," the Zhao clan's family head became interested and asked again. "Then does little friend Yi ever have a marriage partner?" Chapter 20, How Dare You Weigh Me? Zhao's family head had long ago sent people to find out, naturally knowing that his granddaughter and Zhiguo had been in love in college. Just after graduating from college, the two broke up. After all, Zhiguo's family is just an ordinary family, and Zhao's difference is really too big. Zhiguo do not know this old fox in the heart of what to play, immediately said, "Marriage is not. But these days the family is arranging a blind date." Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but pause the chopsticks in his hands, his cool eyes looking over, not knowing what he was thinking. The Zhao family master still had a smile on his face and said, "I heard that little friend Yi had a relationship with Shiyu back then, so I thought that the two of you were considered to know each other, so you can still try again." When Zhao Shiyu heard this, she couldn't help but let a faint blush float on her cheeks. Sure enough, Zhiguo knew that this bad old man wasn't holding his farts. At that time, he did not look down on himself and his family, but now that he has shown some strength a little, he has come back to flatter, properly selling granddaughters to pull people in. This matter is not for Family Master Zhao to bother about. After all, sure you and I don't have the right door, so we still have to think long and hard about it. Zhiga spoke calmly. The words are easy to understand and at the same time, they also secretly point out that it was Yu Zhao who disliked it in the first place. And now if I were still an ordinary person, would Yu Zhao still be like this? Zhao's family had naturally heard the meaning of the words and his face couldn't help but change. Zhao Shiyu's hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but use a few points of force, quietly looking at Yi Zhiga for a few moments, wanting to speak. "Ha, since young friend Yi has said so, then I won't interfere too much in your young people's affairs." The Zhao clan head quickly changed the topic. "No, 703 Forbidden Land. Little friend Yi abused the Beast King and helped my Zhao clan to capture the spirit pill. This favor, I, Zhao clan, remember this. In the future, if there is a need, little friend can just open your mouth. As long as it's within the limits of your ability, Zhao clan will definitely help out. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it," Zhao's family head said, and handed over a black bank card. Zhiguo directly took it without saying anything and smoothly put it in his coat pocket. The corners of Zhao Qinghe's and Li Lan's mouths twitched slightly. This kid was really nonchalant. He didn't even bring any excuses. Zhao's family head, however, laughed out loud. Little friend Yi is really right. To the old man's liking, ha ha ha. Soon the meal drew to a close. The Zhao clan's family head lifted his wine cup. His face flushed red as he toasted towards Yi Zhiguo and asked, "Little friend Yi, you have such strength at such a young age. I wonder where your teacher comes from." Hearing this, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but fall into long-ago memories. At that time, he had just arrived in the immortal cultivation world, ignorant and unknowledgeable, because of an accident to worship a cheap master of the Yuaning stage. Originally thought that he was going to take off. As a result, it was only later that he learned that the other party's chi and blood had withered, and that he had taken on a disciple just to find a suitable physical body, and that he would take over his body when the time was ripe. That is, Yi Zhiguo luck, early detection and due protective measures. But even so, or almost let the cheap master to succeed. Seize the body lasted for decades, and ultimately Yi Zhiguo hard to boil each other to death. Since then he had never worshipped a teacher, and had cultivated hard to the Mahayana stage as a casual cultivator. Back from the meme. You guys don't recognize it even after saying it, so it's fine if you don't mention it, Yi Zhiga said calmly. Boy, you have a big mouth. At this moment, the inch-haired man who had been standing behind Zhao's family head couldn't help but open his mouth, very displeased. Still smiling, Zhao's family head introduced towards Yi Zhiguo. This is Fong Ping, peak of the king realm, who has been with me since he retired from the army. Fong Ping was very proud and looked askance at Yi Zhiga, very dissatisfied with this somewhat unimpressed young man. Young man, don't get carried away just because you think you have some strength. Know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhao Shiyu quietly pulled Yi Zhiga's shirt, his eyes signaling him not to act rashly. Yi Zhiguo turned his head and blinked at her, not taking her reminder to heart at all. Seeing that the other party completely ignored him and instead went to browbeat Zhao Shiyu, Fong Ping only felt a nameless fire drilling out of his heart. Seeing that Fong Ping seemed to have gotten angry, Zhao Shiyu was a bit anxious and hurriedly lowered his voice to speak. Don't you mess around, he's very strong. She couldn't help but worry. After all, the smell of gunpowder had grown stronger. No harm done, just a jumping clown, Yi Zhiguo responded softly. But how could the duo's conversation be hidden from the hearing of a king realm cultivator? Zhao's family head and Fong Ping naturally heard what Yi Zhiga said, and their faces immediately darkened, especially Fong Ping, whose face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Fong Ping's gaze was fierce, and there was spiritual energy flowing on the surface of his body, like electric awnings, intertwined in strands. The oppressive feeling of the peak of the king realm instantly filled the entire villa. Zhao Shiyu's father and daughter felt an unprecedented pressure at this instant, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. Their bodies were completely unable to move, and even gasping for air felt overwhelming. Young man, arrogance has a price to pay. I'd like to see what capital you're relying on. In the next moment, Fong Ping directly struck out, so fast that he left a residual shadow in place, heading straight for Yi Zhiguo. A layer of horny layer was condensed with spiritual energy on his fist, which was hard and unrivaled, and went straight to Yi Zhiguo's face. Snap! However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Zhiguo just lightly stretched out his hand and easily caught Fong Ping's fist. Who are you to weigh me? Yi Zhiguo's words were flat, and his eyes were full of contempt. At such a close distance, Fong Ping's body felt a sensation it had never felt before, like a rabbit seeing a lion, the primal fear in his body spreading uncontrollably. Fong Ping felt like he was the rabbit at this moment. The other party clearly did not exert any aura fluctuations, but he felt his soul trembling. In the next second, Yi Zhiguo's open 5 fingers slightly exerted strength. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking resounded continuously, and the tendons and bones of the hand that Fong Ping had smashed in were broken by inches. Ah! The intense pain caused Fong Ping to scream out, but it was far from over, and the sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. Fong Ping's fist was just the starting point, and it began to spread upwards inch by inch. Arms, shoulders, followed by the spine. As the bones shattered, his body instantly went limp, and if it wasn't for the layer of skin and flesh attached to it, it would have already fallen apart. In a few short breaths, all the bones in Fong Ping's entire body were shattered. Yi Zhiguo slowly loosened his hand at this moment. Fong Ping was like a puddle of mud, instantly paralyzed on the ground, suffering extreme pain, unable to make a sound, yet still alive. Waste. Yi Zhiguo looked at him with indifferent eyes. Chapter 21. Because of Yi Zhiguo's deliberate action, Fong Ping, whose bones were shattered all over his body, was still alive, only extremely painful. He was like a puddle of mud at the moment, with heart-rending pain coming from every inch of his body, and only one breath left to hang on to his life. Seeing this scene, the Zhao clan's family head couldn't sit still and violently rose from his seat, his pale face filled with horror. Little friend you, Fong Ping, who was at the peak of the king realm, was wasted without even being able to raise half a splash. Moreover, from start to finish, Zhiguo's body did not show half of the aura fluctuation, and he was very casual between his hands and feet, which was too unbelievable. Fong Ping was invalidated, and the terrifying king realm pressure from earlier dissipated. It was then that Zhao Shiyu and her parents slowed down, flushed in breathing in fresh air. Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan also looked at Zhiguo with a look of horror in their eyes. The strength of the peak of the king realm was completely abused. This must at least have the strength of the Danwheel realm, right? A Danwheel realm in his 20s. Are you kidding me? In the entire villa, the only one who was slightly more calm was Zhao Shiyu, Zhao family master, inviting me to a banquet and then instructing someone to come down on me. Is this your Zhao's way of treating guests? Zhiguo sat on the chair. His voice was calm and not too loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, especially the Zhao clan's family head. He was directly startled and almost couldn't even stand up. Little friend Zhao's family head let out a bitter smile, not daring to look directly at Zhiguo at all. He did initially discuss with Fong Ping to properly hammer this young man at the dinner to see if he could deter Zhiguo. Then the olive branch is thrown out and grace is given, but the results are, Zhao's big. I don't think you'd want the blood of several generations to be so hastily buried in your hands, would you? Zhiguo's voice was always calm, but it was this ancient and unperturbed voice that made everyone present feel palpitations. It's the old immortal who was abrupt. If little friend Yi is annoyed, I hope that you won't take it out on me. The old immortal is willing to bear the burden alone. How could the Zhao family head who had lived for so long not hear the meaning of Zhiguo's words, and hurriedly took all the responsibility onto himself? From Fong Ping's miserable state, it was easy to see that the peak of the king realm could not even bounce in front of this one. The Zhao clan's family head was truly afraid that Zhiguo would get angry and wipe out the entire Zhao clan's manor with a single slap. At this moment, he believed that the young man in front of him definitely had this ability. Bang! Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside, extremely abrupt in the quiet night. This was immediately followed by a sharp cracking sound that resounded through the villa. Large caliber bullets, and aimed at the very people in the villa. Everyone showed shocked faces and looked violently outside the villa. Yet the very moment the bullet was fired into the house, the flow of time seemed to be slowed down. Everyone's movements became sluggish, and even a simple movement of the fingers took a long time, including the large caliber bullet that had been shot at high speed. The speed had been reduced to an extreme at this time, and it was flying in a slow spin in the air. Zhiguo slowly stepped forward and grabbed the large caliber bullet in his hand. The few people in the room were shocked. He was actually unaffected? Zhiguo looked at the large caliber bullet in his hand that was the size of a water cup. This kind of bullet could also be called an explosive bullet. Once it hit the target it would explode violently, killing and injuring. This is running to kill everyone. Zhiguo's face was expressionless as he gently snapped his fingers, and instantly the flow of time in the room returned to normal. A few people realized with a jolt that everything was back to normal again, and looked at Zhiguo with even more shocked eyes. What is this ability to manipulate time? Just as several people came back to their senses, they realized that Zhiguo, who had been standing in front of them a second before, had already disappeared. The crowd rushed out of the villa in pursuit. Instead, he found that on the roof of a villa building in the distance, Zhiguo was choking a woman's neck with one hand and lifting her high in the air. You really have a lot of guts. Zhiguo's eyes were indifferent as he gazed at the woman in his hands. On the ground to one side, there was also a black gun lying there, and it was obvious that she was the one who had just fired the shot. She also looked to be in her late 20s, very young, with short hair, and very pretty, especially those eyes, which were actually light red and slightly glowing in the dark night. She was firmly choked by Zhiguo at this moment. Her face reddened, her head faint and heavy, feeling like she was about to suffocate. But even then she didn't die and fought back desperately. A short knife appeared in the woman's hand at an unknown time, and urging her spiritual energy, she swung violently towards Zhiguo's throat. Zhiguo didn't dodge or avoid, letting the blade fall. The alloy-forged short blade was incredibly sharp, and with the addition of spiritual power, even steel plates could be pierced through. But landing on Zhiguo's throat didn't cause the slightest damage. Not even half a white mark was drawn. A look of shock crossed the woman's pretty face, disbelief written in the eyes of her light red eyes. Overrated. Zhiguo's hand on her neck slammed downward, and the woman fell to the ground with a muffled grunt of pain. Then a foot stepped out with a bang. the woman's head shattered. Just then, a large number of patrols arrived in the manor and quickly surrounded the place. Seeing this, Zhao Shiyu rushed forward to evacuate. Seeing this, Zhiguo leapt down from the roof of the villa and arrived in front of Zhao Shiyu. "Well, no injuries?" she asked with concern. Zhiguo shook his head and said, "The person has been killed by me, a woman with red eyes." "Red eyes?" Zhao Shiyu was first startled. Then, as if he thought of something, he said indistinctly, "It's Fong Ping's daughter." "This makes sense. It is probably because she saw her father being abused by Zhiguo and was overcome with grief. That's why she took the gun to shoot, and very viciously chose a large caliber explosive bomb, wanting to make Zhao Shiyu a few people to accompany the burial as well. It was a pity that the person she ran into was Zhiguo, not to mention large caliber explosive bombs. Even if a nuclear bomb came, he could split it with a sword. She and Fong Ping are from Mega City number 2, and it seems that there's still a lineage that honors ancient martial arts, and because my grandfather was kind to Fong Ping, that's why he stayed at Zhao. Zhao Shiyu gently ruffled her wind-blown hair and softly spoke out to inform. Zhiguo, however, was unimpressed and did not take it to heart in the slightest. Looking at the time, he smiled and said, "It's so late, Miss Xiao send me back?" Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but give him a blank look, but still picked up the car keys and headed for the garage. Not far away, the Zhao clan's family head, as well as Zhao Shiyu's parents saw this scene, and a few people were relieved that this great Buddha was finally leaving. Soon the two of them went out of Zhao's manor, sped all the way, and in less than half an hour they arrived downstairs at Zhiguo's house. "Not going up to sit?" Zhiguo inquired with a smile. Zhao Shiyu shook his head and refused. "No, after the mess you made today, I still have to go back and clean up the mess at home." After saying that, he also glared fiercely at Zhiguo. Zhiguo laughed and turned around, ready to go upstairs. "Right, you should pay more attention in the near future. You killed Fong Ping's father and daughter, so beware of his family coming to seek revenge." Zhao Shiyu once again spoke out to remind. Zhiguo turned his head to look at her, his eyes teasing. "Don't worry, you're a prosperous husband. I'm sure I'll be fine." Zhao Shiyu froze, and after reacting with a slight blush, he cursed an asshole before rushing to drive away. Chapter 22 Strength Pit Sister. Looking at the taillights of the car that was far away, Zhiguo no longer stayed and skipped up the stairs. After returning home, he found that Su Jing actually hadn't gone to bed yet, and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly waiting for himself to come back. "Still not sleeping, Mom?" Zhiguo asked casually. Instead, he ended up seeing Su Jing looking at himself with an odd expression, with a smile on her face if anything. Zhiguo had an ominous feeling. "Why are you staring at me like that? Just now in the afternoon that girl sure you came to the house to look for you. You were not at home, so she managed to ask me for your phone number." Su Jing sized up her son, with a look of approval in her eyes, and as if she had already seen through everything. "Honestly, are you two rekindling an old flame, coming back so late and going on a date? Thanks to me still having a headache about your blind date. I didn't expect you kid to be so on the ball and get down to business so quickly." There was a strange color in Su Jing's eyes, which was the burning fire of gossip. Zhiguo immediately felt a wave of headache. He also finally realized at this moment that his melon-loving habit was inherited from Su Jing. There's no one else who stays up in the middle of the night, keeping watch in the living room for her son's return, just to gossip. How far has it developed? Su Jing was unforgiving, the fire of gossip in her eyes growing stronger as she pursued the question. "Mom, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed first. We'll talk about anything tomorrow, haha." Zhiguo only felt pressurized and fled the living room in a panic, rushing into the room without looking back and quickly unlocking the door. I'm afraid that the only one who could make him, a peak Mahayana cultivator, flee without a fight was Su Jing. Early the next morning, Zhiguo woke up and didn't even eat breakfast at home, directly grabbed the door and rushed towards the sealed door. Home is just too scary to stay in. Thinking of Su Jing's gossip-filled eyes, Zhiguo felt a chill. Coming to the sealed door, it was really like what Li Datong said. After uploading his information, it was really unhindered. Walking into the office that belonged to him, Zhiguo leisurely sat down on the reclining chair and picked up his cell phone to read a novel. When he came, he heard that Wang Yuxuan, Chen Qiming, and Chu Jiang had entered the secret room that was specially used for cultivation, and it was assumed that they had all gone to work on the martial arts techniques that he had given them. Usually those who enter the chamber, even if they come out, it's days later. That's good, just so no one will bother them. Just like this, Zhiguo spent 5 leisurely and enjoyable days. In 5 days he had 2 points and 1 line. In the morning he came to seal the door to touch the fish. In the evening, he went home. This period of time he had a rare time to live very free. Until the afternoon of the 6th day, when a familiar face came into his office. It was none other than Zhiguo, who had been seriously injured by his slap the other day. At this time, his face was a bit unnatural. If you took a closer look you could tell that the two sides were very asymmetrical and a bit crooked. He held the information in his hand and came to hand over to Zhiguo. Yi, Mr. Yi, this is the report that was transferred to your side by the 3 Wan Yuxuan in front of you. Please sign it. Zhiguo didn't dare to look directly at them. His voice was a little timid. Obviously, that last slap had traumatized him physically and mentally. Zhiguo didn't hold back his laughter. You're all healed? Well, I still have to thank Mr. Yi for being merciful at that time. Zhiguo no longer had the arrogant look he had at that moment. He had suffered too much in the past few days. But fortunately, Sealgate had special potions that helped transcendentalists recover from their injuries. But his jaw and half of his face are completely wasted, with no possibility of repair, and were filled in with bionic human bone. So now he's talking a little weird, obviously not acclimatized yet. Zhiguo didn't make things difficult for him either, signing the report that needed to be signed and letting him go. After Zhiguo left, Zhiguo entered the state of touching fish again and leisurely read a novel. It wasn't long before light footsteps sounded outside his door and a young girl appeared furtively in the doorway, peeking inside. Which family's child? What is he doing sneaking around outside the door? Zhiguo did not raise his head, but spoke, clearly having noticed the situation outside the door. The young girl was a bit surprised. How did the man find himself when he was clearly looking intently at his cell phone? She wasn't the least bit cowed, though, and instead walked in graciously when she was spotted. Zhiguo also put down his cell phone at this moment and raised his eyes. It was a young girl of about 12 years old, wearing a white and blue JK suit, with a delicate little face, her black hair tied in 2 ponytails, and a book in her hand. Looking lively, the young girl's gaze met with Zhiguo. The young girl looked like she had done something wrong, and after seeing Zhiguo's face clearly, she was actually a bit weak. Zhiguo frowned slightly, feeling that there must be something wrong with this little imp that appeared out of nowhere. Little sister, what's the matter with you? Zhiguo opened his mouth to inquire. The young girl was bold and not the least bit stage frightful, and the weakness she had just shown was quickly hidden. She came to Zhiguo with a bounce, her big eyes casting a curious gaze. Are you my sister's new teacher? I can't believe you're so young. Her voice was not yet childish, and had an aura about it. Your sister is Wang Yuxuan? Zhiguo quickly guessed her identity. How clever. The young girl's eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons before she moved closer again and whispered. My name is Wang Yunhua, and I want to make a deal with you. Zhiguo looked at this quirky young girl in front of him, and in a moment of playfulness, he lowered his voice and asked, Deal? What kind of deal? Wang Yunhua spoke mysteriously. I don't want to do my homework. I also want you to teach me martial arts. I'll take a good thing in exchange with you. When she finished, she even raised the book in her hand. Hearing this, Zhiguo knew that Wang seemed to be paying attention to the sealed door as well, and obviously already knew about Wang Yuxuan's entry into the secret room. But he didn't care, as long as he didn't mess with himself. Isn't this just an ordinary book? You actually want to trade martial arts with me? You think I'm a little cutie? Zhiguo said teasingly. Wang Yunhua pouted, obviously unconvinced. I'm telling you, it's good stuff in here. You boys surely can't refuse it. Oh, then give me a look first. Zhiguo felt that this niece was quite interesting and thought that she was fine anyway, so he planned to tease her. Wang Yunhua was wary. No, you first promised to teach me martial arts. You show me first, and if I think what you have in this book is worth it, I'll promise you. Zhiguo said. Don't worry, it's definitely worth it. Wang Yunhua patted her small chest, very confident. Then in that case, you'll show me first. Zhiguo continued to snub. Wang Yunhua suspiciously looked at Zhiguo for a few moments, seemingly hesitating, but confident in the book in his hand, so he deliberated for a moment before handing it over. Here, you can't renege on it if you read it. Zhiguo was full of smiles as he took it and opened the book straight away. At first it was normal. It was all about math problems, but after turning back a few pages, the content got progressively more powerful. Each page was replaced by a glued-on photo, and the characters in those photos are all her sister, Wang Yuxuan. There were swimsuits, thin summer pajamas, and even a thin towel wrapped around her body right after a shower. The variety of photos is endless and each one is not repetitive. It's really pleasing to the eye, and from the angle, these photos are all stolen. This nymphette level can be stolen photos are so good. No wonder this little girl just said that this book is a boy cannot refuse. So it is such a thing. How about it? I didn't lie to you. These can be exclusive, and I've never given them to anyone else. Just you. Wang Yuxuan said with a pair of small hands crossed at her waist with a few moments of complacency. Zhiguo cried and laughed. I have to say that this girl pits sister technology first class. Ha! Fenor, what are you doing here? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Then a puzzled Wang Yuxuan walked in. Chapter 23, The Lifeless Wang Yunua. Wang Yuxuan was tall with a slender waist, wearing a white undershirt and a red jacket on top, and a pair of slim pants underneath. With a pair of long, round and straight legs, she still wears a high ponytail and walks with a cool look. After 5 days of seclusion, she had just come out of seclusion now. Her strength had refined and she had already broken through to the 8th stage of the awakening realm, and she had benefited greatly. So she came to find Zhiguo to report her good news at the first opportunity. But she had a puzzled look on her face at that moment, and stepped into the office on long legs, obviously not understanding why her own sister was here. Looking at her sister who suddenly appeared, Wang Yunua was scared to the point of shrinking her neck, nervousness written all over her little face. She came to look for Zhiguo while Wang Yuxuan was in seclusion, hoping to make a deal with him, but now things are getting out of hand. Wang Yunua's pair of thieving eyes swept towards Zhiguo with his afterglow and realized that he was actually still holding that book and reading it at that moment, and immediately felt a cold sweat. She felt like she was expected to have an accident today. Sister, long time no see. Wang Yunua took the initiative to greet, spoke sweetly, and silently prayed in her heart that Zhiguo would close the book quickly. At the same time she kept blinking her eyes, trying to hint at Zhiguo. However, Zhiguo simply ignored her, enjoying the books in his hands on his own. Why did you come to Ceiling Gate? Wang Yuxuan was naturally fond of this sister of his, and immediately walked over and rubbed her little head. But soon she realized something was wrong. Why was this girl absent-minded? Her sight was still glancing over to Zhiguo's side from time to time, and squeezing her eyebrows. Wang Yuxuan also noticed the book in Zhiguo's hand at this time, and fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this Wang Yunua's homework? Nice shot. Nice to look at. Love it. I appreciate you. Right at this moment Zhiguo let out a comment and gave a thumbs up to Wang Yunua. Wang Yunua at this time the small face white, are almost crying out, thinking big brother you do not mess with me please quickly close the book. Wang Yuxuan became more and more suspicious, always feeling that there was something wrong with that homework book. What is it? Let me take a look too. Wang Yuxuan inclined his head, his eyes falling on the contents of the books. The next moment, she froze in place as if she were a statue, and the book posted was actually full of pictures of her, what with swimsuits and light summer pajamas. Wang Yuxuan lost his composure at this moment. A pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting fire, directly locking onto Wang Yunua beside him. Sister. Wang Yunua was covered in cold sweat, not daring to move a muscle, standing in place and slightly tilting her head, revealing a smile that was worse than crying, trying to awaken the sisterly love between the two. Wang Yunua. Wang Yuxuan gritted her silver teeth and opened her mouth almost word for word, pronouncing her sister's name. At that moment, Wang Yunua's heart panicked so much that her tiny body involuntarily shivered, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. It's over. She had a raw look on her face. Then, she was caught and beaten by her own sister. In the end, Wang Yuxuan grabbed the books in Zhiguo's hand, and even his earlobes turned red. She felt like she was going to die socially, thinking that even if her sister was messing around, Zhiguo was actually messing around even though he was such a big man. One dares to give, one dares to see even if, but also in person to comment on what looks good, love to see and so on. The more Wang Yuxuan thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but fatally beat up Wang Yunua again. Zhiguo can't stand it, said, children, naughty can understand, a little lesson even. Plus, your sister is really talented, and the level of filming is nothing less than those masters. Wang Yuxuan after hearing more and more annoyed. Think of those photos actually all from their own sister's hands, a time more ruthless. Wang Yunua did not hold back tears, thinking big brother you quickly stop, say it again a moment will be killed. After a long time, Wang Yuxuan almost finished out of gas, holding the immodest homework book questioned his sister. In the end, what do you want to do? Being beaten into submission. Wang Yunua cried out, and could only reveal the idea of also wanting Zhiguo to teach her martial arts. After hearing this Wang Yuxuan was angry and wanted to laugh, said, a young age, learn to bribe, with whom to learn. Wang Yunua was lectured without temper, shrinking in the corner and not daring to squeak. Tell me, why don't you stay well at home and run to seal the door? Wang Yuxuan asked again after he had admonished enough. Wang Yunua fiddled with the hem of her skirt with a pair of small hands and stammered, cousin Wang Jingtian came to Seal Gate to deal with something, so I followed him. Seeing that the two of them were chatting about family matters, Zhiguo had no time to listen and walked out after greeting them. Seeing this, Wang Yunua's face instantly became anxious again, and one by one, he scowled at Zhiguo, implying that he had already looked at what he had given, and that it was now time to give her martial arts skills. Zhiguo pretended not to see anything and went straight out the door. Wang Yunua was almost furious, like a little cat with fried hair, feeling that Zhiguo was too much. The little child was deceived, and he himself received a fat beating for nothing. Just out of the office, Zhiguo saw a car drive in downstairs, and a group of medical staff surrounded there. The doors opened and a large number of wounded were brought down from above for the medics to take over. Those wounded were quite seriously injured, missing arms and legs, wailing, which caused a lot of onlookers. Zhiguo realized that among those injured, there was actually a king realm and 3 quasi-king realm transcendents. Mr. Yi, why are you here too? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Zhiguo turned his head to look, and realized that the visitor was Li Datong, who was currently wearing a sad face, and had apparently also discovered the group of injured people below. Zhiguo glanced at him, then moved his eyes back down and asked, "Tell me, what's going on with those people?" Li Datong sighed heavily and said, "He was attacked while out on a mission, and there was more than one king realm creature on the other side." Oh, Zhiguo had a few moments of surprise. Someone else dares to hit the military? Li Datong's face was very grave, obviously also felt very strange. Even those plutocrats in the giant city, the closed doors to the military forces have always been well water. Never happened today this kind of thing. It's highly likely that several beast kings are teaming up to deliberately target. Li Datong had a bold guess after a little thought. Elder Li, where is the place of the attack? Wang Yuxian also came over at this time. She had just sent Wang Yunua away and had obviously learned something about the situation. The land of Jingchu. Li Datong murmured. The land of Jingchu was filled with plateaus and primitive jungles, with rolling hills, and even before the revival of the aura, that area was full of mystery and was a must-see for many adventure enthusiasts. Now that the aura had recovered, there was no need to think that it was absolutely incomparably sinister, and the danger factor was extremely high. That place? How many beast kings are there? Zhiguo suddenly asked. Li Datong didn't understand why Zhiguo suddenly asked this, but still answered honestly. More than that, the higher-ups have explored there before. Even one of the founders of the sealed sect was injured, and I'm afraid that creatures even more terrifying than the Beast King exist there. The personnel on this mission were merely passing through the outskirts of the land of Jingchu, but they even suffered an attack and were nearly wiped out by the group. Li Datong's words were grave, obviously full of scorn for the land of Jingchu. However, Zhiguo was interested, mainly because it had been so long since he came back from the forbidden land of No. 703, and not much of the meat of that Beast King had been eaten in the first place. He had been wondering earlier when he would hunt 2 more, and now it seemed that the opportunity had been presented to him. Chapter 24, An Inhabited Abandoned City. Want to go there and take a look? Zhiguo looked at Wang Yuxuan and asked with a smile. Going to hunt a few Beast Kings for a toothsome meal, and incidentally bringing Wang Yuxuan along with her, just so she could test the results of her cultivation over the past few days. Wang Yuxuan first froze, then revealed a surprised expression and said, "Where to? The land of Jingchu?" Zhiguo smiled and nodded. Wang Yuxuan was a little scared in her heart. Just now she could see the tragic situation of those injured people with her own eyes. Going to that place? The slightest carelessness would kill her, but she also believed in Zhiguo's strength, and since he could say this to himself, it meant that he had full confidence that he could return safely. Good. When will we go? Wang Yuxuan immediately agreed. On the side of the Li Datong is listening to the heart trembling. This master and disciple want to play what? Only a second ago he himself was saying that the land of Jingchu was extremely dangerous, and as a result, the two of them turned their heads and were discussing their preparations to go there. It's too dangerous. Mr. Yi, please think twice, Li Datong hurriedly persuaded. He knew that Zhiguo was very strong, and that was precisely why he didn't want the other party to have an accident. After all, the land of Jingchu was too dangerous, and even the several founders of the sealing sect were repulsed by it. There's no harm. When the time comes, I can bring back a few copies of the Beast King's blood for you to study and research. Zhiguo's voice was calm. This made Li Datong vibrate. Beast King blood. This was something that all forces wanted to study, and he didn't know how many people dreamed of getting it. Used in conjunction with a potion, it not only enhances physical functions, but even facilitates the strength of a transcendentalist. Heartbeat to heartbeat. But Li Datong is still unwilling to 2 people to risk. I'm just informing you, not discussing it with you. Zhiguo gave him a faint look. turned around and headed inside the office. Looking at Yi Zhiguo's departing back, Li Datong's heart was a mixture of flavors. This living ancestor he really can't suppress. He can only let out a bitter smile. Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, comforted on the side. It's alright, elderly. I believe that teacher Yi has his measure. After saying that, she also walked away, quickly following Yi Zhiguo in front of her. Teacher Yi, when are we leaving? Wang Yuxuan had a feeling of excitement in his heart and couldn't wait to ask. Just now, Yi Zhiguo replied casually. At first, Yi Zhuge originally wanted to bring Chen Qiming and Chu Jiang as well, but they were still in seclusion, so he dismissed the idea. Just half an hour later, the two of them set off, with Wang Yuxuan piloting a helicopter gunship all the way south. Li Datong was uneasy and wanted to arrange for manpower to go with him, but Yi Zhiguo refused. He didn't want to have too many burdensome people staying around. 7 hours later, it was getting late and the sun was setting late, coloring the sky blood red. After such a long drive, the duo had already approached the land of Jingchu. There were big mountains everywhere, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, and you couldn't see the head at all, like they had come to a flooded world, with huge trees hundreds of meters high. A helicopter gunship flying here is like a fly in the grass, totally disproportionate in size. There was clearly still light from the setting sun in the sky, but under the giant forest it was gloomy and the temperature was extremely low, chilling one's body. The helicopter gunships flew forward for about another half hour in this environment. Teacher Yi, there's a ruined city up ahead. Wang Yuxuan suddenly spoke up, looking forward through the glass. There really was a ruined city standing, a crumbling high-rise covered in vegetation, vines from giant trees drooping over the surface of the high-rise. It was dark, damp, like entering a ghost town. Yi Zhiguo put down his cell phone and raised his eyes to look there, and with just a glance, he sensed that something was wrong. Find a place to land, and rest here tonight, Yi Zhiguo said indifferently. Good. Wang Yuxuan nodded his head and then piloted the helicopter gunship to find a suitable landing location. Eventually they found a wider place to land, which looked like it should be the square where this ruined city used to be. Just coming down from the armed helicopter, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but shiver. It was just too cold here. Her grip on the scabbard couldn't help but tighten. Ever since the last time Yi Zhiguo gave her a sword manual, she had gotten a long sword from somewhere and had never left her side. Raising his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, the dilapidated houses falling to the east and west, the doors, windows, and walls crawling with vine vegetation, like tentacles in an intricate pattern. The city was dead, and all places revealed gloom. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but move closer to Yi Zhiguo, sniffing the fresh fragrance coming from beside him. Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but smile and said, "What? Scared? As a staunch materialist warrior, what's there to be afraid of?" Wang Yuxuan spoke stubbornly. Although her mouth was feisty, she always kept a very close distance from Yi Zhiguo. The two of them walked all the way inward, and as they entered the city, there was a depression and a sense of oppression in the ruined city that made people very uncomfortable. "Do you know why I want you to land here?" Yi Zhiguo suddenly opened his mouth, startling Wang Yuxuan. She shook her head, clearly unaware of what Yi Zhiguo was playing in his mind. "This ruined city is not right." Yi Zhiguo's voice lowered a few points and said, "There are people in here, and a lot of them." Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan felt the cold hairs on his body stand up. The dark and depressing environment here is already easy to make people's hearts hairy, and at this time, coupled with what Yi Zhiguo said, Wang Yuxuan instantly thought of those scenes in horror movies. "Teacher Yi, don't scare me." Wang Yuxuan wimped out, his face a bit ugly. Yi Zhiguo glanced at her, really not expecting that this woman who dared to shoulder a bazooka to bombard the Beast King actually also had times of fear. He shrugged and reached out to point to a building not far away. "See there? There's a man right there, staring at us right now." Looking in the direction Yi Zhiguo pointed to, Wang Yuxuan didn't see anything else except a dark window opening. No, don't scare me, Mr. Yi." Wang Yuxuan revealed a very forced smile. Yi Zhiguo smiled, did not say anything. His right hand pinched a sword finger. Immediately a sword chi coalesced, shot out and stabbed into the window opening of the building not far away. Poof! Soon, the sound of an object falling from a high altitude was heard from ahead, and it seemed extremely clear in the dead silence of the ruined city. Wang Yuxuan almost jumped up at the sudden movement, and his whole body was close to hanging on Yi Zhiguo. Her brows furrowed. There was something else? The two continued forward and soon arrived at the place where the commotion had just been made. On the ground, at this moment, there was a person lying, covered with broken clothes, bones as thin as firewood. The whole body was pale, without half a bit of blood color. There was a small hole in the center of his eyebrow, which was exactly what was left after being pierced by Yi Zhiguo's wisp of sword chi just now. But what surprised Wang Yuxuan was that the blood flowing from this person's brow was actually green. Chapter 25, Monster in the Ceiling. The sword chi hit right in the center of his eyebrow, and the man couldn't die anymore. Green sticky blood flowing continuously down the hole in his eyebrow. This person's blood. Why is it green? Could it be that a mutation has occurred? Wang Yuxuan felt astonished, his eyes staring at the corpse. The ruined city was isolated, with giant trees so thick that a single leaf could cover an adult, in which case no sunlight could penetrate during the day. That's why this body is so white. So she had some suspicions that this person had been living here for years and his body might have mutated long ago. After all, nowadays, the aura is revived, and many things, even if they are ridiculous, but then they do really and truly happen. Yi Zhiguo was unimpressed and didn't bother with the wandering Wang Yuxuan. He straightly stepped his legs over the corpse in front of him and walked towards the dilapidated building. By the time Wang Yuxuan reacted, Yi Zhiguo's figure had completely disappeared. Teacher Yi? Wang Yuxuan called out softly and hurriedly caught up with him. Just as I walked into the building, there was a big musty odor coming from not just the outside of the room, but even the inside of the house was covered with vines and fern vegetation. It was wet to the touch and made a snorting sound. Yi Zhiguo walked as if he were walking in the darkness, and soon reached the 5th floor, which was the same floor where the ghastly white human had just spied on them. He found a relatively clean place to sit and started a fire. It was then that Wang Yuxuan rushed up, holding a lighting device in his hand, and very consciously walked to sit in front of Yi Zhiga. Teacher Yi, just now you said that there are a lot of people in this ruined city. I reckon that the rest of the people are just like the one just now, and have mutated. Wang Yuxuan said. Yi Zhigua held a branch in his hand, poked the burning fire, and said, it's not mutation, it's parasitism. Parasite? Wang Yuxuan was a bit puzzled. Something has come to life here, and all the people in this city were originally dead. But the thing that has come to life planted its air inside these corpses, and that's what led you to think those people were still alive. In fact, they are long dead, and under the human skin are but other creatures wrapped up. Yi Zhigua said calmly. In fact, this was nothing. In the immortal cultivation world there were even more outrageous ones. In his memories, there was a powerful demon that slaughtered millions of people in a country in one night, refining everyone into his puppets. After listening to the explanation, Wang Yuxuan nodded his head as if he understood. You take care of the fire. I'll go out and get some wild game. Yi Zhigua got up and said. Wang Yuxuan froze. Leaving her alone in such a gloomy place? She just wanted to open her mouth to speak, only to find that Yi Zhigua had already disappeared. Mr. Yi? Wang Yuxuan tried to call out twice, but she didn't hear any answer. The only thing that kept echoing through the floor was her own voice. She couldn't help but scowl and move in the direction of the fire. Just then, a cold wind blew through the window, fluttering the flames. The flickering firelight reflected on Wang Yuxuan's pretty face, and she couldn't help but feel a little hairy in her heart. However, she remembered Yi Zhiga's words and tended the fire very attentively, not letting it go out. Snap! Suddenly, there was movement in the next room, like someone clapping their hands, and the sound was extremely clear. Wang Yuxuan was immediately alert, holding the long sword beside him, and the spiritual energy around his body was also running, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. However, after a long time of keeping a strict watch, she did not see any more movement ringing out. Just as she was about to put her long sword down, another anomaly came from behind her, and she clearly felt something ruffling her hair behind her. Who? Wang Yuxuan quickly got up, sheathed his long sword, and chopped behind him, very decisively, but the blow fell short, and there was nothing behind him. Her brow furrowed. Was she overly nervous and feeling wrong? At this very moment, Wang Yuxuan's body suddenly stiffened slightly, followed by a coldness in her neck, something resting on her neck. Wet. Instantly, her body was covered in goosebumps, but she reacted extremely quickly and turned around violently, swinging her sword and chopping down. Phew! The sword brought up a violent wind in the air, and behind her it was silent. Still nothing, but just now there was clearly such a clear touch coming from his neck. She reached out and ran her hand over her neck, and there were indeed water stains clinging to it, still slimy and disgusting. What is it? Pretending to be a god. If you have the ability to come out, this girl will split you with a sword. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but call out to give himself courage. It was too creepy. There was a big problem in this building. How could the sudden clapping of hands next door, the ruffling of her hair, the unknown object resting on her neck not be hair-raising? Wang Yuxuan scanned her surroundings vigilantly. She wasn't afraid of visible opponents, but was wary of such unknowns. The whole building was empty. No one responded to her. it was still dead silent. The light of the fire swayed in the room, and suddenly 2 drops of water fell, landing squarely on the fire. With a tinkling sound, Wang Yuxuan looked like he had thought of something and immediately raised his head. Then, her cold hair stood on end, and she felt incredibly frightened. On the ceiling, a ghastly white man was clinging to it, hairless, with eyes so wide open that they seemed to be sticking out. It stared down at Wang Yuxuan below with a deadly smile, a very exaggerated smile, the corners of its mouth grinning so wide that almost half of its face was distorted. Wang Yuxuan diaphragmatized to death, and at the same time felt more and more creepy. Seeing that he had been discovered, the monster affixed to the ceiling immediately stopped camouflaging and directly pounced down. Zhiguo had said that it was a human corpse, but there were creatures parasitizing it. After learning that he was actually being teased by such a thing, Wang Yuxuan was also furious. She didn't hold back in the slightest and directly chopped out with her sword. Click! One of that monster's thighs was cut off, and green viscous liquid spurted out like blood, but the other party seemed to be unable to detect the pain and immediately rolled over. Unable to move normally with a broken leg, so he grabbed the ground with both hands and came crawling quickly on the ground. This kind of monster is not strong, probably only awakening realm 4th stage. Wang Yuxuan can easily deal with it. The monster was still fast even if it was crawling with only 2 hands, and in the blink of an eye it was on her heels. Immediately after that, it raised its hands up high as if it wanted to hug Wang Yuxuan's thighs, and its mouth was open with sharp teeth, wanting to nibble. Pust! Wang Yuxuan's hand rose and her sword fell. A head rolled down. The monster was beheaded by her sword. Wang Yuxuan only felt a wave of nausea. Just now he was actually ruffled by its hair and touched his neck. Out of sight, out of mind. With a tug on the monster's corpse, she dragged it to the window and threw it straight down. At the same time, his eyes inadvertently swept downward, and at that moment, his entire body froze in place. The downstairs was filled with people, densely packed with hundreds of them. They were all pale and white, and they were currently tilting their heads, their eyes wide open with a weird smile, staring at Wang Yuxuan who was standing in front of the window. Chapter 26, Students. They're meant to be squeezed. A miserable white face was reflected in Wang Yuxuan's sight, tilting his head, his blank lax eyes staring at her in death, like a hunter who had been dormant for a long time and found his prey. The open space below was almost all packed with those kinds of monsters, densely packed and very creepy. Wang Yuxuan violently retracted his body and hid his body behind the window. Some cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the otherwise dead silent city suddenly resounded with violent noises. Immediately afterward she felt the building she was in shake. What's the commotion? Wang Yuxuan was anxious in his heart and leaned against the window to peek downstairs, only to see that those monsters gathered below were surging wildly, scrambling towards the building she was in like a tidal wave. At this time, Wang Yuxuan suddenly understood why the building he was in was shaking. It was because countless monsters had swarmed in and were climbing the building. It's too late to run away now. The downstairs is full of monsters. Jumping down will only kill you faster. Feeling that something bad was happening, she hastily lifted her longsword and rushed towards the stairway. No, we must hold this place. If we really let them all come up here, it's really over. Although her mind was flustered, she still made a judgment in the shortest possible time. The buildings in the ruined city were already in a state of disrepair, and with such a sudden influx of monsters, they had already begun to tremble, and it was feared that it wouldn't be long before they collapsed. Wang Yuxuan could only pray in his heart, hoping that he could hold out for a little while longer, and that he would be safe when Zhiguo returned. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her aura spilling out and enveloping her entire body as she watched the building with full attention. Roar! Countless hissing noises, accompanied by the sound of climbing buildings getting closer and closer. Soon a group of monsters rushed up, using their hands and feet. The picture was extremely bizarre. Upon seeing Wang Yuxuan, they became even more frantic, rushing forward with no desire to die. But again, because of the lack of width of the building, it resulted in many monsters being trampled underneath and dying at the hands of their fellow countrymen. But that doesn't stop them from continuing to move up. Wang Yuxuan gripped his longsword tightly, his arm snapped, and a blazing cold light surfaced on the blade. The longsword was sharpening iron like mud under the spiritual power, instantly chopping off the heads of the 3 monsters. Put! There was a splash of green pus and blood. Wang Yuxuan kicked out in a smooth manner, and the 3 headless corpses fell down in a smooth manner, rolling down the stairs and smashing into the group of monsters at the back. Many monsters were hit, and when they were knocked down, they created a chain reaction and fell back behind them, and more monsters fell to the ground immediately. However, this could only have an extremely brief delaying effect, and Wang Yuxuan did not dare to slack off in the slightest. As expected, just after a few short breaths the monsters below rushed up again. Wang Yuxuan kept swinging with his longsword in hand. Each sword was able to take out 2 to 3 monsters. Thick green blood flowed in the hallway, and broken limbs and arms were everywhere. She took advantage of the narrowness of the stairwell, where the monsters couldn't swarm her, and kept killing. But there were simply too many monsters, rushing up in a steady stream, as if they simply couldn't be killed. They opened their mouths almost to the base of their ears and came forward in a desperate attempt. Phew! Phew! Wang Yuxuan gasped for air. Green blood stains were everywhere on her body. Hundreds of monsters had already died under the sword, and more corpses were piling up in the hallway. But even so more and more monsters rolled over the bodies and continued on, and she didn't dare to stop, struggling to swing the long sword in her hand. But just then, Wang Yuxuan suddenly smelled the aroma of roasted meat. She subconsciously inclined her head, and was surprised to find that Zhiguo had returned at some point, sitting in front of the fire, holding a deer leg in his hand, roasting it. He poked the fire with a branch and observed the deer leg in his hand. Feeling that the fire should be almost ready, he gently tore off a small piece and put it into his mouth. Extremely leisurely, Wang Yuxuan was about to cry in a hurry, thinking that Zhiguo was willful and bad, and didn't say anything when he came back, leaving her alone to fight for her life in the hallway. Teacher Yi, there are many monsters downstairs, all trying to rush up, Wang Yuxuan said anxiously. As she spoke she didn't forget to swing her long sword and cut down a few monsters that had already rushed in front of her. However, Zhiguo had an indifferent attitude. I know, I saw it all when I came back. Wang Yuxuan was on the verge of crying in a hurry, thinking that if you know why don't you come over to help? I'm exhausted. Teacher Yi, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Yuxuan clenched her silver teeth. After guarding the entrance of the building for so long and not stopping for a moment to fight, she was about to exhaust herself. You have to believe in yourself. This deer leg is fresh enough, and the taste of the exotic beasts in the land of Jingchu is different. Zhiguo tore off another piece of meat and put it into his mouth, revealing a sense of enjoyment, and then took out a bottle of wine from his storage ring and tilted his head back to drink a few large mouthfuls. As for Wang Yuxuan's side, he temporarily did not help the idea. After all, is his own students well? Squeeze a little is normal. It just so happened that she could also take this opportunity to hone her, and incidentally test how much her strength had improved from before. Hearing Zhiguo's words, Wang Yuxuan's entire body was not well, gasping for air as a sharp soreness came from his body. I'm fighting for my life in the front, but you're sitting in the back enjoying yourself like you're on a trip, eating barbecue and drinking wine. Flirting was flirting, but Wang Yuxuan still had something in her heart, and she also guessed that Zhiguo was trying to hone herself. So she stopped talking and focused her attention on the monsters that kept rushing in. Boom boom boom. The sound of climbing in the building was continuous, and the monsters were still rushing up in a steady stream. The spiritual energy around Wang Yuxuan's body was much thinner than just now, and his physical strength was rapidly draining away. She gritted her teeth, ignoring the insufficient supply of spiritual energy and the soreness coming from her body, and continued to fight, her longsword stance constantly changing. What she executed was precisely the Qingyu sword technique that Zhiguo had passed on to her, and although she had only practiced it for less than a week, she had already grasped some of the skin of it. It was also because of this that Wang Yuxuan was able to hold on to the stairway for so long, but she was almost at her limit. Her body was almost exhausted. Even swinging her sword felt very strained. Pust! A sword will pounce too close to the monster lords. Wang Yuxian cannot help but backward 2 steps. Footsteps are a bit weak. Stand are a bit unsteady. Roar! Seemingly sensing that the other party could no longer support themselves, hissing roars came from the monsters in the hallway, excitedly rushing forward. Wang Yuxuan had tried her best. She was completely exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to lift her sword. She could only watch the monster getting closer and closer to her. Whoosh! Just as the monsters were about to pounce on her, a sword chi suddenly shot in, carrying a harsh and unrivaled might that instantly pierced through those monsters. After piercing through those monsters, the sword chi had no tendency to dissipate. As if it had an autonomous consciousness, it continued to shoot towards the bottom of the building. Put! The sound of a sharp weapon passing through flesh kept ringing out for a while, and pieces of monsters kept falling. Wang Yuxuan sighed in relief. She knew that it must be Zhiguo who had made a move. Chapter 27, Disturbing the Sleep. Wang Yuxuan stood panting, his hand carrying the longsword trembling slightly, not out of fear but as a result of exhaustion. She listened to the sound of sharp weapons piercing through her flesh constantly coming from below, and her heart was filled with yearning, wondering when she would be able to have this kind of strength. Seeing her still standing there in a daze, Zhiguo lightly smiled and said, What are you doing standing there? Come over and take a rest. The deer leg in his hand was already roasted, nourishing and bubbling with oil, sprinkled with the spices taken out from the storage ring. The aroma was overwhelming and appetizing. Wang Yuxuan dragged her tired body to the fire and sat down. She didn't want to move at all now. She just wanted to take a hot bath and then have a beautiful sleep. That's not how you make a sword. Yi Zhiga tore off a large piece of venison and handed it to her. Wang Yuxian received the venison, and when she heard this, she instantly felt not sleepy, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Zhiga dead in the face. Yi Zhiga unhurriedly ate the meat and took another sip of wine before he slowly opened his mouth. Killing an enemy with a sword is mainly based on skill and stances, as well as being attentive, not on brute force like you just did, which would only be a waste of physical strength. After saying that, he then went on to add, but it's still too early to talk about this at this stage, so you'll naturally understand it later when you've familiarized yourself with it. Wang Yuxuan cried and laughed, feeling that you are talking about loneliness, but she wasn't in a hurry. After all, she had only started practicing the sword a few days ago, and she understood the principle of not being overly ambitious. At this time, Yi Zhiga took out another cup from his storage ring, pouring it full of wine and handing it over. I made my own wine. Taste it? Wang Yuxuan was a bit surprised, obviously not expecting that this cheap teacher of his would actually make wine. She took it with both hands, and the strong smell of wine and medicine hit her nose. This is the medicinal wine I once brewed in my spare time. Yi Zhiga made an explanation. These wines stayed in his storage ring sealed for at least 100 years. When brewing can be used in the cultivation world of the best spirit wine and spirit medicine, for the cultivator is definitely a great tonic. Wang Yuxuan didn't know how to drink, but nay it was given by Yi Zhiga, so she still brought it to her mouth and took a small sip. As soon as she entered the mouth, the pungent sensation hit her, and immediately afterward, she felt as if there was a fire burning in her chest, and the spiritual energy contained within it traveled to all her limbs and bones. Subsequently, 2 nosebleeds flowed out, and Wang Yuxuan closed both of his eyes and directly fainted. Bad. Forgetting that the average person can't even withstand the medicinal properties of this wine anymore, should have diluted it before giving it to her. Yi Zhiga couldn't help but slap himself on the head. The wine he brewed, no matter which ingredients were taken from the top quality of the immortal cultivation world. At this time, Wang Yuxuan's situation, simply put, is to make up too much, the body cannot stand. Yi Zhiga smiled helplessly and set Wang Yuxuan's messy fallen body right, then continued to sip alone. Early the next morning, the sun was rising in the east, but the city was still dim, and the sunlight could not penetrate the thick branches and leaves of the giant trees. Wang Yuxuan woke up quietly at this time. His eyes were full of doubts. How did he fall asleep last night? She held her head and suddenly remembered the glass of wine Yi Zhiga handed her. Could it be that the wine had been spiked with something? Wang Yuxuan was shocked, and could not help but brainstorm those dog-blooded plots and novels, and hurriedly checked up his body, and realized that there were no traces of torn clothes on his body, which made him relieved. This operation made Yi Zhiga's mouth twitch as he watched. Good guy. What kind of person does this take me for? Teacher Yi, how did you brew that wine? The medicinal properties are so strong. 1 sip and I'm drunk. Wang Yuxuan murmured and opened his mouth. Yi Zhiga looked at this scene, said in a bad mood, this is a good medicinal wine. Thousands of gold is hard to find. The absolute tonic, whether you are injured or sick. A mouthful of guarantee you wine to life. Ah bah, disease away. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan froze, feeling that he had been made up to pass out. However, she did feel a change in her body. The soreness from last night was gone, and the spiritual energy flowing in her body was smoother than before. She also felt her fitness improve dramatically as well, and if she were to face last night's situation in her current state, she was certain that she would never run out of steam so quickly. The feeling was like having opened up the 2 chakras. Who would have believed, to put it mildly, that she had changed so much just because of a sip of wine? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a loud sound suddenly came from the dead and silent ruined city. The ground trembled and countless buildings shook. Wang Yuxuan hurriedly looked out and found a giant tree in the sky that had moved its roots and stepped into the ruined city. Countless thick roots were like tentacles, and the moment they touched the ground, the earth and rocks crumbled, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. What was even more shocking was that there was a human face growing on the main trunk of that tree, with a pair of eyes glowing green, as if they were 2 giant lanterns in the gloomy ruined city, which was particularly creepy. Those huge eyes rotated, and soon saw the bodies of the pale white monsters all over the city, strewn everywhere. In the next moment, it even cried out mournfully. Its voice was so shrill that some of the buildings closer to it were directly shattered by the shock. and concrete blocks and steel bars flew all over the sky. "Child, my child, who is it? Who is it?" The giant tree emitted a human voice, and the sound echoed throughout the entire ruined city, so loud that it shook Wang Yuxuan's face with a pained expression, and he couldn't help but cover his ears with both hands. She was certain that this giant tree's cultivation had definitely reached the king realm, and possibly even higher. At the same time, she also got another information from the other party's words. Those monsters that she killed last night were actually its children. Then when he first entered the city yesterday, Zhiguo said that there was something in here that had become a spirit, and he was obviously talking about this giant tree, and the ones parasitized in those human corpses were actually small tree spirits. No wonder their blood was green. Wang Yuxuan came to a realization. At this time, Zhiguo also got up, stretched his waist and then looked faintly at the distant tree spirit, and with just one glance, he learned that the other party was at the peak of the king realm cultivation. The tree spirit also sensed the scent of a living person in a building in the distance, and it also realized that that place had the most corpses of its children. Instantly it realized that it was the people in that building that had killed all of its children. Die! Death to all of you! The tree spirit almost had a seizure, its huge body shaking violently, dozens of leaves spilling out, each of which was so wide that it could easily wrap around an adult human. As its words fell, the giant leaf wrapped in a huge amount of energy and shot out explosively. Under the support of spiritual power, dozens of wide leaves rotated at high speed with sonic booms, aiming at the very building where Zhiguo and his duo were, disturbing people's dreams early in the morning. "Get out!" Zhiguo casually slapped his hand out. A huge palm print appeared in the sky above the entire ruined city. The void collapsed, and thousands of winds and thunder continued to intertwine, covering the sky and the sun, falling down with boundless pressure. Chapter 28, You're Mine If I Kill You. High up in the sky, a huge palm print almost covered the entire ruined city, carrying an endless pressure as it suppressed it. The dozens of leaves launched by the tree spirit were wiped out under this terrifying pressure, instantly crushed into pieces. Boom boom boom. The ruined city continued to sink, countless tall buildings bursting into pieces and the ground collapsing. The terrifying palm print, with an unrivaled momentum, continued to enlarge above the tree spirit's head. Tree spirit at the moment feel the soul is trembling, want to escape, but was horrified to find that his whole body cannot move, as if bound by an invisible shackle. It could only watch as the boundless palm imprints fell and smashed alive on its own body. Boom! Along with the loud sound, the entire ruined city collapsed and annihilated, and that tree spirit, too, was turned into a bloody mist under this devastating palm print. Tree spirit to death do not understand their own king realm peak cultivation, how even half a little splash cannot lift up on the scribbling on the end. With the death of the tree spirit, the terrifying palm prints disappeared. Along with the palm imprint, a whole ruined city disappeared, as well as the huge trees that covered the sky around the ruined city. The first rays of sunlight came to this dim, sunless place. Wang Yuxuan stood beside Zhiguo and thus did not suffer any damage. An extremely shocked look appeared on her face. The oppressive feeling of that palm print that covered the sky was too strong, causing a great shock to her heart. Wiping out a city with a single palm, killing creatures at the peak of the king realm in seconds. A nuclear bomb isn't that violent, is it? Wang Yuxuan saw it really well, and this was still just a casual slap from Zhiguo. Originally, she thought that Zhiguo only had extremely high attainments in the sword path, but she didn't realize that she was still too short-sighted. Just as she was still in a daze, Zhiguo's voice sounded quietly. "Stop gawking, come on, I'll take you somewhere fun." As the words fell, Wang Yuxuan only felt a hand grabbing his wrist, and then the scene around him rapidly regressed. By the time she reacted, she was already out of the ruined city and at the foot of a large, looming mountain. This big mountain was so full of Rui Qi, and the spiritual Qi flowed around it, so it was clear at a glance that it was an extraordinary place. Wang Yuxuan stroked her wind-blown hair and asked, "Teacher Yi, here?" "The lair of that tree spirit just now," Zhiguo said. Wang Yuxuan cannot help but be dumbfounded. Kill each other even if, and now also to stab its lair. This is to be driven to the rhythm of extermination? The duo then began to climb the mountain. Just after stepping foot within the confines of this mountain, one could feel the thick Qi of life flowing, making one feel soothed and relaxed. Ahead, majestic flowing spiritual energy erupted from a huge ancient cave. That tree spirit is quite good at picking places. Zhiguo laughed lightly. The spiritual Qi of this mountain range was intertwined with the flow of life Qi, and it was considered a piece of precious land. Wang Yuxuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and he was also continuously surveying this place. Let's go in and take a look." Zhiguo opened his mouth. Just as the duo approached the cave entrance, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A beast roar came from it, followed by a huge head poking out of the ancient cave, with cold eyes and a ghostly light flowing from its body. Since when do humans dare to set foot in the land of Jingchu and come here to offend? The huge head opened its mouth to speak, shaking the entire mountain forest and causing leaves to fall. It was a king realm lizard with scales glowing with a cold light, more than 30 meters long, with a huge mouth that opened and closed with ghostly fangs. The master is dead, and you, the watchdog, are still so dutiful? Zhiguo looked at it with a teasing face. This lizard was not strong. It should have just broken through to the king realm, otherwise it wouldn't have been enslaved by that tree spirit. Don't bother compelling the king. The lizard let out a loud roar, and his king realm aura exploded. Many foreign beasts in the entire mountain range trembled. It opened its mouth wide and ejected a thick white liquid that swept over with a rumbling sound. It was the venom from its mouth that was extremely corrosive. Classy. Yi Zhiga brought Wang Yuxuan straight forward, completely ignoring the thick venom that swept over. He lifted his finger and flicked it. The fire was monstrous, and the entire ancient cave was filled with dancing flames in a circle of hundreds of meters, melting the ground, and the venom that had been sprayed evaporated before it even hit the ground. This lizard is horrified. It is the king of beasts. This mouthful of venom down almost nothing can resist, but this person in front of him completely ignored it. And the burning flame? It felt that if it was dipped in it would probably be hard to protect its life. It instantly realized that it couldn't afford to mess with this human. It then instantly conceded and its massive body slumped to the ground in submission. Big brother, don't kill me. I would like to become your mount. As long as you don't kill me, everything in this cave is yours. Wang Yuxuan widened his eyes. Didn't he say that all beast kings have their own pride, never easily bowing down? How come now it seems like it's not all like that? A mount. Are you worthy of it? Yi Zhiguo's eyes were indifferent as he continued to speak. As for the things within this cave, it's mine just as much as it is mine if I kill you. As the words fell, he flicked his hand with a sword finger, and a sword chi exploded out, instantly penetrating through the head of this lizard, its breath completely gone. At this time, the cave bustled, and some more small tree spirits crawled out. They were about the size of an ordinary human, with human faces born on their main trunks, and at this time, their faces were terrified. Yi Zhiguo reached out and with a grip, the group of small tree spirits burst apart and turned into blood mist. The duo then stepped into the ancient cave, ready to ransack it. The cave was littered with the skeletons of humans and alien beasts. The skeletons were wrapped in vines, obviously captured by the tree spirits, trying to parasitize them but failing, hence the blood and flesh were devoured by the vines. Damn these things! Wang Yuxuan looked at these sights and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the long sword in his hand. Yi Zhiguo indifferent. This counts with which, the cultivation world is really weak and strong. As long as the strength is enough, then you are above all the rules. What you see on the grab is it, do not want to kill is it, even if the slaughter of a country, no one dares to care about you. As he went deeper, the temperature inside the cave became lower and lower, but the further in, the higher the concentration of aura became. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was actually a pool several square meters wide, in which the water was blue, glowing and bubbling with cold air. There was also a lotus flower growing in the center of the pool, blue-white in color, fearless of the cold air in the pool, in full bloom, emitting a fragrance. This is a spirit medicine. Wang Yuxuan revealed a shocked expression. No wonder there was such a majestic spiritual chi within this ancient cave. It turned out that there was another cave in the depths, and that tree spirit had actually planted a spiritual medicine here. Around the pool, there were also a few strains of exotic grasses rooted, similarly bubbling with light. Although not as good as the lotus flower in the pool, it was still quite extraordinary, with a tendency to evolve towards spiritual medicine. As for Yi Zhiguo, he withdrew his gaze after just a glance. These low-grade medicinal herbs couldn't attract his attention yet. He continued rummaging and found a fist-sized glowing crystal in a corner. Spirit stone? He was a bit surprised, not realizing that this mineral was actually born here. The use of spirit stones was widespread in the immortal cultivation world. They contained spirit power of high purity and could be used to absorb for cultivation. They could also be used as currency, and they could also be used to refine them into storage rings. It's not a bad trip. Yi Zhiguo took the spirit stone in his hands and waited for a few moments. Then he immediately divided it into three and injected spirit power into it for refining. A moment later, the impurities of the spirit stone that had been divided into three pieces fell off, eventually transforming into three storage rings floating in the air. Chapter 29, Lend You Something. Looking at the three storage rings suspended in front of him, Yi Zhiguo held them in his hands with satisfaction. Wang Yuxuan also cast a curious gaze. Yi Zhiguo casually tossed a storage ring to her. Teacher Yi, what is this? Wan Yuxuan solemnly caught it and placed it in the palm of his hand to survey it. The storage ring was ice cold, emitting faint aura fluctuations. A storage ring, used in conjunction with spiritual energy, can store items in it, but it can't store living things, Yi Zhiguo explained with a smile. Wang Yuxuan was surprised. She had only seen this kind of thing in novels. She didn't think that it could actually be refined inside reality. No wonder Yi Zhiguo obviously didn't bring anything with him, but he could always take out all sorts of things he needed. So it turned out that he had a storage ring on his body. She put it on her finger and looked it back and forth, obviously liking it very much. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Yuxuan happily opened his mouth. In the future, he would no longer need to worry about the amount of luggage when going out or anything. Yi Zhiguo waved his hand indifferently and put away the remaining 2 storage rings, preparing to give one each to his mom and dad when he got home. Wang Yuxuan urged his spiritual power, put the long sword in his hand into the storage ring, took it out again, and experimented with it several times in a row. His heart became more and more happy, looking at her with this look of not having seen the world. Yi Zhiguo shook his head without any good sense of humor. He then placed his eyes on the lotus flower in the pool not far away, reached out and grabbed it, and immediately sucked it in and held it in his hand. Lotus flower flooded with refreshing fragrance, petals slightly trembling, obviously has some spiritual intelligence. At this time, even in feeling afraid, prompting his spiritual energy, a halo of light appeared. The medicinal effect of the lotus flower was completely stimulated, and the fragrance penetrated out, provoking the many foreign beasts outside the ancient cave to move. Yi Zhiguo naturally sensed it and released a wisp of pressure, instantly chilling the foreign beasts within a radius of dozens of miles. He gently gripped the lotus flower in his hand, and the halo of light instantly turned inward again, and the lotus flower was instantly refined by him, becoming a blue and white elixir. Immediately after that, he casually threw his hand again and gave the elixir to Wang Yuxuan. Count yourself lucky. Eat it. Break through right here. It should be enough for you to advance to the king realm. Yi Zhiguo spoke indifferently. Wang Yuxuan saw this, almost moved to tears. This is a spiritual medicine. All the major forces of the parties are eyeballing the thing. As a result, he just gave it to himself. Seeing the touched look on her face, Yi Zhiguo hurriedly spoke. You hurry up and hold it back. Go soak in that pool after taking the elixir. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan breathlessly rolled his eyes, thinking that Yi Zhiguo was really uninterested. It was so hard to stir up the emotions, but as a result, one sentence broke the atmosphere. Still, she obeyed and swallowed the elixir in her hand into her stomach, and immediately a gentle spiritual energy rushed through her body, nourishing her meridians. The medicinal effect of the spirit medicine was fierce for the transcendentalists, and devouring it was accompanied by a certain risk of bursting into flames. But after Yi Zhiguo's refining of the elixir, it was surprisingly mild. Wang Yuxuan gave him a deep look, his eyes filled with admiration. Feeling her gaze, Yi Zhiguo only felt goosebumps all over his body, and then turned his back without seeing his eyes. Wang Yuxuan didn't dilly-dally and decisively jumped into the pool and began to refine the elixir in his body. The cold air from the pool climbed up her body and traveled between her skin as if it were a thin veil. This was the birthplace of that lotus flower, and at this time, cooperating with each other, the medicinal properties of the elixir could be maximized. It should take some time for her to break through this time, Yi Zhiguo murmured, feeling that it was time to go and do some business. He then walked out of the ancient cave and set up a restriction at the entrance to prevent the foreign beasts from attacking. Before leaving with peace of mind, the scene shifts. Yi Zhiguo had arrived at a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, like a huge dragon coiled on the ground, with an abundance of spiritual chi that was no worse than the place occupied by the tree spirits. Boom boom! Between the mountains, 2 behemoths were fighting. The ground trembled and earth and rocks crumbled. Those were 2 beast kings. One of them was shaped like a lion, born with 3 heads, with golden hair that glistened in the sunlight, spitting flames from its mouth, burning mountains and refining rocks. The other head is a pangolin armor. The back of the scale armor, greenish-black, a pair of forelimbs of infinite strength, gently beat the ground to shake the mountains. Yi Zhiguo was precisely attracted by these 2 beast kings that were fighting each other. He stood in mid-air, quietly watching. Suddenly, he realized that in the mountain range below, a youth was hunkering down, also keeping an eye on the 2 fighting beast kings. Interesting, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Surprisingly, he sensed a familiar aura on that youth. And that aura came from the immortal cultivation world. Could it be that the other party had also come to Earth by breaking through from the immortal cultivation realm? But how did he know the coordinates of Earth? A series of questions surfaced in Yi Zhiguo's mind, and he realized that things were getting more and more interesting. In the mountain range, the two beast kings were still fighting continuously, their hissing sounds shaking the sky and the earth. The lion king born with 3 heads made a pounce, and its thick forelimbs slapped on the back of the mountain-piercing armor, and with a loud thud, the hard and massive back armor of the mountain-piercing armor directly dented. It was certainly a heavy blow, and the pangolin let out a roar of pain. Knowing that it was unbeatable, it immediately swung its sharp claws and tried to vanish, but the 3-headed lion king obviously didn't give it that chance, and the flames spewing out of its mouth cut off any backward path, and then swooped forward, snapping the wearer's neck with a bite. Roar! The 3-headed lion king stomped the body of the pangolin armor under his feet and let out a roar that resounded through the mountain range, as if declaring his sovereignty. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the air and stood steadily in front of it. The visitor was none other than Zhiguo, who looked at the 3-headed lion king with interest, revealing a satisfied expression. The 3-headed lion king was obviously also startled by the sudden appearance of this human. This is the land of Jingchu. There are actually humans who are not afraid of death and dare to break in. And then there was the way that human looked at itself. Why did it not make it feel creeped out? Little lion, lend you something on you. Zhiguo opened his mouth. He was very satisfied with the lion. With its robust size, the meat must be very good. Human, how dare you? The 3-headed lion king slowed down. Flames rose in his eyes, and his hair stood up like steel needles as he opened his bloody mouth and bit down. Zhiguo was unimpressed and urged his sword chi to meet him directly. Click! The sword chi was like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, it chopped off all 3 of its heads and smashed them heavily on the ground. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of the youth hiding in the mountain range. Master, that person is so strong. The youth spoke in a small voice, his eyes filled with scorn. As the words fell, the pendant on his chest flashed slightly, followed by a melodious female voice ringing in his ears. Why does this person's back look a bit familiar? It should just be similar. You don't have to be alarmed. No one in this world is a match for Master yet. Just go ahead and go. Master can cover for you. Hearing the voice coming from the pendant, excitement welled up on the youth's face, and he immediately stopped hibernating and got up to rush down below. Chapter 30 Remnant Soul of Yuaning Stage. The youth's name was Wang Fong, an orphan who had been abandoned since he was a child. But fortunately, he was born with strength that was different from the norm, and was thus taken in. 3 years ago the aura revived and he was abandoned again, having to base himself in a scavenger camp because he couldn't afford to buy residency in a megacity. In order to survive, he rose early and labored late every day. Just 3 months ago, he picked up a pendant inside the Forbidden Land due to an accident, and there was actually a soul body inside, and since then he has been going against the grain. With the help of his soul body, he cultivated to the Quasi-king realm in 3 months, and his status rose within the scavenger camp. Wang Feng entered the land of Jingchu this time in order to hunt a king realm beast, wanting to drink the king's blood to evolve again and impact the king realm. Just after entering this mountain range, he ran into the 2 beast kings who were killing each other, and thought that he could pick up a leak, but he didn't expect Zhiguo to suddenly kill out. Wang Feng tumbled between the mountain ranges, his body surging with chi and blood, not concealing his aura in the slightest as he quickly approached Zhiguo below. A few seconds later, he arrived behind Zhiguo. Zhiguo had long sensed the other party's aura, only he didn't take care of it and cleaned up the Beast King's corpse by himself. Hey, I discovered these 2 Beast Kings first. Everything has to be about first come first served, right? Wang Feng's words were filled with open-mindedness. These 3 months were unbeatable, and whenever he encountered an unbeatable opponent he had his master to help him, causing his heart, which had been suppressed for over 10 years, to rapidly twist and swell. He felt that he had been transformed and possessed the capital of arrogance. Zhiguo turned to look at him, his gaze lingering slightly on the pendant on his chest, instantly gaining insight into everything about him. Originally, I thought that I had run into a Taoist friend from the immortal cultivation world, but I didn't expect that it was just a soul body possessed in a pendant. Little doll, I killed this beast king. Is it possible that just because you saw it first, it belongs to you? Zhiguo's gaze teased. Little doll? I see that you already have a way of getting killed. Wang Feng did not dilly-dally in the slightest, and immediately urged his spiritual energy. The bones in his flesh and blood crackled and popped, and his torso instantly grew larger, like a small mountain. I can't see through this person's strength, and there's a familiar feeling. Don't be impulsive. The female voice in the pendant suddenly sounded in Wang Feng's mind. Wang Feng, however, was unimpressed and snorted coldly. Master, didn't you say that you have no rivals on earth? So what's the point of being afraid of him? Just kill him. Knock. As he took a step, the ground trembled slightly, showing that his torso contained an extremely strong power at this time. Wang Feng violently slammed out a fist that was as big as a casserole and blasted at Yi Zhiguo's head. Bang! However, the scene that Wang Feng expected of the other party's head bursting into pieces did not appear. He only felt a heavenly rotation, and then he was inexplicably lying on the ground. He had blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and his bones were falling apart. Yi Zhiguo stepped forward again and supplemented Wang Feng's chest with a kick, instantly causing his chest to collapse and directly explode. Hot blood soared out, and the internal organs that were pulsating inside were faintly visible. The extreme pain caused Wang Feng's face to turn pale, and his body changed back to its normal size, trembling and spasming. Fellow Daoist, why don't you come out and meet me? Yi Zhiguo looked at the pendant on his chest and directly picked it out. It's him. How is he? At this moment, the female voice once again sounded in Wang Feng's mind. Only the voice was very frightening, as if he had seen something very horrible. Wang Feng was on the verge of fainting from the pain. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he might have just lost his life. He heard the fear-filled voice in his head and spoke with a few moments of dissatisfaction. Master, why didn't you make a move just now? That kick of his almost directly trampled me to death. How is he? It's over. It's over. Quickly, little Fong, give me control of your body. Quickly. The female voice filled with anxiety resounded in his head once again. Good. Wang Feng thought that she was the one who was going to make a move, so he answered in his heart and relaxed his body, allowing the power in that pendant on his chest to infest it. His weak gaze sneered at Yi Zhiguo, as if to say, you're finished, even the gods can't save you this time. Yuaning stage? Yi Zhiguo laughed out softly and didn't make a move to stop it, but just looked at the other party playfully. Wang Feng's body was tumbling with Yuaning power as his bones and flesh glowed and regrew, his injuries rapidly healing. His eyes also turned from black to red, and his aura around him skyrocketed. With a whoosh, he rushed up into the sky and swept into the distance as a stream of light. Yi Zhiguo looked at the other party's fleeing direction with a smile and didn't chase after them at the first opportunity. Instead, he put away the tended beast king meat into his storage ring. Master, why run away? Isn't it good to slap him to death? Wang Feng's voice rang out. He was puzzled that his master, who used to be incredibly strong, actually fled without a fight today. He even felt that she seemed to be afraid. Shut up, you have no idea how terrifying he is. This time it's troublesome. Why did he come to this world too? The female voice rang out, full of anxiety and fear, frantically urging her spiritual energy to bring her speed up to her own limit. Her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of many sects surrounding one person in the past. That green-shirted man was like no one's business. His sword chi was rampant, killing the many sects that were routed and bloodied. And in the end, he even retreated in one piece. She, too, was killed by the other party's sword chi in that battle, and a wisp of her Yuaning drifted in the realm's turbulence for hundreds of years before coming to Earth by chance. Originally, he had thought that he would regather a complete Yuaning in the Earth where the aura was revived, and return to the peak, or even go to the next level. But today, she unexpectedly saw the green-shirted man from back then again. We can't stay here. We must find a safe place to hide. The female voice rang out. But as soon as she remembered the other party's terrifying strength and that she might not be able to escape, her mood instantly plummeted into an ice cave. Sprinting all the way, he didn't dare to have the slightest pause at all. The escape lasted for a whole afternoon, until the sun was setting in the west, and the aura in his body was almost depleted. Then he found a hill and hid inside. Master, what place have we come to? Wang Feng looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and spoke weakly. He was already heavily injured, and with the frantic exertion of fleeing all the way, his breath had long since shriveled to the extreme. At that moment, the pendant on his chest flashed, followed by an illusory figure floating out from it. It was a woman with silver white hair and red eyes, wearing a purple robe, with skin like gelatin and excellent appearance. Because of the drastic consumption of her spiritual energy, her figure, which was already a remnant of her soul, became more and more illusory. Although Wang Feng knew that his master was a woman, this was the first time he had seen the other party reveal it. His eyes couldn't help but look dumbfounded, and he quietly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He was truly surprised that his master was actually so beautiful. I don't know what place this is, but with my speed, I think I must have already left the borders of China. The woman spoke. Chapter 31, the Hachiman's elegant rhyme has been prepared. Master, what exactly is that person's origin that actually makes you so scared? Wang Feng grimaced. The injuries on his body made him feel bad. It's useless for you to know. Anyway, cultivate well. It's not too late to tell you later when you've grown up. The woman sighed, glancing around uneasily. She felt that Wang Feng was a seedling, and she had the intention of cultivating him herself, originally planning to wait for him to grow up in the future, and she herself would regather her complete yuaning and look for an opportunity to see if she could return to the immortal cultivation world. I didn't expect such a big change to happen now. She knew Zhiguo's terror well and only felt that the road ahead would be incredibly difficult. Fellow Daoist, why did you leave in such a hurry? Just then, a gentle male voice rang out. Upon hearing this, a look of panic appeared on the faces of both Wang Fong and the woman, and they could not help but look in the direction the voice came from, only to see a green-shirted man sitting on the ground on a huge rock not far away. There was a wind blowing in the mountains. The green-shirted man's long hair was flowing, his eyes were deep, one hand was resting on his chin, and he was looking at the two of them, the master and the disciple, with a smile on his face. The person who came was none other than Zhiguo, whose image at this time had already changed to what he looked like when he had just returned from the immortal cultivation world. The fear in the woman's eyes soared when she saw Zhiguo's real body. Originally, she still held a few illusions, but at this point with the arrival of Zhiguo completely vanished into thin air. So it's Fairy Qingwan of Yaoqi? I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Zhiguo also had a few moments of surprise. No wonder the breath was somewhat familiar. So it was someone from the rival camp who had once died under his own sword. Originally, they still thought that they could leave each other alive as they were Dao friends in the same immortal cultivation world, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. Zhiguo's words were like a sharp sword thrust into Qingwan's heart. A great shame and a thick shadow lingered. Qingwan glanced at Wang Fong and a hint of determination flashed under her eyes. Then the little yuaning power left erupted and quickly disappeared. It couldn't be helped. The sense of oppression Zhiguo brought to her was just too strong. Sitting there leisurely made her feel as if the sky was about to collapse. Looking at the far-away Qingwan, Zhiguo's eyes teased more, raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Fong, laughing. Your master doesn't seem to want you anymore. Wang Feng's face was hard to see at this moment. He was also not expecting Qingwan to discard herself so decisively, but he was very righteous and roared at Zhiguo. If there's anything you can do, just come at me. What kind of man is it to bully a woman? What a master and disciple. Zhiguo didn't hold back his laughter, and his gaze froze. Bang! In the next second, Wang Feng's entire body was like an overinflated leather ball, exploding with a bang, shattering into a sky of blood and mist, with no bones left. Don't worry, your master will be down there with you soon. Qingwan desperately pushed her spiritual energy and frantically fled, causing her figure, which was already a soul body, to become more and more illusory, as if she would completely dissipate in the next second. But she had no choice but to fight for her life, and maybe there was a silver lining. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Suddenly, Zhiguo's voice came again. He was anchored in the air in front of Qingwan, as if he knew her escape route and waited here specifically. Beside Zhiguo, there was another object standing quietly. It was a spirit streamer that resembled the one used during a funeral, more than 3 meters tall, with a pitch-black body that was engraved with arcane runes. The purple surface of the streamer fluttered with the wind, and endless grievances and wailing sounds continuously emanated from within. 10,000 souls? Qingwan shrieked out, her face filled with fear as she turned around and fled. Fairy Qingwan, it's useless to flee. The elegant seats in the streamer have already been prepared for you. Zhiguo reached out and held the 10,000 soul streamer, and immediately majestic black gas surged out wildly, covering the sky and the sun, and countless ghostly shadows emerged, mixed with endless grievances. The black gas churning in the air gradually turned into a vortex. The terrifying attraction made Qingwan unable to move. Her body involuntarily flew towards the streamer. Don't! Qingwan cried out in pain, feeling the endless ethereal coldness coming from the streamer as she desperately struggled. Suddenly, she noticed that there was a human city 10,000 meters below the sky, and a glint of essence immediately flashed in her eyes. Old devil Yi, there's no way I'll cheapen you even if my divine soul is broken. As the words fell, Qingwan slapped one hand on her own heavenly aura, causing her, who was already a soul body, to instantly disintegrate and turn into countless rains of light that scattered into the city below. Hundreds of thousands of people lived in the city, and at least half of them were covered and bathed by the rain of light at this moment. Zhiguo's spiritual sense swept and realized that the city below did not belong to Huaxia Island. Because of the revival of the aura, the earth had expanded dozens of times in size, and it was because of this that the territory of the island country, which was originally just a bullet point, had also become much larger. Qingwan, you're really a good person. You even contributed hundreds of thousands of souls to me before you died. Zhiguo laughed, a very nuclear goodness laugh, and after learning that the area below belonged to the jurisdiction of the island nation, he immediately moved his hand. In the city below, countless people were bathing in the rain of light that the green one had transformed into after its disintegration, with faces of enjoyment. Many of them were transcendents, and they felt as if they had been sublimated at this time. Their bodies soothed. Cool. I think I'm going to evolve again. God bless the island nation. This is a miracle, granting us creation. Ha ha ha. I feel like I'm going to soar. Countless people shouted with excitement, opening their arms and closing their eyes in great enjoyment, letting the rain of light shower down on them. More than half of the entire city was cheering, and after bathing in the rain of light, many transcendents even felt their bottlenecks loosening, vaguely tending to break through again. But soon, the scene changed abruptly. Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly shook as an angry thunderstorm flashed by, followed by endless black gas sweeping across the sky, enveloping the entire city in just a moment. Countless people in the city stood still and looked up, all stunned by this sudden change. Countless ghostly shadows streamed through the air. An eerie and treacherous feeling instantly enveloped the city. Wailing, crying, and endless grievances filled every corner of the city. This horrifying sight instantly caused many people to panic, and the city, which was orderly just a moment ago, directly panicked into a mess. But a number of people felt that it was also a miracle, that the gods were giving them new powers. Woohoo! Wild winds rose in all directions, as if 10,000 ghosts were singing in unison. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city were suddenly stagnant at this moment, and a translucent soul body was tugged, detaching itself from its physical body and following the black gale as it drifted upwards. Looking at the flesh on the ground that had become a corpse, everyone then reacted that this was not a miracle at all. This was asking for their lives. Don't put me back. Is this a soul? I'm dead? It's cold. I don't want to die. Nightly ghosts. I see a lot of ghosts. Countless people wailed, their souls caught in a black vortex, overlapping with the ghostly shadows that kept drifting in the air. Chapter 32 International Shocks. The souls of hundreds of thousands of people all detached from their physical bodies in an instant and were pulled by the pitch-black vortex in the air, the enormous suction force imprisoning them firmly. They struggled desperately to break free and get back into the flesh where they belonged, but it was all in vain. All were locked in, invisible hooks and locks running through them, dragging them step by step into the depths of the vortex. At that moment, the Qingwan who had just autonomously slapped her divine soul to pieces also reappeared, weak beyond measure. She was no longer capable of struggling, and her body was draped in black gas. Ye old devil, you have a cruel heart, treating the lives of hundreds of thousands of people like grass. Qingwan's eyes were wide with rage as she stared dead-on at Yi Zhiguo, who was 10,000 meters above the sky. Human life? Is the islands considered human? Yi Zhiguo laughed, holding the 10,000 soul streamer, his entire body bathed in countless unjust souls, his dark hair dancing wildly behind him, his gaze like electricity. They have no regrets in dying if they can enter the seat streamer. Yi Zhiguo's voice echoed above the heavenly dome. Above all things, looking disdainfully at the hundreds of thousands of soul bodies below, listening to the life-supporting Brahma sound like vibrating thunder, all the soul bodies trembled. In fact, Yi Zhiguo's goal from the beginning to the end was only Qingwan alone. As for the hundreds of thousands of people in this city within the jurisdiction of the island, it was purely in passing. Boom! Angry thunder flashed, the winds were fierce, and silver-white lightning bolts pierced through the clouds and continuously bombarded the city below. In the blink of an eye, the building continued to crumble, blood and light erupted, and hundreds of thousands of people's flesh was struck by lightning, instantly annihilating them. Woohoo! The souls imprisoned by the invisible hook locks saw this scene and mourned, their voices overlapping with the thousands of wandering ghostly shadows, and a steady stream of them were pulled into the 10,000 soul streamer. This also included Qingwan, who was Yi Zhiguo's key focus and naturally would not be spared. Yi Zhiguo made a big move and immediately pinched her soul body in his hands. Do you really think you can dodge a bullet by submerging your divine soul into a mortal? The soul body of a Yuaning stage cultivator, even if it disintegrates and is absorbed by someone else, as the strength of the absorber rises, it will give birth to wisps of Yuaning power within the body. Even though it's just a wisp, it's enough to be used for resurrection. It was only a matter of time, perhaps decades, or perhaps hundreds of years to coalesce so much as a hint of a genesis, but it was enough. Don't think that she was trying to benefit mortals just now. There are no cultivators in the world who are that righteous, the weak and the strong, and the natural selection of things. This is the mainstream of immortal cultivation. What Qingwan did just now, if any other cultivator came, he would probably really feel a headache, but unfortunately, the person she ran into was Yi Zhiguo, who directly gave it a clean bill of health. Ye old devil, you! Qingluan wanted to say something else, but Yi Zhiguo didn't want to hear anymore and directly stuffed it into the 10,000 soul streamer. The air was still filled with black gas, and the 10,000 soul streamer was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up hundreds of thousands of islanders' souls in just a moment. Yi Zhiguo laid down a cruel hand. No life survived in the city below. Even the stray dogs were ripped out of their souls by the 10,000 soul streamer and swallowed up altogether. As all the souls were engulfed, the wandering ghostly shadows gradually dissipated, and the black aura slowly faded until it finally returned to normal completely. Everything went back to the way it had been a few moments ago when the sky was clear. It was just that the city below had become a ruined and dead city, a depression, and a mess as far as the eye could see. It's been so long since I've fed, so you should be full this time too, right? Yi Zhiguo looked at the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand and murmured to himself. The purple streamers fluttered and cleared, gently brushing against Yi Zhiguo's fingers as if in positive response. Since we're full, let's go back. Yi Zhiguo whispered softly, put away the 10,000 soul streamer, took a step, and his figure directly disappeared from the original place, as if he had never been here. Soon, the island's top brass realized something was wrong. A giant city in the country was out of contact, and quickly sent someone to check out the situation. However, those who came to investigate trembled and were too shocked to say a word when they saw the turn of events in the city. At the same time the news leaked. The same day there are many reporters to go. There are even bowled directly into the city. The city's current situation will report out. On that day, international shockwaves were felt as a giant city on the island was destroyed without God's knowledge, and hundreds of thousands of people died in strange ways. It was a shocker, and all those who read the news were left jaw-dropped with shock. The sight was horrible. Such magnificent buildings in the city were destroyed. Everyone died out. There were no survivors. Someone left a message online. What exactly happened to that city? It was destroyed without a sound. There were also people who felt horrified. The news festered exceptionally fast, and it was hardly long before many countries were aware of the tragedy taking place on the island. The impact of this incident is so great that it can be considered a stonewall. It couldn't be fake news, could it? Some people questioned it because it felt too unbelievable. It was a giant city. It was just wiped out like that. But it was soon revealed by a source that the situation was true, confirming the veracity of the news reported out. The overall population of the island is in an atmosphere of panic, fearing that the next city to suffer will be their place of residence. For a time, the island's top brass had a big head, and the pressure of public opinion among the populace was just too great, weighing them down. Furthermore, it was the higher-ups who were horrified that the city had maintained contact yesterday, only to be struck by destruction today, with not even a single survivor surviving. They couldn't think of a reasonable explanation for the people and could only keep placating them. Numerous countries are keeping a wait-and-see attitude, thinking there is something fishy going on. A nuclear strike? Unrealistic, and not at all consistent from the videos and photos of the scene. A beast tide attacking the city? It was also unrealistic, because a beast tide attacking a city would certainly not fall so quickly. After all, there were quite a few transcendents living in the giant city, not so much so that there would not be a single survivor. Some people are sad and some people are sad, and naturally, some people are happy. At this time, China can be said to be celebrating after receiving the news of the destruction of a giant city on the island, with hundreds of thousands of people dead or alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this good news coming back now? Extra food. Extra food. We have to have a whole good, beautiful meal today anyhow. Brothers with a bang. Ah, horse trekking the island to enjoy the cherry blossoms. It's so damn relieving. I don't know which power runs it. It's really a model for my generation. All kinds of social platforms, or short video software on a timer almost exploded, like set off a 12-magnitude earthquake. Everyone was in a heated, uplifting discussion. There are even a lot of people who are still hoping that good things like today will continue to happen. Chapter 33, Chen. After leaving from the island, Yi Zhiguo followed the original route back to the Chinese territory. As for how much of an international shock this overthrow of a city of islanders had caused, he didn't think about it. And he hadn't hidden his aura from the beginning to the end. And with the technology on Earth, he couldn't be captured at all. Even if they were discovered, it wouldn't matter. To Yi Zhiguo, it was nothing more than a matter of lifting his hand, and could be solved with a snap of his fingers. Really want to give him forced, then shoot to sink the whole island. The district projectile pressure did not put in the eyes. After entering the Chinese territory, Yi Zhiguo didn't rush back to the land of Jingchu, but turned around and looked for a mountain range. After all, he hadn't tuned enough Beast King meat this time out, and he didn't want to go back and have to come out to hunt not long after. although the Mahayana stage had long since abstained from eating, but nay he had a craving for it, and the only ingredient that could make Zhiguo feel good was the blood and flesh of king-level creatures. While passing through a ruined city, Zhiguo couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. There were actually humans living in that ruined city below, not the parasitized humans that he had encountered last time in the land of Jingchu, but real, living people. A sweep of his spiritual sense downward revealed that there were actually more than 1,000 humans living below. The smell of corruption filled the air as Zhiguo walked into the city. The walls of the city are broken. Collapsed houses can be seen everywhere, and the streets that used to be bustling are now only in disrepair. It was obvious that the cause of all this must have been a tide of beasts, and only the giant cities of today could withstand their iron hooves. There were a number of people rummaging through the messy ruins of the crumbling city, eager to find something of value. There were also people with missing arms and legs sprawled on the side of the road, eyeing passers-by for a handout. Zhiguo's gaze swept over these people as he calmly walked by. When he first entered the city, he used his spiritual sense to probe and found that there were no transcendents present here, and he couldn't help but wonder a little. How on earth did these people survive the beast tide? Big brother, are you from outside? Suddenly, a brittle voice came from behind. Zhiguo turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. Not far behind him, greeting him was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, with a ponytail and delicate features, like a doll, but her face was very bad, a little white. This is caused by prolonged malnutrition. Yeah, what's up little sister? Zhiguo responded with a smile. At those words, a flash of surprise appeared on the little girl's face, and a few moments of anticipation flowed from her eyes as she smiled and opened her mouth. Big brother, I can lead the way for you. I'm familiar with this town. All you need to do is give me a little something to eat. Zhiguo lightly stroked his chin. Judging from how dilapidated this city was, it had obviously experienced more than one beast tide. Honestly, he was kinda curious how these people survived the beast tide when they were isolated and there were no transcendents in the city. When the little girl saw the other party pondering, she thought that she was hesitating, so she quickly spoke up. Big brother, I have a very small meal. Just a little bit of food will be enough. Fine, then you can show me around. Zhiguo touched her head. What's your name? The little girl was very elated and revealed a bright smile. Big brother, you can just call me Chen. Where is your family? Why are you the only one outside? Zhiguo asked casually. Upon hearing this, Chen showed a trace of fear on her little face and whispered, an uncle came to look for mommy, so mommy let me come out first. With that, she reached out her small hand and pointed to a dilapidated house in the distance. Oh, Zhiguo looked over and realized that the door of the house was tightly closed, and seemed to have guessed something. Just then, the door to Chen room was opened, followed by a bald man tugging at the zipper of his pants and walking out. Behind him, there was also a woman with a wooden expression who looked to be in her 30s, and her posture was quite passable. Next time remember to take a shower in advance. Don't wait for old man to come or the stinky. The bald man cursed and pulled out a small bag of dried meat and threw it to the woman. Thanks. The woman's face was expressionless and numb. Chen is still young. Naturally she can't understand all this. This is what happens to women who have no one to turn to in a ruined city, and a few $dozen, or some food, is enough for them to put down their dignity and serve others. Mom! Seeing her mom come out, Chen smiled and ran over. Yo, this little ninja looks good. Why didn't I notice before? I didn't realize that you actually have such a beautiful daughter. The bald man glanced at Chen and actually had a lewd expression on his face. No! The women rushed forward and protected Chen in her arms to the death. Her numb demeanor was also more than a little disturbed and nervous at this point. TSK, a proper beauty. I think you can cultivate her properly, so she can go with you to sell in the future. The bald man sneered. You shut up. The woman could no longer hold herself together at this point and could not help but cry out. She could endure humiliation in order to live, but could never endure her daughter becoming like her. She didn't know where she got the courage to step forward and push the bald man away. Irritated by the shove, the bald man kicked the woman hard in the stomach, the tremendous force of which instantly caused her to fall to the ground. The bald man did not stop there, but backhandedly grabbed the woman's hair with a ferocious look on his face. You woman, how dare you make a move against me? If it wasn't for my frequent patronage of your business, you two mothers would have starved to death. With that, the bald man pulled another small bag of jerky out of his pocket and slammed it in the woman's face. I'll take your daughter, and teach her a good lesson for you. Don't you mess around. She's just a kid. Xianxian's mother forced herself to endure the pain in her abdomen and held the bald man's legs from the back in a death grip. Off. The difference in strength between men and women is too great after all. The bald man breaks free very easily and then slaps Qianqian's mother's face heavily, instantly making it red and swollen. Qian, run! Qianqian's mother cried as she tore her heart out, looking at the bald man with an evil smile on his face, constantly approaching towards himself. Qian was trembling with fear and hid behind Zhiguo, not daring to make a sound. Kid, who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, get out of here! Staring viciously at Zhiguo, the bald man threatened. Zhiguo's eyes were indifferent as he stood still. You can't take this little girl, she has promised to show me the way. You can off. Zhiguo's voice slowly sounded. Lead the way? Take your grandma's leg. I think you're tired of living. Annoyed, the bald man flung his arm and slammed his fist over. However, in the next second, a breeze brushed past, and the bald man only felt a coldness in his neck, and then he lost all consciousness. A headless body fell to the ground one after another. Chapter 34. Humans bailed out by the Beast King. Chen, who was hiding behind Zhiguo, was trembling in her thin body after seeing this bloody scene, including Qian's mother, who was not far away with tear-stained face, and many people watching around. All of them were so shocked by this sudden scene that they did not dare to breathe. A grown, strong man died so gently. At this moment, they looked at Zhiguo with awe in their eyes. Although they didn't know exactly how the bald man died, they knew that it must have been the youth who moved. Told you could off. What's the point? Zhiguo shook his head, then squatted down and reached out his hand to feel around the headless body. A couple bags of jerky were quickly fished out. He hadn't thought that this landlubber had quite a bit of money. No wonder he was out whoring. This place made quite a commotion, and more people gathered. They looked at the headless body on the ground, and there was a brilliant light flashing in their eyes. Go! Zhiguo got up and snorted. Qian's mother reacted and hurriedly pulled Qian to follow her. Seeing that Zhiguo had already left, the people watching around them gathered in a swarm, dozens of hands rummaging through the headless body, stripping it naked in the blink of an eye. Finally there was even someone walking up with a rusty kitchen knife. The three of them walked into Qian's home and locked the door behind them. Inside the house was simple, and what met the eye was a bed made of torn cotton wool, a stone-built fireplace, and a rusty pot resting on top of it. Then there was a battered four-sided table, and two wooden stools. There were only these few simple pieces of furniture in the house, and even the roof was a bit leaky, with light shining in through the cracks. The floor of the house was a little damp, presumably caused by rain falling through a hole in the roof when it rained. Little brother, thank you. Qian's mother's dirty face was filled with tear marks, and with a flutter, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Zhiguo. If he hadn't come to his rescue today and really let the bald man take Qian away, what would have happened she didn't even dare to think about. Qian also followed her mother's example and knelt on the ground, saying timidly, thank you big brother. Although a small child is simple-minded, she is not a little cutie, naturally knew that it was Zhiguo who saved himself. Raise your hand and get up. In response to the mother and daughter's acknowledgement, Zhiguo casually responded, reaching out to help them up from the ground. If it wasn't for you, little brother, I really don't know what to do today. Qian's mother couldn't help but feel a pang of fear when she recalled the bald man's ferocious appearance just now. It's been 3 years since the Aura revival, and this ruined city is isolated from the rest of the world. The order and the law have become a thing of the past, and the people who live here have absolutely nothing to restrain them, so all kinds of vicious incidents happen from time to time. There was even cannibalism at the height of the food shortage. That's why Qian's mother hides Qian every time she receives a client, just to prevent things like this from happening today. After all, this place was so depressing that many people's personalities had long been distorted, just like the bald man just now, who didn't even want to let go of his children. But today, due to negligence, it caused Qian to run outside, hence what happened just now. Thinking of this, Qian's mother was filled with guilt. Big brother, drink water. At this time Qian came with a cup filled with water and carefully handed it to Zhiguo. Okay. Zhiguo took it in his hands and stroked her little head in passing, then drank the water in the cup in one go. Seeing this, Qian revealed a happy smile. She then spoke with some pride towards her mother. Mom, big brother is from outside. He doesn't know his way around the city. In a moment I'll go show him the way and he'll give me food. You won't have to work so hard to go out looking for wild vegetables today. Upon hearing this, Qian's mother had tears in her eyes. She only felt useless. Even her daughter's food and clothing could not be solved, and spoke with a sour heart. Yes, my Qian is awesome. Zhiguo placed the dried meat and money that he had just fished out from the bald man on the table, and took out a piece of Beast King's meat from his storage ring, placing it on the old four-sided table as well. This was cut off from that three-headed lion king not long ago. The meat was of very good quality, with spiritual energy flowing above it, and this piece weighed more than 100 pounds, filling up the entire table. Chen, these meats are considered payment in advance. Do you think it's enough? Zhiguo smiled and opened his mouth, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. Where had Chen ever seen such a large piece of meat? She was stunned and stood still, somewhat at a loss for words. Little brother, this cannot be allowed. Mother Chen was also shocked and quickly refused. Truth be told, her heart wanted it. Such a large piece of meat would be enough to last the two of them a long time. But she thought that just now Zhiguo had already helped a lot by stepping in to save Chen, and now she couldn't accept any more gifts from him. No matter, it just so happens that I have something I want to ask you. Consider it as my payment to you. Zhiguo waved his hand indifferently. Xian's mother was a bit stunned. Looking at the other party's dress and speech, she knew that she must be living in a giant city, and could not think of any question that the other party would ask herself about a savage. Little brother, just feel free to ask. If I know, I will definitely tell the truth. Although she thought that in her heart, Mother Chen still responded very politely. Zhiguo sat down on the chair, suddenly made a creaking sound. He spoke softly. Have you been living here since the aura recovery? I observed when I entered the city. This city can have experienced more than one beast tide. I want to know how you survived the beast tide. It should be known that Fey beasts maintained an abhorrent attitude towards humans, and before the revival of aura, humans treated them as slaves and food, beating and killing them at will. That's why the beasts will launch a beast tide after the recovery of the aura, with the aim of taking revenge on humans. Therefore, too many people had died at the hands of the Fey beasts since the aura recovery, but basically no one had survived in any of the cities that had encountered the beast tide, and this ruined city had experienced more than one beast tide, yet a full 1,000 people had survived, which surprised Zhiguo, hence why he entered the city to find out more. Upon hearing this, both mother and daughter Chen couldn't help but recall the horrific scene when the beast tide occurred, and a wave of fear surfaced on their faces. Xian's father died in the middle of a beast wave. After a moment of silence, Mother Chen took a deep breath and said, "Truth be told, we were all protected by some beast kings." Protected by the beast master? Zhiguo was surprised that there were actually king-level creatures in the beast race that would protect humans. Even in the immortal cultivation realm, the relationship between the human race and the beast race was tense, but it was only because both sides had great powers sitting on the ground that they kept each other well away from each other. They say they don't want to start a war and even want to live in peace with humans. Mother Chen continued. Chapter 35, Difficult People. A beast king who wants to live in peace with humans? Zhiguo froze for a moment. This was a rare thing. Almost all of the Fae he had encountered so far since his return had been hostile to humans, even the plants that had come to life. That's why what Xian's mother said at this moment surprised Zhiguo. They are all very powerful and have held back 3 beast tides for us. Mother Chen continued to speak, and he informed Zhiguo that the leader was a crane king with terrifying strength, his wings spreading to cover the sky, and all the beast kings who advocated for peace obeyed his orders. When she said this, Xian's mother and daughter's eyes were filled with gratitude and their words were full of praise. The beast king stopping the beast tide. Is this considered a thief crying out to catch a thief? Zhiguo spat in his heart after realizing the true situation. But the world is a big place, and there's no chance that this is true. But none of this matters to Zhiguo. He had started out with the simplest of curiosities, and had no intention of interfering with it after figuring out why. Top of the day after returning to Mega City number 5, give Li Datong a heads up on the situation here. Suddenly, Zhiguo moved his gaze towards the doorway and noticed an abnormality. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, there was soon a violent knock at the door. The old wooden door trembled as if it would shatter the next moment. Mother and daughter Chen were also startled by the sudden movement. Xian's mother subconsciously shielded Chen behind her, then showed an apologetic smile towards Zhiguo. Little brother, I'll go open the door first. Coming. Xian's mother stepped forward quickly, afraid that the people outside would break the door. With a creak, the wooden door opens, and after seeing the scene outside, Xian's mother's body froze violently. Outside the door, at this time, is standing in a large group of people in a grand manner. At the head of the group were several old men. Their clothes were tattered. Most of their skin was exposed and dried up like aged tree bark, and their bodies were particularly thin because of the long period of time that they had not had enough to eat. Mother Chen couldn't help but cover the door and block the gap with her body. After all, there was such a large piece of meat sitting on the table inside the house. If these people found out, there was no guarantee that they would do something crazy. Xian's mom, I heard that there is a little brother from the giant city, right in your house. is it true? One of the old men hunched his back, revealing yellowed and blackened teeth, his voice breathless. Ah, old uncle, you guys got it wrong. It's just me and my daughter at home. No one else. Chen's mother said as she blocked the door. She could know too well what kind of piss these people were. If she let them find out about Zhiguo, they would definitely pit them hard. A similar thing had happened a few months before, when a stranger had come to town, and being discovered the men had gathered around him to beg, at first humbly, and then gradually becoming more and more aggressive. At the end of the day the man didn't even leave his bones behind. Zhiguo was kind to her, so she didn't want this to happen to the other party as well. Cut the crap, I saw it all just now. That man followed you into your house. A woman with a dirty body pushed out from the crowd and said loudly. Chen, her mom, hand over the man. That man killed people in our town. Surely we can't just let him go. The old man continued to speak. These two men are singing the white song and the red song to apply pressure. Where could the situation outside the door be hidden from Zhiguo? He sat on the chair and quietly listened. Yes, after all, this killed someone. Compensation must be there. Right, you let him compensate each of us for a caddy of meat, and this will be over. Another person opened his mouth and said. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became even more tumultuous. You squeezing me and me squeezing you, all thinking of leaning forward a little more. Chen's mother was particularly disgusted, but she still guarded the door in death to keep these people from leaning towards the house. He left a while ago, so look elsewhere. You fart. I've been standing guard not far from your house. That man hasn't come out at all since he entered your house. A man shouted, spittle flying and eyes unkind. Suddenly, someone pushed Chen's mother hard, causing her to fall back a few steps, and the wooden door opened at that moment. Everything in the house was instantly exposed. Zhiguo, who was sitting on a stool with an indifferent face, and a piece of meat that covered the entire table. The crowd was instantly drawn to the piece of meat. Well, I say, why you keep guarding the door? So there's such a big piece of meat hidden in the house. I really didn't expect that you two mothers actually eat so well behind your backs. All neighbors, share a little with us. Yeah, a little bit for each of you, and we'll let you off the hook for hiding people. The crowd shrugged and squeezed toward the inside of the dilapidated hut, all of them staring at the piece of meat on the table with glowing eyes. You guys, you don't mess around. Chen's mother felt so guilty that she was not able to hide it from these people after all. She desperately shouted and went up to stop them, but where would the already frantic crowd stop because of her? I don't know who kicked out a hard kick, directly knocking her to the ground. Mom! Chen cried out and rushed forward to check. The crowd pushed and shoved, desperate to squeeze in. Just then, an icy voice rang out. Poor mountains produce unruly people, and this is true. Come forward if you want meat, but consider whether you have the life to take it, or the life to eat it. Zhiguo sat on the stool, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone froze, and anyone who locked eyes with him on couldn't help but shudder and feel a chill down their backs. Asterisk. Why are so many of us afraid of him? Someone in the crowd yelled, and there was another commotion. Someone even rushed in, carrying a wooden stick and striking out at Zhiguo, trying to knock him to the ground. Great! Zhiguo direct action, the palm of the hand like iron pincers. Dead pinched this person's neck, and then lifted him up. Click sound. In front of everyone's face will be twisted his cervical vertebrae. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone present didn't react, and a few seconds passed before they realized it afterward. However, they did not retreat, but became even more frantic, roaring loudly. You kill people. What gives you the right to kill? The people have been killed by you, so you stay here to pay for your life. Fine skin and tender flesh. It should taste great for braising. Let's all go together and kill him. I don't believe that so many of us still can't clean up one of him. The crowd stirred, like a vicious wolf seeing a lamb, their eyes full of desire for food, and pounced towards Zhiguo. That's interesting. Zhiguo laughed out and threw the corpse he grabbed in his hand out towards the crowd. Instantly several people were hit and smashed. At the same time, he exuded a wisp of intimidation. Everyone only felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their shoulders. Their bodies were simply uncontrollable as they fell to their knees, trembling all over, their bones making cracking sounds because they couldn't withstand the immense pressure. The drilling pain made them want to let out a scream, but their mouths couldn't make any sound. When the crowd looked at Zhiguo again at this moment, they only felt that this handsome-looking youth had a 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow emerging behind him, looking down on them from above. I've already reminded you of this earlier, but none of you listened. Just as well, pay more attention in your next life. Zhiguo slowly opened his mouth. His voice was flat, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like the whisper of a demon. they struggled and tried to escape, but their bodies felt as if they had completely lost consciousness, and they were simply not listening to their commands. Zhiguo's eyes glanced faintly. Bang! Suddenly, one person exploded without warning, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Bang! Soon the explosions rang out again and another person burst into pieces as if they were fireworks. Zhiguo didn't give these people a pain, but let them die one by one, so that the people behind them could feel the pain of being tortured. Chapter 36. Bang bang bang. Explosions were heard one after another, like fireworks, and every few seconds, one person exploded into a mist of blood. Just half a minute had passed and a dozen people had already lost their lives. A huge shadow welled up in the hearts of those still remaining, their hearts beating violently as the taste of death filled their mouths and noses. They couldn't move, much less speak, and could only kneel on the ground, waiting in despair. There were quite a number of people who forced themselves to hold back their fear and raise their heads, looking towards Zhiguo, tears flashing as they tried to beg for forgiveness with their eyes, hoping that the other party would be lenient. Yet all that greeted them was the sound of explosions one after another. Inside the house, Chen mother and daughter were to see the scene. People with the balloon as directly burst, was scared pale. Xian's mother hurriedly shielded her daughter firmly in her arms, not allowing her to look at the bloody scene as she used the rest of her eyes to look at Zhiguo. At this time, he was sitting on a stool, his arms crossed over his chest, looking at those who exploded one by one, his eyes full of playfulness, as if he was watching a playwright perform. Xian's mother secretly swallowed saliva. The heart chills, first earlier completely unable to see this demeanor elegant, handsome face of the young man moved so violent, and to strike is to kill everyone, leaving no room for survival at all. However, she did not have half a bit of sympathy in her eyes for the people who died. These people usually rely on all kinds of reasons, groups of people to victimize others. Today is also considered to pay back the sins that they have created in the past. This explosion feast lasted for a few minutes. There were hundreds of people, men and women, young and old, without exception. They all died here. Zhiguo doesn't care that much. His style of action has always been, as long as he makes a move, it doesn't matter what your status and position is, even if you're a swaddled baby, he won't show any mercy. The grass must be cut, the roots must be removed. After the explosions stopped, the hut where Qian's mother and daughter were staying, as well as the dozens of meters outside were filled with a strong smell of blood. Qian's mother is very worried. If this smell of blood attracts foreign beasts, it will be troublesome. Zhiguo took everything in his eyes, and immediately waved his hand. A clear wind swept in, instantly removing the smell of blood from the surroundings. Everything was restored as it was before, with no abnormalities visible at all, and the air had become fresh and clean. Qian's mother was greatly shocked in her heart and looked at Zhiguo with a look of gratitude in her eyes. Little brother, thank you. Qian's mother hugged Qian and fell on her knees. Today Zhiguo really helped her too much, but she could not afford to pay it back, so she could only kneel and bow in gratitude. Everything is done as it comes. No need to be polite. Zhiguo's voice came. Mother Chen raised her head but realized that the other party had disappeared at some point. She felt that everything that happened today was too fantastic, like a dream, but the small abdomen that was kicked just now was still vaguely painful, and the Beast King's meat on the table was still placed there. Everything told her it wasn't a dream. Chen in her arms also raised her head at that moment, her eyes constantly scanning the humble house as if looking for something. Mom, where's big brother? I haven't shown him the way yet. After leaving from the ruined city, Zhiguo directly rushed into the distant mountains. He hadn't forgotten that this time he had come out mainly to hunt for Beast King meat, and what was lying in his storage ring now was far from enough. He stood in midair, his spiritual sense sweeping, and found a Beast King's cave, and directly killed his way in. There was a loud boom, and the entire mountain trembled violently, as if it was about to disintegrate. The battle ended quickly. It was a yak, huge in size, weighing thousands of pounds. It was napping in the cave when it only felt a shaking of the ground. Then it lost consciousness. After taking care of the meat, Zhiguo moved once again and turned his gaze to another mountain range in the distance. These Beast Kings all liked to live in caves and had the feeling of being the king of the mountain, so Zhiguo was able to find one at a time. In just 10 minutes, 5 Beast Kings were killed, and 4 of them became rations and were collected by Zhiguo in his storage ring. As for the remaining one, Zhiguo was disgusted because it was a skunk, and after killing it, it was casually discarded in the mountains. During this period of time, the various beasts within the mountain hibernated, not daring to venture out at all of which were shocked by the aura that was naturally emanating from Zhiguo's body when he made his move. Should be enough for a while. Yi Zhiga looked at the mountains of Beast King meat piled up in his storage ring and nodded with satisfaction. There was also a very powerful flow of spiritual energy inside his storage ring, which preserved freshness to a great degree, so he didn't have to worry about spoilage at all. Right at this moment, Yi Zhiguo suddenly sensed that the restriction that was set up in the land of Jingshu at that time, on the entrance of Wang Yuxuan's retreat cave, had been triggered. A breakthrough so soon? Yi Zhiguo was a bit surprised. The scene shifts. Wang Yuxuan had already managed to break through to the king realm at this point, because of the evolution of the reason. Her temperament greatly improved. Still high ponytail, hair as if all through the light, body tall, eyes flow between that valor more prevalent before. She has this type of face, which is unisex. She stood at the mouth of the cave, a transparent film in front of her. The prohibition Yi Zhiguo had set up served as a good protection. Nothing from outside could come in, and of course, she couldn't get out. She reached out her hand and kept flapping. Even when she mobilized her whole body's spiritual energy to attack, it was to no avail. It was all absorbed by the film. Mr. Yi, where have you been? Wang Yuxuan cried out breathlessly. Although she had made a breakthrough and her body had evolved, she felt an unprecedented hunger. The hunger radiating from her body was so intense that she felt like she could eat a cow right now. Wang Yuxuan looked to the grass outside, where a few rabbits were running past, and instantly she gulped, her eyes glowing green. But because of the forbidden system set up by Yi Zhiguo, she couldn't get out at all, and could only watch those rabbits go far away. I'm so hungry. Wang Yuxuan sat on the ground against the stone wall, feeling that all his strength had been drained out of his body. She had heard from those King Realm Transcendents in the Sealed Gate in the past that there would be intense hunger after a breakthrough, but she had not taken it to heart at the time, thinking that just letting go of her stomach to eat when she was hungry would be the way to go. But now that she's trapped in this ancient cave, what's she going to eat? Gnaw on rocks? I'm not going to be the first King Realm creature in history to be starved to death, am I? Wang Yuxuan was a little scared. Just when she was on the verge of despair, the prohibition suddenly disappeared. It was Yi Zhiguo who had returned. At a glance, he saw Wang Yuxuan, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and asked, "Why are you sitting here?" Wang Yuxuan was startled by the sudden voice, and reacting to it, her eyes glistened and she directly pounced on it. Mr. Yi, I'm so hungry. Yi Zhiguo peeled her away with a disgusted look on his face and quickly realized what was going on. The earth after the revival of Aura and the cultivation of the immortal cultivation world are not the same. The former's body has to take in enough energy after the breakthrough. The latter, on the other hand, is concerned about the grain, inhaling the heaven and earth's aura as food. Endure. Yi Zhiguo took out a piece of Beast King meat from his storage ring and immediately built a fire and roasted it. As soon as Wang Yuxuan saw the meat, his eyes turned green and his mouth watered. Soon, the Beast King meat in Yi Zhiguo's hand was roasted, and he handed it to Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan picked it up and nibbled on it, completely lacking the reserve and elegance of previous meals. This is good eating. Keep it up. Yi Zhiguo revealed a smile and took out his cell phone to take a few pictures. Wang Yuxuan blankly glanced at him and didn't stop him, still immersed in concentrating on dry rice. Want some more? Yi Zhiguo took out another bottle of wine from his storage ring and raised it towards Wang Yuxuan, with a disdainful look on his face. Wang Yuxuan swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, "Come on." She also drank this wine 2 days ago and fainted at that time after drinking it, but now that she had broken through to the king realm and had shed her bones, she was still afraid of not being able to hold a tiny bottle of wine. Wang Yuxuan was so bold that he picked up the bottle and poured a mouthful into his mouth. But so, she raised her chin, revealing her delicate collarbone. She then picked up the Beast King's meat and nibbled on it again. Only as she ate, she suddenly realized that Yi Zhiguo, who was sitting beside her, was shaking from side to side. Ha! She made a puzzled sound, followed by 2 more lines of nosebleed from her nose indisputably, and fell headfirst to the ground, directly fainting. Chapter 37, Accident to Parents. It wasn't until the next morning that Wang Yuxuan came to his senses. She woke up hungry, having passed out last night after not eating enough. Wang Yuxuan held his head and was still feeling a little dizzy. She was a bit skeptical of herself. Having broken through to the king realm, she actually couldn't withstand the medicinal properties of the medicinal wine. What exactly was this wine brewed with? Awake? Yi Zhiguo's voice came. He was sitting by a fire not far away, and in his hand, he was holding the Beast King's meat and placing it on the flames to roast it. Wang Yuxuan, who was originally awakened by hunger, saw the meat on the flames and wiped his saliva indisputably. I knew you must not have eaten enough last night, Yi Zhiguo said with a smile, then handed over a piece of meat. Many thanks, teacher. Wang Yuxuan took the roasted meat and then ate it. Her hunger was much better now compared to last night, so her eating was tempered and not as wild as it had been last night. Teacher Yi, what kind of meat is this? How does the flavor feel different from ordinary alien beast meat? Wang Yuxuan's cheeks bulged as he ate. Oh, this is the Beast King's meat that I randomly took from my storage ring. I don't know exactly which head it was cut from. Yi Zhiguo laughed. At those words, Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened. The meat he was holding in his hand was actually Beast King meat? No wonder I've never had meat this flavorful before. Moreover, listening to Yi Zhiguo's tone, there was still a lot more in his storage ring, and from the meat on different Beast Kings. Good lord, what had happened during the time he had been in seclusion? Wang Yuxuan shook his head and stopped thinking about this, paying all his attention to the roasted meat. She had a deep understanding of the terror of Beast Kings. Even most King Realm transcendents avoided them when they came across them, yet now she herself was eating their flesh. It's kind of in the teacher's favor, isn't it? Looking at Wang Yuxuan, who was concentrating on drying his food, Yi Zhiguo said with a bad smile, "Do you want to have another mouthful of wine to moisten your throat?" Wang Yuxuan's complexion changed drastically. His mouth stuffed with meat was slurred, and he desperately shook his head. Half an hour later, Wang Yuxuan had eaten almost enough and burped, one hand contentedly caressing his belly. Mr. Yi, then where are we going next? She opened her mouth and asked. Yi Zhiguo poked the fire in front of him with a wooden stick. He originally came out this time to hunt for Beast King meat, and now that the reserves in his storage ring were almost gone, there was no point in continuing to stay. Pack up and get ready to go back to Mega City 5. Yi Zhiguo said. Okay. Wang Yuxuan nodded her head, got up and ran directly to the depths of the ancient cave. First she noticed early on that next to the small pool of water there were also 3 medicinal herbs growing, which were also evolving into spiritual medicines. She squatted down and carefully dug it out, preparing to bring it back to the sealed gate and cultivate it. Well, perhaps it could really evolve into a spiritual medicine. Alright, Mr. Yi, let's get going. After packing the 3 herbs, Wang Yuxuan came to Yi Zhiguo's side. Suddenly, it was like she remembered something, and she couldn't help but slap her head. It's over. The helicopter gunship is lost. There's no going back. Looking at her like this, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Find some helicopter. Don't bother. As the words fell, he flipped his big hand and a strong wind directly rolled up Wang Yuxuan. In the next moment, Wang Yuxuan felt that her surroundings began to shift, and before she could react, she had already appeared in the upper air of Mega City number 5. Sealed gate. Looking at the familiar scene below, Wang Yuxuan's entire body was like petrified. This, so fast? Her jaw dropped and 10,000 whistled through her mind. Go down, Yi Zhiguo said calmly. After returning to Fengman, soon after Li Datong received the news and rushed to Yi Zhiguo's office in a hurry. When he realized that Wang Yuxuan had broken through to the King Realm, his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. How many days have you been out? To know that when she left she had only just broken through to the 8th stage of the Awakening Realm. Such a short period of time actually directly broke through the realm. He had been stuck at the Quasi-king realm for a long time, delaying the signs of breakthrough, and now even the strength of his juniors had already surpassed him, not to mention how unfavorable it was in his heart. Li Di informed that this must have something to do with Yi Zhiguo, so his gaze towards the latter became more and more fiery, and if it wasn't for his face, he would have wanted to directly kneel down and worship his master. Elder Li, this is a medicinal herb that Teacher Yi and I found in the land of Jingchu, and it's already on the verge of evolving into a spiritual medicine. Wang Yuxuan took out the 3 wrapped herbs at this time, and immediately the entire office was covered in lush spiritual energy. What? Li Datong almost didn't stand still, his heart popping out in excitement. He hurriedly went forward and carefully examined it, and after confirming that it was truly a herb that was about to evolve into a spirit medicine, he hurriedly called for someone to send it to the cultivation lab. This is a big deal. When the spirit medicine was born in the forbidden land of 703, it attracted all the major forces to fight for it. Even the foreign beasts couldn't resist the temptation, and even went so far as to start a beastide. But now, Fong had actually obtained 3 herbs that were about to evolve into spirit medicines all at once. How could he not be excited inside? He forced down the excitement in his heart and looked at Yi Zhiguo and Wang Yuxuan, saying, "You guys have made a great achievement this time." Yi Zhiguo guffawed, clearly not taking his words to heart, then took out another bottle from his storage ring and threw it directly to Li Datong. This was what Yi Zhiguo had promised Li Datong at that time, that he would get some Beast King blood back for him after going to the land of Jingchu. Li Datong naturally knew what was contained in the bottle, and with this Beast King blood, there was a great possibility that he would break through to the King realm after sending it to be parsed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Li Datong's mouth was so happy that he was smiling crookedly, and his hand holding the bottle was trembling. Okay, don't give me that whole thing when you're a big man, Zhiguo said. Li Datong stayed in the office and exchanged a few more moments before leaving with the bottle containing the Beast King's blood in high spirits. As for Wang Yuxuan, Zhiguo also directly put her out to pasture. The office was quiet again, and Zhiguo stretched his back, intending to enter the state of touching the fish, but not long after he sat down, he felt the aura in his body being tugged. The sword energy left on mom and dad was triggered. Someone took a shot at their own parents, and they did it to death. Zhiguo fiercely got up, his eyes erupted with killing intent that was almost materialized, and his figure directly disappeared from the office. When he rushed back to his home, he found that 5 corpses were lying inside the house, their chests pierced by sword qi, and they had already lost their lives. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing both hid in the kitchen. Their faces were very bad, obviously suffering from a lot of shock. Dad, Mom, are you guys okay? Zhiguo's heart sank, and he rushed over with a big stride across the corpse at his feet. Chapter 38, The Adversary Scale. These I don't know what kind of people. Your father and I were cooking in the kitchen and they just broke in and tried to commit murder. Then a few white lights suddenly appeared on the trinkets you gave us, and then they all died. Su Jing had tears in her eyes, obviously not realizing that the white light was the sword qi that Zhiguo had deposited. She was very emotional and was genuinely frightened. Yi Guanqi firmly protected Su Jing with one hand, and although the expression on his face looked quite a bit calmer, it was still evident that he was also extremely flustered. Zhiguo's eyes were cold to the core after hearing Su Jing's words. If it wasn't for the sword qi he had left on his parents to protect them at that time, the 2 old men would definitely be in dire straits today. I'm back, leave things to me, everything will be fine, Zhiguo comforted. A murderous intent surfaced under his eyes. Someone had laid hands on his parents, and this had offended his scales. Zhiguo was enraged in his heart. Although the several people who committed the murder were already dead, he knew that there was definitely someone else behind these people who instructed them. He's going to investigate thoroughly and uproot the people behind it. Dad, Mom, you guys go to your rooms and I'll take care of things here. Zhiguo helped the 2 old men up, and a wave of spiritual power quietly entered their bodies, calming their agitated emotions and letting them drift off to sleep. After sending the 2 old men into the room, Zhiguo took out his cell phone and dialed Li Datong's number, informing him of the situation at home and asking him to hurry and bring someone over to dispose of the body. After hanging up the phone, Zhiguo came to the 5 corpses. Although the men were dead, he had ways to make them talk. Zhiguo reached out and grabbed it, and an attractive force surfaced, and the soul of one of them was directly yanked out by him. The man was confused at first, then he saw his own corpse on the ground and immediately recalled the sword qi that had just erupted and realized that he was dead. He looked at Zhiguo in horror, obviously not knowing what means the other party had used to yank out his soul body with one hand, without giving him any chance to resist or speak. Zhiguo opened the 5 fingers of one hand and directly covered his heavenly aura. A terrifying power invaded, and in just a moment, all the information in this person's brain was read by Zhiguo. That person's soul body was thus directly annihilated, turning into a bit of light rain and completely dissipating. Zhiguo used his soul-searching technique and easily knew everything. These people were not weak transcendents, from Mega City number 2, and had received heavy money from the Feng family, specially coming to get rid of Zhiguo's parents. The Feng family, right? Zhiguo whispered, his mind recalling that some time ago, he had made a move to kill Fong Ping's father and daughter when he was in Zhao, and it was obvious that the other party had come to seek revenge. Afterwards, Zhao Shiyu had told himself that Fong Ping's family was not simple, belonging to an ancient martial arts family, and was very prestigious in City 2. Killers, people will always kill. Zhiguo is still very weak when already have the realization, they kill people, should be ready to be killed by others at any time. Therefore, when Zhao Shiyu informed at the time to be careful of the Fong family coming to seek revenge, Zhiguo did not take it to heart, but they made a point of bypassing themselves and going after their parents. In Zhiguo's mind, the Fong family was on the must-kill list at this point. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from the distance, followed by a bullet coming in sharply, targeting none other than Zhiguo's head. Zhiguo's eyes stared, and in a flash of lightning, he reached out and directly clutched the bullet in the air in his hand. Anyone else? He lifted his head and looked to the roof of a building in the distance. There, at that moment, there was a woman lying on the ground, holding a high-precision sniper rifle. Her face showed horror. She had just finished firing her gun when she saw an incredible scene. That youth had caught the bullet with his bare hands? Immediately realizing that something was wrong, the woman got up in a hurry and tried to evacuate from the roof. However, She had only just gotten up when she realized that there was already someone standing behind her at some point, and that person was the target she had just shot to try and kill. You. The woman was so shocked that she suspected that she had seen a ghost. How could the other person be so fast? You're also someone hired by the Feng family, aren't you? As the cold wind blew by, Zhiguo's clothes hunted and his eyes stared fiercely at the woman in front of him. The woman did not answer, and very decisively brought up her gun again and fired, obviously having been professionally trained. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, a bullet whistled out, hitting Zhiguo squarely in the center of his eyebrow. Just when the woman thought she had it in the bag, she found an even more horrifying sight. After the bullet struck Zhiguo's brow, it was like cotton hitting a steel plate, causing no damage to the other party at all. Snap! The twisted mass of bullets fell to the ground, and the woman's heart was in her throat at that moment. In the next moment, she only saw the young man on the opposite side of the room gently extend a hand and open his palm in his direction, and then his own body flew towards him without any control. It all happened so fast she couldn't react. In an instant, Zhiguo choked the woman's neck, and the terrifying force immediately made her gasp for air. The woman's face flushed, suffocation darkening her vision, cold sweat soaking her back as she struggled to speak. Don't kill me. I'll say anything. She was very terrified inside, feeling that she shouldn't have shot just now. This person's strength was powerful beyond her imagination. It was important to know that the bullets she used were specially developed. Even a King Realm expert would be injured if they were hit, yet the other party was unharmed after receiving them hard with their physical body. Just now? It's late. Zhiguo's voice was icy cold, and then he directly moved his hand and twisted her cervical vertebrae with a click. The woman's eyes widened and she died in utter terror. Zhiguo did not let go of his hand, but directly pulled out the woman's soul. Don't! Let me go! I'll do anything. Seeing Zhiguo again, the woman broke down and wailed in pain, with everything that had just happened still fresh in her mind. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhiguo's hand had already covered her heavenly aura. A few moments later, the woman's soul was gone. I didn't expect that there would actually be a second group of people. Zhiguo sneered. Through soul searching, he learned that there were two batches of people who had come over from Mega City number 2 to assassinate his parents. The first batch was to go ahead and test the waters, while the second batch was to take a back seat, and in case the first batch missed, they could continue to make up for it. There were 5 people in the first batch and 10 in the second batch, and without exception, all of them were transcendents. The first group of people did not know that there was a second group of people, so when Zhiguo searched their souls just now, he did not learn this news. Things are really dripping. Fong family, I hope you can afford the price. Chapter 39, Dealing with the Second Group of Assassins. At night, the cool wind blew through. Zhiguo stood on the roof of the building, his clothes dancing, his eyes were ruthless, his icy gaze gazing into the distance. In the next moment, he moved directly and leapt down from the tall building, disappearing as a strong wind without a sound. Through the soul-searching technique, he had learned the exact location of the remaining assassins from the woman. Shortly afterward, he arrived at his destination. It's on the fringe of Mega City 5, and you can see the towering walls of the city as far as the eye can see. There's little sign of human activity here. It's quiet, like suburbia, and it's dark. There were also some houses scattered around, which looked like warehouses, and the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, with no traces of human life. Zhiguo seemed to be one with the night, descending silently. His gaze quickly locked onto a small, dilapidated house, and according to the information obtained from the soul search, the remaining killers were all inside there. The other side is vigilant and has set up a lot of cameras around the area. This kind of trick was obviously not enough for Zhiguo. He approached noiselessly while releasing his spiritual sense and found that there were a total of 9 people in this small building. They were drinking and playing cards at the moment, and there were a lot of weapons around them, both cold weapons and guns and ammunition. These 9 people were also all transcendents without exception, and one of them was even at the King Realm. It's been so long, why haven't we seen that girl Xiaoyu come back yet? I don't know if I've gotten it yet. Don't worry, Xiaoyu's marksmanship, we all have witnessed it. Besides, the 2 people to be killed are just ordinary people. They can't make any waves. It's not likely that she's finished her mission by now and ran off alone to go dashing around. It's not like you guys don't know that she's the kind of person who can't walk away when she sees a handsome guy. I've investigated. The 2 people we're going to kill have a son who was also said to be a transcendent with great strength, and he's teaching at the Ceiling sect, so we can't stay here for too long lest the night grows long. What are you afraid of? Our brothers are not vegetarians. Hey, Wang Fry, give money, give money. The men were very laid back, and after a brief chat they started playing cards again. Boom! However, Just at that moment, the gate they were in suddenly burst into pieces, sending wood shavings flying. The sudden movement startled several people. What man? They all stood up, looking serious and on guard. Zhiguo slowly walked in through the door, his feet stepping on the shattered door of the room with an undisguised murderous aura. How is it possible? The surveillance system installed outside is completely unresponsive. When did this person come over? A person exclaimed out in shock. Bang! Zhiguo was extremely fast, and with a single stride, he arrived close, as if he was shrinking into an inch. He kicked one of them across the room, and that person directly disintegrated in the air, exploding into a mist of blood. I heard that you brothers are not vegetarians? Zhiguo's eyes were cold. The killing aura that was almost on the verge of materializing pierced several people's scalps, and a coolness went from the soles of their feet to the sky. This horrifying scene caused quite a shock to everyone present, and one by one, they immediately sobered up. With a casual kick, a not-so-weak transcendent was torn apart and burst into pieces like a porcelain doll. Where did this ruthless man come from? He's the son of the two people to be assassinated. Someone spoke up. He had seen a picture of Zhiguo's family of 3 at Feng's house when he took the mission. These men were professionally trained and knew the situation was not right and immediately launched a response. They quickly struck out, their spiritual energy flowing through their bodies. Some rushed in with cold weapons, while others picked up hot weapons and aimed their aim at Zhiguo. Everything was done in a very short period of time with a clear division of labor. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, fire erupted in the room and densely packed bullets flew out, targeting none other than Zhiguo. Dirtbag. Zhiguo sneered and stepped forward, letting the bullets pour onto his body. Only moments later he was close enough to slap out. A person's cheek was slapped, and immediately his entire face was deformed. His skull cracked, followed by the entire head bursting into pieces, splattering blood in all directions. How is that possible? Someone shouted in horror. The scene was too shocking. Ignoring the hot weapons and taking another person away with a casual slap, Zhiguo could dispose of everyone in an instant if he wanted to, but he didn't do so. He didn't want to give these people a hard time. In the blink of an eye, he approached again, as if he were flickering in space, and suddenly appeared in front of a person. Ah! The man was so shocked that the weapon in his hand almost slipped. Zhiguo mercilessly reached out his hand and directly picked him up before slamming him against a few other people. The moment it smashed into the other few people, a vast spiritual energy suddenly exploded out of that person's body. With a bang, several people died on the spot, exploding into blood mist without even leaving their bodies behind. Zhiguo's fist seal swung. The terrifying force was mixed with endless spiritual power. One person was killed when a fist fell, without exception. None of them could leave a whole body. In just a few moments, only one of the several assassins in the room was still alive. He was the leader of these assassins and the only king realm transcendent among them. This person was already scared silly at this time, and in his heart, he kept greeting the Fong family, letting them come on an assassination mission. Wasn't this just to send them to their deaths? He was decisive. The speed of a king realm transcendent was boosted to the extreme by him, and he leapt up violently, directly crashing the roof of the room, while fleeing into the distance. All he could think about now was surviving. Whoosh! There was a sudden gust of strong wind in the night, wrapped in terrifying ripples of spiritual energy. Zhiguo caught up in the blink of an eye and placed himself above this person. The killer leader's face changed drastically, and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. However, Zhiguo didn't give him a chance at all, stepping out with one foot and heavily stepping on his chest, swiftly falling towards the bottom. Knock! The ground trembled, emitting a dull sound. The moment he hit the ground, the body of the leader of the killers from the position of the chest in pieces, followed by a bang explosion. At this point, all of the assassins that the Fong family had paid for had perished. Fong family, you're next. I'm going to remove the heads of everyone in your clan. Zhiguo turned around and left, his figure disappearing into the tranquil night. Soon he returned home. Li Datong also arrived with his men at that moment. Mr. Yi, your parents aren't hurt, are they? He hoofed it over after receiving the call, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Zhiguo shook his head and reached out to point at the 5 corpses still lying at home, saying, "Take care of these people." Li Datong nodded his head and quickly ordered his men to carry the body away and clean the house. Zhiguo looked at the personnel who were working hard to clean up the bloodstains, and felt in his heart that it was time to give his parents a new set of house. After this happened, the 2 old people's hearts were expected to have a shadow, but that would have to wait until later to be arranged. He had more important things to do right now. He looked at Li Datong and said, "Mega City number 2 Fong Clan, tell me all the information you know." Chapter 40 Breaking into Fong's house at night. Fong family? Li Datong looked puzzled, but quickly reacted that these assassins were sent by the Fong family. Regarding the Fong family, which was an ancient martial arts family, Li Datong naturally had an understanding of it. Before the recovery of the aura, the people of the Fong family had practiced ancient martial arts since they were young, and their combat strength was far stronger than ordinary people, only that they had always been hidden from the world, and only came out in a high profile after the recovery of the aura. Almost all of the descendants of the sect are transcendents, and are far more powerful than the Zaibatsu and other powers in the megacities. So in Mega City number 2, the only thing that could check and balance the Fong family was the sealed gate of the military forces. But even so, the Fong sect was unwilling to easily offend them, so one could imagine how strong the Fong family's underpinnings were. After getting along for this period of time, Lita informed that as long as Zhiguo determines something, he simply can't persuade him, so he retreated and spoke. Mr. Yi, why don't I contact the sealed gate of Mega City number 2 and step in to mediate for you? Mediation? Yi Zhiga's eyes were filled with viciousness as he said, killing them is the best mediation. Li Datong didn't dare to look directly at the murderous Yi Zhiguo. He hesitated for a while, but finally spoke. Mr. Yi, in fact, regarding the Fong family, Seal Sect also feels quite a headache. This ancient martial family, a dominant family in Mega City number 2, has an extremely high status, with a terrifying number of transcendents under its doors, and is acting more and more forcefully, even repeatedly provoking the authority of the Seal Sect. The Sealing Sect belonged to the military forces, and if the Fong family provoked the authority of the Sealing Sect, it would undoubtedly be slapping the military in the face. And for a country, this kind of thing would never be allowed to happen. Li Datong shook his head, very helpless, and continued. The higher-ups had ordered some time ago that the Fong family would be rectified in the near future, but for a variety of reasons, not much progress has been made. Yi Zhiguo sneered and said disdainfully, that's not just right. I'll destroy the Fong family for you in passing. Li Datong had a big headache for a while. The reason he said that was to tell Yi Zhiguo that the Fong family was scary, and that he should think twice about acting and think long-term. However, Yi Zhiguo opened his mouth to destroy the Fong family, which made Li Datong feel like his words were in vain again. In his heart, he slandered, this ruthless man, who on earth can suppress it? This, Li Datong was dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer. Alright, you send someone to guard my parents, and you don't have to worry about what happens next. Yi Zhiguo's face was icy cold. After leaving a sentence, he directly moved. Tonight, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't protect the Fong family. Li Datong's eyebrows jumped in shock and he opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Zhiguo's speed was too fast and he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Quickly, hurry up and contact the No. 2 Mega City Sealed Gate branch and send someone to the Fong family immediately to aid Mr. Yi. Yes. Mega City number 5 is so far away from Mega City number 2 that even the fastest airplanes would take 2 days to reach it. It couldn't be helped. After the aura revival, the territory was just too vast. Plus it naturally took a long time to avoid some forbidden mountain ranges. But this distance was not even a warm-up exercise for Yi Zhiguo. After he left from his home, he directly tore open the void. Dense spatial cracks spread in all directions, and a spatial tunnel appeared directly in front of him. Yi Zhiguo took a step inside. In the next instant, an identical spatial rift appeared in the sky above Mega City number 2. Yi Zhiguo's figure walked out calmly. He had already learned the specific coordinates of Mega City number 2 and the Fong family when he used the soul-searching technique just now, so finding them was very simple. Yi Zhiguo stood 10,000 meters above the sky, overlooking the entire Mega City number 2. The city was brightly lit, with skyscrapers, all kinds of neon flashes and traffic, and its prosperity was no less than that of Mega City number 5. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Zhiguo moved directly and swooped down. Moments later, he arrived at the destination of his trip, the Fong family. The area is extensive, no less than a sealed gate, and the surrounding area is quiet, planted with patches of birch trees. The architectural style was also very ancient and simple, completely built in accordance with an ancient courtyard. A huge door stood there, more than 20 meters high, and 2 transcendents armed with heat weapons escorted outside the door. Above the gate, a large character, Fong, is engraved in seal script. Yi Zhiguo's face revealed murderous intent, and with a dragon's march, he directly killed. The 2 guards guarding the door immediately realized that someone was approaching and raised their voices in reprimand. What kind of person? How dare you trespass into the Fong family? Why don't you get lost? Bang bang! In the next moment, 2 dull sounds rang out, and Yi Zhiguo's eyes only stared, and the heads of these 2 guards directly burst into pieces. He then kicked the gate, and with a loud thud, the gate, which was more than 20 meters high, collapsed. Zhiguo raised his eyes and looked inside. In front of him was a very long trestle that was hundreds of meters long, and at the innermost part of the trestle, there was a gate that was closed, hiding quite deep. Zhiga sneered. He knew that behind that door at the end of that trestle was the real Fong family. He had no qualms about walking right in. Click. Suddenly, sharp mechanical sounds resounded within the stacks, and the walls in all directions opened up like organs, and countless thermal weapons emerged from them, black and dense with infrared rays aiming at Zhiguo. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the end of the stack. What kind of curmudgeon dares to break into the Fong family at night? It was a king realm transcendent who stood at the end of the trestle, looking askance at Zhiguo. I'm not interested in playing with you watchdogs. Zhiguo did not put the surrounding hot weapons in his eyes in the slightest, and moved forward with a killing spirit as a terrifying pressure suddenly surfaced. Click here. The hot weapons aimed at him around him violently disintegrated at that moment, along with the entire stack, bursting into parts that spilled out onto the ground. That king realm transcendent standing at the end of the trestle. At the first moment that pressure descended, his body was shattered and distorted long before it took on a human form. After easily resolving the obstacles in front of him, Zhiguo urged his spiritual energy and directly enveloped the entire Fong family. From now on, no one would be allowed in or out of the Fong household without his permission. The entire Fong family will become Zhiguo's slaughterhouse alone this night. Also at this moment, Zhiguo's terrifying aura swept out, and everyone felt their souls tremble. Fong family, no chickens or dogs will be left behind tonight. Zhiguo's voice rang out, and it traveled into the ears of everyone up and down the Fong family with unerring precision. Chapter 41, Extermination. The vast majority of the Fong family were transcendents. When Zhiguo urged his spiritual power to blockade the entire Fong family just now, they all sensed that a vast aura had locked them down. They faced that aura as if they were mayflies seeing the sky, their bodies trembling out of instinct, their souls emitting violent fear. Meanwhile, Zhiguo took a step and had officially stepped into the Fong family. In the illusory space around his body, a white flying sword slowly emerged. Tap. Zhiguo's face was icy cold as he slowly stepped forward. Every time he landed a step, a flying sword exploded out. The sword roared like a dragon. The air exploded, and as if it had an autonomous consciousness, it didn't enter a courtyard. Immediately, the courtyard resounded with the sound of a sharp instrument piercing through flesh and blood bursting out. One step down. One person killed. Run, my child, open your eyes and see your mother. For a while the entire Fong family was in chaos. Everyone fled around in panic. There were even some transcendents with extraordinary strength who directly rose up to the sky, wrapped in terrifying spiritual energy, wanting to directly smash the barrier that enveloped the entire Fong family. However, just as they came into contact with the barrier, an unusual movement suddenly occurred on the thin, cicada-like barrier, spewing out black flames. Miserable screams rose and fell, and the black flames swiftly wrapped all of them, burning them along with their spiritual energy, burning them to a crisp in just an instant. The fire of Taiyin, the spirit of true fire, will burn when touched, and will be burned. Zhiguo murmured. This was a type of flame in the forbidden zone of life in the immortal cultivation world. Extremely dangerous. As long as it was contaminated, it could not be extinguished, and even if it was isolated with spiritual power, it was useless. It would burn along with the spiritual power until the target was completely dissipated. At first, in order to subdue the Taiyin flame, Zhiguo also spent a great price before succeeding, and several times he was almost burned to death by it. Since then the Taiyin flame had become his weapon for killing people. After all, those who were entangled in this flame would not even be left with dregs. Retracting his gaze, Zhiguo continued to move forward, the sound of the sword ringing out, and with every step that fell, someone was bloodied on the spot. Have mercy, my friend has something to say, please have mercy. At this moment, an old voice came out from the depths of the Feng family mansion, followed by an old man who attacked with quick steps, and with a few borrowed strength in the air, landed smoothly in front of Zhiguo. He wore a tang suit, his hair was pale and wrinkled, but his body movements were extremely swift and sensitive, like a young man. My humble self, Fong Tianhua, head of the Fong family. I wonder where the Fong family offended their friend by coming here on a killing spree. Fong Tianhua was also greatly shocked at the first sight of Zhiguo, not thinking that the other party was so young yet his strength was so terrifying. Behind Fong Tianhua, there were a few people following. Obviously all of them were senior members of the Fong family. Zhiguo did not reply, but swept his gaze to the few people behind Fong Tianhua. Within them, there was a woman who stood out. born with a pair of light red eyes that glowed slightly in the darkness of the night, with a demonic feel to them. She is Fong Ping's wife, Li Wan. Upon seeing Yi Zhiguo, Li Wan trembled, resentment surfaced on her pretty face, and her fists clenched. She knew that it was the man in front of her who had killed her husband and daughter. You can ask her why I came. Yi Zhiguo slowly spoke. Oh, Fong Tianhua froze, then turned his gaze to Li Wan behind him and asked, Wan what's going on? Li Wan's light red eyes were filled with resentment, and due to the pressure, she could only tell the whole story one by one. After hearing this, Fong Tianhua's face stiffened a bit. Fong Ping's death, and Li Wan sent someone to assassinate Yi Zhiguo's parents. All these things he as the head of the family did not know. Nonsense! Why don't you discuss this with me? Fong Tianhua raised his hand and slapped Li Wan in the face, angrily drinking. He then forced out a smile and said towards Yi Zhiguo, Friend, can you give my old man a face? Leave this matter to me and I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Face? Do you have a big face? Yi Zhiguo reached out and clutched him directly. Fong Tianhua instinctively resisted, but no matter how much he struggled, it was futile and he simply couldn't break free. He was a transcendent at the damn wheel realm, and if the other party could suppress him so easily, his realm must be a great deal higher than his. Fong Tianhua's heart set off shocking waves. This person didn't look more than 20 years old. How could he have such a high cultivation level? I said, tonight, your Fong family, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Fong Tianhua's face turned red as his neck was pinched. Friend, let's have a talk. I'll leave Li Wan at your disposal. Ignorance is blameless. The assassination of your parents was planned by Li Wan alone. We didn't know anything about it. Yi Zhiguo turned a deaf ear. Behind the back of the sword she stirred. Whoosh sound attack, directly pierced through the center of the eyebrow. Puff, the body crashed to the ground. The remaining Fong clan executives felt their scalps go numb and immediately scattered in all directions. The Danwell realm's family had died without even being able to raise half a splash, and the only result of their staying here was to send food to the dishes. Yi Zhiguo didn't try to stop them. The Fong family was under his boundary. Where could these people escape to? Soon, only Li Wan was left at the scene. She looked at the people who were frantically fleeing in the distance, and couldn't help but smile to herself. What kind of clansmen? Aren't they all just flying apart in great trouble? You're not running? Yi Zhiguo looked at her playfully. Run? I can't wait to skin you and whip you, and you give me back my husband and daughter. Li Wan did not retreat but advanced, and even took the initiative to kill towards Yi Zhiguo. She was carrying 2 grenades in her arms, and while running over, she had quietly turned on the safety, in the vain hope that she would die with the other side. Yi Zhiguo took everything in, and had to say that this woman still had some guts, but that doesn't mean he's going to go soft on it. The sword chi in the back was hideous. White light flashed, Li Wan's neck was cold, and her head flew up high immediately. Boom! Just then, the grenade triggered, blowing her headless body apart on the spot. If you don't make a move, then you must make a move to eliminate the roots. Yi Zhiguo passed through the exploding fire, unharmed, and pushed his sword chi to continue the abuse. For a time, the entire Fong family screamed continuously, as one after another person fell into a pool of blood one after another. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a transcendent, Yi Zhiguo didn't spare a hand and killed them all. After a few moments passed, the entire Fong family was completely quiet. There were corpses all over the place, blood and water flowing, and not a single person was able to survive. So far, the Fong family has been wiped out. Yi Zhiguo, who had finished killing people, did not hurry to leave. All lineages had a strong heritage, and the Fong family was naturally no exception. Yi Zhiguo walked towards the interior, heading straight for the Fong family's storehouse. The people have all been killed, and this loot that is in front of us, it's a waste not to take it. Chapter 42, The Heartless Fong Family. Meanwhile, outside the Fong family, the sealed sect of Mega City No. 2 had immediately mobilized their manpower upon receiving Li Datan's message, and by now, they had already arrived at the Fong family's periphery. They saw the gate that had been destroyed from a long distance away, and smelled the strong odor of blood as they approached. Everyone froze in place, their senses of sight and smell extremely shocked. Many of these transcendents had heard the rumors that a ruthless man had come from the side of Mega City No. 5, threatening to destroy the Fong family. Is it hard to believe that the ruthless man has already killed his way in? It was important to realize that the distance between Mega City No. 2 and Mega City No. 5 was so great that it would take at least 2 days to even catch up. That guy came so fast? Captain, shall we go in? Someone asked. As the words fell, everyone in this team couldn't help but cast their gazes to the very front. There stood a woman, white coat and gray pants, fair skin, height of about 1 meter 7 or so, neat and smooth hair cascading to the snow-white neck there. Sweet-looking, youthful and pretty, she carried a broadsword that was taller than she was, in stark conflict with her own face and figure. Her name was Su Jie, and she was the captain of this team of transcendents. The surrounding transcendents were respectful of her, and although she looked like a good girl next door, she was a notoriously violent person. Su Jie's bright eyes looked towards the interior of the Fong family. She always felt that something wasn't quite right. It was a bit too quiet inside, right? Just then, a scream suddenly came from not far away. The crowd rushed to look and found that a member of the team had black flames burning all over his body. He desperately pushed his spiritual energy to resist, but was shocked to find that the black flames were actually able to burn even his spiritual energy. The crowd felt horrified and rushed to fetch water to pounce on the team member whose body was burning with black flames. Yet they found that not only did it not work, but it made the black flames burn even more violently, as if what they were pouring down was not water but gasoline. Help me, I don't want to die. The team member struggled for a few moments, and soon there was no movement as the black flames engulfed everything and burned him down to nothing. Su Jie's brows furrowed. Her beautiful pupils were very godly, and she didn't feel flustered by it, carefully surveying her surroundings. After thinking for a long time, she picked up a branch from the ground and threw it at the Fong family residence. The branch arced through the air, and as it was about to approach it was suddenly blocked by a barrier. At the same time that barrier spat out black flames, instantly burning it out. Everyone took in this scene and was terrified inside. Fortunately they hadn't gotten too close just now. The Fong family, it seems, is trapped, and no one can get in or out. Everyone stay back 30 meters and stay away. Su Jie gave the order, having witnessed the power of the black flames with her own eyes, knowing full well that she couldn't fight it with her strength. This should have been set up by the ruthless man who came over from Mega City number 5 as a means to prevent the Fong family from escaping. It seemed that entering the Fong family was impossible, so let's guard the periphery. She was curious as to what kind of person would dare to kill the Fong family alone. Fong family treasury. Zhiguo leisurely paced among them, his gaze somewhat careless. To say it's some ancient martial arts family is nothing more than that, Zhiguo whispered. Inside were all antiques, as well as some martial arts techniques. If they were to be circulated to the market, they might cause quite a stir, but they couldn't enter his eyes yet. In the deepest part of the storehouse, there were all sorts of valuable medicinal herbs, and even a few ginsengs that were thousands of years old. It's better than nothing, and it should be good to take back to the soup for mom and dad. Zhiguo casually put it away and continued exploring. Suddenly, he stopped at a corner, his eyes fixed on a wall. Zhiguo stretched out his hand and touched the wall. Slightly force, boom sound, the wall instantly collapsed. A dark cul-de-sac came into view. Interesting. Zhiguo let out a light laugh, and then he took a step inside. The cul-de-sac wasn't very long, and it soon came to an end. Walking out of the dark tunnel, a laboratory appeared in front of him. It could be as big as a soccer field, and the air was filled with a faint smell of medicine. Lots of giant shells all around, filled with jars and bottles full of organs soaked in formalin. The heart, kidneys, eyes, don't count, and it was instantly recognizable that the organs were from humans. There were even some huge jars filled with adults. To make it so hidden, it turns out to be sneaking around doing this kind of unseemly business. Zhiguo stroked his chin and calmly walked by. A cursory scan of the organs contained in these jars would take at least 100 people to collect that amount. Moving forward about another dozen meters or so, he noticed that the jars that had been used to preserve the organs were much larger, and the organs inside are many times larger than those of an ordinary person. Zhiguo recognized at a glance that these organs were taken from the body of a foreign beast. Meanwhile, a report book on a test bench not far away caught his attention. Zhiguo walked over and picked it up, and a few words appeared before his eyes. Report on experiments on human grafting of exotic animal organs. After casually looking at it for a few moments, it detailed every step of the Fong family's experimenters, transplanting the organs of alien beasts into humans. To put it bluntly, it's a living experiment. It seems that the guts of this Fong family is really not ordinary. Actually secretly engage in this kind of experiment. No wonder Li Datong, that old boy, said that sealing the door will not tolerate the Fong family. Although the world was not as good as it used to be now that the aura had been revived, this kind of experiment would cause public outrage no matter which era it was placed in. Zhiguo's heart was like water, and he casually threw the report to the side. He continued to walk around the lab, eventually stopping in front of a huge instrument. At the back of the instrument, there is a huge transparent storage room. There were a few humans in there, no longer breathing life, their limbs replaced by the limbs of alien beasts, all grafted on. The visual impact of a human body. the head and limbs of a foreign beast. There were also visible stitches in the chest and abdomen, and it was clear that all the organs in his body had been removed and replaced long ago. This experiment is not too far from describing it as heartless, and if an ordinary person were to see this scene, they would probably be creeped out. Zhiguo did not feel any discomfort. He skipped around this lab a few times and left after finding nothing interesting. Originally, he wanted to just slap this lab flat, but after thinking about it, it was better to leave this mess to the sealed door of Mega City number 2. With this thought, Zhiguo slowly walked out of the Fong family's storehouse. The entire Fong family had been killed by him. He just didn't know if anyone happened to be out tonight and coincidentally escape this. Zhiguo will never allow this to happen. If you want to kill, you must kill to the end. He was going to make a trip to the sealed gates of Mega City number 2 to find out if there were any more leaks. Chapter 43. The periphery of the Fong family. The members of Mega City Seal Gate number 2 had not yet retreated and remained on guard. Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? The ruthless man who came over from Mega City number 5 wouldn't have folded inside, would he? It's said that the Fong family head is a transcendent at the Danwheel realm, and that ruthless person from Mega City number 5 dared to come. His cultivation will definitely not be lower than the Danwheel realm either. I don't know. Logically speaking, a battle between Danwheel realms shouldn't be this quiet. The team members looked in the direction of the Fong family residence from time to time and talked in whispers. Look guys, someone is coming out from inside. Suddenly someone spoke up loudly. This instantly caught everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes towards the Fong family residence. Sujia, who had been resting her eyes with her eyes closed, also opened her eyes at this time to look in. The evening breeze blew by. Her hair was clear, her arms were clasped in front of her chest, squeezing her plumpness and calling out. A pure and beautiful face, as well as a proud body, all gathered in one. It's just that the broadsword behind her back, which is taller than she is, really spoils this image a bit. The contrast is too strong. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhiguo idly walked out from within the Fong family residence. Is he the ruthless one who came from Mega City number 5? I guess so. Holy, I can't believe I'm so young. Good looking, he. Don't think about it, old girl. You can't hold it. Zhiguo walked out of the Fong family residence and casually removed the shrouded boundary. He was not too surprised by the sealed sect members guarding the outside. He knew that, according to the pissy nature of that old kid Li Datong, he would definitely notify to have someone come to meet him. You are fellow members of Mega City 2, I believe, and I'm sorry to trouble you with a trip in the middle of the night. Zhiguo was not a brutal and unreasonable person, showing a gentle smile towards the crowd. Are you, Zhiga? Su Jia walked up, a pair of beautiful eyes sizing up Zhiga. She was honestly shocked. She had expected the other party to be at least middle-aged, but she turned out to be so young. It's me. Zhiguo nodded his head, and at the same time, he looked at Su Jia twice more, not so much attracted by the face, but because of the sense of contrast brought about by the broadsword behind her back. I'm the captain of the first column of the No. 2 sealed gate, Su Jia. Su Jia revealed a smile, like an innocent neighborhood sister. Very sweet. Is this a spring in the captain's step? I've never seen her smile like that before. I don't know. It creeps me out anyway. Imagine a violent maniac giving you a ladylike smile. How do you react? The sound of the several people discussing was not loud, but those present were all transcendents, and their 5 senses were all extremely sharp. A few strands of black lines immediately surfaced on Su Jia's glistening white forehead upon hearing this. Dang! She directly removed the broadsword from her back, and the hilt of the blade was pestled on the ground, and the stone floor immediately cracked, so it was evident that its weight was not light. Su Jia swept her gaze, locking onto the few people who had just discussed it, and said, how is my old lady a violent maniac? You guys, register your names in a moment, and be my practical sparring companions for a week when you return to the sealed sect. Hearing this, those few people wilted on the spot, and the person who accompanied her last time is still not out of the hospital. After shocking her subordinates, Su Jia revealed another sweet smile. Mr. Yi is amused. Zhiguo forced a smile and waved his hand pretending to be indifferent. The two of them chatted a few more times, and then Su Jia led people to deal with the mess of the Fong family, and also called for a special person to come and pick up Zhiguo to Seal Gate No. 2. After nearly an hour's drive, Zhiguo arrived at his destination. This place is so similar to the sealed gates of City 5 that it could even be said to be carved out of the same mold. The organization has long been arranged, and the shuttle personnel directly sent Zhiguo to the residence. It is a large separate room with all kinds of equipment and appliances. Zhiguo wasn't fussy, and when he came in, he went straight to bed and meditated with his eyes closed. Day 2. Yi Zhiguo was woken up by a ringing cell phone. Zhao Shiyu? Yi Zhiguo was a bit surprised, but quickly reacted to the fact that Zhao should have gotten the news when the Fong family was overthrown. You're not hurt, are you? Zhao Shiyu's cool voice came from the other end of the phone after he answered, carrying a few moments of concern. It was only today that she realized that Yi Zhiguo's parents had been assassinated, and he was so enraged that he killed directly to Mega City number 2. In Zhao Shiyu's perception, the Fong family was very powerful, and she was worried that Yi Zhiguo was in danger. The Fong family was exterminated by me. Yi Zhiguo spoke calmly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, clearly stunned by the news. Then when will you be back? A moment later, Zhao Shiyu's voice came again. Yi Zhiguo was serious for no more than 3 seconds and laughed. Why? Did you miss me? Do? The caller hung up and the call ended. Although Zhao Shiyu was cool and a child goddess, she had never been able to do anything with him since she had known Yi Zhiga, and every time she was angry and wanted to laugh. Just after hanging up the phone, there was a knock at the door. Yi Zhiguo opened the door and realized that the visitor was actually Su Jia, still white clothes and gray pants, but today there is no back broadsword, hair casually draped, lips red and teeth white, with a bright smile, a proper sense of the neighborhood sister. Mr. Yi, after investigation, there are still 5 full-fledged members of the Fong family who didn't return home last night due to business trips, but they've all been captured now, Su Jia said. She also noticed that lab last night when she brought people to deal with the scene, and realized that the Fong family was actually doing such heartless deeds behind their backs. Reporting the situation to the police alarmed a lot of people. She came here this time because she hoped that Yi Zhiguo would not kill these people for the time being, and Fong men wanted to execute them in public after a public trial. No problem. This request was not excessive, and Yi Zhiguo readily agreed. Mr. Yi, there's actually one more thing I came here for this time. Su Jia's bright eyes blinked. A far cry from the way she intimidated her subordinates last night, but there's no harm in saying it. Yi Zhiguo responded casually. Su Jia revealed a sweet smile. On behalf of the top management of City Seal Sect number 2, I hope that Mr. Yi can stay. We will give you the best treatment. Whatever conditions you have, just mention them. Last night, the second sealed door had a meeting. The content of the meeting was related to Yi Zhiguo. They got a crooked idea and wanted to dig the wall. But doing this kind of thing is a bit not giving face to the 5th sealed door, so they let Su Jia first come to test Yi Zhiguo's meaning. Yi Zhiga, who was drinking water, almost choked, not realizing that the Fengman, which is subordinate to the military, would actually engage in this kind of backroom operation. Su Jia girl, what do you mean? Digging? Just then, Li Datong's furious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after that he ran in angrily, followed by Wang Yuxuan. Chapter 44 Hints. Mr. Yi, when Li Datong came in, he first greeted Yi Zhiguo, then he frowned, his mustache curling up in anger, and said towards Su Jia, you guys are too unkind. Digging in the wall has actually come to me. Su Jia didn't move at all. Instead she even winked playfully. Elderly, Mr. Yi hasn't agreed to this yet. Why are you in a hurry? I still don't know what you guys are playing at? Li Datong snorted coldly. He had long guessed that after Yi Zhiguo had exterminated the Feng family, Seal Sect number 2 would definitely do something like digging up the wall. Therefore, this time he came over, in addition to picking up Yi Zhiguo to go back, mainly to prevent the corner from being dug up. Yi Zhiguo was too strong. If such an expert was poached, who would he find to cry to? Although it was like offering an ancestor on weekdays, Li Datong was happy as long as Yi Zhiguo was willing to stay. His eyes widened angrily as he stared warily at Su Jia, feeling that although this girl was pretty, her heart was wilted and bad. Su Jia, who knew that she was at a disadvantage, saw that Li Datong was about to be red warm and could only leave unhappily, but on the way out, he also turned back towards Yi Zhiguo and said, Mr. Yi, I hope you still consider it. Oh. Seeing this, Li Datong was furious. This girl was also too much to put him in his eyes. He immediately chased after them, threatening to go to the inside of sealed gate number 2 to have a good talk. Yi Zhiguo sat on the sofa and watched the show. Li Datong red warm. Stormy appearance amused him, cannot help but laugh. Why did you follow me here as well? He looked at Wang Yuxuan and asked with a smile. Wang Yuxuan wore a black jacket on the top and loose work pants on the bottom, and his hairstyle is still high ponytail. Together with his tall figure, he is very eye-catching, and he can kill both men and women. She sighed and said in a helpless tone, my family is urging me to get married and wants me to join forces with Sang, so I've come over to avoid the storm. She resisted this kind of marriage that smelled of profit, and because of that, she almost never went back to Wang's and stayed within the sealed gate all the time. Moreover, Wang Yuxuan's marriage partner. Yi Zhiguo still knew. It was the same Zhang Yan who had an arm chopped off by Su Jing when he was forced to go on a blind date. Wang Yuxuan thought that guy was more of a woman than she was, and she wanted to vomit when she thought of his face with a center parting and thicker than woman's makeup. She wouldn't want to marry someone like that even if she died. We are quite similar. My family has also been urging for marriage. Yi Zhiguo suddenly felt that he had found a compatriot and patted her shoulder with a feeling of empathy. Quite a resemblance. You want to get married, too? At those words, Wang Yuxuan froze, repeating what Yi Zhiguo said over and over in his mind. Lonely men and women sharing a room. It's inevitable that people will think wrongly. She couldn't help but wonder. Teacher Yi couldn't be hinting at something about me, right? With this thought, she couldn't help but lower her head and her face became hot. What's wrong with you? Yi Zhiguo asked when he saw that she was a bit off. No. Wang Yuxuan's face became hotter for a moment. His ears were red, and he hung his head even lower. Yi Zhiguo was a bit suspicious, but didn't think much of it. It's so shameless. Pure banditry. And you want to poach me? Really think I'm a vegetarian? Right at this moment, Li Datong came back cursing. Just now he ran directly to the high level of the No. 2 sealed gate, where he fought with his tongue, spraying a group of people who froze and had no way to talk back. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Wang Yuxuan who was sitting on the sofa and didn't dare to raise his head because of his shyness. Li Datong heard a thump. The bottom of the eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible light. This pair of master and disciple. There is a story. Mr. Yi, when do you think we'll return to Mega City 5? He pretended not to see anything and inquired. Yi Zhiguo returned. There's no rush. There's still a play to watch this afternoon. That afternoon, the 5 remaining full members of the Feng family were sent to Mega City Center number 2 for a public trial. The fact that the Feng family had conducted secret live experiments had been publicized, causing a great sensation and attracting the attention of many people. Not only Mega City number 2, but even other cities have been alarmed. The Fong family was an ancient martial arts family with deep roots and a high level of prestige and influence, and everyone had never expected that they would do such inhumane experiments in private. Damn it, I told you why there have been disappearances in Mega City number 2 for a while now. So it's the Fong family that's behind it. Killing them all would be too cheap. It's a good thing it was discovered in time. Otherwise I don't know how many others would have been poisoned. The internet was full of comments related to the Fong family. Without exception, all of them were reprimands and scoldings. At the public execution site in Mega City number 2, there were even thousands of people gathered, wanting to watch those few direct descendants of the Fong clan being executed with their own eyes. Meanwhile, sealed door number 2 threw out an even more powerful message. The destruction of the Fong family was not the work of sealed gate number 2, but was single-handedly swiped by a young man. The message was an immediate sensation. Although the Fong family's behavior was deplorable, no one dared to question its formidable strength. With a large number of transcendents under its door and the family head reaching the Dan-Will realm cultivation, such a base is not to be underestimated wherever it is placed. Yet such a behemoth was singled out by a young man. This piece of news was like a pie in the sky, shocking many people's jaws off, but no one bothered to doubt the authenticity of the news because the sealed gate was affiliated with the military. Does the military have to lie to the public? The public execution took place over a full afternoon and was broadcast live. Yi Zhiguo was lying on the sofa. He didn't go to the scene, but watched the live broadcast from sealed door number 2. He watched for a while and then closed the live stream, making such a big commotion. Those few subsequent first-degree Fong family members would definitely not survive. This side of things is kind of perfect. That night, Yi Zhiguo, Wang Yuxuan, and Li Datong boarded the plane back to Mega City 5. It was mainly because this old kid, Li Datong, looked at no one in the right place, fearing that the people of the second sealed gate would scoop up Yi Zhiguo. At that time, the top management of the second seal sect all came to see each other off, a pair of eyes staring straight at Yi Zhiguo. They really wanted him to stay. Such a young expert. His future was unlimited. Li Datong's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire, constantly scanning the crowd vigilantly. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was inside the airplane. Mr. Yi, don't worry. What Seal Gate 2 can give, Seal Gate 5, can also give, and it will never be worse than what they give. Li Datong patted his chest and assured. Yi Zhiguo glanced at him in disgust, not bothering to bother with him, and sat aside to rest his eyes. Wang Yuxuan was sitting next to him, stealing 2 glances at Yi Zhiguo from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 45, Tit for Tat. The next day, early morning, the plane roared to life, and Yi Zhiguo's trio returned to Mega City 5 and landed at the sealed gate. There was a crowd gathered at the airport, all coming to pick up the plane. It's still No. 5 sealed door that is comfortable to stay in. Not so much hooking up. Li Datong took a long breath, still connoting sealed gate number 2 even now. After saying that, he opened the cabin door. Mr. Yi, let's go down. Good. Yi Zhiga opened his eyes and rose with Wang Yuxuan beside him. After getting off the airplane, Yi Zhiga surprisingly found a familiar face in the crowd of people receiving the plane. Zhao Shiyu also came, followed by the female bodyguard Zhanglan. She wore a plain white long dress today, revealing her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone, and as the morning breeze whipped by, the hem of the dress swayed, and a pair of long, snowy, greasy legs were faintly visible. She just stood quietly in the crowd. Her temperament was out of the ordinary, out of place with the people around her, invisibly detached and cool. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Shiyu's cold face when she saw Yi Zhiga get down from the airplane, but in the next second, she saw Wang Yuxuan, who was following closely behind Yi Zhiga, and then that smile on her face gradually disappeared. Why are you here too? Yi Zhiga smiled and greeted. Yesterday I went to your house to visit my aunt and uncle, and when they found out you were coming back today, they asked me to come and take you home. Zhao Shiyu's voice was still clear and cold, but he couldn't help but aggravate his tone a few points when he said this, as if he was deliberately saying it to someone else. At those words, Yi Zhiga nodded. However, Wang Yuxuan beside her raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing those words, as if she sensed what Zhao Shiyu was trying to express. Coming from the Wang clan, she naturally knew Zhao Shiyu, only that she didn't expect the other party to actually have such a good relationship with both of Yi Zhiga's parents. A twinge of annoyance rose in her heart at the thought. Wang Yuxuan's slender eyelashes blinked gently. The same woman felt a sense of crisis in Zhao Shiyu. After all, the other party was no worse than himself in terms of his life, or his looks. Zhao Shiyu did the same. She also inexplicably had a sense of crisis rising, and could also detect that Wang Yuxuan seemed to have some special emotions towards Yi Zhiga. Thus, her gaze couldn't help but condense as she looked at Wang Yuxuan with vigilance and a few hints of hostility. Wang Yuxuan was not afraid in the slightest. His aura was fully open and he met her gaze head-on. Isn't this Sister Yuxian? I heard that recently Wang clan is going to marry Zhang clan. I didn't think that you still have the leisure to run around. Zhao Shiyu's voice was clear and cold, with a few provocations in his words. Wang Yuxuan didn't shy away from the stage, and with a cold snort, he said, I'll make my own decisions about my own marriage, so I don't need mess Zhao to worry about it. For a moment the two women actually had a flavor of tit for tat. Li Datong, who was old and sophisticated, is diving silently on the side. His eyes are sneaky, constantly scanning back and forth between the two of them, with the proper face of a gourd-eating crowd. People in old age have a common problem, that is, love gossip. A small bench to sit can be blown in the park all afternoon. He had realized that Wang Yuxuan was not right when he was in Megacity number 2, and today it seemed completely solid. The small friction between the two women, Yi Zhiga did not notice anything out of place. His mind was elsewhere, and he felt that going home to see his parents first was the priority. Zhiga, let's go first. Zhao Shiyu spoke and asked Zhang Lan to open the car door. Yi Zhiga nodded and without much thought, directly sat up. She then followed and got into the car. Only when she closed the door, Zhao Shiyu's gaze glanced at Wang Yuxuan. If anything, the corners of her rosy mouth slightly curled up, seemingly provoking. The car started and drove away from the sealed door. Looking at the rear of the car that was getting farther and farther away, Li Datong clearly perceived that Wang Yuxuan beside himself. His face was getting colder and colder at this time, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. He really didn't expect that this girl, Wang Yuxuan, would be an impulsive teacher and rebellious disciple. However, he couldn't say anything more, and could only laugh dryly and say, alright, let's go back too. Wang Yuxuan did not say a word, and with a black face, he turned around and left in a huff. After sending Yi Zhiga downstairs, Zhao Shiyu didn't go upstairs together, but left directly. She was a very intelligent woman and knew that now was the time belonging to Yi Zhiga's family of 3, and it was not appropriate for her to disturb it. Dad, Mom, I'm home, back at home, Yi Zhiga called out. Soon the parents came out from inside the bedroom. Stop her, you're not hurt, are you? Su Jing stepped forward and spoke worriedly, constantly surveying. In the past 2 days, they also knew the whole story, and also knew that their son had gotten rid of the Feng family. The two of them also watched the live broadcast of the public trial of the first family of the Feng family. Although the heart is happy, but parents are always most concerned about their own children. After all, fighting and killing, in case of injury, it must be more suffering. I'm fine. Yi Zhiga let Su Jing measure him and said with a smile, good boy, worthy of being the seat of my Yi family. Yi Guanqi reached out and patted Yi Zhiguo's shoulder. He felt relieved to have such a son. Then the family came to the living room. Yi Zhiguo found that it was piled with gifts. The dining table, tea table are almost unable to put. Yi Guanqi smiled and said, "There were quite a few people who came to visit the two of us in the past 2 days. The Zhao clan, the Wang clan as well as the Fong clan all sent people over. It's rare for the house to be so lively. Thanks to your blessing, how could we need those big shots on a normal day?" Su Jing opened her mouth. Her eyes were all smiles, especially happy. Which parents don't expect their son to become a dragon and their daughter to become a phoenix? They knew very well that the reason why those people came to visit and send gifts was all because of Yi Zhiguo. Yi Zhiguo accompanied the smile. The reason is vulgar and easy to understand. No matter where they are, the only condition that allows them to be treated with courtesy is that their own strength is sufficient. Son, tell me honestly, that day when we were in distress, the white light that was released from your mom and I, was it related to you? Yi Guanqi asked. When he encountered the assassination that day, he clearly saw that the white light that instantly killed the thugs was bursting out from the jewelry that Yi Zhiguo had given them. They didn't know it was sword energy, so they called it white light. It's me. Yi Zhiguo admitted that there was nothing to hide. Afterward, he made the two old men sit on the sofa and spoke very seriously, saying, "Dad, Mom, do you want to cultivate?" Although he could keep his parents safe, he still had to ask the second oldest for his opinion. Cultivation? Like those transcendents? Su Jing was very surprised. Since the recovery of aura, becoming a transcendent was something that everyone dreamed of. Yi Guanqi was also shocked. His heart stirred inwardly, but his eyes soon dimmed again. They were all so old, they couldn't withstand any more tossing and turning. Chapter 46 Parental Foundation Establishment. It was obvious that the two old men were both very moved. After all, who didn't desire to gain great power? But I can't help it that I'm already old, so I can only hide the fluttering in my heart. Transcendentals? No. Yi Zhiguo shook his head and smiled gently as he continued. More powerful than a transcendent. He had already decided in his heart. In a moment, he would ferry aura to his parents, reshape their tendons and bones, and directly let them build the foundation. He couldn't look at any transcendent. Was it bad to cultivate immortals? Upon hearing this, the two old men were shocked. More powerful than a transcendent? They didn't react for a moment, confused and unsure of what Yi Zhiguo was trying to convey. Zhiguo, your mom and I are both getting older, so don't waste your resources for nothing. Yi Guanqi opened his mouth after a little thought. He felt that Yi Zhiguo should have some sort of precious thing that possessed the ability to remodel his physique, and didn't want the other party to waste that precious thing on them. Su Jing also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's fine if you have this heart. Yi Zhiguo smiled and felt something in his heart. His parents were always looking out for him at all times. Don't worry, it doesn't waste any resources, and it won't take much longer. It'll be quick. Give me your hands. Yi Zhiguo squatted in front of the two old men. Yi Guanqi and Su Jing looked at each other with apprehension in their hearts, and after hesitating for a while, they looked at their own son's serious expression, and finally each extended a hand. Yi Zhiguo held the two oldest's outstretched hands, and the majestic spiritual energy in his body immediately revolved, gently but slowly ferrying out, transmitting into his parents' bodies through the touch between their palms. At once the two old men felt a warm sensation sweep through their bodies. They felt as if they were growing against the grain, and the pores of their entire body opened up. There were streams of light shimmering on them, and every pore was breathing. The bones were crackling as well, but they didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, they were very comfortable. Within a short time, many dark impurities were discharged from their bodies and piled up on the surface of their bodies. Earlier, when the second old man took the Beast King's meat, his physique had been slightly improved, and now ferrying spiritual energy was undoubtedly the icing on the cake. After a few minutes, Yi Zhiguo let go of his hands. His parents' bodies had already been pretty much improved by him. What is this stuff on your body? It's black and smells so bad. Su Jing opened her mouth with some disgust as she realized the impurities expelled from her body. Yi Guanqi also frowned, smothered by the smoke. The two old men are usually very clean, and now their bodies are covered with slimy black impurities, and their hearts are very diabolical. Su Jing got up and rushed straight into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Su Jing's surprised voice came from the bathroom. Ah, is this really me? A short time later she walked out with a change of clean clothes and a look of disbelief on her face. After washing the impurities from the surface of her body, Su Jing looked very good. Her skin was fair, and all the wrinkles on her face disappeared, making her feel younger all of a sudden. It's not an illusion. It's real, and despite being over 100 years old, the body is growing back against the grain and returning to youth. When she was young, Su Jing was very pretty. a beauty with a good face. Yo, where is this sister from? So pretty. Zhiguo smiled and joked. Su Jing was happy in her heart when she heard it, but on her mouth she pretended to spit. How do you talk? No big deal. I can see that Su Jing is very happy. The whole person is refreshed. After all, what woman does not love beauty? Especially one like her, who had already spent half her life and was suddenly returning to youth. Couldn't be happier. Is this really true? Yi Guanqi, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded, as if he had gone back a few decades, to the first time he saw Su Jing. Su Jing was stared at by Yi Guanqi in such a direct manner, and for a moment, she was a little embarrassed. To be honest, Yi Guanqi was also curious if he would be able to return to youth like Su Jing. With excitement in his heart, he too stepped into the shower to rinse the black impurities that covered his body. Not long after, Yi Guanqi also came out. He was straight and returned directly to his prime, with glowing eyes, high spirits, smooth skin, and the dark bags under his eyes that had plagued him for so long had completely disappeared. I have to say that old Ye's face value was still very good when he was young, and his facial features and face shape were somewhat similar to Yi Zhiguo. I feel physically energized now, and I have an endless supply of energy. Saying that, Yi Guanqi probed out with one hand and lifted the coffee table, which was hundreds of pounds. This move startled himself, not expecting that his strength had actually become so big. Su Jing also had a few moments of curiosity, wanting to see if she too had a power change. The results were obvious, and the hundreds of pounds of coffee table was easily lifted by her with one hand, effortlessly. This is beyond the realm of what ordinary people can achieve, and the second old man also felt very relaxed, and could feel that lifting more than 100 pounds with one hand was far from his limit. They're all excited to be back in their youth and have uncommon power. One should know that this was still only improving their physique. Yi Zhiguo had not yet built their foundations. How good is this? In the future, when you go out and other people see you, they still think you are my brother and sister. Yi Zhiguo said with a bad smile on the side. He was telling the truth. The parents, nowadays, were just too young, looking like they were 30 years old at best. You brat, netting jokes all day. Yi Guanqi smiled brightly. Su Jing also revealed a smile. She didn't care about how powerful she was. She already felt very satisfied to be able to return to her youth. Mom and Dad, you two are now returning to youth. Can be endured. Do not come to the time I more out of a younger sibling. Yi Zhiguo on the basis of thick skin, shameless opening. Just as soon as he finished, he felt the death stare from his parents. Yi Zhiguo pretended not to see anything and hardened his head to pull away from the topic. It's not over yet. The real main event is still in the back. With that, he took out 2 green-colored pills from his storage ring. As soon as it was taken out, the entire room was filled with a strong fragrance of Dan, and just taking a sniff made one feel relaxed and refreshed. This is the foundation building pill. After taking it, it can make the chi refining stage cultivator build the foundation directly, although the parents don't have a foundation. But with Yi Zhiguo, even if they don't have a foundation, they can build the foundation smoothly. Here, eat this. Yi Zhiguo handed the elixir to his parents. The second old man received the elixir and didn't excuse himself, directly swallowing it. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth. The majestic medicinal power impacted all the limbs and bones. Yi Zhiguo pinched the sword finger in his hand, pointing at the center of his parents' eyebrows respectively. Spiritual energy surged in, instantly neutralizing the raging medicinal effects and condensing a sea of chi within them. This state continued for about half an hour. At this point, the parents' foundation building has been completed. Feeling the aura flowing around their bodies, as well as the strength in their bodies that seemed to be inexhaustible, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing's faces were incomparably joyful. From today onwards, they didn't have to envy those so-called transcendentals. Chapter 47, The Beast King wants to enter the city. Are we considered transcendents now? Yi Guanqi and Su Jing looked at each other, feeling the spiritual energy constantly flowing within their bodies, and almost in unison, they opened their mouths to murmur. The couple had the unrealistic feeling that it all seemed too easy, like a pipe dream. Looking at the surprised, astonished and delighted expressions on his parents' faces, Yi Zhiguo revealed a smile. Although the second old man was forcibly elevated to the foundation establishment stage by him, the spiritual power in his body was real, and if he really started to rage, the average transcendent would not even know how to die. After the aura recovery of the earth, although the foundation establishment stage is not necessarily invincible, but self-preservation is absolutely no problem. Subsequently, Yi Zhiguo took out the storage ring that he had refined in the land of Jingchu at the beginning. There were a total of 3 in the beginning. He gave one to Wang Yuxuan, and there were still 2 left. He now gave each of the 2 to his parents. They now had aura in their bodies, and the two old men quickly adapted to it after Zhiguo told them how to use it, and were able to use it freely. This is really good. In the future, I won't need to carry my hand to buy groceries or anything else. Su Jing was very happy, constantly surveying the storage ring worn between her fingers. Yi Guanqi, on the other hand, glanced at her in an unfavorable manner and said, "Such a good thing for you to use to buy groceries. A woman's opinion." When Su Jing heard this, she immediately became unhappy and glared at Yi Guanqi. Yi Guanqi couldn't withstand the pressure and was defeated in no time. Yi Zhiguo snickered from the sidelines. Their family had been like this for so many years. The two parents bickered from time to time, but every time it was Su Jing who overwhelmingly won. "Alright, Dad, Mom, I'll pass on some more offensive techniques to you." Yi Zhiguo spoke again. Since they had already allowed their parents to build their foundations, the gong method was something that had to be passed on, or else it would be like a vase, not useful to look at. Offensive tactics? Stopper. Your father and I are old arms and legs. Where can we stand the fighting and killing? Su Jing said. Yi Guanqi also nodded his head in agreement. Yes, it's true that our age group is a bit inappropriate. Yi Zhiguo was speechless for a while, and was tempted to say, "At your age, you are still considered milky youngsters in the immortal cultivation world. With me here, I definitely won't let you guys go through beatings and killings," Yi Zhiguo said, "but what you should learn must not be missing." In the end, under his persuasion, he managed to impart cultivation techniques to his parents, as well as a few offensive techniques. What Yi Zhiguo taught was relatively simple, and as long as the two old men practiced for a while every day, they would both improve greatly. For the next few days, neither of the two old men went to work, and Yi Zhiguo didn't go to seal the door, but instead stayed home to guide the two parents in their cultivation. Without realizing it, another week had passed, and Yi Guanqi and Su Jing had already grasped some of the skins of the attacking technique. It must be said that the parents had some talent in cultivation. 3 more days of such leisure passed. This day Yi Zhiguo was at home as usual, but received a call from Li Datong. "Mr. Yi, something big has happened." Li Datong transmitted his voice, a little agitated. He informed that several extremely powerful beast kings were preparing to enter Megacity 5, supposedly for peace talks. During the 3 years of Aura revival, there was too much friction between humans and alien beasts, and bloodshed often occurred everywhere. But now, it was hard to avoid the fact that a few beast kings had suddenly entered the megacity, wanting to discuss the matter of peace talks, and would be the first to associate it with the possibility that this could be a plot by the Fae. Hearing this, Yi Zhiguo froze slightly and couldn't help but think of Chen whom he met in the ruined city. There were still many people alive in that ruined city, and there were beast kings of the Lord in faction who had fought off many beast tides for them. It's just that his parents were attacked after he came back last time, so he forgot to tell Li Datong about it. Now the call from Li Datong was tantamount to reminding Yi Zhiguo, so he told him about the ruined city where Chen was. What? There is such a thing? Li Datong was surprised after hearing this. This news really shook him a bit. He felt that his head was a bit inadequate. When he first got the news that the Beast King was going to enter the city, he also suspected that it was a smoke bomb thrown by the Fey beasts, and there was probably a conspiracy inside. But now, he also heard Yi Zhiguo say that there was a group of Lord and Pi Beast Kings among the Fey beasts. The two pieces of news were like a bomb that blew his head off, and for a moment he didn't know what to think. When will those Beast Kings enter the city? Yi Zhiguo asked carelessly. Li Datong on the other end of the phone hurriedly responded. It's estimated to be in the next 2 days. The 4 Seal sect founders who are participating in the construction of Megacity 9 from afar are also paying attention, and one of them is already on his way back. More than one Beast King had entered the city. This matter had too great an impact. A lack of attention could very well be a catastrophe that would cost the lives of tens or millions of people. Therefore the Sealing Gate executives were very anxious. Mr. Yi, I have an ungrateful request. Li Datong's voice once again came from the phone. His tone was sincere, and he hoped that when the time came for the Beast Kings to approach, Yi Zhiguo would come out together, so that in case those Beast Kings erupted in ferocity, he could still remedy the situation in time. Alright, you can send someone to pick me up at that time. Yi Zhiguo thought it was no big deal, so he agreed. After saying that, he hung up the phone. 2 days later, a military jeep pulled up underneath Yi Zhiguo's house. Li Datong personally came to pick up Yi Zhiguo. He hadn't been able to get a single good night's sleep in the past few days, and with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, his entire body had emaciated quite a bit. Alas, you don't know, Mr. Yi, I've been reviewing documents all night long these past few days, and the higher-ups have been applying pressure, just waiting for today. Li Datong let out a long sigh. Regarding the matter of the Beast King coming to peace talks, the secrecy of the sealed sect had been done very well, and until now no masses knew about it. Zhiguo looked out the window and casually asked, "Has the location of the peace talks been finalized?" Upon hearing this, Li Datong nodded and said, "It's already set. It's right at the sealing gate. Those several Beast Kings transformed into human bodies have already entered the city, and at this time, they are also on their way to the sealing gate." Li Datong's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. His expression was grave, and you could see that at this time he was in an extraordinarily tense mood. Within a short time, the vehicle pulled into the sealed gate. It was quiet inside. The weaker transcendents had already evacuated early, and all those who stayed were elites. Many large weapons were also put into a state of readiness, and as soon as things didn't go right, they would immediately open fire, and the transcendents inside the sealed gate would also strike directly. Chapter 48, The Vermilion Bird. After getting out of the car, looking at the members of the sealing gate who were standing by, Zhiguo smiled faintly. It was just a few Beast Kings. It was a bit too much of a fuss. Mr. Yi. Just then, a delighted voice suddenly came. Zhiguo turned to look and found that in the crowd in the distance, Wang Yuxuan was standing on his tiptoes and waving at himself. She was wearing a black combat uniform like the surrounding members of the Seal sect, and it was obvious that the Seal sect was taking this deliberation seriously. Zhiguo nodded towards Wang Yuxuan as a response, and then entered the office building with Li Datong. "Mr. Yi, I'll first take you to meet one of the founders of the Sealed Gate. She's specially come over from the side of Mega City 9, Li Datong said. "Okay." Zhiguo casually responded and followed him to a conference room. Standing in front of the door of the conference room, Li Datong first straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes before extending his hand to knock on the door. "Come in." A female voice soon came from the conference room. "Mr. Yi, please." Datong Li opened the door. After walking into the conference room, Zhiguo realized that the large room was almost filled with people, but it was very quiet, and when the door opened, all eyes looked over. These were the top management of the sealed sect, and each of them was dressed in formal attire with a serious and meticulous expression. On the main seat, a woman was sitting there quietly, looking 27 or 18 years old, with fair skin, wearing a woman's suit, simple and atmospheric. Her hair was sharply coiled up in the back, leaving only a strand in the front, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that invariably added a bit of coolness and asceticism to her aura. With just one glance, one could tell that she was definitely the type of person who was decisive and did not drag her feet. Upon seeing Zhiguo enter, she revealed a smile and said, "You're Zhiguo, right? I've heard a lot about you. Introduce myself. I'm one of the 4 founders of the sealed sect. You can call me Vermilion Bird." As he opened his mouth, Vermilion Bird found that he couldn't even see through the other party's strength, and no matter how much he mobilized his spiritual energy to probe it, it was to no avail. She was a little alarmed. There were only 2 reasons for this situation. For one thing, the other guy is just a regular guy. The second was that the other party's strength was too much higher than his own. But according to the Fingman's intelligence, Zhiguo is by no means the first person. Then the words. Vermilion Bird's face was calm, but inwardly, she trembled fiercely. Zhiguo was slightly thunderstruck by her name. Vermilion Bird? Then wouldn't the other 3 sealed gate founders be called Qinglong, Xianwu and White Tiger respectively? But the name is apt for Chinese civilization. I've heard Li Datong mention you. It's better to hear 100 times than to see you. Zhiguo opened his mouth. When he first entered the sealed door, Li Datong did mention a word that the leader of the 5th sealed door was a big beautiful woman. Now it seems that old boy didn't lie. The strength was also not too bad. The Danwheel realm, and it did have the ability to start a sect on Earth. The Beast King should be arriving soon as well, so take your seat as well. Vermilion Bird smiled politely. Zhiguo, however, shook his head and said, "I'd rather go outside. I'm not used to staying in here." With that he turned and walked right out. Zhiguo agreed to come and seal the gate just to prevent those Beast Kings from rioting, but it didn't mean that he was going to be a part of the negotiation table as well. Now that he had also met the so-called Vermilion Bird, one of the founders of the sealed gate, he didn't want to stay any longer. A group of people to sit down to discuss this kind of thing, really not suitable for Zhiguo. He was born loose habitual, really want to sit down to discuss. It is estimated that it will not take long to hoot and holler up. The conference room was serious, but it was like playing house to him. The highest cultivation level was only at the Danwheel realm, and he didn't care to participate in this kind of meeting. Looking at Zhiguo's departing back, many people in the conference room raised their eyebrows lightly, feeling that this young man was a bit headstrong. However, Vermilion Bird gently knocked on the table a few times and issued a warning towards the crowd. although this person has a strange temper. His strength is above me. I can't see through him, so don't chew on him." At those words, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The Danwell realm vermilion bird couldn't even see through it. How strong should it be? Is it hard to be in the immortal realm? Since the revival of Aura, it seemed that creatures of that level had not appeared on Earth. Thinking of this, everyone present felt a chill down their backs. This also included Li Datong, who knew that Zhiguo was strong, but didn't expect him to be this strong. After coming out of the conference room, Zhiguo found a reclining chair and sat under a willow tree, opening his cell phone to read a novel. Not long after, there was a roar in the distance. Several beast kings joined hands and came at such a fast speed that it was almost instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived under the office building, stirring up a violent wind. They all transformed into human beings at this time. 4 males and 1 female. The male was tall and powerful, and the female was feminine and bewitching. It was also at this moment that Vermilion Bird came to greet him with the higher-ups of the Sealing sect. After a brief conversation between the two sides, they walked into the office building. The members of the Seal sect in the distance all secretly swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene, and many of them had never seen the Beast King before. With nervous expressions on their faces, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly when she saw the crowd's unseen appearance. After a few more minutes, the roar of cars was heard in the distance as several large transportation vehicles approached. Zhiguo put down his cell phone and looked at the approaching vehicles. He sensed a familiar aura inside one of them. Chen? Soon he understood that those Beast Kings came to discuss. Naturally they had to show their sincerity, and those humans who were still alive in the ruined city were the best sincerity. So this time they also brought the humans that were still alive in that ruined city. Vehicles also end up parked under the office building. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan immediately brought her people forward. Her main task today was to take care of these refugees. With her organization, the refugees in the car got out and soon lined up neatly. This also included Chen, who was dressed in ill-fitting patched clothes, holding a worn-out doll that had been mended many times in her arms, and looking at her unfamiliar surroundings, her small body trembled slightly. Zhiguo watched from afar, and he realized that Chen was the only one in the crowd, and her mother was not among them. And Chen seemed to be very weak. Her face was very white, and there were many bruises and uncrusted wounds on her body. Zhiguo's gaze fell on the other refugees. Could it be? He whirled around and got up, heading toward the refugees arranged in a 4-way line. Asterisk. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. In the queue, a refugee accidentally tripped and kicked Chen. The kick instantly caused Chen's skinny body to fall to the ground, fear written all over her little face, enduring the pain to death as she clutched the worn-out doll in her arms, her body curling up into a ball. That little is in the ing way. The refugee didn't seem to be relieved yet. He raised his foot and kicked down again, heavily kicking Chen back. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her back, Chen had tears in her eyes, but always held back and did not fall. Wang Yuxuan sensed the movement in the crowd and drank. What's going on? The refugees who were still ready to continue to vent their anger saw this and hurriedly hid in the crowd. Feeling that something was wrong, she walked into the crowd and quickly spotted Chen, who was curled up in a ball on the ground, her skinny body constantly trembling. Compassion and heartache suddenly appeared on Wang Yuxuan's face. He was about to pick her up when he realized that someone had already picked her up a step ahead of him. Looking at the figure that picked Chen up, Wang Yuxuan didn't hold back and called out, "Teacher Yi?" Chapter 49, I'll avenge you. Chen, long time no see. Zhiguo held Chen in his arms and spoke softly. Chen froze. This voice seemed to be somewhat familiar to her. Then she slowly lifted her head up, and she realized that the one holding her was none other than the big brother she met in the ruined city some time ago. Big brother. She was a little surprised, while a smile spread across her small face. When Wang Yuxuan beside him saw this scene, he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, not expecting Zhiguo to actually know this little refugee girl. Chen, where is your mom? Zhiguo quietly urged his spiritual power to warm Chen's traumatized body and softly opened his mouth to inquire. Chen was very weak. Her face was frighteningly white. She could feel at this moment that there was a warm air current traveling through her body. It was very comfortable. But when she heard Zhiguo ask about her mother, her little face that was overflowing with smiles instantly dimmed, and her mood was very low. She hadn't cried when she was beaten by the other refugees earlier, but she couldn't hold it in at the moment, and teardrops sprang up in large clusters and slid down her cheeks. Mommy, she's dead. Chen was very sad. Countless negative emotions surged up and she completely let out a cry in Zhiguo's arms. Zhiguo's gaze was lowered. When he left, He specially left enough meat for his mother and his wife to live for a long time, but now Chen was weak as if she could faint at any time. Meanwhile her mother is dead. Tell me, what's going on? Zhiguo softly inquired. Wiping away her tears with his hand, Chen huffed and trembled. Her expression seemed to be a bit fearful, not daring to speak, but her gaze subconsciously glanced at the other refugees present. Zhiguo instantly guessed everything. His eyes were icy cold and he swept out following her gaze. The refugees present immediately shivered and their cold hairs stood on end, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast of the desolate past at this moment. Their breaths shortened. Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened and I'll do it for you. Zhiguo soothed. Chen looked at Zhige's serious look. Her dirty little hands hugged the worn-out doll in her arms tightly, and she couldn't hold in her aggression and sadness any longer. It was them. They found the meat that Big Brother had left for me and my mother, and they took it away, and my mother couldn't get out of bed because they beat her. And then they ate mommy. Ate mommy, Chen said while letting out a loud cry. Her little face was filled with tear stains and she was heartbroken. Wang Yuxuan beside her heard the words. Her heart boomed loudly, and she looked at the refugees who were neatly arranged around her. And these people actually ate human flesh. Being in a giant city, where she usually had absolutely nothing to worry about in life, was a strong shock at this point. She looked deeply at Chen, with mixed feelings inside. Zhigo wiped away the tear tracks on Chen's face and whispered towards Wang Yuxuan. Leave all these people at my disposal. Everything in this world is about a cause and effect. The cause of this incident is that Zhiguo went to that ruined city and gave Chen mother and daughter a piece of Beast King's meat. The result is that the meat was later taken and the people were eaten. Today he will end this matter with his own hands and put an end to the karma. I'll listen to teacher in everything. Wang Yuxuan nodded heavily. She knew Zhiguo's methods, and I'm afraid that none of these refugees will survive today, but I don't know how. Wang Yuxuan's heart didn't have half a sense of guilt. Instead there was a kind of free-flowing emotion. My lord, don't listen to that little S side of the story. Yeah, she's completely full of and is clearly wronging us. A number of refugees around them spoke up, all in collusion. Opening your mouth to talk about little es, you really don't have me in your sights. Zhiguo gaze condensed, a white light suddenly flashed, followed by a click sound. The refugee's head immediately flew up high, the bodies separated. The sudden bloody scene startled everyone present, and the refugees, who had been neatly arranged just a moment ago, instantly fell into disarray. Injustice? One side of the story? Then open your doggy eyes and take a good look. Zhiguo catalyzed his aura. His index finger gently hooked. Chen only felt her head floating lightly. Immediately afterward, a curtain of light made of spiritual energy appeared. The scene on the screen is exactly the scene where these refugees broke into Chen's house and forcefully robbed the Beast King's meat from Chen's house. Chen's mother went forward to stop, but was held down by a group of people on the ground and beaten. In just a few moments was covered with injuries, dying. A large piece of Beast King meat on the table was also divided up. After everyone had left, Chen went up and carried her dying mother to the bed, but her mother was already out of breath at this point. Chen was so grief-stricken that she lay on the edge of the bed and cried bitterly. The scene then shifted. Mother Chen is dead in her bed. Chen's eyes were red from crying. She carried her mother's body on her thin body and took hard steps, wanting to find a quiet place to be buried. Immediately after the scene shifts again, Chen was beaten all over her body. Lying on the mud-covered ground, she let out a loud cry. In front of her, a group of refugees with knives in their hands formed a circle to divide Chen's mother's body. Chen tried to get up, but her bruised body couldn't make any strength. She could only watch as her mother was split up, her cries of grief resounding and overlapping with the excited laughter of the group of refugees. The scene shifts again. It was the same group of refugees, with knives in their hands, approaching Chen, who was curled up in a ball in the corner, with intense desire blossoming in their eyes, as if they were looking at meat on a chopping board. However, they didn't get it this time, as a Beast King came to take all of them away to the mega city to negotiate. The picture ends here. Gentlemen, do you still feel wronged? Is it still one-sided? Zhiguo hugged Chen, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone in the room saw the image just now. A look of panic finally appeared on the faces of these refugees at this time. They didn't expect that Zhiguo would be able to show Chen's memories in this way. In the field, there were also quite a few sealed sect transcendents, and they naturally saw all the images in the light screen. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, and they could not help but clench their fists and stare at the refugees present with anger in their eyes. At first they were happy that a group of their compatriots could be put out of their misery and were now able to return to life in the modern world. Yet they didn't expect the group to be so vicious, especially Wang Yuxuan. Women are supposed to be emotional creatures. Her eyes reddened a bit after watching all the images, and she reached out her hand to gently caress Qianshen's face. This little girl's tragic experience resonated with her heart. Qianshen was tired of crying, and her injured, starving body had long since been unable to hold out and fell into a coma at this point. Just before he passed out, he heard Yi Zhiguo's voice. I'll help you get your revenge. Chapter 50. Does this seat need to explain to you and the others when I kill someone? Before she passed out, Qianshen heard Yi Zhiguo's voice in a trance, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Yi Zhiguo wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, then swept his gaze toward the group of refugees not far away. Feeling Yi Zhiguo's icy gaze, the hearts of all the refugees trembled. They inexplicably felt fear and wanted to flee, but they were all surrounded by gate-sealing transcendence, so there was no way to retreat. Yi Zhiguo's face was expressionless, and his fingers gently moved. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept in, flying sand and stones. Everyone present could not open their eyes, and their clothes hunted. Not only that, they also sensed that the gale was incomparably sharp, like countless sharp blades spinning and approaching in the blink of an eye. The members of the seal sect who were present were like enemies and retreated in a hurry. But even after keeping a far enough distance, they still felt their skin raw, as if it was going to be torn apart. Aha! The gusts of wind arrived instantly, followed by the screams of dozens of refugees. The moment they came into contact with this gale, their flesh disappeared, swallowed up and annihilated. Wrong! We were wrong and will never dare again. My lord, have mercy. I don't want to die. Your Highness, let us live. Pieces of refugees knelt on the ground and desperately kowtowed towards Yi Zhiguo. Even though their heads were broken and bleeding, they still continued. Their hearts beat violently. Fear and anxiety constantly intertwined, and the smell of death approached. Yi Zhiguo, however, ignored it and turned his head to Wang Yuxuan. Do you see anything? Wang Yuxuan's silver teeth clenched, and there was no trace of pity in his somewhat reddened eyes. The little girl Chen might have prayed as humbly as they did to keep her mother's body intact. But what's the result? They don't feel remorseful, they just feel scared now. Wang Yuxuan said. Yi Zhiguo gave her a satisfied look. Not bad, this girl is teachable by children. Boom boom, the wind was still sweeping, and the ground trembled violently. More and more refugees were swept up in it, instantly turning into a mess of rotten meat, blood flying across the sky like rain falling from the sky. The ground around them, the houses were enveloped in a rain of blood. Wang Yuxuan stood beside Yi Zhiguo. The pouring blood rain seems to have a sense of general, even took the initiative to avoid the two. In just a few moments, the hundreds of refugees present were swept up in midair by that gale, as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder. The next second, the screams disappeared and so did the refugees. All that was left was the blood and water in the sky, pouring down continuously. The transcendents present couldn't help but tremble in their legs when they saw this horrifying scene. With this kind of attack, even if a king realm transcendent came, they would only die in an instant. They could see with their own eyes that Yi Zhiguo, who was the instigator, had only lightly moved his finger to unleash such a terrifying killing move. It was unimaginable that such a terrifyingly strong person was serving as an instructor at the Sealing sect. It was also at this time that the Seal sect executives and the Beast King who were negotiating in the office building rushed out. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, they saw a sky full of blood and Yi Zhiguo, who was standing in the center of the field holding Qianshen. 600 refugees were all killed. Zhu Yao stared at the scene in a daze, instantly guessing everything. The Seal sect's senior management, as well as those few Beast Kings, all froze. Just now, they had sensed that there was an extremely terrifying energy raging, and even though they sensed that the energy was not hostile to them, they still felt palpitations. It took a long time to calm down inside. Mr. Yi. In the end, it was Li Datong whose lips trembled and softly called out. Vermilion Bird's face revealed a shocked expression. Even though his mind was no longer calm at this time, he could not continue to maintain it. Mr. Yi, why did you kill these refugees? She didn't know the reason and issued a question. That's 600 lives, just gone. Not just her, even the few Beast Kings were stunned, killing hundreds of people in the blink of an eye. This was even more brutal than their Fey beasts. The main point was that these 600 were so refugees were their sincerity in coming to the peace talks, and they had only arrived at the sealed gate not long afterward, and they were all gone like that. Jubilee, what do you mean? They mistakenly thought that Feng men didn't want to make peace, and their faces couldn't help but darken. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and several Beast Kings had spiritual energy flowing through their bodies as they stared vigilantly at the higher-ups of the sealed sect. Give us an account. A few Beast Kings had unkind faces, their auras exposed. ready to strike at any time. Everyone, calm down. There must be a misunderstanding here. Vermilion Bird forced herself to calm down. The aura emanating from the Beast King did not shock her. Enough of this noise? Right at this moment, Zhiguo in the middle of the field let out a cold shout. Boom! A majestic aura shot up into the clouds. The originally clear sky suddenly dimmed, and thousands of ghostly shadows emerged, wrapped in endless wailing and lamentation. At the same time, a terrifying pressure naturally emanated from Zhiguo's body. In just a split second, everyone present all slumped to the ground, their bones bursting, as if their bodies were about to explode. They couldn't raise any resistance left, their bodies pressed against the ground, a fear that came from the depths of their souls. It was like a mayfly watching the sky, and a deep sense of powerlessness came over him. This seat kills people. Do I need to explain to you and others? Zhiguo's voice came out again, his eyes as bright as electricity and his blood aura. Just a hint of the pressure naturally exuded from his body caused everyone present to be on the verge of bursting into flames. After saying that, he carried the unconscious Chen and walked slowly towards the distance. It wasn't until Zhiguo's figure was completely far away that the terrifying pressure gradually disappeared. Everyone present was paralyzed in place with a gray head, panting heavily, looking at Zhiguo's departing direction with palpitating hearts. They knew that if Zhiguo had been willing just now, it would only take one thought for everyone to die. The hearts of several beast kings were even more fearful to the extreme. When did such a strong person come out of the human race? Vermilion Bird was also in a bit of a mess at the moment, and his bones looked like they were about to fall apart. Is this the pressure from the immortal realm? It's truly terrifying, she murmured in her heart. Jubilee got up with a few apologies on her face. I'm sorry, that person just now is our sealing sex deacon. His temper is a bit eccentric. I hope you won't take it personally. The sealed gate has no intention of not wanting to make peace, so how about we go to the conference room and continue the discussion? After the several beast kings heard this, how could they dare to say a word? The moment they thought of Zhiguo who had just exuded pressure, they were terrified in their hearts. Peace talks? Today must be peace talks. If they don't make peace, they won't be able to cry if that fierce man kills the beast clan one day. As for the 600 lives, who don't want to die still dare to care. Chapter 51, It's Not Impossible. After leaving the conference building, Zhiguo carried Chen to his office. During that time, he had been using his spiritual energy to warm Chen's body, causing some blood color to gradually emerge on her weak and whitened face. It's just that they're all still in a coma and haven't woken up due to excessive grief. Zhiguo propped up the reclining chair and used it as a makeshift bed, placing Chen on it. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. It was Wang Yuxuan coming. I knew you must have gone back to your office, teacher. She smiled as she walked in, her gaze falling on the unconscious Chen. That little girl is pathetic. Zhiguo didn't reply and glanced at her before asking, aren't you trying to maintain order at the sealed gate? Why did you run to me? Wang Yuxuan sniffed with some tears and laughed, saying, I was in charge of sheltering those refugees brought back by the Beast King, but now that the refugees have all been killed by you, naturally, I'm idle. She crouched in front of the recliner, resting her chin in her hands as she continued, and I'm not worried at all about those beast masters going berserk. Just now, teacher, you weren't able to see that after you left. All of those beast kings were honest, with eyes as clear as arrows. Zhiguo was amused by her words. He had actually just simply felt noisy and scared them. There are times when there will always be people who don't know what's going on without showing some of their tactics, and this way, at the very least, they can be quiet. Just when the two were talking, Chen, who was lying on the chair, woke up at some time, not making any noise, quietly looking at the two who were talking. Little sister, you're awake. Wang Yuxuan was the first to notice and reached out his hand to gently rub her head. Chen didn't say anything and looked at her with a bit of timidity and caution in her eyes. It's idle anyway. You go to the cafeteria and find something to eat, Zhiguo said. With prolonged starvation, it was best to temper the body with porridge first, otherwise there would be a rejection reaction. But Zhiguo had already warmed it up with his spiritual power just now, so the impact was not too great. Receiving the order, Wang Yuxuan let out a no and got up to go to the cafeteria. In a short time, she returned with a dinner tray. Little sister, your name is Chen, right? Come, eat something first. Wang Yuxuan's voice was soft. Looking at the colorful and fragrant food in the plate, Chen was obviously moved and quietly swallowed her saliva. But she didn't start to move first, but looked at Zhiguo. The eyes look like they're asking, can she eat? Zhiguo didn't say anything, but only nodded faintly. Only then did Chen, who had received permission, take the dinner plate and eat. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuxuan felt bad in his heart and felt that she was somewhat understanding and heartbreaking. Teacher Yi, according to Sealed Gate's original arrangement, she will be placed in an orphanage in a giant city. Wang Yuxuan came to Yi Zhiguo's side and spoke in a low voice. Yi Zhiguo nodded his head, thinking that this arrangement was okay. At the very least, he could have the most basic life security. I saw that Mr. Yi liked her so much that I thought I would adopt and just keep her with me. Wang Yuxuan saw that Yi Zhiguo didn't say anything and laughed lightly. In fact, this question was also considered by Yi Zhiguo, but he quickly snuffed out the thought. He had never brought up a small child in all his life, and it was better to leave such things to the professionals. But I do have a better proposal here, Wang Yuxuan said mysteriously. Oh, Yi Zhiguo glanced at her and said, tell me, do you remember my sister? Wang Yuxuan spoke. She blushed slightly. The fact that the last time was so humiliating. She actually didn't know that her sister had secretly taken so many pictures of herself behind her back, and pasted them into a book, and came to Yi Zhiguo to sell her sister to seek education. It was mainly those photos that she had some trouble talking about. Remember, she's good at taking pictures. Yi Zhiguo laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's face turned even redder, feeling that Yi Zhiguo was not mentioning which pot was which. I can adopt Chen in the name of Wang. My sister is just short of a playmate. I think she's quite suitable, Wang Yuxuan said. It's not impossible. After the last time he spent a short time with Wang Yunhua, Yi Zhiguo felt that that girl was quirky and had a jumpy mind. In Qian's current situation, it should be good to stay with that kind of cheerful and lively child. Qian, what do you think? Yi Zhiguo turned his head to inquire. He knew that the little guy must have been eavesdropping on the two of them. Qian's little hand was a bit nowhere to rest. She thought for a moment and said, I will listen to Big Brother in everything. Okay, then it's settled. How about you go home with this sister in a little while? Good. Megacity number 5. Rotary Mansion. After Wang Yuxuan decides to adopt Qian, he brings Yi Zhiguo and Qian to the mall, saying that he wants to buy Qian some clothes. Wang Yuxuan was familiar with the place and led them straight into a high-end clothing store. With her careful selection, she purchased many sets of clothes that fit Qian. After a series of processes, Qian's whole body is brand new and she can't see her original refugee status at all. The clerk also fawned on the side. Beauty, your daughter can really follow you and your wife. Casually dress up this temperament up. Really beautiful. The clerk apparently misunderstood and thought they were a family of 3. Wang Yuxian heard this and covered her mouth with a light laugh. She stole a glance at Yi Zhiguo who was not far away, and after realizing that the other party didn't seem to have heard it, she didn't export any explanations either. Honestly, she liked the misunderstanding and silently gave the clerk a mental nod. Qian, do you like dolls very much? How about a new one for you? Wang Yuxuan was in a good mood and squatted down towards Qian and asked. From the time she sealed the door to the mall, she noticed Qian had been holding the worn-out doll in her arms, never putting it down no matter what she did. The doll looked dirty and stitched up many times, so Wang Yuxuan thought of getting her a new one. No, yet Qian refused very decisively and was very resistant. Wang Yuxuan was a little puzzled. Isn't it just a broken doll? How could there be such a big stress reaction? This is the last thing my mom left me, Qian explained in a small voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan fell silent and gently stroked her hair with his hand, his eyes becoming more and more gentle. From today, you're my second sister. In the next few hours, Wang Yuxuan bought many more things for Qian until it was already dark, and only then did he close up and prepare to go home. Downstairs at the mall, Mr. Yi, do you want to be a guest at Wang's as well? Wang Yuxuan asked with a smile. Yi Zhiguo didn't have the leisure to mess with her and left after casually explaining a few sentences. Sister, is Big Brother your teacher? Qian asked curiously. Wang Yuxuan responded. Yeah, what's up? I thought you guys were boyfriend and girlfriend, Qian said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart burst with joy, and for a while he became more fond of Qian. Looking at the direction where Yi Zhiguo left, he said in a voice that he could only hear. It's not like it's impossible to have the name of teacher and student but not the reality of teacher and student. Chapter 52 Alternative Exhibitions. The next day, Mega City number 5 released a shocking message. A Beast King had entered the city, representing that they, and many Beast Kings behind them, had made peace with the humans and had reached a consensus. From now on, most of the Fae will coexist peacefully with humans. The news was revealed and caused a huge stir. What do you mean by most of the Fae beasts coexist peacefully with humans? Doesn't that mean there are still quite a few Fae beasts that remain hostile to us? Some people see the stakes at a glance and feel uneasy. It's a lot better than the old days of moving and fighting, when too many people have been living in dire straits for the past 3 years. Others have commented that this is a good thing. A week later, the Beast King who came to negotiate peace left Mega City 5 after signing the relevant agreement with Sealgate. The higher-ups of the Seal sect stepped in to make sure, and announced to the outside world that the agreement had come into effect, and that from today onwards, most of the alien beasts would coexist peacefully with humans. Moreover, Fey beasts whose strength had reached the King realm and were able to transform into forms could even enter human cities to live after signing the security agreement of the Sealed Gate. After this news was announced, some people were happy and some were sad. What? The Beast King will be able to enter the city to live with us? Isn't this a mess? The Beast King is almost identical to us after taking shape. How can we tell the difference? Hey, think on the bright side too. In case you get lucky and are spotted by a female Beast King, then you'll be laying flat for the rest of your life. Imagine the beast-eared lady, Will you be decent upstairs? The entire outside world was abuzz for a while, and there were remarks related to the Fae everywhere. As for Zhiguo, he hadn't gone anywhere these days and had stayed at home to guide his parents in their cultivation. During this period of time, he realized that his parents had become very skilled in the use of aura, and had even mastered quite a few of those attacking techniques that he had imparted to them. It was no exaggeration to say that the current second elder, if he encountered a Beast King of average strength, not to say that he would be able to kill him, but it was still more than enough for him to retreat in one piece. Another half-month soon passed. During this period Zhiguo almost always stayed at home, not hearing anything outside the window. His parents also didn't have the heart to let him go on a blind date or anything else because of his cultivation, which allowed him to be extra laid back and have a good time. I heard that there's an exhibition of exotics over at the square in the south of the city, and that those transformed Beast Kings have brought rare things from the Great Mountains into the city, and said that those who are interested can go there to visit and displace them. Su Jing came back from outside early in the morning, put the vegetables she bought into the refrigerator and said with a smile, "Why, do you want to go and take a look?" Yi Guanqi put down his cell phone and asked. Su Jing nodded. It's said that the south of the city is particularly lively today. A lot of people went there early in the morning. How long has it been since we've gone out for a stroll? Yi Guanqi sniffed and nodded, looking towards Yi Zhiga, who was sitting on the sofa reading a novel, and said, "Then after lunch today, our family of 3 will also go to join in the fun. You guys just go. I still feel comfortable staying at home." Yi Zhiguo didn't even raise his head. Su Jing frowned and gave an order. "The brat stays at home all day long. My daughter-in-law is still unsettled until now. We must go out today." "Got it." Pressuring with this again, Yi Zhiguo cried and laughed, and could only compromise. At noon that day, the family left the house as a group after dinner and headed south of the city. The destination was a square. The grounds were very open and had already been filled with people, even somewhat densely, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the center of the square, there were a lot of glass display cases with a wide variety of rare items, medicinal herbs, strange stones, and so on. There was an endless stream of people, both transcendentalists and ordinary people, conversing very harmoniously, with laughter coming out from time to time. Of course, there were also transformed Beast Kings among them. The males were tall and handsome, and there were quite a number of fangirls gathered around them, taking pictures constantly with their cell phones. The female Beast King was also surprisingly beautiful in her transformed form, with a curvaceous body that looked like it had stepped out of a manga, attracting hordes of men. They all had smiles on their faces, enjoying the star-studded treatment. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Su Jing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she looked at the square that could be described as a sea of people. "Come on, let's go in and take a look as well." Yi Guanqi opened his mouth, joining hands with Su Jing to move forward together. They had gone through Yi Zhiguo to remodel their muscles and bones and return to youth, and their face value was not the least bit low, looking like a couple in love. Yi Zhiguo sighed and followed his parents together towards the square. "Ha, Mr. Yi, why are you here too? I thought you weren't interested in this kind of occasion." Just then, a fragrant wind came and Wang Yuxuan ran from the crowd and greeted him warmly. She wore a white body shirt and purple jacket on top and a pair of jeans underneath, her long legs round and straight. The hair was casually coiled at the back, and the stunning face was plain, very striking in the crowd. Yi Zhiguo had a headache for a while. How could he run into this girl everywhere? "Zhiguo, this girl is?" Su Jing, who was in front of him, sniffed and looked at her, and immediately became interested, thinking that this girl was not bad, and that she was very pretty. Wang Yuxuan also cast a curious gaze, sizing up Yi Guanqi and Su Jing. She was a bit surprised to find that these two actually looked a bit similar to Yi Zhiguo, especially their eyebrows and eyes, which were almost carved out of the same mold. She scratched her head, a little puzzled. These two could be Yi Zhiguo's brother and sister? Hello brothers and sisters, I am a member of the sealed sect. Yi Zhiguo is my teacher. Slightly pondering, Wang Yuxuan felt that this was Yi Zhiguo's older sibling. After all, it looked too young, not even a few years older than her. Hearing this female doll call herself this way, both of the two old men couldn't help but smile, their hearts overjoyed. Don't scream, this is my mom and dad. Yi Zhiguo's mouth twitched as he pulled Wang Yuxuan in front of him to explain. What? Wang Yuxuan stared with wide eyes, full of unbelief. What a joke. This is also too young, right? She was a bit suspicious. Could it be that Yi Zhiguo was joking with himself? After all, this teacher of hers was still quite immodest sometimes. However, in the next second, Wang Yuxuan was almost petrified in place on the spot, because both Su Jing and Yi Guanqi nodded their heads and admitted that they were Yi Zhiguo's parents. Ah, uncle and auntie, sorry, you guys are too young. You don't even look a few years older than me. Wang Yuxuan hurriedly apologized. At the same time, she came back up and took Su Jing's arm intimately, asking what she usually did to take care of herself. Both Su Jing and Yi Guanqi didn't tell the truth and just made random excuses to get away with it. But the three chatted very cordially, especially Su Jing. The smile on her face never closed, obviously very fond of Wang Yuxuan. From time to time, she also glanced at Yi Zhiguo, with eyes that seemed to say, your kid has a good eye. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiguo's head grew big. Chapter 53, Against the Sky. Ever since Wang Yuxuan appeared, Su Jing had directly abandoned father and son Yi Guanqi and Yi Zhiguo. The two of them were talking to each other, holding hands and making intimate gestures, with soft laughter coming out from time to time. Yi Zhiguo and Yi Guanqi looked at each other and helplessly followed behind the two girls, acting as a backdrop. You kid, how come you hook up everywhere you go? Didn't I hear your mom say that you got back together with that girl Shiyu? Yi Guanqi lowered his voice and said. Yi Zhiguo had black lines on his head and his head was as big as a bucket. Don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. However, Yi Guanqi revealed an expression that all men understand. Good boy, good charisma. A few moments of my youth. Yi Guanqi had a smile at the corner of his mouth. After returning to youth, he was indeed very handsome, and there was also a sense of sophistication in his demeanor. The whole person looked full of maturity. Just as the father and son lowered their voices to talk, a young man walked over and stopped in front of Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan. He had long purple hair, was of outstanding height, wore a gray leather jacket, and had very sharp eyes like a sword. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many girls, especially with that long purple hair. It was hard not to attract attention. Two beautiful girls. My name is Ma Tiancheng. Meeting is fate. Let's make friends, okay? The self-haired man introduced himself with a smile and a compelling aura in his gaze. Clearly no ordinary man. In the face of this sudden accosting, both Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan froze for a moment, not reacting for a moment. However, Yi Guanqi's face behind the two women gradually darkened. His own wife was accosted by someone else in front of him in public. Yi Zhiguo calmly raised his eyes as his gaze swept over the young man named Ma Tiancheng. With just a single glance, he had insight into everything. The other party was a transformed beast king, and his main body was a horse. You're not human. Wang Yuxuan had a sharp eye and also quickly recognized the identity of the other party, and he pulled Su Jing back a step, vigilance flashing in his beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Su Jing's expression also froze. Although there was now peaceful coexistence between the two races, there were still quite a few people who had preconceptions in their minds, feeling that foreigners were after all foreigners, and that there would inevitably be friction when they got along with humans. Yes, I am not a human, but a transformed beast king, but I have no animosity towards you, and truly want to make friends with you too. Ma Tiancheng was very frank and directly told the truth. He had come to Megacity 5 in search of a human female mate and also wanted the other to be a transcendent. After all, it was the only way to give birth to offspring with no lesser talent. When he first arrived in Megacity 5, he was approached by many girls, but none of them caught his eye. But now that he's found women who fit his bill, and two of them at that, he decisively steps forward to strike up a conversation. Sorry, we're not interested in you. Wang Yuxuan was not the least bit afraid, decisively refusing, and pulling Su Jing along. He was ready to go around. If she really wanted to face off, she wasn't afraid of this beast king in the slightest. It was just that there were too many ordinary people around, so she didn't want to cause trouble. At those words, the smile on Ma Tiancheng's face gradually disappeared, and his face stiffened slightly. Ever since entering Mega City 5, there had been a lot of girls who had taken the initiative on him, making him flounder and think that human girls were easy to pin down. But now someone had actually rejected him in public. but he still wasn't going to give up, and immediately followed, his gaze like a torch, keeping his eyes on Wang Yuxuan and Su Jing, two beauties. I hope you'll consider this. I think the three of us are very compatible. Ma Tiancheng opened his mouth and said, and he reached out his hand, wanting to put his arm around Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan's shoulders. Seeing this scene, Yi Guanqi couldn't bear it any longer at all and directly rushed up. He was extremely fast, like an instantaneous movement, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close, grabbing Ma Tiancheng's outstretched hand. Yi Guanqi's face was icy cold, with a prevalent light flickering in his eyes as he looked straight at Ma Tiancheng. Although you are a beast king, this is a human city. Don't go too far. Ma Tiancheng's smile froze, his pupils contracted slightly, and his face couldn't help but look ugly. It was even if he was rejected for hitting on him, but now he was actually being warned in such a blunt manner, making him lose some face. Yi Zhiguo silently paid attention to everything. A few days ago he was thinking of arranging an actual battle for his parents. Now it seemed that the opportunity had come to him by itself. The commotion over here quickly caught the attention of the surrounding people, and everyone looked over, their faces showing strange colors, including some of the beast kings in the distance. Their gazes looked this way, being gazed at by so many people, and many of them were still of the same kind. Ma Tiancheng only felt his face burning. So what if it's a human city? A visitor is a guest, and since I've already made peace, it's only natural that I have the right to pursue human women as well. Ma Tiancheng's voice was low, his heart was already furious, and there was undisguised coldness in his gaze, forcing him to look at Yi Guanqi. At the same time, he also secretly released a wave of pressure, deliberately targeting Yi Guanqi alone, wanting him to make a fool of himself in front of so many people present. As a king realm transcendent, Wang Yuxuan instantly sensed that something was wrong and prepared to step forward to help, but Yi Guanqi and Ma Tiancheng were just too close, and it was already a bit too late. That pressure from the Beast King had landed on Yi Guanqi's body. However, nothing happened to Yi Guanqi, easily resisting the pressure. Still standing straight and looking directly at Ma Tiancheng, Wang Yuxuan froze in place for a moment, looking at Yi Guanqi in shock. His breath was internalized like an ordinary person, but he was not affected at all when faced with the Beast King's pressure. What's going on? Wang Yuxuan's face showed a different color, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she glanced at Su Jing beside her again. She and Yi Guanqi were at least 50 years old, but they were still so young, which was by no means something that could be done with simple maintenance. Well, then, there seems to be only one answer, and that is that they are also transcendents, and of a very powerful kind. In other words, all three members of Yi Zhiguo's family are transcendents? Thinking of this, Wang Yuxuan's heart called out against the heavens. This is really too outrageous. She wasn't the only one who was shocked, and that included Ma Tiancheng. He frowned, his eyes erupted with light. This person in front of him actually hardened himself and carried down his pressure without being half affected. His intuition told him that this human man was definitely not simple, but as a beast king, he definitely could not lose face. So Ma Tiancheng said, "Let's leave this matter at that, but you have to apologize to me." Making me apologize to you? Isn't that a bit backwards for the Big Dipper? Yi Guanqi snorted coldly and looked at him out of the corner of his eye. You! Ma Tiancheng's face sank. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Talent. Ma Tiancheng's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. He took a big step forward and angrily stared at Yi Guanqi. Yi Guanqi is not the slightest bit afraid. This person in his face accosted Su Jing was his own stop even if, and now actually want him to turn around and apologize, is really bullying too much. As a man, he absolutely could not endure this kind of humiliation. At the very least, he, Yi Guanqi, could not do it. Human, you should not challenge my bottom line one after another. Ma Tiancheng's eyes were contemptuous, his tone cold, and he bullied his way closer. Bottom line? I haven't seen something as shameless as you in all my life. Yi Guanqi spoke in a cold voice. This scene made many people present froze. They all felt the smell of gunpowder between the two. Was this the rhythm of a big fight? The crowd of onlookers was growing, all thinking something big was going to happen. Not only the humans, but even the distant beast kings were attracted by the commotion over here. Stopper, what to do? Watching the smell of gunpowder grow thicker, Su Jing came to Yi Zhiguo's body, somewhat at a loss for words. She was worried, afraid that Yi Guanqi would have an accident. Yi Zhiguo gently patted her hand, signaling that she could rest assured that it was not a big problem. Dad, just go all out. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Yi Guanqi. He had always wanted to let his parents experience some real combat, and today was a good opportunity that he absolutely could not let go. After hearing Yi Zhiguo's words, Yi Guanqi no longer had any worries, and a prevalent light burst out from his eyes. On your knees. With disdain in his eyes, Ma Tiancheng directly urged the pressure from the Beast King with all his might, targeting Yi Guanqi alone. This time he had no reservations, thinking that there was no way his opponent could still withstand it. Although the pressure was only directed at Yi Guanqi alone, even so, the ordinary people watching the battle around them felt their legs go weak and couldn't help but want to kneel down. However, Yi Guanqi didn't kneel down. There was a curtain of light on his body, and his spiritual energy was flowing, resisting that pressure. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of breaking air hissed, and Yi Guanqi suddenly moved, as fast as lightning, leaving a residual shadow in place. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Ma Tiancheng's body and directly slammed his fist out. What? Ma Tiancheng was horrified, not expecting the other party to break free so quickly. His pupils contracted violently. Yi Guanqi's speed was too fast for him to dodge. Bang! Yi Guanqi's fist smashed heavily into his face. The bridge of his nose broke instantly, and his entire face was slightly dented. Ma Tiancheng's broken teeth and blood flew horizontally as his entire body flew backwards. Whoosh! Yi Guanqi took advantage of the situation and leapt out with a step, rising up in the air, instantly approaching Ma Tiancheng who was still in mid-air, before probing out with a foot and stepping on his chest. Bang! Ma Tiancheng's chest collapsed, and his sternum crackled and popped, breaking at this moment. Ah! After landing, Ma Tiancheng let out a miserable scream. The severe pain on his body was unbearable. His originally handsome face was disfigured at this moment, and there was constant blood spilling out, which made him look particularly creepy. Yi Guanqi's heart is still angry, decisively stepped forward. To the ground. Ma Tiancheng is another output. Fists with the same rain fell. Everyone present was shocked. That was a transformed Beast King. Actually so miserable, being pressed on the ground and violently beaten without the ability to fight back. Everyone stared at Yi Guanqi and felt that he was too berserk. When did Mega City number 5 have such an expert? How come I've never seen one before? Some people whispered as Yi Guanqi took the Beast King. The scene made their blood boil as they watched. Su Jing also revealed an expression of incomparable surprise, feeling that her husband's rawness was a bit too much. I knew, Wang Yuxuan said in her heart. She had guessed correctly just now. Even Yi Zhiguo was a bit surprised, not expecting his dad's first real battle to be a devastating victory without any pressure. In the middle of the field, Yi Guanqi was still swinging his fists, frantically smashing on Ma Tiancheng's body. The sound of bones breaking constantly resounded, causing the latter's torso to twist and distort. The crowd looked on for a moment. Ah, don't fight. I'm wrong, Ma Tiancheng shouted. The severe pain on his body forced him to concede. If he was beaten any further, he was sure he would definitely die here today. Get out! Yi Guanqi gazed at him coldly and snorted coldly, then swept out another kick, sending his entire body flying out, his spine breaking directly, paralyzing him like mud in the distance. It was only now that he completely withdrew his hand, and blood continued to flow down from both fists. You're injured? Su Jing was worried and rushed forward to check. Yi Guanqi, however, shook his head and said, this is the blood from that Beast King. When they exchanged hands just now, he was so bloodthirsty that he didn't feel afraid at all. And now that it's over, in hindsight, his heart is beating wildly, his face is a bit unnatural, and he feels that his body is light and fluttering. Of course, this is a normal physiological reaction. Yi Guanqi took a long breath and looked at his blood-covered hands. His heart was in a trance. He looked at Yi Zhiga and transmitted his voice in the dark. Son, I feel like I just lit up all over. Do you think I'll be a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy who was completely awakened today? Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but laugh. Goddamn martial arts wizards. This is clearly an overproduction of adrenaline. Of course, the most shocked person present was none other than Wang Yuxuan. She was a bit dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Zhiguo was so fierce. The feelings were from the same lineage, and there was an equally fierce old man above her. My friend, would you hit me a little too hard? Just then, a woman came curling up, wearing a burgundy cheongsam, with a wonderful curvy figure, slender waist, swaying posture, revealing a large area of snow white between walks. Obviously, this was a female Beast King who was holding out for Ma Tiancheng. She was followed by a number of young people, all human, both male and female, dozens of them. He is to blame. Wang Yuxuan stood out and looked straight at the female Beast King. The female Beast King's face was somewhat overly pretty, and her eyes had a faint ethereal light flashing through them as if they could seduce people. It's too much. It's killing people. This isn't over. It was not easy for the human and beast races to sign a peace treaty, only to have it broken by our own people not long after. Behind the female Beast King, those men and women opened their mouths, wrathful. You and I trying to widen the conflict. You guys? Wang Yuxuan's full breasts rose and fell violently, infuriated, not realizing that her compatriots were helping the foreigners. Breaking a peace treaty is not a small offense, especially now that it has only been signed a short time ago and is on the cusp. The rafters that come out first rot first, and whoever dares to touch this red line must absolutely be dealt with severely. The female beast king overflowed with a smile, her demonic eyes carrying a provocative meaning as she threw a wink at Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan was so angry that her silver teeth were clenched, and she couldn't wait to tear the goblin in front of her, confusing the minds of ordinary people. How dare you? Zhiguo walked out at this time, calmly opened his mouth. The breath in his body was calm and quiet, but the killing intent in his eyes was like a sword unsheathing. Chapter 55, Brothers. To confuse the minds of ordinary people? The crowd of onlookers all revealed strange colors as they looked towards the female beast king. There was an ethereal light flickering in her eyes, and just one glance would cause people's spirits to be disturbed and their thoughts to be drowsy. Even some transcendentals with uncommon strength felt a shaking of their wills, and had the urge to fall under her garnet skirt. Judging from the men and women following behind the female beast king, this tactic ignored gender and killed both men and women. You violated the security regulations signed by the beast king to enter the city, and you still have the nerve to come over and fan the flames? Wang Yuxuan, who understood the truth, drank coldly. Also at that moment, Zhiguo's mind moved, and a powerful spiritual force steeply surfaced, forcibly cutting off the connection between the female beast king and those who were mesmerized. In a flash, everyone woke up, reached up and rubbed their foreheads, feeling a tingling in their heads, very groggy, and oblivious to anything that had happened in the meantime. No, my slaves, all of them, come back. The female beast king's mental power was strong, and the ghostly light in her eyes flourished, once again enveloping those people. However, in the next moment, she suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing towards her. Under this aura, her spiritual power instantly disintegrated. The female beast king looked violently at Zhiguo, her face incomparably terrified, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but it was too late. Bang! In the next moment, her head directly burst like a rotten watermelon because it couldn't withstand that breath. The square was silent. Both the beast kings and the humans were all subdued. A mentally powerful beast king had died so unexplainably. Ouch! Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, cheered out, getting a mouthful of bad air out of his heart. She was not the only one. Many of the surrounding crowd also felt pain in their hearts. This was a city that belonged to humans, and even if the alien was strong, it had to follow the rules. Everyone looked in the direction where Zhiguo and the others were, with excited expressions on their faces. These two experts are too strong. One of them violently beat the beast king, while the other directly killed him in seconds. I didn't even see how it came out. Both so young and look quite similar. The two of them should be brothers. I feel the same way. Look at that aura between their brows. They're practically carved out of the same mold. The pack's own brothers. There was a lot of chatter around. Yi Guanqi's face was a bit brilliant after hearing these remarks. I'd become a brother to my son? Wang Yuxuan and Su Jing couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker when they saw the scene. Zhiguo also went up at this moment and patted his dad's shoulder, smiling. Big brother. Yi Guanqi glared, thinking that this kid was really drifting, and the 7 wolves at his waist were stupidly moving. At that moment, the hearts of those beast kings who had been watching from afar shook. The beast king who had come to Mega City 5 to negotiate with the Seal Sect senior management had brought back news that there was a supreme expert amongst the humans, and that just the natural outward pressure from their bodies had nearly caused their bodies to burst into pieces. These beast kings' hearts thumped as they looked towards Zhiguo. They also felt something in their hearts when that female beast king died just now, when an extremely strong aura pressed horizontally. That supreme master couldn't be him, could it? Several beast kings secretly transmitted their voices, feeling that it was really too unlucky to encounter this kind of thing the first time they came to a giant city. Just at that moment, Zhiguo raised his eyes and swept them in the direction they were in. At once, it made several beast kings' hairs stand up and sweat, and cold sweat flowed down their backs. They felt that the sound transmission between each other was not safe, and could not be hidden from that expert, and it was all heard by him. It was also true that the sound transmission between them was as plain as day to Zhiguo. Several beast kings were frightened, feeling that look Zhiguo looked over was a warning that if they overstepped the rules in the giant city, they would die a horrible death. The entire square crowd was in an uproar, and it was not until now that the relevant people came out, carried a stretcher, and took the seriously injured Ma Tiancheng away. When he came, he was spirited and handsome, but now he is being carried away on a stretcher. Ma Tiancheng wants to cry. His face has been disgraced. there was no doubt that word would definitely spread about it, and whether it was human society or the beast race, its status would be in tatters. It was just too humiliating. As for the female Beast King's corpse, it was taken away by the Sealing Gate personnel and sent back to the Beast Clan at a later date. In the old days, it would have been sent to the lab, but these are extraordinary times. After all that, the exhibition of the alien was coming to an end, and many people dispersed, not wanting to stay any longer. Let's go too. Zhiguo didn't want to come here in the first place, and now he was even more disinterested. The family followed the crowd and headed out of the square. When they were about to part, Su Jing held Wang Yuxuan's hand tightly, a smile on her face. After a short time together, she liked the girl and said, "If you're not doing anything, come to my house to play, and when you do, Auntie will cook you something delicious." She was very satisfied with Wang Yuxuan. The other party was very much to her liking both in terms of face value and character, and she wanted to cultivate it towards her daughter-in-law. Wang Yuxuan was beaming with joy, not expecting Su Jing to be so enthusiastic. At first, she was unbalanced in her heart after learning that Zhao Shiyu was close to Yi Zhiguo's parents, and now she was leaping inside, thinking that if she worked hard, she would definitely be able to compare the other party. "Okay, Auntie, I'll definitely come when I'm free." Wang Yuxuan smiled, very polite. The two then separated. Looking at her distant silhouette, Su Jing still had a smile on her face. This girl has a good figure. She can definitely give birth to a big fat boy. She opened her mouth, her words intentionally or unintentionally nudging Yi Zhiguo. Yi Zhiguo has long been accustomed to it, pretending not to hear it, pulling away from the topic. "You don't worry for heart. If you don't pay attention, Lao Yi will be abducted." Being reminded by Yi Zhiguo, Su Jing then noticed that Yi Guanqi, who was not far away, had long been surrounded by the crowd. A lot of people are very excited, looking for him to take a picture, but also a lot of little girls, very eat him this uncle's face, pestering him and asking for contact information. Yi Guanqi was now in the limelight, and the scene of violently beating the Beast King just now had left an extremely deep impression in the hearts of the crowd. Seeing this scene, Su Jing's face bristled with blackness. Her aura opened up and she directly walked over quickly. Yi Guanqi didn't notice anything wrong at all and was still greeting the crowd enthusiastically. In the next second, a white hand reached over and pinched his ear with precision. Yi Guanqi's heart thumped. Seeing Su Jing's murderous face, his face changed greatly. "Good eye you, now you can afford it. Start dabbling with the flowers?" Su Jing grabbed his ears and pulled back. The surrounding people looked dumbfounded. None of them dared to go forward to stop them, especially those few little girls, who directly ran away in fear after being glared at by Su Jing, who had a full aura. "Injustice, I'm just cooperating with them to take pictures. I didn't give any of the contact information or anything." Yi Guanqi grimaced in pain. Chapter 56. The internet is abuzz. Someone had filmed the battle between Yi Zhiguo's father and son in the square and uploaded it to the internet, causing a huge sensation. Everyone hadn't expected bloodshed to occur so soon after signing a peace treaty with the beast race. In particular, the footage of Yi Guanqi violently beating Ma Tiancheng was widely circulated. "Big deal this is. One Beast King was seriously injured and the other died outright. I wonder if the treaty that was just signed will be nullified just because of that. It's such a shame I couldn't be there today because I had something to do. I wish I could have seen it all with my own eyes." The internet is full of chatter about everything. Of course, many others were worried about whether the beast race would turn on the humans because of this. After all, it was not easy for them to gradually become peaceful. However, the Seal sect quickly stepped in and made the cause and effect of the incident truly public. When the understanding of the inside story, many people hanging heart then put down, and heart-surging, feel that this battle is beautiful, very relieved. That Beast King called Ma Tiancheng, who entered the megacity for 3 days, has plagued no less than 10 girls. He really deserves to die. And that female Beast King, invading with her spiritual power, turning many people into puppets. A relevant person spoke out on the internet, and instantly public opinion was lopsided, hating the fact that it was they themselves who violently beat Ma Tiancheng. Yi Zhiguo's family of 3 was now considered completely famous. During the period Yi Zhiguo's cell phone has been ringing, there are a lot of people are looking for him. Open the phone to see. Once those no longer in contact with friends, classmates, all sent a message. The words were full of currying favor and flattery. It wasn't just him, even Yi Guanqi and Su Jing, relatives who hadn't spoken to each other in years, came in for a hush-hush. "I didn't see this much enthusiasm before." Su Jing and Yi Guanqi were both calm and knew that these people didn't really mean it. Into the night. Roar. A beastly roar was heard thousands of kilometers away from Megacity number 5, and countless mountains shook and earth and rocks crumbled. It was a giant wolf, tens of meters tall, with a strange luster flickering all over its body, and it was based on the top of the mountain, tilting its head back to the moon and letting out a desolate sound. Word came from the megacity that its fiancé was dead, decapitated in the city by a human powerhouse. Who killed her? The icy cold voice resounded through the mountain range, and countless living beings shivered and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. There was no doubt that this giant wolf's strength was extremely terrifying, and even king-level creatures felt fear under its vocal roar and didn't dare to move around. You must be calm. You have just signed a peace treaty with the human race. You must not act recklessly. In the darkness, a voice no weaker than the giant wolf's rang out to persuade it. Messing around? All I know is that my fiancé is dead. There were lightning bolts running through the giant wolf's pair of huge pupils as it looked away in the direction of Mega City number 5. Its heart was incomparably shaken with the urge to massacre the city. What bull ***** peace treaty? I only know whoever has a hard fist has the right to speak. The giant wolf's voice was cold, and white smoke was coming out of its mouth and nose. Militants come in all races. There were quite a few people in the human race who felt that they should fight the beast race to the end. The same was true of the beasts. There were some creatures that refused to coexist peacefully, and apparently this giant wolf was one of them. But the treaty had already been signed, and creatures on either side of the human and beast sides would be struck by the combined forces of the two races if they took action without authorization. As for what happened in the giant city today, it was the two beast kings who were at fault and had already violated the regulations, so even if they were to be put to death, it would not be too much to ask. Send the message out. I'm going to make a date to fight that human expert. The revenge of killing my wife must not be avenged. The giant wolf's voice was so loud that the mountains trembled with it. It doesn't care what the treaty is, it insists on doing it. One must also think twice. That person is extremely strong, and news has come back that he is capable of subduing king-level creatures with his might alone. The voice in the darkness sounded again. So what? The human race has always been weak. No need to care. I will personally wash away all the shame of the beast race. The giant wolf roared and slapped out a claw. A mountain peak crumbled in a flash and turned into a sky full of rocks. The next day, the internet was once again abuzz. Once the news of the giant wolf's engagement spread, it was a stone's throw, like an earthquake, and it didn't take long for it to be known by everyone. Shame on you. You still have the nerve to come and make a date. Don't you even look at what they foreigners do when they enter the city? The crowd was outraged, and many were lambasting the beast race. They were the ones who had offered to sign a peace treaty, only to have a foreigner come forward now, claiming that they wanted to make a pact for war. The pressure of public opinion was particularly strong, and even the sealed door felt quite a headache. The top management of the seal sect contacted the beast race at the very first moment, wanting to deal with this matter, but the beast clan side was also very helpless, claiming that the Fae of the Covenant was uncontrollable and too strong to be restrained. However, the beast race said that as long as that alien dared to act rashly, it would join forces with the human race to suppress it. Yi family, Yi Zhiguo's family of 3 naturally knew about the alien appointment. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. The ancients honestly didn't deceive me. It's only been a few days and a basket case has occurred. Yi Guanqi held his cell phone and spoke after reading the situation on the internet. Su Jing nodded her head and couldn't help but feel a little worried because there were just too many big events that had happened recently. The couple knew that the person the Fae on the date was looking for was definitely Yi Zhiguo, and as it was a matter of their son's safety, how could they not be concerned? This incident has touched the hearts of many people in an intangible way. However, Yi Zhiguo, as the person concerned, did not take it to heart in the slightest, and even wanted to laugh a little bit. About to fight me? This is rushing up to give me meat to eat? That very same day, Li Dutton called him. Mr. Yi, have you read the news on the internet? He had received instructions from the higher-ups of the Seal sect and had come to poke around to find out what Yi Zhiguo was thinking. To be honest, if it really came to a fight, the situation would not be optimistic for either the human or beast race. See? What? Yi Zhiguo wasn't bothered by this. He didn't think it was that much trouble. It was just a matter of lifting his hand. According to the news coming from the beast race's side, the cultivation level of the foreigner who made a date with you is at least at the damn wheel realm. What they mean is that they want to settle the matter peacefully. Li Datong was quite helpless, with a fire flowing in his heart. He felt that the beasts had gone a little too far, and was trying to go back on their word when this happened right after the peace treaty was signed. Peaceful settlement? It's a clear irony that human beings are really easy to bully and can be taken advantage of at will. Do you want meat? Li Datong, who was being annoyed, suddenly heard Yi Zhiguo's frivolous voice coming from the phone, which made him a bit confused and didn't fail to react for a while. Ha? What did you say? Mr. Yi? Li Datong asked. Chapter 57, Wishing You Triumph. What? Mr. Yi, I didn't hear you. On the other end of the phone, Li Datong repeated. Just now he was in a state of delirium and thought a lot. The fire in his heart became more and more violent, and he felt that the beast race was not trustworthy. I said, do you want to eat meat? Yi Zhiguo opened his mouth flatly. Ha? Li Datong was confused and puzzled. Eat meat? Eat what kind of meat? Just as he finished speaking, Li Datong's eyes lit up, as if he suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled a little. Mr. Yi, do you mean to meet the battle? People are riding on your neck and flaunting their power. Don't tell me that you guys can still tolerate it. If you really want to do that, why don't you just change the name of the ceiling gate and call it the vulnerable gate? Hearing Yi Zhiguo's words, Li Datong's fists clenched tightly. Why would he not want to take a breath? Even a few times he was so angry that he trembled. Good. I'll get the word out. Fight. Fight him to the death. Hanging up the phone, there was a blazing fire burning in Li Datong's eyes, and he was exuberant inside. He hastily summoned the intelligence officers who had come to the sealed gate and told them to put the news out in a big way. Tell the outside world to take up the fight and the peace settlement. And I want to see this in every headline by noon today. Li Datong is usually happy-go-lucky, and is really decisive in making decisions. That morning, the internet was once again abuzz. Sealed sect executives released an update saying that they will take this alien appointment and will not accept peace. The news was a stone's throw away, and everyone felt their blood boiling and the blood in their bodies being ignited. This is the kind of bloodthirstiness that Huaxia should have. Fight! Let the foreign beasts see how hard our fists really are. Countless people left messages, and the group was so excited that they couldn't wait for the person who went to the battlefield to be themselves. People hot discussion, crazy forwarding. This news quickly occupied the major headlines. See the countless people heart-free. At the same time, the beast race also knew about the news. This matter was fermenting so much that it was hard not to know about it. That bastard Song Yu. It's so hard to sign a treaty. It's all messed up. The supreme expert among the foreign beasts was furious. The vast beast might fill the air. Countless mountain ranges trembled. The earth and rocks collapsed and flew, and many weak foreign beasts couldn't withstand the body and died directly and violently. The humans have taken over. What do we do? What else can we do when it comes down to it? Humans have blood and we don't? Fight! The supreme masters and the Fae were gathered together and were also discussing. Song Yu is really impulsive. The relationship that was so easily eased has frozen again, and there's no chance that it will get even worse in the future. An overwhelming beast king spoke. It was a white crane, standing on the tip of a mountain, its body snow-white and glowing with a piercing light. Things have come to this, it's useless to say anything. Fight! 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 Fight enough and it will naturally subside. Terrifying beast might fill the air, and the Jedi Beast Kings each had their own views, but ultimately acquiesced to the engagement, as things had gotten out of hand. The Yi family, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing also kept an eye on the internet and soon learned everything. Zhiguo, pay attention to safety. Su Jing was worried in her heart, but she spoke in a relaxed manner. She knew that the matter was beyond persuasion, and 1,000 words eventually crystallized into a single sentence. Yi Zhiga nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, when I come back I will make you the freshest Beast King soup." Yi Guanqi, on the other hand, patted Yi Zhiguo's shoulder and smiled with him. Between father and son, there was no need for words. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was a message from Li Datong, who had arrived downstairs at Yi Zhiguo's house. "I'm off, Dad. Mom, stay home and wait for the good news." After saying that, Yi Zhiguo went straight out the door. Soon, he arrived at the sealed door. All the transcendents stood at attention, each equipped with fine hot weapons. Of course, there were also people who loved cold weapons, countless large knives, long swords, etc., all of which were made of alloy and exceptionally sharp. The missile silos inside the sealed gate were also activated, and could be poured out at the slightest command to implement absolute fire coverage. Fighter jets and helicopter gunships on the airfield are also in a state of readiness and ready to take off. Why all the fuss? Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but open his mouth. A few foreign beasts are just a few. They can be destroyed with the snap of a finger. Li Datong listened to the heart jumping. The situation has gone out of control. Man and beast, two races may break out in this period of time war, but in the eyes of Yi Zhiguo, how everything is so light and breezy. Mr. Yi, the reason we're doing this is mainly for the safety of Mega City number 5. In case the beasts take advantage of this juncture to unleash a beast tide, we'll be able to deal with it. Li Datong opened his mouth. He had absolute confidence in Yi Zhiguo that he would definitely win this appointment. As for the reason for sealing the gates in alert, it was for the tens and millions of human lives in the city. During this time, the entire city is on alert, and the members of the sealed gate are in a state of readiness and will be guarding the entrances and exits of Megacity 5. What about the location of the appointment? Has it been finalized yet? Zhiguo asked. Li Datong nodded, and his eyes couldn't help but gaze. It's set, 500 kilometers west of Megacity 5, the Hengduan mountain range. At those words, Zhiguo nodded. As they spoke, 5 King Realm Transcendents walked over and stopped in front of the duo, wearing uniform black combat uniforms and standing straight after saluting. Mr. Yi, these are the 5 elites that we have selected and will accompany you to the Hengduan mountain range this time. Also, there are assorted weapons in the sealed door, and the permissions are all unlocked today for you to pick and choose from. Lidatron explained, reaching out again and pointing to a giant weapons depot in the distance. There's no need, I'm enough on my own. You guys should stay and guard the city. Zhiguo opened his mouth to refuse, although it was harmless to bring these people along. In his opinion, they were all a burden, and even if they did go over together, they would be of little use. Upon hearing this, Li Datong opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He believed in Zhiguo's strength, so he waved his hand and told the 5 Transcendents to back off. Mr. Yi, I wish you triumph. Just then, another voice came from the distance. The person who opened her mouth was Wang Yuxuan, and beside her stood Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming. Mr. Yi, I wish you triumph. At the same time, the many Transcendents waiting in tight formation inside the sealed gate opened their mouths in unison, their voices loud and clear. Glancing at the many Transcendents present, Zhiguo smiled faintly and did not speak. Mr. Yi, the plane is ready. When will it depart? Li Datong stepped forward and asked. An airplane? Zhiguo shook his head and said, there's no need to go through that much trouble. As the words fell, Zhiguo turned around and took a step, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, his entire body disappeared without warning. The scene was dead silent, and no one reacted. A few seconds later, Li Datong's spirits were high and he waved his hand. Quick, activate the satellites and transmit back the real-time images of the Hengduan mountains. There will be another chapter later. My brother typing is slow, please forgive me. Chapter 58, Flick of the Finger to Cover the Sky. The Hengduan Mountains, the longest and widest north-south oriented mountain system in China. Before the revival of the aura, this place was a paradise for countless off-road enthusiasts. Now that the aura has revived, the mountain range has become more and more majestic and boundless. Rolling hills forested the ground like blades, chilling one with just a glance. At the top of a certain mountain, at that moment, there was a distortion in space, tearing open a huge mouth, and Zhiguo walked out from it. The cold wind blew in his face, his hair danced and his clothes hunted. Zhiguo released his divine sense. There were quite a few foreign beasts around, but their strength was generally not strong, and they were obviously not the beast experts who had come to the appointment. Are we there yet? He whispered. So he raised a fire at the top of the mountain and took out another piece of Beast King meat from his storage ring and roasted it. It didn't take long for the Beast King's meat to sizzle with oil and emit a mouth-watering meaty aroma. Meanwhile, inside Mega City number 5, in the sealed door base, several crews are constantly tuning up and using satellites to search through the transcontinental mountains. Found it! On a mountain peak, someone exclaimed, and turned the picture around and put it on a huge screen in real time. In the next moment, a scene of Zhiguo roasting the Beast King's meat appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The many Transcendents were dumbstruck, all of them not expecting to see such a dramatic scene. The Zhiguo in the picture looked like he was going on a picnic, relaxed and cozy, not the least bit flustered by the upcoming big battle. Li Datong was agitated inwardly and could not help but recall the scene where the 703 Forbidden Land was once filled with sword chi stirring in the sky. Put the footage out as a live stream so more people can see it. Yes, the sun is setting in the west. In the Hengduan Mountains, Zhiguo took a bite of meat and a sip of wine, enjoying the surrounding mountain scenery. He sensed that everything around him was being watched, and he didn't bother as he knew it was the sealing gate being viewed by satellite. Boom! Right at this moment, a lightning bolt crossed in the distance. Black clouds surrounded the area, and a huge giant wolf was walking slowly. It was so large that some of the mountains were not as tall as it, and the ground trembled violently as it walked, and it raised its lofty head and stared. The giant wolf saw Zhiguo on the top of the mountain, and there was an oppressive light flickering in his eyes that was very bright. Afterwards, it even transformed into a human body with a handsome appearance, also based on the top of the mountain, hundreds of meters away from each other. Looking this way, Beast King meet? Song Yu, as a wolf, had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, even at such a distance. It smelled that the meat being consumed by Zhiguo, in the distance, was coming from the Beast King. Outrageous! Consuming the blood and flesh of the beast race in front of it was undoubtedly a provocation to it. Boom! Song Yu's body erupted with a blazing light, and a vast beastly might filled out. With it as the center of the circle, a layer of terrifying ripples stirred out. Countless grasses and trees crumbled, forming a terrifying storm that swirled crazily between the mountain ranges. The foreign beasts within dozens of kilometers around were frightened by the aura and fled in a hurry. Song Yu was furious and directly used his killing move, offering it towards Zhiguo. The wolf howls resounded and the mountains trembled. Bang bang bang, mountains and rocks burst into pieces. Storms spread, and the Handuan mountain range, which was like a flooded mountain, shook violently. Endless killing machines spread out and swept over the sky. However, Zhiguo didn't even raise his head, gazing at the sunset in the distance. The next moment, flexing his fingers, he flicked them. The storm raging between the mountains instantly disappeared, and the winds and waves calmed down as if nothing had ever happened. Buzz! At the same moment, above that sky dome, the clouds rolled over and the entire sky darkened. The void crumbled, and a finger poked out from it, huge and boundless, the Tao flickering around it, rumbling down as if it was going to collapse the entire sky. Snapping your fingers to cover the sky. Song Yu's expression changed drastically, and the moment that finger that pressed across the sky appeared, its soul fragmented. Knock! As the finger fell, the region was in turmoil. Cracks spread, and countless mountain peaks burst into pieces the moment they came into contact with the finger. The whole territory was sunk. Hundreds of miles in a circle became a basin in an instant. The void storm raged on, and pale, angry thunder constantly flashed through the ink-like clouds. Outside, everyone who was watching the real-time feed froze, dumbfounded. He looked at the scene in the screen, his mouth open, half unable to say a word. This is horrible. Just one finger, sinking a territory? People talked about it fervently, spread it wildly, and countless people felt a sense of relief in their hearts. This was the footage broadcast in real time from Sealed Door, and no one would question its authenticity. Everyone was so revitalized that they were trembling. The entire internet shall not be quiet. There are just too many people watching the live footage. It's like a storm that spreads in a hurry. Isn't the beast race going to fight? Who can carry this finger? Countless people watched, trembling with excitement, and roared out in anger. Wang Yuxuan, Zhao Shiyu, and Zhiguo's parents, as well as those he was familiar with, all had their hearts pounding at the moment, gazing at the screen with dead eyes. It wasn't just Mega City 5. The broadcast spread far and wide. Even the remaining few mega cities got the news. There was no doubt that the entire outside world was completely abuzz. In the Handuan mountain range, at this time, the finger that pressed across the sky had already disappeared. However, the surrounding void storm was still raging, and countless terrifying spatial cracks were spreading. This world simply couldn't withstand this kind of power, and if Zhiguo were to execute this finger with all his might, the entire planet would burst into pieces. He remained seated in the same spot, quietly watching everything, and then his gaze froze. The space storm raging around them suddenly stopped and then dissipated. The inky clouds churning in the air also gradually disappeared, and the westward sloping sunset in the sky reappeared. A vast basin replaces the mountains. As for the giant wolf Song Yu, it had already died long ago. Its soul was shattered, and for Zhiguo to use this finger to deal with it was purely a cannon hitting a mosquito. It was mainly used to deter the beast race, and it was a battle that would have to be put to death. Zhiguo happened to finish the roasted Beast King meat at this time. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly got up. His powerful divine sense probed out. Everything had nowhere to hide in front of him. Since the matter has already been stirred up, it's only one death, so I guess it's still a bit insufficient. Zhiguo whispered, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. In a flash, he appeared without warning on top of a mountain hundreds of kilometers away. Boom! One step collapsed and the entire mountain collapsed, directly bursting into pieces, tens of meters of mountain rocks crumbling and bursting into pieces inch by inch. The terrifying aura caused countless living beings to prostrate, their divine souls trembling. Where is the Beast King? Come out and die. Chapter 59, Southward Slaughter of the King. Outside, it was completely boiling, and countless people were unusually emotional. The image relayed back in real time through the satellite was just too shocking. One finger sinking a territory, that Beast King dying a horrible death. Everyone was staring at Zhiguo's figure, not daring to move their eyes away for fear of missing an even more shocking image. But the next moment, everyone froze. They saw Zhiguo take a step, his body flickered, and completely disappeared from the picture. All of a sudden, There was a dead silence and everyone was quiet. Where are the people? People? How did they suddenly disappear? I thought the picture was transmitted back from the satellite. Where is the person in charge? Debug it. Many people yelled and left comments on the internet. The great battle that took place in the Hangduan mountain range was undoubtedly a major event, and there were simply too many people paying attention. But now the main character in the picture suddenly disappeared, causing countless people's hearts to stumble. This is like a person who goes to climb a mountain and is about to reach the top, but suddenly goes back to the foot of the mountain, and his mood instantly falls to the bottom. In fact, it's not just the crowds watching the broadcast footage, but also the sealed doors that can see the real-time footage via satellite. Many transcendentalists gathered in front of the big screen, their moods rising and falling violently. What's going on? Why are people suddenly disappearing? Li Datong slammed his hand on the table so violently that the water in his teacup splashed up high, and asked towards the staff in charge of the satellite picture. Several staff members were also in a state of confusion. I don't know. The image uploaded back from the satellite is fine. It may be that the person has left the territory monitored by the satellite. Upon hearing this, Li Datong also calmed down, thinking of Yi Zhiguo's terrifying speed, and felt that everything was normal. Mr. Yi, where have you been? Yi Zhiguo stood in the void, his eyes cold, with dense Dao runes flowing around him, his wide robe dancing in the wind. Below, a large mountain collapsed the instant he descended. A terrifying aura filled the air, and pieces of foreign beasts couldn't escape in time, their bodies bursting into pieces. At the bottom of the mountain, an alien shivered and hid among the broken rocks and grasses, not daring to make the slightest movement. It was a white fox, elongated, covered in snow-white fur, and bearing 5 tails. It had a more pure bloodline, with a peak king realm cultivation, and was the king of this region. Yi Zhiguo's descent was so sudden that the cave where the white fox was inhabiting instantly collapsed, thanks to the fact that it wasn't in the cave at the time and thus escaped. But under that terrifying aura, the aura in its body was suppressed. It couldn't function at all. It didn't even have a chance to escape. It could only hide, praying in its heart that the human wouldn't discover itself. Above the sky dome, Yi Zhiguo's eyes were slightly lowered, casting his sight towards the place where the white fox was hiding. Under the exploration of the divine sense of the Mahayana stage, no creature on earth had yet been able to hide from it. Come out! His voice echoed among the mountain ranges, and his breath had locked onto the white fox. The white fox was inwardly panicked. Had he been discovered after all? It was as if it had been struck by lightning. Its body exploded. Its snow-white fluffy hairs stood on end, and its heart was overwhelmed with fear. But there was no other way. Just by feeling the terrifying aura that permeated the surroundings, White Fox knew that he was by no means a match for that human in the sky dome. He could only stiffly walk out of the mountain rocks, hanging his head, not daring to raise his head to look directly at Yi Zhiguo. It then transformed into a human body, enchanting and charming, with only a single thin white gauze cloak draped over its body, and its perfectly curved snowy peaks, its well-gripped waist, and its plump buttocks were hidden under the single thin gauze cloak. Behind her, there were 5 fluffy, snow-white tails that were her origin. The fox girl trembled and knelt on the ground with a soft look. Elder, I wonder what the reason for calling my daughter out is. The fox girl's voice trembled as she spoke, knowing that the recent friction between the beasts and humans had gone a bit too far. At this moment she no longer had the pride she once had as a beast king. That's why he put his near-perfect body on display as much as possible, hoping to please that human powerhouse high in the sky. Nothing else, just to stay alive. Yi Zhiguo's body descended and came in front of the fox girl. Under such a close distance, that perfect delicate body was visible, enough to make any male desire swell. He slowly reached out his hand. The fox girl closed her eyes tightly, and in her heart, she was ready to become a tool of lust, consciously removing the layer of gauze from her body. However, the drama she had imagined did not occur. Yi Zhiguo's outstretched hand ended up resting on the fox girl's heavenly cap. In the next moment, the soul-searching technique was activated. The terrifying soul force surged into her sea of consciousness as if a flood had broken the dike, instantly seizing all of the fox girl's memories. Ah! After a miserable scream, the fox woman's body was powerless and collapsed to the ground. Her charming eyes were muddled and already demented. The reason why Yi Zhiguo didn't suppress the fox girl in the first place was just to obtain information. After searching his soul, all the information about the most powerful alien beasts known to the beast race had appeared in his mind. Next, it's slaughter time. Yi Zhiguo casually launched a poem. Bang, a loud sound. The fox girl's snow-white body violently exploded, turned into a sky of blood mist. He then rose up into the air and instantly disappeared in place, all the way south. In just an instant, Yi Zhiguo found the first overwhelming beast king habitat. It was a lofty mountain range, surrounded by churning auras and a wide variety of exotic beasts. Zhiguo first locked onto a cave in the mountain range that was inhabited by a damn-will realm foreign beast. In the next second, Zhiguo directly raised his hand and suppressed it. Boom! The mountain range burst into pieces, emitting an earth-shattering roar and setting off a terrifying strong wind that spread continuously in all directions. As for the damn-will realm fey beast in the cave, it didn't even have time to react before it died. Zhiguo didn't stop and moved again after blasting out a pong. In an instant, he was now in a large mountain thousands of kilometers away. Just like earlier, he made a direct move after locking the strongest foreign beast in the mountain and raised his hand to suppress it. There was a loud bang, and the beast in the mountain was destroyed along with the entire mountain. Zhiguo was like the king of hell pointing out the dawn. Every time he appeared in a territory, a supreme beast king was killed, not dragging his feet in the slightest, and he directly left after blasting out with a palm. In just 5 minutes, 15 supreme beast kings were killed for unknown reasons. The night wind whistled as Zhiguo returned to Mega City 5. He didn't go home first, but went to the sealed door. Chapter 60. Still no search for Mr. Yi. Li Datong was so anxious that he asked those few staff members who were manipulating the satellite broadcast screen from time to time. After Zhiguo disappeared from the picture, he gave the order for satellites to search within hundreds of kilometers of the Hongduan Mountains. Elder Li, it's all been searched, there's no sign of any Mr. Yi. Several staff members were also very helpless. Just then the door was pushed open. Everyone was attracted by the sound and looked at the door in unison. The person who opened the door was none other than Zhiguo. Mr. Yi. Li Datong was ecstatic. After searching for so long with no news, he didn't expect that he had already returned to Fengmen. Numerous transcendents also cast their gazes with awe in their eyes. His battle performance in the Hongduan mountain range had convinced everyone. It was just too dazzling, sinking a region with a single finger. The commotion was just too great. On the main seat, Jubilee also turned her gaze over. As early as some days ago, she had a rough position in her heart about Zhiguo's strength. It should be the immortal realm, but after watching the satellite broadcast today, she felt that she had misjudged her estimation. The strength that Zhiguo had displayed in the Hongduan mountain range seemed to be impossible to achieve with the immortal realm alone, and that had almost exceeded her knowledge. The 10 Directions realm? She didn't dare think about it. Hard work. Vermilion Bird got up and forced down the shock in her heart. Zhiguo nodded at her, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke flatly. There's no need to guard the sealed gate. The beast race should send an emissary in recent days to renegotiate the peace talks. He had just exterminated so many powerful people of the beast race. It was impossible for the other party not to wimp out and think with their asses and would not continue to kowtow to the humans. This statement immediately caught the attention of the many members of the Seal sect, who cast puzzled gazes. Li Datong even stepped forward and inquired, Mr. Yi, what does that mean? After I left the Yokohama Mountains, I stopped by to do something. Zhiguo didn't hide it, and told the story of his slaughter of the beast race powerhouses. This piece of news was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking the transcendentals present in astonishment. One by one, the gazes they looked at Zhiguo were not to mention how wonderful. They originally thought that what happened in the Hongduan mountain range was shocking enough, but it turned out that they didn't expect that this ruthless person turned around and went to stab the beast race's lair. Vermilion Bird was silent, but in reality, a 12-stage typhoon had long been blowing in his heart. Mr. Yi, you're not kidding, right? Li Datong's old face froze, almost dumbfounded upon hearing the news. How long has it been? The whole process didn't take more than 10 minutes. That's 15 top beast kings of the Damn-Will realm, and they were killed so lightly? Believe it or not. Okay, I'm going back. Zhiguo glanced at him and didn't explain too much, leaving behind a piece of beast king meat before leaving straight away. He was very trustworthy. After all, when he left, he promised Li Datong that he would treat him to beast king meat. The many transcendents present, looking at the huge piece of beast king meat on the ground, fell into a state of stagnation. The next day, just as Zhiguo said, the beast race sent a messenger. The other party's gesture was extremely humble, bringing 10 spirit medicines and countless other exotic treasures. They want to talk peace again and have given assurances to the Seal sect hierarchy that those things from last time will never happen again. This matter naturally spread to the outside world as well, shocking the world. Being scared of being beaten, this is, sure enough, the truth is always only above the blade of the sword. That battle in the Hongduan mountain range, who wouldn't be afraid of it? Raise your eyebrows, it's been 3 years and we're finally on our feet. The matter of the Beast King re-entering the city had become a hot topic of discussion for countless people. At the same time, the Sealing sect announced an even more shocking news. After Zhiguo left the Hangduan mountain range, he massacred 15 Supreme Beast Kings in a row. There were also photos circulating, images that were pulled up using satellites, and everyone was subdued. Pieces of alien beast corpses, along with the mountain range, were blown up and leveled to the ground, leaving behind only a huge palm print. With pictures, the news is even more shocking. I said why there was suddenly no picture at that time. So it turned out that he had gone to look for trouble with the other Supreme Beast Kings, just asking if the beast tribe has been scared to death. Slaughtering a king is like killing a chicken. It's fierce. Countless people were in a happy mood. Since the recovery of the aura, the foreign beasts were rampant, and several times they had a big fight with humans. Now they conceded, making them laugh. Now, any foreign beasts that wanted to make waves again would have to weigh their options. It wasn't just the humans, but the incident had caused a tsunami in the beast race as well. And it had hit them too hard. 15 Supreme Beast Kings, all of them were dead, which caused the foreign beasts from all sides to feel a huge threat, and their bodies chilled for a while. From now on, if something like a beast tide massacring the city happens again, draw the veins and skin. A Jedi Beast King had spoken, and was shocked into honesty. Zhou, the Zhao clan's family head, was sitting on the main seat, and a man and a woman were kneeling in front of him. It was a middle-aged couple, also Zhao Shiyu's parents, Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan. Back when that girl Shiyu was still in college, she was in a relationship with Zhiguo, right? I'm told it was broken up hard by you too. It's so confusing. It pisses me off. Zhao's family head's face flushed a bit as he glared at the two kneeling on the ground. Zhao Qinghe and Li Lan were also very regretful. Who knew that after disappearing for 3 years, Zhiguo had the ability to move mountains and fill up the sea? Dad, you calm down. As far as I know, Shiyu now with Zhiguo too. The relationship seems to be quite good. Perhaps also can remedy. Zhao Qinghe's voice was low as he knelt on the ground and spoke in a whisper. At the same time, Wang, the Wang clan's family head, also called Wang Yuxuan's parents over. He spoke. I heard that Fei Xian has a teacher in the Sealing sect, the young man from the battle in the Hangduan mountain range. Wang Yuxuan's parents didn't dare to lie and nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Yes. The Wang clan's family head stroked his beard and spoke after thinking for some time. Then cancel the marriage with the Zhang clan. Isn't Yuxian that Ni are always saying that she makes her own decisions about her own marriages? This time just let her go. Good. I'll have someone go to Zhang's in a moment to explain the situation. Wang Yuxuan's father spoke respectfully. Also, didn't Yuxian bring back an orphan some time ago, named Chen, right? From today onwards, I want you to treat her as your own. The Wang clan's family head continued to speak, his words carrying absolute authority. Unbeknownst to them, there were 2 little girls lying on their backs right outside the door. Ears perked up, eavesdropping. One Yunhua seemed to have heard some powerful news, a pair of thieving eyes, murmuring in a small opening. My sister is in a relationship with her teacher. Wang is under pressure and has no choice but to dissolve her marriage with Zhang, with a slight rewrite. Isn't that the headline? Hey, not bad for me. Let you lie to me in front of you, saying that you will teach me martial arts, not counting on your words, and causing me to be beaten up by my sister. Today I will take revenge. After saying that, she reached out her small hand and patted Chen beside her, saying, from today onwards you are my own sister. As a sister you must be righteous. Come on, let's go back to the house. I've got some big news to announce. You have to keep it a secret for me. Looking at the thieving Wang Yunhua, Chen felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 61, Gossip flying around. The outside world was all clamoring. Almost all of it was the battle of the Hangduan mountain range and the remarks related to Zhiguo. On that very day, the threshold of the sealed gate was about to be stepped over by all the forces. All of them were dignitaries. They naturally inquired about the location of Zhiguo's house, but they didn't dare to pay a visit to his door for fear of causing him to be displeased, so they retreated to the sealed door. Li Datong is really about to be overwhelmed, almost being annoyed by all the parties. Zhiguo is like a hands-off shopkeeper. These trivial matters do not ask, all by him alone silently bear. He didn't dare to bother Zhiguo, and in just one day, the office was already filled with gifts from those people. The impact of the battle in the Hangduan mountains was too great, and the people who came to visit did not seek to be able to make friends with them, but only to brush up their presence and express their goodwill. One person to subdue the entire beast race. Just ask who among today's transcendents can achieve this feat? Things are still festering. The video of the broadcast was edited and uploaded to the internet, instantly bursting into flames, and even spread abroad. The many foreign transcendents were all shocked and numb at the sight of that horrifying battle. Is this true? My god, there's actually such a terrifying superpower in Huaxia? Of course, A larger portion of the transcendentalists thought that this was a deliberate hype by China, using high-tech special effects to make the picture, with the purpose of intimidating other countries. They think it's too pompous to think that there can't be transcendent beings of that magnitude in today's world. Laugh me to death. This video looks like it was synthesized by special effects. Bragging. The island's transcendent scoffed, his words thick with contempt. And you're laughing on it? I remember the last time a giant city in your country was strangely overthrown. So watch out, kid. I don't think it'll take long for your island to be finished as well. Some people can't stand to watch anymore. And they directly hit back, poking each other in the sore spot right out of the mouth, without showing the slightest bit of mercy. I think it's better not to be overly deified. The world is a big place. There are just too many variables now. And the transcendental beings are only going to get more and more numerous and stronger. There were also Western transcendents who made remarks that seemed to be calm and fair in their attitudes and words, but in reality, they were insinuating, subtly expressing that the video that had been circulated was not real. At the same time, some of the powerful foreign beasts in foreign countries were very well informed and had learned quite a bit of the inside story. Is the beast race of China so weak? To be beaten and subdued by a human is ridiculous. A disgrace to the beast race. There was an overwhelming beast king who spoke. Its appearance resembled that of a Western dragon, with vertical pupils, its body covered in hard scales, and its back was even born with a pair of huge wings. Standing on a high tower in the middle of the city, the Chinese beast race is weak, yet they live alone in such a large territory. It's really a bit dusty. That territory lacks a true king. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for us. There were quite a few beast kings that couldn't help but have crooked thoughts after getting the news, raising their huge heads and casting their eyes to the distant east. There was no doubt that what happened in the Hangduan mountain range this time was circulated really widely, and the winds and storms in the four directions were stirring up. For those remarks of other countries, the Chinese officials did not make any response. Let them, how to say, always calm and unruffled, maintaining the usual composure. It's like a lion with a constant stream of flies and insects around it, but it's never in the forefront of your mind. Meanwhile, there was another rumor circulating in Megacity 5 that quickly took over the top news lists. The latest news: the Wang clan and the Zhang clan officially cancelled their marriage yesterday, and according to reliable sources, one of the Wang clan's direct lineage, Wang Yuxuan, is in a relationship with Yi Zhiga, and the two of them are still in a teacher-student relationship. The news came out of nowhere, like a mudslide, and instantly rushed in. All of the netizens who had just been arguing with the foreign transcendentals froze, their eyes firmly drawn to the words on the screen. I'll be a shocking melon. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's still my brother Yi. Tough enough. Not only that, in the content of that message there was also a photo with 4 people in it, namely Yi Zhiga, Yi Guanqi, Su Jing and Wang Yuxuan. In the photo, Su Jing is holding hands with Wang Yuxuan in an intimate gesture, and both of them are smiling. It was filmed at the very same exhibition organized by Alien the other day. It's really true. It's all about meeting the parents. Real hammering, real hammering. I did not expect my brother Yi actually eat so well. One of Wang's direct lineage. Envy, envy, envy. His mom and dad are also young. They are said to be among the experts among the transcendents. TSK, the family is fierce. Countless people are hotly debated. This news is spreading more and more fire, and the latter is even directly dominating the list. At the same time, an even heavier message was thrown out. Zhao Shiyu, one of the Zhao clan's direct line, also has an unspoken relationship with Yi Zhiguo, and the two seem to have an underground relationship. Under this message, it also comes with a picture. It was a sports car with Yi Zhiguo and Zhao Shiyu sitting inside, and although the photographer was separated by a distance and the photo was blurry, he could barely recognize the two inside. And there were also professionals who came on the news to conduct tests and eventually told that there were no traces of photoshopping in this photo. The news made the already noisy internet ripple even more, with countless jaws dropping. Fierce, just Wang Yuxuan and Zhao Shiyu. Just one of them can charm everyone here, while my brother Yi has his feet in 2 boats. A pugnacious life doesn't need to be explained. Despite the suspicion of gossip, this melon is really delicious. Remember to kick me when the author updates. Many people responded, with a thick fire of gossip burning in their eyes, and just these 2 short articles have touched the eyeballs of countless people. 1 passes 10, 10 passes 100. The result is that the more it brews, the fiercer it gets, and the gossip is all over the place. At the same time, there are many people who are analyzing and feel that the author of the published article is very unusual. I remember when the news between Brother Yi and Zhao Shiyu had also broken after the incident at the 703rd Forbidden Land, and I specifically looked at it, and the 2 news this time and the person who broke the news last time are the same author. I go, really? This author Kao. The name is not known. Where to come so much fierce information? Many people were so fooled that they tapped the author who posted the article to follow up on the follow-up. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Wang Yunhua, am a genius, and I can make the internet wind up with just a sleight hand. At this time, Wang Yunhua stood on the bed, holding the cell phone, revealing an expression of discussing the world's heroes, but also look at my generation. The exquisite little face is full of complacency. Sister is awesome. On the other side of the bed, Xinyan was on the verge of being abducted by her, showing a look of adoration. Chapter 62, The Two Angry Gossip Heroines. Gossip is flying around, especially when the two female leads in it are also direct descendants of Zhao and Wang, which inadvertently adds fuel to the fire and makes it even more absorbing. However, Zhiguo, who was the party involved in the scandalous incident, was nestled in his home at this time, lying on a reclining chair in the balcony and napping. The warmth of the sun shone down on my body and warmed me all over. He'd thrown his cell phone in his bedroom when he got back last night, so he didn't know anything about what was being said online. Stop. Suddenly, Su Jing's voice came from the living room, followed by her rushing straight into the balcony and grabbing Yi Zhiguo's ear. Brat, what have you done? She glared, questioning. Yi Zhiguo's face was dumbfounded, and he grimaced a little as he broke away from Su Jing's clutches, bewilderment written all over his face. Mom, what's going on with you? Su Jing was furious. Just now, she saw those two news that dominated the major lists. In his heart, he first felt a burst of joy. After all, his own son finally got the hang of it and knew to look for a daughter-in-law. But the more she looked at it, the more she felt that something was wrong, and her own son seemed to have found two daughters-in-law? You're quite greedy. You want to take both Shiyu and Yushuan? Yi Zhiguo? Seeing his puzzled face, Su Jing handed her cell phone directly over. When Yi Zhiguo saw those two dominating scandals, the expression on his face was wonderful, and then he felt a wave of speechlessness. Which talent had written this, complete with a photo, and with a burst of headache, he turned his phone off after only a couple of glances. Mom, you read less of these, they're all fake. Rubbing it in this is, Yi Zhiguo explained. However, Su Jing didn't buy it, feeling that there must be something fishy here. After all, it wouldn't be empty for no reason, and she couldn't help but engage in a mouthful of output. I'm telling you, if you do get into a conversation, don't think twice about it. Yi Zhiguo was not the only one in an unattractive mood this morning. Zhao Shiyu got up early and went straight into the practice room for her morning exercises. She had also refined her strength quite a bit during this period of time, and had already touched the threshold of the king realm, only one step away from a breakthrough. It put her in a pleasant mood, but just as she was eating breakfast, she picked up her phone and saw the two scandals that were dominating the list. An underground affair? Two women sharing a husband? What the hell? The article had a frighteningly high number of likes and spread far and wide, and a layer of frost couldn't help but float on her cool cheeks. When she saw the article, her eyes went black and she had the thought of exploding. Which shameless person wrote this? It was outrageous. Her slender fingers slid the screen and she read the article from beginning to end. Pissed off, Zhao Shiyu's lungs hurt from anger, and he almost threw his cell phone right out. The next moment, the sound of high heels on the ground suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the door of the room being pushed open. Mom, what brings you here? Zhao Shiyu immediately hid the wrath on his face when he saw the visitor. Lilan had a warm smile on her face as she walked closer to Zhao Shiyu and said, Why are you throwing a tantrum early in the morning? Zhao Shiyu was a little hard to say. It was hard to say that it was because of the two rumors that were spreading like crazy on the internet. She was angry just thinking about it. Lilan took it all in, spoke softly, and said, I actually saw the gossip on the internet. At those words, Zhao Shiyu couldn't wait to immediately find a crack in the ground. This was too embarrassing. In the past, when you just graduated your father and I forced you to break up with Yi Zhiguo, it was our fault, and you've been single for the past few years. You can still try to get along again if you want, Lilan said with a smile. Zhao Shiyu didn't say anything. She knew it very well in her heart. If Yi Zhiguo hadn't shown that amazing strength, I'm afraid that Lilan wouldn't have come to say these words to himself at all. Mom, go home. I know my own business. She spoke after a moment of silence. There are no exceptions. The other female lead in the scandal nearly turned her back straight after reading the contents of the article. Wan Yuxian was in a terrible mood. She was usually such a low-key person, was actually rumored, with Zhao Shiyu dominating the list as one of the two main heroines in the scandal. In order to fall in love with their own teacher at the expense of offending Xing, also hard to withdraw from the marriage. Her silver teeth clenched, her absolutely beautiful face was gloomy. She admitted that she had feelings for Yi Zhiguo, but this article was written too outrageously. Which goddamned person wrote this article? I'll have to skin you if I catch you, Wang Yuxuan exasperatedly shouted, his voice traveling out a long way, and the oppressive feeling of the King Realm creatures caused many ordinary people in the Wang clan to break out into a cold sweat on their backs. This naturally included Wang Yunhua, who was the instigator. She listened to the voices coming from her own sister's room and was a little unsure of herself, but soon she was calm and collected again. The internet has no memory, so if you disguise yourself well enough, you'll be safe when this storm passes. Sister Ueno, what do you think we should do if we're discovered? Xian spoke in a small voice from the side. Not knowing what was going on, she vaguely always felt a little uneasy. It's okay, I've done a lot of this kind of lackluster stuff. Let's not do anything right now. We'll be safe for a while. Wang Yunhua had a big heart and recovered as before after only a few seconds of nervousness. She reached out and patted Xian's shoulder with a transporting look on her face, as if everything was still under her control. Xian was a little less convinced. She always felt that Wang Yunhua's words were not very reliable, but she could only nod her head with faith. On this day, the internet was unusually abuzz with gossip, and it became one of the topics of conversation for many people after dinner. Several of the parties involved were also infuriated. The only one is Zhiguo. After dealing with Su Jing, he laid back on the recliner and closed his eyes to doze off. Although he was aware of the scandal, it couldn't mess up his state of mind. Since embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, he had encountered a lot of strange and unusual things. So where was this going? At the same time, seal the door. Li Datong had a rare moment of clarity as he sat in his office, his cell phone cradled in his arms as he was scrolling through the gossip that had exploded on the internet. Hey, these two articles are interestingly written. I just don't know if Mr. Yi will storm out when he sees them. He watched with fascination, thinking that the person who wrote these two scandals was definitely a rare talent. Just then, the communicator on the desk suddenly rang. This was an emergency line within the sealed door, and no one would even activate it on weekdays except in the event of an unexpected situation. Li Datong immediately put away his expression of looking at the phone and sat upright, putting the communicator on. Elder Li, something big has happened. Chapter 63, Forbidden Land No. 005. Shenangjia. Say, what was the reason for calling me over? Inside the sealed door office, Yi Zhiguo sat in a reclining chair, playing with a teacup in his hand. Mr. Yi Mingjian, there is indeed something to ask for. Li Datong wore a smile as he held a teapot in his hand, carefully pouring tea for Yi Zhiguo. Tell me. Yi Zhiguo's eyes lowered as he looked at the steaming cup of tea in front of him. Upon hearing this, Li Datong's eyes lit up and he felt that there was a chance, so he immediately described it. In the middle of the morning, he received an internal emergency line from Seal Door, dialed by Seal Number 2. In the jurisdiction of Mega City Number 2, the military stationed in a forbidden area were all disconnected the day before yesterday, and the transcendentalists sent by Seal Gate Number 2 to investigate were nowhere to be heard from, and have yet to return. It was well known that usually around forbidden places, not only would there be military forces stationed there, but plutocrats like those in the giant cities would also station their manpower there, for the rich resources within the forbidden land. However, in the vicinity of that forbidden land within the jurisdiction of Mega City Number 2, not only were all of the military's manpower disconnected, but even the transcendents stationed by those plutocrats were as well. In the past 2 days, the military and those plutocrats had dispatched many teams of transcendents to find out the reason, but they had all gone silent, and there was no news after entering the forbidden land. So, to be precise, the purpose of that special line received by Li Dutton was to request reinforcements. You want me to go for a walk? Yi Zhiguo asked as he put down his teacup. Li Datong smiled sarcastically and said, I didn't want to trouble Mr. Yi, but the King Realm Transcendents dispatched in front of the sealing gate didn't serve any purpose. The 4 sealed door founders are also walking around Mega City 9 without opening. Mega City 9 was still under construction, near the border, and there were too many rights and wrongs, and because of this, Vermilion Bird had left Mega City 5 yesterday. Li Datong was also unable to think of a countermeasure, which is why he approached Yi Zhiguo, and that forbidden land within the jurisdiction of Mega City Number 2 is Shenangjia. Sequence rank 005. Shenangjia? Yi Zhiguo murmured, coming to some interest. Before the revival of the aura, that place was full of mystery, and there were countless various bizarre incidents rumored in the area. The most controversial of these are the red-haired savage and the nine-headed god bird, and many others are said to have witnessed those creatures in the flesh. Legend has it that Shenangjia is the place where Shinnon tasted all kinds of herbs in the ancient times, and it is still standing today with the change of dynasties and the change of stars. After the recovery of the aura, it became even more mysterious there. even the beast race didn't dare to step in at will, and the military and those plutocrats, they only dared to station themselves in the outer regions. Li Datong introduced. He also informed that many people had seen a mysterious halo in the Shenanjia when the aura recovery first began, spewing out countless colorful haze. There were even witnesses of strange flying objects, not unlike the products of Earth technology, traveling extremely fast and crashing inside the Shenanjia. At that time, the military also organized a large number of people to explore the area, but the result was almost a total wipeout, and the only few people who came back alive went crazy, unable to communicate, and died shortly after. Afterwards, when the sealed gate was established, it included Shenanjia as one of the 1,000 forbidden places, ranking 005, and the degree of danger was evident. So interesting? Zhiguo was a bit surprised. There is actually a mysterious flying object that does not belong to the product of Earth's technology crashed in Shenanjia. Is it possible that it is aliens? It had to be said that Li Datong's storytelling skills were top-notch, and even Zhiguo was interested in listening to it. Are you telling the truth? Zhiguo raised his eyebrows. Li Datong patted his chest in assurance and said, Mr. Yi, do you think I dare to lie to you? Also, you don't have the guts. It does sound kind of interesting to hear you say that. What Datong Li described managed to pique his curiosity. Mr. Yi, then what do you mean? A faint light flashed in Li Datong's old eyes. Zhiguo nodded and said, go take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Datong was overjoyed and inwardly lamented. Thanks to his own 3-inch mouth. Otherwise it would be really hard to talk Zhiguo. Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll go arrange manpower for you. Li Datong hurriedly spoke. Zhiguo just wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered that he still had 3 cheap students. After thinking about it, he said, then let my 3 students pack up. It's enough to bring a few of them. Yes. Li Datong nodded his head and immediately moved to deliver the message himself. Soon after, Wang Yuxuan, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, who had received the news, rushed towards the office in a hurry. The 3 of them were exuberant in their hearts. After all, this was the first time Zhiguo had taken them out together. Even if he knew that the destination of this trip was Shenanjia, the No. 005 Forbidden Land, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. With Zhiguo around, they were very relieved. I heard that an unknown flying object crashed in Shenanjia 2 years ago. Do you think we'll run into aliens there? Aliens? Don't be ridiculous. I'm more curious about the savages, which are said to be covered in red hair and very unsettling. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, one fat and one thin. Together there is a kind of inexplicable best partner feeling. The 2 whispered exchanges. Zhiguo had given the 2 of them a fist and palm recipe, and having practiced so far, they had also broken through to the king realm, and had a not-so-low status in the Seal sect. Wang Yuxuan walked in front, listening to the conversation between the 2. His heart was also very curious, and he was looking forward to the next trip. Right, Sister Xian, I have something I want to ask you. Suddenly, Chu Jiang came up and lowered his voice. It's all over the internet that you and Mr. Yi are in, isn't it true? Chu Jiang had curiosity written all over his fat face, and Chen Qiming at the back also came up, with the fire of gossip burning in his eyes. Wang Yuxian face black, gossip angry, her lungs hurt. In the sealed door have been completely spread. The usual friendship colleagues also have a lot of come to ask her if it is true. Not only that, but even the friends in your life. Your cell phone rings all day long. She was now considered completely famous, and the heat with Zhao Shiyu on the internet was frighteningly high. These 2 days she was in a bad mood. Every time she thought about the scandal, she clenched her silver teeth, and in her heart she really wanted to personally tear up the scandalous author who had been stabbed by 1,000 knives. Seeing Wang Yuxuan's face darken at a speed visible to the naked eye, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming only felt a chill on their backs and very sensibly shut their mouths. The 3 of them soon arrived at the office where Zhiguo was. Everyone has arrived. Mr. Yi, time is running out. Let me take you to the airport. Li Datong spoke. No, airplanes are too slow. Zhiguo refused and stepped forward to roll up the 3 cheap students with a big wave of his hand. Then it was in the air, directly crossing the void. Li Datong below was shocked to see this scene. Chapter 64, The Phantom Demon. In just an instant, Zhiguo left Mega City number 5 with his 3 cheap students. The 3 of them only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, followed by a burst of buckets. By the time they opened their eyes again, they were inside the sealed door of Mega City number 2. Zhiguo had been here some days ago when the Fong family was destroyed, and the route was not forgotten. As soon as they landed on the ground, the 3 cheap students felt dizzy and had a strong sense of discomfort in their bodies. Wang Yuxuan was fine. Zhiguo had once brought her across the void, and the discomfort wasn't too severe. I feel like I'm going to lose my hold. Me too. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming didn't feel so good. The two of them staggered. Their feet were weak, and they directly fell on the ground and vomited. What man? It was at this moment that a chortle came from the distance, and the transcendents inside sealed gate number 2 spotted the sudden appearance of several people. We are the people who came over to investigate the Forbidden Land 005. From sealed gate 5, Wan Yuxuan stepped forward and talked to a few people. Eventually, after several transcendents verified their identities, they walked ahead to lead the way, bringing Yi Zhiguo's group of 4 to the interior of sealed gate number 2. I didn't realize that sealed gate 2 was built in such a similar style to sealed gate 5. Where we are, surveying everything around them, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming couldn't help but whisper in their hearts. Making their way inward, several transcendents led them directly to an office building. Outside the building there was a middle-aged man wearing glasses standing there waiting. His name was Zhao Shiyu, and he was the second in command in sealed gate number 2, with a position comparable to that of Li Datong. Zhao Shiyu had received a notification from sealed gate 5 just now, learning that the person who had come to investigate Forbidden Area 005 would be arriving soon, so he had specially come downstairs to greet him. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Zhang Shiyu stepped forward to greet him with awe on his face. He had seen Yi Zhiguo the last time he exterminated the Feng family. Long time no see. Yi Zhiguo responded politely. Wan Yuxuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Zhang Shiyu for a few moments, as she remembered that when No. 2 sealed sect wanted to poach, it appeared to be the middle-aged man in front of her whose idea it was. Li Dutton even ran into a huge fight over it, with one man chasing a group of people for mouth-to-mouth output. Mr. Yi, let's go to the conference room to talk about the Forbidden Area 005 first. Okay. Several people walked into the office building and came to the door of a conference room. At the door of the conference room, 2 more heavily armed transcendents stood guard. Several, please. After opening the door, Zhang Shiyu made a gesture. Entering the conference room, an odor of corruption instantly hit his nose, and on the huge table, there were 2 specially treated corpses. This was specially ordered by Zhang Shiyu to be brought from the morgue to the conference room. The 2 bodies were sealed in body bags, revealing only their heads, both male, with greenish-black faces, the sides of their cheeks sunken in, and their eyes closed tightly, but with smiles at the corners of their mouths. The 2 male corpses, it seems, did not feel the slightest bit of panic before they died, and by the looks of it, they seemed to be quite comfortable. This is, transported out of the Shenanjia? Wan Yuxuan's willow brows knitted as she stared at the 2 male corpses on the table. Yes, just for these 2 corpses, we lost 5 King Realm Transcendents. Zhang Shiyu stood in front of the table, aching with pain, and a color of sadness flashed across his face. These 2 corpses look weird. How do they feel like they died of coolness? Xu Jian looked at it, rubbed his chin, and couldn't help but voice his inner thoughts. Both male corpses had smiles on their faces, smiles that carried a strange flavor that only a man could appreciate. I think so. Chen Qiming also spoke, and the 2 agreed. The 2 of them then looked at each other with a look of both no. Wan Yuxuan couldn't help but secretly spit when he saw the expression that appeared on the duo's faces and felt a pang of disgust in his heart. That's right, after the 2 bodies were brought back and tested, it was found that before they died, they were both in a state of extreme excitement. Zhang Shiyu pushed up his glasses and said, when these words came out, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming felt incomparably surprised, and the 2 of them looked at each other as if to say, it is still really cool to die. Wan Yuxuan's lips slightly opened, wanting to speak, not quite ready to speak. People are emotional beings and get excited by a lot of things, but the excitement in these 2 victims was of the rutting variety. Zhang Shiyu's face did not turn red as he silently stated, they were all transcendents in life, but after death they didn't have any half of their spiritual energy in their bodies, as if they had been drained. Maybe that's a little off the wall, but that's what you get after testing. Drained? This word was constantly enlarging in Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming's minds, and the 2 of them were lost in thought, not knowing what they were thinking. Wan Yuxuan was also stunned and inclined his head, his cheeks burning a little. Yi Zhiguo walked up to the 2 corpses. He reached out his hand and directly unzipped the zipper of the shrouded bag, and instantly the 2 corpses were exposed naked in front of everyone's eyes. The 2 corpses were large-boned, and should have been meaty in life, but now they were thin and bony, their skin and flesh clinging to their skeletons, and their flesh drying out as if they were human dries. The main thing is that there aren't even half a dozen wounds on the body yet. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but think of a demonic creature in the immortal cultivation realm, the phantom demon. This kind of demonic creature mainly sucks the essence and soul of people to cultivate, and a common tactic is to seduce mortals. Of course, The phantom demon with a little bit of cultivation is the one who directly makes a move to take away, or hits the idea to those cultivators whose strength is not so good. Hundreds of years ago, Zhiguo was still a good young man with pure love, but also almost fell into the way of the charmed demon. Almost chastity is not guaranteed. Strange, how can there be chimera on earth? He murmured in a low voice. The two male corpses' deaths were almost exactly the same as what they looked like after they died after being sucked by the phantom demon's essence. Phantom demon? Wang Yuxuan and Zhang Xiu revealed puzzled expressions when they heard Yi Zhiguo's murmur. What kind of creature was that? However, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming revealed excited expressions. Holy, a chimera? What is this? An offshoot of phantom demon? This is the right place to be. It's exciting to think about. The two of them were secretly transmitting their voices, constantly exchanging ideas, their mouths watering. Unbeknownst to them, the secret voice transmission that they thought was hidden was like a void in front of Yi Zhiguo, and it was no different than speaking openly. When he heard the words of these two cheap students, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Good lord, where did these two douchebags think of? Do you really think a chimera can be linked to a chimera? There is a great difference between the two. A bit of Taoist phantom demon. Even Yuaning stage cultivators cannot withstand the toss. You two get the hell out of here. Yi Zhiga glanced at the two of them, suddenly regretting a little bit bringing these two douchebags out. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming trembled. Somehow they had the feeling that the secrets in their hearts were being looked at. Chapter 65, Love at First Sight. Mr. Yi, was the accident that happened in Forbidden Area 005 caused by the phantom demon you spoke of? Zhang Xiu was shocked. The name of this creature was unheard of to him. Could it be that it was a strange species that had been residing in the deep mountains? It's just that the way this creature takes a life is a little too outrageous, sucking the essence out of a person's body. It's somewhat similar to the fox spirit in mythology. Not sure. What kind of creature it is still has to be determined after we enter Shenangjia. Yi Zhiguo is also just skeptical. After all, there is nothing strange in the world. Perhaps the kind of creature in the forbidden land of 005 is just similar to the phantom demon. But if it really is a chimera, then things get interesting. A demonic creature from the immortal cultivation world appeared on Earth, and it was self-evident what this represented. To be honest, Yi Zhiguo was a bit surprised. Originally thought that after returning to Earth he would live a leisurely daily life, but he didn't realize that he had overthought it after all. First, there was the revival of the aura, then the remnants of the Yuaning stage, and now a creature similar to the demons in the immortal cultivation realm had popped up. These events may be able to be strung together in a nebulous way. Put these two corpses away. There's not much use for them. Yi Zhiguo commanded. Zhang Xiu nodded his head and sealed the shrouded body bag, ready to call someone to move it right away. Teacher Yi, when are we leaving? Wang Yuxuan stepped forward and inquired in a low voice. At the same time, outside the office building, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming didn't go far after being kicked out, but casually sat on the stone steps outside the building. Why do I have the feeling that Teacher Yi just intercepted and heard both of our spirit transmissions? Chu Jiang spoke with some uncertainty. I think so. Chen Qiming nodded his head and unconsciously wiped his sweat, thinking that Yi Zhiguo was powerful and somewhat evil. Even the mental voice transmission could not be concealed. Shame on you today. Once the two remembered those remarks they had just secretly exchanged, they couldn't help but blush with their old faces. Come on, the image and whatnot was kind of ruined. Just when these two douchebags were worried, footsteps suddenly sounded not far ahead. Chu Jiang inadvertently looked up and then froze. What an innocent girl. Chu Jiang staggered, his fat face filled with admiration. Chen Qiming, who was beside him, couldn't help but raise his head to look at it, and then froze as well, his eyes looking straight. He gave a thumbs up in approval. Not far in front of the two, the woman walking towards them was Su Jie, a transcendent belonging to the No. 2 sealed gate, who was called Violent Maniac by many of her subordinates. She was indeed very pretty, with a fair and crystalline face, long eyelashes, and large, bright and intoxicating eyes, giving the impression of a neighborly sister at the first glance over. Su Jie is still wearing a white coat and gray pants, black hair casually spread on the waist, walking between the hair clear, pouncing on the youthful beauty. If she had been wearing a school uniform, the killing power would undoubtedly have been greater. It was just that Hyoji's eyes looked a little red, kind of like she had just cried. This scene was seen by Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, and they couldn't help but feel even more moved. With a feeling of I feel sorry for you, the two of them were attracted after just a glance and couldn't move their eyes, staring straight at Su Jie, somewhat lost in thought. There's actually such a pretty girl in sealed gate number 2? Chu Jiang straightened his clothes and immediately got up from the stone steps, The shame of being intercepted and overheard just now because of his mental voice transmission had long been left behind. He quickly moved forward and came to Su Jie's body, revealing what he thought was a handsome smile, saying, "This beautiful girl, the first time I saw you, I remembered the student days I used to have. I remembered running in the sunset that day. That was my lost youth." However, before the words were finished, Chen Qiming behind him came up, and he directly pushed Chu Jiang out of the way. "Pretty girl, I've fallen in love with you at first sight. Would you mind giving me your contact information?" Chen Qiming is quite direct, clapping his voice to make it sound soft and magnetic. Unlike Chu Jiang, who was so literary and goes straight to the point, Chu Jiang was squeezed to one side, and then saw Chen Qiming come up to accost him, and immediately became unhappy, and immediately squeezed up again after stabilizing his stance. "What are you squeezing me for? I found this girl first." Chu Jiang secretly transmitted his voice, feeling deeply dissatisfied with Chen Qiming's approach. "I think I'm going to fall in love. Don't you stop me." Chen Qiming also secretly transmitted his voice, and informed Chu Jiang that love did not distinguish between first and last, and that since he insisted on it, it would be a fair competition. "Who's afraid of who?" Chu Jiang skimmed his lips and replied with a voice transmission. Then, these two douchebags crowded in front of Su Jie, one more shameless than the other, with all kinds of meaty words coming out. "Soja?" She was a bit confused at first when she was stopped by two living people, but when she heard those meaty words, goosebumps instantly fell all over the place. Su Jie's face immediately changed. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming thought that the words of love had worked, and for a while they spoke even more vigorously, bringing out all the words of love that they had seen in their lives. However, in the next second, terrifying spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Su Jie's body, and her hands stretched out to grab Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming respectively. The two were then directly picked up and smashed towards the ground. The suddenness of the incident, coupled with the fact that Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming weren't on guard at all, the two douchebags were smashed in a moment of dizziness. Bang, bang, bang. Loud bangs continued to emanate, and the hard stone slabs instantly ruptured, cracks spreading in all directions. There were quite a few transcendents from sealed gate number 2 in the distance who saw the scene and couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their backs for Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming. Messing with whoever was bad enough to mess with that violent maniac. The unilateral beating lasted several minutes. "Get out!" Su Jie, who had finished spreading her anger, threw the two of them out a long way, turned around with a cold face, and walked towards the office building. Thanks to the fact that Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming had already been promoted to the king realm, their skin was thick, and after a severe beating, they did not have any other injuries other than a bruised nose and face, and they were able to recover very quickly. The beatings are so elegant. The feeling of innocence and movement is deeply imprinted on my heart. Sweet, is this what it feels like to be in love? Chu Jiang was lying on the ground, not caring about his bruised and swollen face in the slightest, looking at Su Jie's far away back and murmuring continuously, "He he he he." Chen Qiming also gazed at Su Jie's back and burst into a giggle, not knowing what he was thinking. The two had fallen, looked at each other, and slumped to the ground in constant giggles. Su Jie's mind wasn't even on those two psychopaths outside as she walked into the office building and went straight to the door of the conference room. "Captain Su, you can't go in without Minister Zhang Xiu's orders." Two heavily armed transcendents stepped forward and stopped Su Jie, who wanted to enter the conference room. "I have no desire to surround myself with you. I am offended." Su Jie was in a very emotional state, releasing the oppressive feeling of a king realm creature and directly knocking out the two transcendents with great speed. And then she pushed open the door to the conference room and barged right in. Chapter 66, The Boundary of Shenangjia. Regarding the movement outside the conference room, the three Zhiguo who were discussing inside the door naturally noticed it. Several people couldn't help but look toward the front door. Squeak! The next moment, a narrow voice rang out, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Su Jie walked in. She was having mood swings and her eyes were a little red. "Xiao Su, what are you?" Zhang Xiu opened his mouth, surprise flashing in his eyes, obviously not expecting the other party to come here. It was also easy to tell from his expression that he seemed to know what Su Jie was here for. "Minister Zhang, Mr. Yi, this time when we enter the Forbidden Land 005, I hope you can bring me along as well." Su Jie opened her mouth, with determination and pleading in her voice. Yi Zhiguo didn't speak, but turned his head to look at Zhang Xiu beside him. Zhang Xiu was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth to explain. Xiaosu's parents also served in the Seal sect, and were transcendents stationed at Forbidden Area 005, and like the large troop, they also disconnected the day before yesterday. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiu sighed. After the change in the Forbidden Area 005, Su Jie had approached him more than once, wanting to apply to bring someone to investigate. However, they were all rejected by Zhang Shiyu. After all, Su Jie had advanced to the king realm at such a young age, and was a seed-level player in the sealed sect, so there was no way he would let the other party take the risk. In the past 2 days, Sealed Gate No. 2 had kept her under tight control, just for fear that she would sneak out and go to the Forbidden Area No. 005 alone. It would be a big loss for the 2 sealed doors in case there was a death or injury. It was just that what Zhang Shiyu didn't expect was that Su Jie didn't know where she had gotten wind of the situation and had actually sought out the conference room. Mr. Yi, please take me with you. There were tears welling up in Su Jie's eyes, and in her heart, she had already made up her mind that no matter what, she was going to walk up to Forbidden Land 005. She knew that her parents were feared to be in mortal danger, and in her heart she was prepared for the worst, and what she wanted was very simple. She just wanted to bring back the remains of her parents in person. For Su Jie's request, Zhiguo didn't take a position at first. In fact, for him, it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less. He looked at Zhang Shiyu and said, Minister Zhang, you decide. Su Jie was ultimately the person who sealed the door on the second, and it was more appropriate to leave the decision to Zhang Shiyu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiyu could not help but fall into deep thought. Zhiguo's strength was clear in his heart. After all, the battle record of subduing the beast race was there for all to see. Su Jie's safety was important to sealed sect number 2, but this trip to Forbidden Area number 005 was much less dangerous with Zhiguo around. For a while, Zhang Shiyu was a bit hesitant. Minister Zhang, if you don't approve, then I'll withdraw from Sealed Gate 2 today. Su Jie was decisive, directly releasing the king bomb. As expected, Zhang Shiyu frowned even more tightly when these words came out. After another while, he nodded and said, Alas, go, remember to listen to Mr. Yi in everything, not to be reckless. Su Jie, who had received permission, sighed in relief, her heavy heart easing a bit. Zhang Shiyu was very helpless and arched his hand towards Zhiguo, saying, Mr. Yi, I've caused you trouble. Zhiguo waved his hand indifferently. Several people walked out of the conference room. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, who had been guarding the outside of the office building, immediately came up. Teacher Yi, are you planning to leave? Looking at the bruised and swollen duo, Zhiguo couldn't help but freeze. What's with the injuries on your bodies? Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming were a bit hard to say. It was impossible to say that they were beaten up instead of picking up girls, right? Accidental fall. The two of them quickly snorted, not daring to tell the truth. Zhiguo gave the two of them a suspicious look and didn't look deeper. At the same time, Chu Jiang and his duo also saw Su Jie, who was following Zhiguo, and couldn't help but be shocked, but they quickly reacted. This pure girl was probably going to head to Forbidden Ground 005 with them as well. The two doppelgangers couldn't help but look at each other, and inwardly they felt a leap of joy. It was only then that Su Jie reacted to the fact that the two psychopaths who had just harassed her were actually the Transcendents who had come over from Sealed Gate No. 5 with Zhiguo to investigate, and from what these two said, they were actually students of Zhiguo. Su Jie had great doubts in her heart, not understanding why Zhiguo would take in these two not-so-bright-brained guys. Mr. Yi, the special plane is ready to depart at any time. Zhang Shiyu stepped forward and said, No, the plane is too slow. Zhiguo refused, and if he took an airplane, he didn't know how long he would be delayed before arriving. He brought up the three students and Su Jie and raised his hands in a fierce wind. By the time Zhang Shiyu and the No. 2 Sealed Gate Transcendent present reacted, the few people had already disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them were out of Mega City 2. Zhiguo had just checked the map in the conference room, and already knew the coordinates of Forbidden Land 005. Sprinting all the way to the southwest, it was instantaneous. After landing, lush spiritual energy poured out, and all around were peaks so high that they could not see the top, going straight into the clouds, as if they were a heavenly rift stuck in the ground. This time, the speed was so fast that the 3 Wang Yuxuan and Su Jie couldn't stand it. Their faces turned white, they were dizzy, and they had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Zhiguo took a few steps forward and looked up. The huge mountains surrounding the Shenangjia stood as if they were going to stand beyond the sky, and there was constantly pure spiritual energy wandering out, spewing out colorful haze that intertwined with the clouds high above the sky, making it look extremely dreamy. Soon he noticed the anomaly. While the mountain was spewing out a colorful haze, there was also an invisible energy following along with it. The energy was very thin, but it was as if it possessed consciousness, covering the entire Shenangjia like a boundary. Zhiguo probed his divine sense and immediately detected that the energy belonged to the power of origin. In his heart, he was a little surprised. not realizing that this kind of energy was actually contained within the Shenangjia. This is a demonstration of Shenandoah's ability to protect itself. He realized that the reason why Shenangjia had released this knot was to stop certain creatures from coming out. This force of origin does not repel native beings, as evidenced by the fact that the transcendentals of sealed gate number 2 were able to bring bodies out of it. And those creatures confined within the Shenangjia should be the culprits behind the accident at Forbidden Area 005. Thinking about it that way, there was a huge possibility that the creatures inside were from outside the realm, or at the very least, did not belong to Earth. Could it really be a phantom demon that came over from the immortal cultivation world? Zhiguo was a bit skeptical. If that was the case, it meant that there were passages within the Shenangjia that could travel to the immortal cultivation realm. Have you guys slowed down yet? I'm getting ready to go in. Hurry up and keep up. Zhiguo spoke towards the few people behind him, then took a step and stepped through the almost imperceptible layer of boundary in front of him. Where is Mr. Yi? A few people raised their heads and realized that Zhiguo had just taken a step forward and disappeared, and with their cultivation, they could not yet detect the existence of that boundary. Chapter 67 neither belongs to the immortal cultivation world nor to Earth. Stepping through the boundary, Zhiguo formally stepped into the confines of Forbidden Area 005, Shenangjia. A fresh breeze greeted me with a wet scent. Inside, the aura was exceptionally abundant and refreshing. Cultivating in this place would definitely be much faster than the outside world. He glanced back, and the pale boundary flipped for a moment. It should be that Wang Yuxuan's few people had come in as well, but they didn't appear directly behind Zhiguo. Walked into other territories? Zhiguo took one look and then withdrew his gaze. It seems that this Shenangjia's boundary is still a bit interesting, as long as those who don't enter at the same time will be stepping into another area. It's a bit like the formations that some sects in the immortal cultivation world have arranged under the mountains, with the effect of shifting shapes and changing positions, mainly to beware of some petty criminals. Zhiguo didn't go looking for them, but turned around and walked towards the mountains. He wasn't worried about the safety of a few people. Even if he encountered a danger that he couldn't deal with his speed, he could be there in an instant. It's the perfect opportunity to sharpen up a few people. Zhiguo's speed was not fast, very light steps toward the front, but it gave people a feeling of not being able to catch up, and in a trance it was gone. Ahead of him was a dense forest, with sky-high ancient trees rising up from the ground, and there was a thick mist shrouding the treetops. In the middle of the dense forest, there was a broken stone step path, curving and intermittent, meandering and spreading towards the depths of the dense forest, which should have been built by humans. After all, before the revival of the aura, Shenangjia was still a scenic spot. It was worth noting, though, that it was a little too quiet in the dense forest that you couldn't see the edge of at a glance. The fog was so dense that not even ordinary flying birds were seen, not to mention foreign beasts. It was as if they had entered a Jedi. Following the barely passable stone step path, Zhiguo continued deeper. Shortly afterward, he found a body, collapsed under a tree, dressed in a black combat suit and armed with a fine thermal weapon. This would be the transcendentals of sealed door number 2. Upon approaching, Zhiguo urged his spiritual power to turn the body over, and its dead condition was the same as the body transported back to sealed gate no. 2. The whole body was dried up, the blood and flesh withered like a human stem, and there was a smile on his face. It shouldn't be a phantom demon, but the killing method is similar to a phantom demon. Zhiguo whispered. Since entering the Shenangjia, he hadn't sensed the slightest aura related to the immortal cultivation world. He continued deeper and soon ascended to a plateau where a dozen tents were stationed in bodies, both male and female, were displayed across the ground. Everything around them was intact and there was no sign of a fight. That means that these people were killed without any defense, without even having time to react. Zhiguo squatted down, casually picked up a corpse and conducted a soul search, and a picture soon appeared in front of his eyes. It was an evening when a dozen men, feeling the cold, sat around the fire, complaining about the sudden change in temperature. The fog churned up in the scene and was no longer above their waists, and the fire flickered and kept swaying, looking hazy in the mist. One of them then shook his body for a moment, and then he fell straight to the ground, letting out a cry of pleasure. The crowd noticed the anomaly and rushed over to check it out, but soon a second man fell, followed by a third, a dozen men, all of whom fell to the ground in a matter of seconds, moans of pleasure ringing out. The scene ends here and there is no useful information. These people don't even know how they died. However, the corpses that passed through the scene allowed Zhiguo to establish the fact that the 005 Forbidden Land accident had nothing to do with the phantom demon. Phantom demons have human bodies, are all female, have extremely seductive bodies, and will only target male creatures. However, there was no phantom demon's figure in the soul search image, and there was still a female corpse at the scene. Plus Zhiguo had entered the Shenanjia for such a long time and had never sensed the aura of the immortal cultivation realm, so it was already possible to draw a conclusive conclusion. I thought that there were passages within the Shenanjia that were connected to the immortal cultivation realm, so it seems that I was overthinking. Zhiguo casually threw the body down. And another question quickly surfaced in his mind since Shenanjia's boundary had been activated. It meant that there must be extraterrestrial creatures in here. And where did that extraterrestrial creature come from? Neither belonging to the immortal cultivation world nor Earth. Interesting. Zhiguo rarely moved his brain to think. Just as he was lost in thought, the fog around him churned and swept in from the distance, climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye, approaching in just a few breaths. The mountains, the dense forests, were instantly enveloped in fog, visibility plummeted, and damp and cold sensations poured in from all directions. Coming? Zhiguo sensed that there were creatures approaching in the fog, and in large numbers. Instead of retreating, he moved forward in the direction the fog was coming from, but strangely enough, the fog churned very violently the moment after it approached Zhiguo, and then dispersed at a very fast speed, hovering near him. Soon the peculiar picture arose, with Zhiguo's body as the center of the circle. Within a distance of a few meters, the mist didn't dare to come closer, as if it was keeping a safe distance. These mists of unknown origin seemed to be in fear, or rather, the creatures hiding in the fog and manipulating it were in fear. At the same time, the fog at the back was plucked from the center by an unknown force, separating towards the two sides and revealing a path. That road was exactly the one Zhiguo had taken when he arrived. Want me to go back the way I came? Zhiguo was a bit surprised. The creatures in the mist were very humane. After probing the depth of Zhiguo, they didn't dare to take the initiative to stain, but even more so, they reopened the road that he had taken when he came to try to let him leave. What if I don't go? Zhiguo opened his mouth, his voice echoing continuously in the mist-wrapped mountain forest. When he finished, he pressed forward once more, leaning towards the mist in front of him. The fog in front of them churned for a while, as if it was scared and boiling, scrambling to separate in all directions, not daring to touch Zhiguo, always keeping a distance of more than 5 meters away. The unknown creatures hidden in the mist were also bullies, but the more this happened the more curious Zhiguo became. After all, the creatures in the mists belonged neither to the immortal cultivation world nor to Earth. When he left from Sealed Gate No. 5, Li Datong had said that a mysterious unknown flying object had crashed into the Shenanjia during the recovery of the aura, which made him wonder if it was really an alien life form. Thinking of this, Zhiguo directly made a move and grabbed towards the fog in front of him, his aura instantly locking onto a creature in the fog and firmly confining it. His palm ignored the distance and detained the creature. Bugs? After withdrawing his hand, Zhiguo looked at the shivering creature in his palm and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It was a beetle with a purple body, the size of a bottle cap, like an amethyst, crystal clear, bearing 6 legs, 2 pairs of wings, and a single horn. The purple worm kept struggling in his hands, desperate to escape. Chapter 68, The Fog is Coming. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shenanjia, Wang Yuxuan's 4 people also stepped through the boundary one after another, but when they came in, they didn't find Zhiguo's figure. Where did Mr. Yi go? How come I couldn't see him when I just looked up? Su Jie's head still had a vague feeling of dizziness coming from it, and after raising her eyes to survey the surroundings, she couldn't help but issue a question. Wang Yuxuan, Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming weren't much better. The speed of this crossing of the void was too fast and they hadn't slowed down yet. It should have sensed the abnormality and went ahead to explore first. Wang Yuxuan replied as he rubbed his temples. Chen Qiming asked, then shall we stay here and wait, or head inside as well? If you think it's dangerous you guys stay here and wait for Mr. Yi to come back. I'll go in first. Su Jie glanced at the crowd. She came here this time for her parents who might have lost their lives. How could she stop here? After that she walked forward. Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming glanced at each other and moved to follow in unison. They naturally knew that the Shenanjia, which was ranked No. 005 on the Forbidden Land list, was treacherous, but in order to pick up a girl, the two of them also went out of their way. Wang Yuxuan looked at the 3 people who were gradually moving away, and could only follow helplessly. This beautiful girl? I'll admit to being a bit presumptuous just now at sealed door number 2, but could you give me a chance to tell me your name now? After walking a distance, Xu Jiang cheekily came up and pouted his ass towards Su Jie, his cerebellum running at a rapid pace, racking his brain to organize his words. Su Jie forced herself to resist the idea of making a move, thinking that this fatty could be really annoying. It was even if she harassed herself in the sealed door just now, but now she was still coming. With a look of disgust on her face, she didn't return her head, thinking that the other party shouldn't harass her anymore after asking, so she returned with a cold voice, "Suja, is she paying attention to me?" However, this was a different picture in Chu Jiang's eyes, feeling that it was his efforts that had been rewarded, and for a moment, his heart blossomed. Chen Qiming, who was on the side, took a look at this. His eyes are staring straight. If he doesn't make an effort, I'm afraid that by then this girl will really be abducted. So he cleared his throat and came up too, clamping down on his voice and making non-stop, flirty comments towards Hyoji. "Miss Su Jia, do you believe in love at first sight?" "At first I actually didn't believe in it either, until I met you." With two psychopaths around her constantly yelling, Su Jia's face grimaced at a speed visible to the naked eye, and if she wasn't in the forbidden area of 005 right now, she would have already made her move. Wang Yuxuan, who saw the scene, couldn't help but hold his forehead. She looked at the grim-faced Su Jia, and then at Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming's bruised and swollen faces, and suddenly seemed to understand why their faces had turned that way. The four walked inside for a few more minutes. A muddy road came into view, in the middle of which there were many footprints and signs of wheels driving over them. This road should be the one that leads to the scavenger camp in the Shenandoah. A few people saw hope, which at the very least meant that the route they were taking was not wrong. Although the Forbidden Land was sparsely populated and far from human civilization, there were military, as well as plutocratic forces stationed within it, and thus some roads were opened up for the transportation of supplies. All they had to do was follow the road in and they would be able to reach their destination without any problems. So many bodies. After walking a little further in, several people stopped in unison, shocked by the scene in front of them. The road ahead was densely packed with all the corpses, falling on the ground, almost filling up the entire road, making it impossible for people to get down. The heads of those corpses were all facing in the direction of the exit of the Shenangjia Forbidden Land, which indicated that they had tried to escape from this place while they were alive, only to have their lives collected on the way. Several people were a bit incoherent for a while. These corpses were all transcendents in their lifetime, and from the traces of the scene, there were no traces of fighting, which indicated that they were all killed in a very short period of time. It made a few people's hearts flutter a bit. At this time, Chu Jiang seemed to have discovered some clues, as he secretly transmitted his voice towards Chen Qiming. "Have you noticed? There are women among these corpses, and not far away, there are even the corpses of foreign beasts." Chen Qiming had a puzzled look on his face and replied with a voice transmission, "I saw it. What's wrong?" Chu Jiang continued to transmit his voice. "Didn't he say that the reason for the accident in the Forbidden Land was because there were phantom demons that sucked people's essence? Is it hard for a phantom demon to suck the essence of women and foreign beasts as well?" Chen Qiming felt that it made sense and couldn't help but nod. "Right. Phantom demons should belong to the branch of phantom demons." "Right. Which phantom demon would be interested in women and foreign beasts?" The two exchanged words, feeling more and more out of place, realizing that this wasn't quite the same as what they usually read in those books. After seeing these corpses, Su Jia's emotions were a bit agitated, realizing that they were still only at the edge of the Forbidden Land. Even the transcendents on the fringes were not spared. All of them were dead. So the outcome of the members of Seal Sect No. 2 who were stationed further inside was already predictable. Originally, she still held a trace of fantasy, but now, that trace of fantasy in her heart was shattered. Su Jia's face was pale, and even though she had long been mentally prepared, her heart still jerked violently when she was really confronted. Wang Yuxuan noticed that she was out of sorts and walked to her body, softly inquiring, "Are you alright?" Su Jia didn't answer. Her violently heaving chest had long since revealed her inability to calm her heart. "Let's go. Don't tarry here too long." After a few moments, Su Jia opened her mouth and took the lead to walk forward. Wang Yuxuan and the three of them also stopped staying and silently followed. During this time Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming didn't bother Su Jia anymore. The two of them weren't cuties. Naturally, they also saw that the other party was emotionally unstable at this time. Half an hour later, the four of them approached the scavenger camp in the Shenangjia Forbidden Land. Along the way, the corpses of humans, as well as foreign beasts, could be seen everywhere on the ground, all of them appearing greenish-black in color, dried up, with their skin and flesh clinging to their skeletons. Not only that, they hadn't even seen a single bird along the way, and several people suspected that the creatures in the entire Forbidden Land were afraid to have died out. The scene inside the scavenger camp was also the same as the outside world, with corpses everywhere. Several people stood at the entrance and exit of the camp, not going in first. The whole camp was not at all smaller than a village, and it was so quiet inside that not a single movement of living things could be heard. The camp had uncountable bodies displayed on the pavement. and was surrounded by a number of wooden huts with open doors and windows, which were dark and deadly. "Ha, why is it fogging up?" Chu Jiang suddenly opened his mouth, pointing not far away. The remaining few people also withdrew their gazes at this time and looked in the direction Chu Jiang was pointing. The white thick fog, at this time, was coming from all directions, and wherever it passed, all the scenes were hazy. Chapter 69, The Strange Mist. The mist churned and rose from all directions, as if it had a consciousness, and was rapidly surging in the direction where several people were. A thick mist rolled over the road they had come from, white as a sea of clouds. "Something's wrong." Wang Yuxuan frowned. She looked around. Those white fog speed is a little too abnormal, and in all directions, vaguely actually formed a situation of encirclement. The entire scavenger camp was surrounded, trapping the four in it. "Holy, there's someone in the fog." At this moment, Chen Shiming suddenly let out a loud cry and looked into the distance in shock. The remaining three also immediately cast their gazes and realized that in those mists, someone was indeed moving. Only their torsos were a bit stiff when walking. The people were immersed in the mist, following the coming mist, which was approaching them. "No, it's not a person. It's a corpse." There was a light flickering in Sujia's eyes. Her eyesight far exceeded that of normal people. She could see very clearly, and when the mist came, the body on the ground was enveloped, and then it struggled to stand up. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang froze a bit and murmured, "Fraud? Or a biochemical crisis? I don't care what it is. Just do it." Chen Shiming was undaunted as he leaned his body forward and spat out a ball of flame from his mouth, which was so hot that it instantly scorched and shriveled the vegetation around him, falling into the mist in the distance. After advancing to the king realm, the flames he spat out could refine gold and burn stone. More terrifying than magma, and ordinary transcendentals would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die after being contaminated. The flames fell into the mist and instantly enveloped large swaths of corpses, and in mere moments, those corpses covered in flames melted. But this is only to slow down the effect. The rear is still a steady stream of corpses. The firelight reflects on them, revealing a greenish black, with a smile on the stiff face. "It's useless. These should be manipulated puppets. Don't waste your efforts," Wang Yuxuan reminded. She had been observing and realized that although the corpses were alive, their bodies never left the mist, which meant that the mist coming from all directions was the greatest danger. Attacking those corpses was useless, and when one wave died, another would soon top it. Wang Yuxuan calmly spoke. "It's not a solution to spend time here. Let's retreat backward and enter the scavenger camp first." The three nodded their heads in favor of her proposal and decisively retreated back into the scavenger camp. There were also many corpses in the camp, strewn all over the place, but they hadn't yet been exposed to the fog outside, and showed no signs of coming to life. Sooner or later it's a hazard to keep it. "Burn it." Chen Shiming was decisive, spitting flames from his mouth once again, covering the bodies in the camp. There was a charred odor, and large swaths of bodies were incinerated in the flames. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth a little and stared at the mist that was still coming in from outside the camp. What the hell is this fog? Before entering the forbidden land of Shenangjia, he still had fantasies in his mind that the one who caused the accident was really a chimera, and he also aspired to be the gatekeeper for thousands of geeks in the world. As a result, instead of seeing the chimera, he now saw a stomach-churning pile of corpses. From the fact that Chen Shiming launched his attack just now, although the flames were able to break down the corpses, they were not able to stop the mist from spreading. Wang Yuxuan spoke again, looking warily at the mist that was getting closer and closer. Su Jia nodded her head and said, "The accident in the Forbidden Land is definitely related to the fog, and judging from the facial features of those corpses, I suspect that the fog has a hallucinogenic effect." Hearing the two women's conversation, Chu Jiang and Chen Shiming looked at each other in dismay. Their mood instantly fell to the bottom. It seemed that they were overthinking after all. Wanting to see the phantom demon was probably impossible. As he spoke, the fog was already getting closer and closer, having spread into the scavenger camp, only a few dozen meters away from a few people. In the mist, the walking corpses staggered and drew nearer, and their outlines became clearer. Several people were like enemies, hurriedly urging the spiritual energy in their bodies, and a barrier appeared, forming a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Soon, the mist surged and came into contact with the spiritual defense constructed by several people. Emitting a snorting sound, it was as if the remaining snow had met the flames, melting away at an extremely fast speed. But thankfully, at the very least, it acted as a delay, and the fog didn't come pouring in at first, being briefly cut off from the outside. At the same time, those living corpses were also approaching. They stretched out their dry hands and kept flapping, and some of them also hit with their bodies, trying to break through. "Grandma, don't make it so scary. It's like a zombie siege. Chu Jiang's face was wonderful. His adrenaline spiked, and he couldn't tell if it was fear or excitement. Going on like this isn't a solution. The fog and corpses coming in is just a matter of time. We have to find a way to break out. Su Jie spoke up. Chen Qiming sniffed, smiled more ugly than crying. Break out. How to break out? All directions are missed. Even the sky is. He really cannot think of how to break out in this situation. Wang Yuxuan let out a bitter smile, obviously also feeling a great headache. Drag it out. We can only wait for Mr. Yi to come. Chu Jiang opened his mouth. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart. He knew that with the few of them, it was absolutely impossible to go out safely. The only thing he could do was to stall for time and wait for Yi Zhiguo to come over. The fog is coming in. Chen Qiming suddenly shouted. In the next second, several people realized with horror that the spiritual power barrier they had constructed was no longer of much use. The barrier was meeting the mist, like fire melting with water, creating a very strong repulsive effect, during which wisps of mist drilled through and drifted in. Several people were nervous. After all, they didn't know exactly what would happen to the living after coming into contact with the mist. They stood still, unable to retreat, and even though they were panicking in their hearts, they still didn't dare to revoke their spiritual teleportation. The wispy mist was like a wisp of green smoke, very thin, and it came in extremely fast, directly pouncing on several people. Several people's pupils contracted violently. In their eyes, that wisp of mist was similar to the life-suppressing talisman of the King of Hell. It's over. It's over. It's coming at me. Chu Jiang exclaimed with a sad face. The wisp of mist was like a light veil that fell on his face as the remaining three gazed nervously. In the next second, Chu Jiang's entire body froze, his expression frozen as he stared ahead. He then suddenly laughed a lewd laugh, reaching out his hand and continually stroking the air in front of him, as if an unseen creature existed in front of him. Sure enough, that mist has a hallucinogenic effect. Su Jie's brows furrowed. Since Chu Jiang had already fallen into the illusionary realm, the spiritual barrier constructed by several people shrunk, and a lot of mist drifted in at once. The three of them were unable to avoid it, and after a few seconds, the mist that came in eventually landed on them. Chapter 70, Illusion. Wasn't I in the Shenanjia Forbidden Land? How come I'm back home? Wang Yuxuan murmured softly. At this time she realized that she was actually in a familiar room. Strange, why is my room so festively decorated? She tilted her head to check and realized that her room was decorated in red everywhere, with red candles burning on the case table, and the quilt on the bed was even replaced with a large red quilt, also embroidered with the pattern of mandarin ducks. Who set up my room as a wedding room? Wang Yuxuan was a little puzzled and couldn't help but get up to check, and that's when she saw herself in the mirror. She was wearing a red Chinese wedding dress at the moment. The flowing garment was embroidered with gold threads covered with lucky donut patterns, covered with an extremely soft and thin scarlet shark's veil, with a flowing cloud phoenix belt around her waist, which appropriately outlined her exquisite figure. A head of dark hair was also coiled up, with golden hairpins on either side and red jewels swaying gently. How did I get dressed like this? Wang Yuxuan's vermilion lips slightly opened, completely in a daze. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A man walked in. His wide red robe fit very well on his body, his sword brows and starry eyes, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and his angular face made people lose their minds. Teacher Yi? Wang Yuxuan froze in place after seeing it clearly. Yuxuan, why did you take the cover off yourself? Yi Zhiguo smiled and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her dimpled body and whispering in her ear. Teacher, I am now your husband. Wang Yuxuan was incredulous, but soon became mesmerized. Her cheeks flushed, and her delicate body directly softened in Yi Zhiguo's arms. Her eyes gradually became mesmerized, and Yi Zhiguo picked her up by the waist. Soon, the clothes faded away, and the white dress was close to Wang Yuxuan's skin, outlining a delicate and attractive jade body, perfectly curved snowy peaks, and a slender and soft waist that was vaguely visible. Yi Zhiguo turned off the lights and blew out the red candles, and the room was suddenly plunged into charming spring colors. Jay, wake up, Jay! Male and female voices sounded at the same time, and in the midst of the call, Su Jie slowly opened her eyes, and two familiar faces appeared in front of her. Dad! Mom! You! Me! Why am I at home? Incredulous, Su Jie looked at her familiar surroundings with a very complicated mood. What are you talking about, silly boy? I've been unconscious for so long, but I'm finally awake. Mother Su spoke, gently stroking her head. Coma? What the hell is going on? Su Jie's thoughts were confused, completely unable to distinguish what was happening now. Su's father opened his mouth at this time. You hurt your head on a mission, and you've been in a coma for half a month. But your mom and I were so worried that we specially took leave to rush back from the 005th Forbidden Land to take care of you. Su Jia froze, and when she heard about Forbidden Place 005, she immediately felt a stabbing pain and covered her head with her hands in pain. Dad, Mom, didn't you guys have an accident? Su Jia's tears flowed as she endured the stabbing pain in her head and opened her mouth to inquire. Accident? Xiao Jie, what are you imagining? I'm fine with your mom. Where's the accident? Su father said. Su mother had a gentle smile on her face. After being unconscious for so long, you must have had nightmares. It's fine. Mom and Dad are here. Don't think about it. Su Jia was soothed and gradually stopped crying. She looked at her parents with red eyes and hugged them tightly, a smile emerging. Was it just a nightmare? Great. Mom and Dad didn't have an accident. Master, it's all taken care of, but it's not enough. Let's do it again. Two coquettish voices rang out in the darkened room, and just the sound of them made people feel aroused. Those were two female creatures. Her delicate cheeks were bewitching. Her eyes were all red vertical pupils. Her breasts were raging and snowy. Her hips were perky, and her bumpy and plump body as well as the style between her eyebrows were enough to mesmerize any man. The two women's eyebrows were slightly arched, glowing with a pale light that could not help but raise a desire for conquest. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming's eyes were filled with fascination and intoxication. I knew it. The accident in 005 was definitely the Phantom's doing. The two of us will surely be famous in the future if we give up our lives to make another path for our descendants. The two men's loud voices rang out in a righteous manner. At the same time, someone crawled in the darkness and gently wrapped themselves up, intoxicating softness striking them. The two men were able to carry it off and lost themselves in an instant. In the forbidden area 005, a large amount of mist churned up, a white haze that could not be seen at a glance, and in just a moment, it covered the entire scavenger camp. In the scavenger camp, there were two men and two women, standing stagnantly in the mist, their bodies completely relaxed, not putting up any resistance, and letting the mist linger on their bodies. All four of them, with their eyes closed and the corners of their mouths coincidentally hooked into smiles, seemed to be in a very happy mood. There were purple, unknown creatures flying and draped in the mist, and at that moment they seemed to have found a tasty meal and scrambled towards the four of them. Buzz! However, just at that moment, a violent sound came. It was a dark red light that came from a distance, piercing through the mist with extreme ease and shining on the four. As soon as they came into contact with that light, the four's bodies trembled uncontrollably, their brows furrowed as if they were about to awaken. At the same time, a figure was coming from the distance. The roiling, churning mist dispersed from the center to the sides, making way for the man. As that figure approached, the purple unknown creatures that existed in the mist were incomparably terrified, as if they had seen an extreme great terror, and flew everywhere, not daring to stay here. As the purple, unknown creature fled, the thick mist that had shrouded the scavenger camp gradually dissipated and everything became clear. At the same time, the corpses in the mist fell in pieces and returned to dead silence. A clear wind whipped through the air as Zhiguo approached, shrinking the ground and taking a step in the distance, appearing in front of the four the moment his feet landed on the ground. Wake up, he called out softly. Right away. Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming came out of their illusions and opened their eyes one after another. What's going on? The four of them surveyed their surroundings in confusion. Somewhat confused, they quickly discovered Zhiguo in front of them, and it didn't take long for them to recall that the spiritual defense they had just constructed was disintegrated, and the mist enveloped them. So, everything that just happened was an illusion? A different expression welled up on each of the four people's faces for a while. Chapter 71 Alien Bugs. Mr. Yi. After Wang Yuxuan came to her senses, her face was a little scarlet. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look directly at Zhiguo. A great sense of shame arose in her heart. What happened in the illusion just now was still fresh in her mind, and she couldn't help but recall everything as soon as she saw Zhiguo now. No, it's too embarrassing. Wang Yuxuan red-faced, afraid of revealing a break, squirming and standing aside. Zhiguo suspiciously looked at her twice, always feeling that this girl was looking at herself strangely. As for Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, their faces were colored with intent, arching their bodies, desperately trying to hide a certain high bulge. The two of them looked at each other. The bond of good brothers in their eyes obviously deepened. In the illusionary realm, the two of them could be considered to have satisfied what their hearts had been longing for. The two doppelgangers smiled at each other and it all came together. Su Jia was the only one, frozen in place, her eyes filled with despondency, a bitter smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. After awakening from the vision, her heart had been empty. I've almost figured out the matter of Forbidden Land 005. Zhiguo opened his mouth, taking the lead in breaking the silence. As the words fell, all four of them became interested and unanimously turned their gazes over. Under their gaze, Zhiguo spread out his palm, and a small purple insect appeared in the sight of several people. The little purple bug was very pretty, crystal clear, bottle cap size, like an amethyst, constantly struggling in Zhiguo's hand, fluttering its wings, trying to escape. Bugs? Large question marks surfaced on the heads of the four men. Well, those fogs are created by this bug and have a strong hallucinogenic effect. After using the mist to hallucinate its prey, this bug will emerge and suck the essence. Zhiguo explained towards a few people. As the words fell, all four of them revealed expressions of disbelief. The culprit of a series of tragedies in the Shenanjia, which was ranked No. 005 in the Forbidden Land, was actually this kind of bug. Looking at the shocked looks of the several people, Zhiguo continued, there are many of these bugs, and they have been hidden in the mist, only showing up after their prey has completely sunk in the illusion. Also, this bug is not an Earth species. Listening to Zhiguo's explanation, several people's expressions were grave. Not a species on Earth? Is it hard to believe that it came from an alien planet? They were all members of the sealed sect, so they naturally knew some of the secrets. For example, 3 years ago when the aura had just begun to recover, there had been an unknown flying object that had crashed into the Forbidden Area 005, and at that time, the higher-ups of the SEAL sect had even sent someone to come and investigate, but in the end, they had returned without any success. The matter has been silent since then. Alien bugs. This little gadget looks harmless, but I didn't expect it to be so vicious. Chu Jiang stepped forward, stretched out a finger, and poked the small purple bug that was imprisoned in Zhiguo's palm. The little purple bug was very agile and rolled over and took a bite. Ouch! Chu Jiang grimaced in pain. A small piece of flesh was immediately missing from his finger, and blood flowed wildly. The small purple bug stopped in Zhiguo's palm and stared warily at Chu Jiang. Hiss, this little nub of yours has quite a temper. Chu Jiang glared and hastily urged his spiritual energy to heal. Wan Yuxuan spoke up at this time. I don't know where this bug's lair is. If we let them fly to the outside world, then what the hell? I don't know how many people will have to die. Yes, we must give them all in one pot. Chu Jiang nodded his head. Being bitten by the purple bugs was very unpleasant for him. The small purple bug that had been tossing around in Zhiguo's hand quieted down at the words. It seemed to be able to understand a few people. A pair of eyes so small that they could be ignored were filled with anger. Immediately after that, it glanced back at Zhiguo and shrank into a ball of fear again. Well, keeping it is indeed a scourge. Zhiguo nodded his head, agreeing with them. The little purple bug that had heard all of the conversation wasn't impressed now. It knew that those four were not strong enough to do the job of destroying them all, but the one who had caught himself had that strength. For a moment it looked like it was on fire, anxiously scurrying about constantly. A few people couldn't help but want to laugh at this scene. Mr. Yi, before we act, I want to collect the bodies of my parents. At this point, Su Jie, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, no longer harboring any illusions in her heart after personally experiencing the horrors of the mist. Good, Zhiguo promised her. Soon, the group moved off, leaving the scavenger camp and heading deeper into the Forbidden Land. Along the way there was still a great deal of fog lingering in the mountains, tossing and flowing like a sea of white clouds. In the mist, there were countless pairs of eyes peering darkly, like hunters hibernating in the shadows, dumbfounded. But when they saw Zhiguo at the front of the group, a strong fear rose in their hearts, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and hesitated in place, not daring to go forward. Moreover, the mist that had completely covered the road in front of the group was actively surging towards the sides at this time, giving way to a path that was large enough for everyone to pass out. This scene invigorated the few people following Zhiguo. Was this the treatment of following a big brother? They were no longer as tense as they had been when they first encountered the mist earlier. Their taut heartstrings relaxed, and all of them loosened up. There was no way around it. The feeling of security was too much. 10 minutes later, there were more bodies on the road, both human and alien. The human corpses weren't wearing black combat uniforms, which meant that these people weren't the ones stationed at the Forbidden Land by Seal Gate number 2. A few people didn't stop here and continued on their way. The mountains were full of corpses, densely fallen on the ground, with a strong sense of visual impact. Nowadays, in the entire Forbidden Area 005, apart from Zhiguo and his group, and the purple worms in the mist, there would no longer be any living creatures. In the past, I often heard that the Shenanjia was infested with wild men, and there were incidents of wild men coming down to the mountains to take women to breed their offspring. Don't worry about it now. Even if there really were wildlings, they're all dead. Chu Jiang opened his mouth and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as he looked at the corpses spread out in all directions. Shenanjia can be ranked in the top 5 of all forbidden places. Definitely not talking about fun. After the recovery of aura, this is everywhere in the Jedi. The number of foreign beasts is even more to count. It's said that in the Shenanjia Forbidden Land, some of the King Realm foreign beasts are only in the middle and lower levels of the food chain. Chen Qiming seconded, talking to Chu Jiang. Yi Zhiguo listened to everything and did not speak. He glanced down at the small purple bugs in his hand, probably at the 8th or 9th stage of the awakening realm. Not very powerful, but it couldn't withstand the sheer number of them. In the mist in the distance, there were countless small purple bugs fluttering their wings, plus the mist had a hallucinogenic effect. The two together. This was undoubtedly a terrifying army. Chapter 72, Tackling the King. After a few weeks, the group arrived at Forbidden Area 005, the stationing place of the second sealed gate. It was a small valley with watchtowers built on the tops of the sides, and a few wooden huts built sporadically on the inside of the small valley. The cabin was small, one might even call it modest, and judging from the style of construction, it looked a bit like a dormitory for a group of people. In the very center of this small valley, a flagpole stood with a flag dancing in the wind at the top. Outside the cabin, hundreds of corpses fell to the ground, their bodies dried out in green and black, their limbs stiff, having lost all vital signs. In the distance, there is a wind, bringing up fallen leaves, a bleak scene. There was no doubt that the bodies inside were all transcendents from sealed gate number 2. Looking at the hundreds of corpses inside, Wang Yuxuan's heart was not in the right place. Su Jie took a step with some disorientation, looking inside in a daze, lost in thought, her body unable to stop trembling. The next moment, she rushed right in, murmuring, "Dad, Mom, I'm coming to get you." Yi Zhiguo and the others stood outside the small valley, waiting quietly, as if she had lost her mind. Hyoji kept rummaging through the corpses that littered the ground. No, Dad, Mom, where are you? Her emotions felt like a flood breaking through a dike, and she could no longer control them at this point. As tears slid down her cheeks, body after body she turned up. No, not. Su Jie kept prancing through the corpses, falling to the ground several times in a sorry state, not caring about the muddy water all over her body, and continuing to rummage after she got up. Eventually, she spotted two familiar figures in a corner. Immediately, he rushed over, and when he saw the faces of the two corpses, Su Jie's heart was like a knife. "Dad, Mom, my daughter is here." She sat down, disoriented, and took the two bodies into her arms, tears falling like rain. The two corpses were stiff as if they were stone statues. Cold. "Dad, Mom, wake up." Su Jie fell into tears and called out again and again from her mouth. It was quiet in the small valley, and a cold wind whipped through, bringing up fallen leaves. Su Jie sat alone holding the two corpses, her face pale, stroking those two familiar faces, unable to feel a bit of warmth, her voice bleak. "It's kind of hard to watch." Outside the small valley, Wang Yuxuan averted his head and let his eyes look elsewhere. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming were even more unpleasant in their hearts. The two of them didn't realize that Su Jie came to the Shenanjia Forbidden Land for her parents, and thus harassed her a lot along the way in an attempt to pick up the girl. The duo recalled each other's behavior and an intense guilt rose in their hearts. These people, maybe they can still be saved. Suddenly, Yi Zhiguo's flat voice rang out. These words echoed in the quiet valley, and almost instantly, the three Wang Yuxuan beside them, as well as Su Jie, who was hugging the bodies of her parents and weeping mournfully in the distance, all threw their gazes over, especially Su Jie, who practically flew over and asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth?" Yi Zhiguo nodded and said, "It's just that the essence has been swallowed. Getting the essence back should be able to revive the person." At those words, Su Jie directly fell to her knees. "Mr. Yi, please save my parents." Face and all that she had left behind. Now she just wanted her parents to come back to life. "Why don't you get up so I can try?" Yi Zhiguo glanced at the hundreds of corpses in the valley, all of which were transcendents affiliated with Seal Gate number 2, and the sealed door belongs directly to the military forces. In a sense, these people in life are considered soldiers. For such people, Yi Zhiguo always maintained a friendly attitude. He flipped his palm, and the small purple bug that had been imprisoned appeared in his hand again. At the same time, a huge spiritual force rushed into its sea of consciousness, and the immense pain directly caused it to jump up and down, and its torso couldn't stop twitching. A few breaths later, Yi Zhiguo withdrew his spiritual power, and the purple bug on his hand also went limp at that moment, losing its vitality. Throwing it casually on the ground, he lifted his head and turned his gaze to the distant mountains, as if he was determining something. Go tackle the king. Tackle the king? The four were confused. What king? And the purple bug that Zhiguo threw on the ground, how did it die? Without waiting for the four to have time to think, Zhiguo directly reached out and grabbed them, bringing them with him as a stream of light and swept towards the depths of the Shenanjia Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, Zhiguo arrived at the place he had learned about through the soul search technique. This place was a Jedi, located in the depths of the Forbidden Land, with mountain peaks in all directions, like a sharp sword sticking into the ground and going straight into the clouds, with dark clouds above it, with lightning running. Here, the fog was even denser, as if it was in a sea of clouds. Visibility was very low, and there were even snowflakes drifting down from the dome of the sky. After coming in, the temperature dropped dramatically, and there was even frost on a lot of vegetation on the ground. Stepping on it, cha-ching sounded, and immediately shattered, scattered into ice ballast. Mr. Yi, where have we come to? Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but shiver. The cold air was overflowing. Even if he activated his spiritual power, he couldn't resist it, as if he was in an icy land. Su Jie, Xu Jiang and Chen Shiming did the same. This feeling was like falling into an ice cave. Even the spiritual energy flowing in their bodies slowed down. Zhiguo was silent, walking in the forefront. The fog around him churned and gave way towards the sides. Just now, through soul searching, he learned about the habits of the purple bugs. After the purple bugs in the mist sucked in the essence of a creature, they would not directly consume it, but would bring it back to their lair and supply it to the Bug King. The Bug King, on the other hand, was hiding in this Jedi. It had to be said that that Bug King was quite good at picking a place. This extinct place, even if a King Realm Transcendentalist came to it, they couldn't utilize their abilities, and if they stayed for a long period of time, they would even freeze and lose their lives. Not only the King Realm, even the Danwil Realm couldn't make much of a wave here and couldn't stay for long. Hiss, I feel like the blood is almost solidifying. What the hell is this place? Chen Shiming shivered coldly straight away. Xu Jian wiped his frozen nose. Otherwise, why do you think Shenanjia can be ranked in the top 5 of forbidden places? You have to know that there are many more such Jedi in the depths of Shenanjia. Seeing the appearance of a few people, Zhiguo gently waved his hand. A wave of energy stirred out, enveloping the 4 people, and immediately the cold disappeared, warming their bodies. There seems to be something in the fog ahead. Su Jie suddenly opened her mouth, her eyesight far exceeding that of normal people, and she discovered the end in front of her. As several people approached, a huge silhouette gradually appeared in the mist. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a corpse that had been frozen and lost its vitality. Very large, looking very much like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, sprawled out on the ground. Boy, what's the situation? Dinosaurs? Chu Zhang's eyes widened. The corpse was huge, hundreds of meters long, covered in scale armor, and it was unknown how long it had been dead. This is an exotic beast whose bloodline has undergone a rejuvenation, not a dinosaur, Zhiguo said. A few people nodded. If it really was a dinosaur, that would be a bit ridiculous. Chapter 73, Flying Saucers. In the Jedi, there were many more corpses of alien beasts similar in size to the Tyrannosaurus Rex just now, strewn across the ground. A cold light glowed on the stiff corpses, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky, having a visual impact of the frozen Jurassic. Among these foreign beasts, the least powerful ones in their lifetime were all at the King Realm. It's truly worthy of being a Jedi. Chu Jiang rubbed his hands together, his gaze constantly sweeping over the huge corpses around him. These beasts in life, put in any place, can set off a fishy wind, if not see with their own eyes, and who believes that there will be so many behemoths as if they were nameless pawns generally lost their lives here? Chen Shiming nodded his head, but his attention was clearly not on these alien beast corpses. He had been observing the fog around him. The churning was violent and the concentration was much higher than the one on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, almost on the verge of materializing. Chen Shiming said, strange, even so many foreign beasts have perished here, yet so much mist has gathered here. Are the little purple bugs in the mist not afraid of the cold? The rest of the few people also noticed this problem. With such a harsh environment in the Jedi, the fog was not only thinning, but it was even getting thicker. Zhiguo gazed ahead and spoke at this time. Who told you that these beasts died because they broke into the Jedi? A few people froze. They're all reasonably strong, and they're obviously being used as prime ingredients to be moved in by the purple bugs. As an ingredient? Several people were shocked by Zhiguo's words. This is the lair of those little purple bugs? Wang Yuxuan suddenly reacted. Zhiguo glanced at her and said, still not stupid. A few people then realized that just now in the small valley Zhiguo said that he was going to capture the king, and the one he captured was the Bug King. No wonder the fog here is more than several times thicker than outside, so it's into their lair. Chu Jiang suddenly realized. As a few people went deeper, there were fewer and fewer corpses of foreign beasts around them, and the mist was lingering ahead. Snowflakes were flying, and the sky and the earth were white. The further they went in, the more intense the fog churned around them, coming from all directions, as if trying to block the few from moving forward. However, as soon as he approached and was suppressed by the blood aura that naturally emanated from Yi Zhiguo's body, he didn't dare to make a move and could only obediently make way. Close to the lair, they're starting to panic. This scene fell into the eyes of the few people following Yi Zhiguo. Buzz off. Continuing to go deeper, the little purple bugs in the mist were not calm, and the figures hidden in the mist showed up, spreading everywhere. The sound of wings lifting resounded throughout the Jedi. Their subconscious will to protect the nest stirred, and they opened their mouths with sharp muzzles and swarmed in, trying to stop a few people from getting any closer with their lives. Countless small purple bugs rushed in like a purple waterfall, unusually conspicuous in the white Jedi. Wan Yuxian. Several people saw the situation. All hide behind Yi Zhiguo. They have a number in their hearts. The number of such a horrible bugs together to pounce. They go up only to send food results. Noticing the movements of several people, Yi Zhiguo did not say anything. He raised his head and looked at the purple tide of insects that flew in the sky and kept coming, and softly chanted, "Roll." As the words fell, an invisible ripple surfaced, just like throwing a stone into a calm lake, vibrating in all directions. In an instant, the overwhelming tide of insects gave a lurch, and then all the insects lost consciousness, their bodies being cut in half. Brush up. In a moment all the bugs lost their vitality and fell from the heights as if it was raining, crashing into the snow. The eyes of the few people hiding behind them were looking straight. Is this what it feels like to follow a big brother? Not having to do anything, just obediently watching the show from the sidelines. Countless bug corpses littered the snow-covered landscape. The fog also dispersed completely at that moment, and everything around them became clear. A short distance ahead, piles of rubble lay across the ground, tundra tumbled out, and a round object stuck diagonally into the ground. The object wasn't very large, only about 10 meters in diameter, and was made of unknown metal throughout. At the top of the round object, there was also a small oval protrusion made of translucent material, but it was cracked and had a large hole in it. Is this the flying saucer? The few people behind them were lost in thought, looking at the object in front of them with some disbelief. Something that was usually found in movies and TV dramas actually did appear in front of their eyes. Holy, what's the situation? The records in the sealed door are true. There really is an unknown flying object crashed here in the depths of Shenangjia. Chu Jiang stared. Wang Yuxuan also stared closely at the flying saucer and said, "No wonder the Feng sect sent people to investigate, but to no avail. So it was crashed in the Jedi." Several people's eyes were drawn to the flying saucer in front of them, which they found too fantastical as they approached to observe it. Flying saucers, flying objects that only appear in movies and television, are now on real display. This flying saucer doesn't know what kind of metal it's made of. It's been crashed for so long, but it doesn't have any rust, and it's not even frozen on the surface in the freezing weather. Chen Qiming reached out to caress it, his eyes glowing. According to this flying saucer is the lair of those purple bugs? Could it be that there really are aliens inside? Wang Yuxuan observed it up close, which somewhat subverted her perception. When these words came out, everyone was a little unsure in their hearts. After all, even flying saucers had appeared. Who knew if an alien would suddenly pop up? Even Yi Zhiguo cast a curious glance. Let's see. What do aliens look like? Do they have big heads, big eyes and long thin limbs? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think of the image of aliens in movies and television. Driven by curiosity, he directly climbed up the flying saucer, close to the cracked window at the top, and looked inside. Be careful. Don't mess around. In case you trigger any attacks you won't be able to hide in time. Chen Qiming persuaded from below, feeling that Chu Jiang was a bit impulsive and too adventurous, climbing up to check it out just like that, lacking in reason. However, Chu Jiang didn't take it to heart. His obese body was unusually flexible, and with a single jump, he landed on the broken place above the flying saucer. He raised his non-existent chin toward Chen Qiming below and said, "Be afraid, but be bold." When he finished speaking, he bent down and opened his eyes wide towards the interior of the flying saucer. Right at this moment, a purple stream of light abruptly sprang out from inside, so fast that it brought up a sonic boom. Chen Qiming froze. It couldn't be that he had really let him get it right. Triggering the flying saucer's means of attack? The stream of light smashed heavily into Chu Jiang's face. Caught off guard, his entire body shot up into the sky, a few broken teeth arcing through the air. Bang! Eventually, he fell headfirst into the snow in such a sorry state that half his face was swollen when he struggled to get up. Hiss, careless, didn't dodge out of the way. It hurts. It was also at this moment that everyone saw the purple stream of light that attacked Chu Jiang. It was a large purple bug that could be the size of a leather ball, looked like a tiger bee, and had a purple glow all over it. It stood upright like a human and stepped above the flying saucer, gazing proudly at the few people below. Chapter 74, The King Bug. In the ice world like Jedi, on the flying saucer, the purple tiger wasp with incomparably haughty eyes stood upright, condescending and looking down at the crowd. Who are you, and why don't you worship the king when you see him? Purple tiger wasp with 6 legs spread out, head held high, and even spit out human speech, with a lot of momentum. Below, Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie, and Chen Qiming were all dumbstruck. Originally they thought that the commotion just now was an attack launched by the flying saucer, but they didn't expect that the purple light dispersed, and what appeared was actually a tiger wasp. This tiger wasp was a few inches larger than a leather ball. The first thing a few people realized was that it was the king of the little purple bugs. Those little purple bugs look like beetles. So why is the bug king a tiger wasp? Wang Yuxuan whispered, feeling that this was a bit out of character. Su Jie shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's a genetic mutation. When the purple tiger wasp saw that the few people below did not pay any attention to him at all, the pair of tentacles on top of his head moved slightly, feeling that the king's dignity had been challenged. It was just about to speak again when a roar came from the distance. I worship you. Reacting, Chu Jiang rushed from a distance. He was very vindictive. The impact just now made him break several teeth. Half of his face was swollen. How could he meet people? In the blink of an eye, Chu Jiang came close with a few jumps. He raised his fist and slammed it towards the purple tiger wasp, vowing to make the other party pay. Bold. The purple tiger wasp was unafraid of danger. Compared to Chu Jiang's body, it appeared very small, but it only gently stretched out one of its legs, and it blocked the opponent's fist with extreme ease. The wings then fluttered and flew closer, and the other leg kicked out at that moment, kicking at the other half of Chu Jiang's face. Bang sound. Chu Jiang once again flew out, the same as just now, broken teeth flying across the sky, smashed into the distant snow pile. By the time he got up, both sides of his face were hot and sore and very swollen. Aha! Damn alien bugs! I'll fight you! Chu Jiang charged again, and this tiger wasp specialized in catching him and kicking him in the face, which caused him to completely break his defense. The purple tiger wasp, however, shook its head, not putting Chu Jiang in the slightest. It let out a soft sigh. Alas, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. As the words fell, the purple tiger head wasp spat out a mouthful of white mist from its mouth, instantly landing on Chu Jiang's body. The next moment, Chu Jiang fell into the illusion. The whole person first froze for a moment, and then he laughed, lying on the ground hugging a stone and kissing and touching. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuxuan and the three of them were immediately alerted. This purple tiger wasp being the king of insects, they could not be careless. Soon after, Chen Qiming launched his attack, spewing flames that could refine gold and burn stone from his mouth, surging towards the purple tiger head wasp in an overwhelming manner. Wang Yuxuan took out his longsword from his storage ring and swung it around. Several white sword blossoms emerged and attacked the purple tiger head wasp along with the flames spewed out by Chen Qiming. Su Jie moved as well, a broadsword taller than her in her hand, the thick blade not affecting her speed at all, and she was close in the blink of an eye. Extremely high temperature flames, sword chi, both hit at the same time, landing precisely on the body of the purple tiger head wasp. However, these attacks couldn't cause the slightest damage to it. It didn't even move. It just stood still and let the attacks come. What? Wang Yuxuan and Chen Qiming were shocked. Their attacks were useless. The other party was like adamantine, blocking all of them with their flesh alone. Right at this moment, Su Jie's attack fell. The broadsword sliced through, stirring up a strong wind-breaking sound, wrapped in terrifying spiritual power, and heavily cleaved at the top of the purple tiger wasp's head. Dang! The moment the blade landed on top of its head, a terrifying wave of air spread in all directions, splashing up flying snow all over the sky, so one could imagine how great the force of the blade was. Soon, flurries of snow fell. The purple tiger wasp still stood in place with a proud face. It was very conceited and its figure did not move at all. Under this blow, its head remained intact, not having suffered the slightest damage. Click! Immediately after the sound of iron shattering rang out, the broadsword in Su Jie's hand. The blade broke in inches and shattered all over the place. Her hands trembled slightly, blood gushing from her tiger's mouth. Little, your slash isn't enough for Grandpa to tickle me. The purple tiger wasp opened its mouth, holding its head high and glancing at Su Jie with its afterglow, with a rather I'm the boss and the heaven is the older look in its eyes. You and that little with the sword are quite good looking. Well, I've decided. I'll let you two warm the bed for little master tonight. The purple tiger head wasp continued to speak, untamed, its gaze sweeping back and forth over Wang Yuxuan and Su Jie. However, as soon as the words fell, a large hand grabbed it, strangled its neck, and lifted it up like a chicken. Who? The purple tiger wasp was startled, and it struggled in a hurry, its 6 legs constantly kicking, and the wings on its back fluttering vigorously. However, there was no effect, and when it was grabbed by that big hand, all the spiritual energy in its body stopped functioning. The purple tiger wasp turned around and collided with Yi Zhiguo's line of sight. Holy! It instantly shivered, a voice in the depths of its soul reminding it in the underworld not to resist or it would die a horrible death. It had an intuition that this person in front of it could crush itself at any time if it wanted to, but, as the king of all insects, it had a noble bloodline running through its body, and it could never easily bow down to people. The purple tiger wasp glared and cursed, bold, why don't you quickly let go of the little master? Yi Zhiguo gazed at it faintly and laughed lightly. Say that again? Big brother, the first time I saw you, my little brother was mesmerized by your suave and heroic appearance. I've decided that from today onwards, I'm going to follow you and saddle up for you. The purple tiger wasp instantly conceded the point. 6 long, thin legs still swinging vocally as he spoke. Not far away, Wang Yuxuan, Su Jie, and Chen Qiming were thunderstruck, angry and wanting to laugh, thinking that this purple tiger bee was really uncouth. Yi Zhiguo was also a bit surprised, and thought that this alien species had a bit of backbone, but it turned out to be this. I ask, you answer. Understand? Yi Zhiguo opened his mouth. The purple tiger bee's head nodded rapidly. Big brother, feel free to ask. Little brother knows everything. Have you sucked the essence of all the creatures in this area? Yi Zhiguo inquired. Hearing this, Su Jie's pupils shrunk and her fists couldn't help but clench. The purple tiger bee continued to nod. It hasn't digested with me yet. What's wrong, big brother? At this time, it had long since lost its unruly appearance just now, and looked as well behaved as it could be. Brothers, please ask for a good review. I'd like to thank you. Chapter 75, Being a Brother in Your Heart. Give back all the essence. Without the slightest regard for his hands, which were still dripping blood, Su Jie rushed closer and grabbed the body of the purple tiger wasp with one hand. The latter was blocked by Yi Zhiguo's spiritual energy at this moment, and immediately wailed in pain. Little, I'm talking to my big brother. What are you coming to interrupt? The purple tiger head wasp grimaced in pain, his face a bit grim as he continued. You give the little master to wait, and in the future, you will be designated to have good fruit to eat. Yi Zhiguo glanced at the emotional Su Jie. Let go. Su Jie gritted her teeth, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she still loosened her grip on the purple tiger bee and stepped back. Yi Zhiguo returned his gaze to the purple tiger wasp. To be honest, the appearance of this alien species was a bit out of his expectation. How do you look at it? It looks like a mutated beast from Earth, almost exactly the same as a tiger head wasp. That is, it's much larger, and it's covered in purple, like a piece of amethyst. After being stared at by Yi Zhiguo like this for a while, the purple tiger bee was a little uncomfortable and said with a trembling voice, Big brother, I am a male. Yi Zhiguo was speechless for a while. Where did this guy want to go? He didn't bother with nonsense, and his spiritual power directly probed into the purple tiger bee's sea of consciousness, probing all of its memories. This was not a soul-searching technique, and the spiritual power entered relatively mildly, within the range that the other party could withstand. For the time being, this alien species was still somewhat useful, which was why Yi Zhiguo didn't obliterate it in the first place. The moment the huge spiritual power entered the purple tiger bee's sea of consciousness, its entire body was paralyzed and generally fell into a mute state, and it was able to feel that everything about itself was unreservedly displayed in front of that spiritual power. After a moment, Yi Zhiguo withdrew his spiritual power. He really didn't expect that this guy's sea of consciousness didn't have any useful information at all. Where it came from, why it followed the flying saucer and crashed on the earth. All of them were blank. To top it off, it stayed in the egg for the first few years, and has also only recently hatched and is still in its juvenile stage. In its sea of consciousness, it only had no more than a week's worth of memories, and that memory was that after it hatched out, it manipulated the little purple bugs to continuously swallow the essence spirit in the Forbidden Land to strengthen itself. There is nothing else. Yi Zhiguo was a little disappointed. still thinking about going to the other party's planet to take a look after probing the other party's origin. But it turned out that this guy was blank as a blank sheet of paper. Spit out some of the essence you swallowed later. I'm going to use it to save some people. Zhiguo let go of the purple tiger wasp, not worrying that the other party would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. That was exactly what happened. And after the purple tiger bee was released, it just fluttered its wings and hung in the air, not daring to go anywhere. After recognizing the gap in strength, it was now very honest. But after hearing that Zhiguo wanted it to spit out its essence spirit to save the person, the purple tiger wasp was a little panicked in its heart. Big brother, I don't have any problem returning the essence spirit, but I'm not sure that I can save the person back. It's still in its juvenile years and doesn't even have full control over its powers yet. Zhiguo looked at it. If you can't be saved, you die. At those words, the purple tiger wasp stumbled and almost fell straight out of the air, and the purple light that glowed on its body dimmed a lot. The good news, the descent into hugging and recognizing a big brother. Bad news, the big brother who recognized me is going to kill me at the drop of a hat. The purple tiger wasp looked around, wanting to run but not daring to do so, and for a moment, its entire body shriveled up. But there was one more thing to do before we left. The crowd unanimously looked towards a short distance away. Chu Jiang, who was caught in the illusion, was still lying on the ground, holding a big stone in his arms and kissing and touching it, as if something juvenile was happening in the illusion. The crowd all forced themselves to hold back their laughter when they saw him in this state. Su Jie and Wang Yuxuan secretly spat, disgusted by the lewd smile on the other party's face. Chen Qiming, on the other hand, was secretly happy in his heart. Brother, your embarrassment are seen by Su's sister. This time you kid cannot rob me. Zhiguo was a bit helpless, and struck out a spiritual force that landed on Chu Jiang's body. In the next moment, Chu Jiang opened his eyes, and in a trance of consciousness, he saw the fragrant and soft chimera girl in his arms gradually turn into a cold stone. He immediately reacted to the fact that he was caught in another illusion. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he turned his head somewhat stiffly, only to meet the gazes of Zhiguo and the others. At this moment, Chu Jiang's heart wanted to die. What had he done in front of them? Now it was a real loss of face. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Su Jie, and found that the other party was stifling his laughter and inclining his head, unwilling to look at himself. Extremely strong sense of shame surged to his heart. Chu Jiang's entire body was bad, itching to find a crack in the ground on the spot. The face and the goddess are lost. Chu Jiang was angry and ashamed in his heart. He turned his head fiercely and stared at the purple tiger wasp. His teeth were almost gritted. He wanted to pick its skin. Why are you looking at, little master? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Look again, believe it or not, next time I'll arrange 2 sows in your illusion. Facing Chu Jiang's gaze that wanted to kill, the purple tiger wasp was not the least bit intimidated. Flying in the air, tilting its head, a pair of eyes looking askance at him, full of contempt. Aha! I'll kill you. Chu Jiang completely broken defense, a bone from the ground up. Stored energy, a big jump will cross the air. Vow to fight with the purple tiger head wasp, life and death. Alright, there's still business to be done. Zhiguo extended his hand and directly tackled Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth, that anger in his heart, especially that look in the purple tiger bee's eyes. It was just too beat up and, okay, it's fine. What big storms have we not seen? It's not just about face. We'll settle the score with that bug later. Chen Qiming patted Chu Jiang's shoulder and comforted him. For a time Chu Jiang was moved to cry bitterly. Brother, be a brother in heart. Chen Qiming once again reached out and patted Chu Jiang on the shoulder. All hookba buddies. However, in the next second, he changed his words. Don't worry, when I chase Sister Su down, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Chu Jiang's eyes widened and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene shifted, and several people had left the Jedi and re-entered the small valley outside the one where sealed gate number 2 was stationed. The fallen leaves were sallow, and the forbidden land was foggy again. Only this time the fog was a natural phenomenon, and the sky was hazy and drizzly. Just these people. Save them. If you can't save them, you'll go down to accompany them. Zhiguo spoke in a flat tone and said towards the purple tiger head wasp. The purple tiger wasp had no bottom in its heart, but due to the pressure, it still fluttered its wings and slowly flew into the small valley. Chapter 76, Life and Death. Purple tiger bee heart that hold back. If I had known, it would have been in the birth of a few days to develop their own ability. Looking at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, it cried without tears, feeling as if its life was tied to the waistband of its pants. Big brothers and sisters, it's my fault for sucking your essence. Give some face and make sure you all wake up. The purple tiger head wasp kept screaming furiously in his heart. Then he took a deep breath and opened his mouth to spit out energy, and the purple light flourished, covering the entire small valley. The winds around them were raging, and a purple moon floated in the sky above, dropping wisps of soul breath, which was its origin. As the purple tiger wasp tugged, a translucent essence emerged from the purple moon, but those essence spirits were incomplete, very mutilated, and obviously on the verge of dissipating. Congeal. The purple tiger wasp let out a fierce cry, desperately squeezing the power within his body, constantly tugging on the purple moon floating in the sky above. More and more essence spirits were forced out by it, and then fused together, gradually transforming into an adult form. It looked like a body of souls floating in the air, outside the small valley. Sujia watched the scene, one hand tightly clutching the corner of her coat, her expression tense. She was more concerned about what was happening in the small valley than anyone else on the scene, and whether or not her parents would wake up depended on this one. The purple tiger head wasp reversed its ability. Its breath was a little shriveled, obviously consuming very much, but it didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax. Just kidding, after all, this could be a matter of its own little life. It dared to be sure that if it failed to save these people, Zhiguo would not hesitate to kill it. Not enough, not even close. The purple tiger wasp's gaze was grave, reversing the ability to devour. The purple moon above its head buzzed and quivered, and the soul power dropping down became more and more pure. Go back, it cried out, almost on the verge of exhaustion, and prodded its soul body, which was floating in the air and had pretty much coalesced, back into the body below. Purple light surged, covering the entire small valley, with it desperately squeezing its origin. The essence belonging to these corpses all surged forth and returned to the flesh that originally belonged to them. After doing all of this, the purple tiger wasp that had consumed too much foamed at the mouth. Its 6 legs convulsed, and it directly fell from the air and fainted. Grandma, make sure they all wake up. Whether or not little master can survive depends on you all. Before passing out, the purple tiger bee murmured. As it fell unconscious, the purple moon in the sky above the small valley also turned into a tiny stream of light and returned back into it. The essence spirit returned to the body, and the skin of the hundreds of corpses that had originally taken on a greenish-black color began to gradually transform into normal, and the dried-up flesh and blood regained its vitality. But no one woke up. Dad! Mom! Hyoji rushed in and came to her parents' side, holding both of them up. Their originally cold and stiff corpses regained warmth and gradually had heartbeats and breathing. But no matter how much Sujia shouted, she just couldn't wake up, and even ferrying spiritual energy into their bodies didn't help. Teacher Yi, what's going on? The essence spirit has obviously been returned, and they've regained their vital signs, but why are they still delayed in waking up? Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but ask the question. If it seemed like these transcendents of sealed gate number 2 were corpses just now, but now it seemed like the living dead. Zhiguo swept the scene and said, these people are missing a breath. One less breath? Wang Yuxuan listened uncertainly. Xu Jiang and Chen Shiming beside him also cast curious gazes to see how Zhiguo would answer. This was a good opportunity for them to learn. Zhiguo continued, Buddha relies on an incense burner, and man relies on a breath. When a person is alive, there is a special qi in his body. You know what the world often says about returning to the light? It's because the breath in a person's body is about to dissipate and explodes at the last moment to feed back on itself. That's why some people's mental state and body recover dramatically when they're dying. At the end of the day, the breath is completely dispersed, and the return of the light is over, and the person naturally dies. This breath will be called the breath of life and death. Zhiguo used the simplest and most understandable words to explain for the three of them, listening to them in a daze. This is the first time that the 3 cheap students have heard such a mysterious statement. Xu Jiang asked, doesn't that mean that these people are still not alive? Not all. Zhiguo's gaze was flat. He also fooled the purple tiger bee at first when he told it that he would kill it if he couldn't get the man back. The purpose is for it to desperately press itself to make the essence of these people as complete as possible. If they really wanted them to wake up, this final proximity would have to be made up by Zhiguo. In the next moment, he slowly opened his mouth and lightly spat out a breath as an intense life-giving aura flowed around him. The breath was like a breeze, moist and silent, gently sweeping into the small valley and landing on the hundreds of bodies on the ground. The few people beside him froze in place by this maneuver and looked at Zhiguo in astonishment. They also felt it just now. That breeze swept by wrapped in a very active and special energy that was refreshing. Is this the life and death chi? The 3 cheap students froze a bit. With the fall of the life and death chi, the transcendence number 2 in the small valley gradually turned awake, rubbing their groggy heads and sitting up from the ground, blankly surveying their surroundings. What's the situation? Why are they all sleeping on the floor? I think I had a dream where I got a daughter-in-law You don't say. I also had a dream about my mother who died many years ago. The visions created by the purple tiger bees will go in whatever direction a person thinks. Just like Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, these two douchebags had been thinking about the phantom demon before they entered the Forbidden Land. So then they fell into the illusion like they were having a wet dream. Jay, why are you here? In Su Jie's arms. Her parents woke up at this time and were lying in her arms, a confused and puzzled look in their eyes. Dad, Mom, you're finally awake. The tear stains on Su Jie's face hadn't dried up yet, so she casually wiped them twice and spread a smile that was very bright. They're awake. They're all awake. Outside the small valley, Wang Yuxuan's trio took everything in and looked at Yi Zhiguo with admiration in their eyes. Yi Zhiguo, however, did not put it on his mind, tilting his head to look into the distance. This trip to the Forbidden Land of No. 005 was considered to be near the end. Inside the Forbidden Area 005, there were still a lot of human corpses all over the place as far as the eye could see. There were the natives of the scavenger camps and the manpower of the plutocratic organizations in Megacity No. 2. The reason for saving the sealed gate Transcendence No. 2 was that they were basically soldiers, and Yi Zhiguo maintained a friendly attitude towards such people. As for the words of those corpses in the distance, they were directly ignored by him. Chapter 77, The Fall of the Insect King. Megacity No. 5. Inside the sealed gate. Mr. Yi, are you saying that the accidents that happened in Forbidden Area 005 were all it's doing? Li Daton's eyes showed unbelievable thoughts as he looked at the purple tiger bees fluttering their wings in the office. How does this look like a mutated bug that could be that harmful? Old man, pay attention to your eyes. Look around again and believe it or not that I will blow your eyes out. Being swept around by Li Daton's gaze, the purple tiger wasp was instantly displeased and threatened. The purple tiger wasp was honest except in front of Yi Zhiguo. To the rest of the people it had that unruly look. Hearing the other party's threatening words, the corner of Li Daton's mouth twitched slightly. Yi Zhiguo sipped his tea and said, "This thing is an alien species. Don't underestimate it. All the alien beasts in the entire 005th Forbidden Land can be folded in its hands." Alien species? Li Daton raised his eyebrows. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He had joined the Seal sect when it was first established. Naturally he knew about the incident 3 years ago when an unknown flying object had crashed in Forbidden Area 005. He lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Yi, which planet is this guy from? This is a big deal. An alien species has entered the planet, which means that the coordinates of the planet have most likely been exposed." "I don't know. It was also born recently. It doesn't know anything about its origins or anything." Yi Zhiguo did not hide it. Upon hearing this, Li Datong frowned. Not knowing where it came from meant that even the most basic information could not be probed. In case the other party's planetary civilization was above Earth, it would be very passive in the future. "I'm going to leave this guy at the sealed gate. You guys can do it yourselves if you want to study it." Yi Zhiguo spoke expressionlessly. That was his plan from the start. There was no way he was going to bring the other man back home. Hearing Yi Zhiguo say this, both Li Daton and the purple tiger wasp were stunned. "Big brother, don't you want me anymore?" The purple tiger head wasp hugged Yi Zhiguo's leg and burst into tears, but in reality, secretly, his mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Without the constraints of Yi Zhiguo, who else can control the little master? However, Yi Zhiguo's next sentence caused its expression to freeze instantly. "You stay honestly at the sealed door, don't go anywhere, and cooperate if they want to study you. If you hurt anyone's life, I'll clean you up myself." The purple tiger head wasp's mood instantly fell to the bottom. It felt Li Daton's eyes as if he wanted to slice himself up, and wanted to run headlong to death. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'm sure I won't let you down." Li Daton smiled. Studying alien species, just thinking about it was exciting. "Alright, then I'm leaving." Yi Zhiguo didn't stop and turned around before leaving straight away. The only people left in the office were Daton Li and the purple tiger bee. The purple tiger wasp released its spiritual power until it was sure that Yi Zhiguo had really left. Then its nervous heart was put down. It immediately landed on the reclining chair and looked condescendingly at Li Daton. "Old man, little master is hungry. Quickly go and bring good food and drink to little master. Not just let me not hurt people. Small master do as I say, but want these people to study small master. No way." However, as soon as the purple tiger wasp spoke, a lightning bolt floated out of thin air into the office and precisely struck its body. Ouch! The lightning instantly split the purple tiger wasp all over its body, jumping up and down in pain. At the same time, Yi Zhiguo's voice rang in its ears. "I put a ban on you. Be honest if you don't want to die." The purple tiger wasp wanted to cry. The high and mighty appearance just now instantly disappeared, like a deflated ball of leather, powerless on the ground. It was inwardly miserable. A generation of bug kings had fallen. On the other hand, Li Datong on the side was bursting into laughter. He murmured, "Let's take a tube of blood first and see what the difference is between it and the Fae on Earth." After leaving the sealed door, Zhiguo opened his cell phone to check up on the listings. He planned to take his parents to a different place to live. This thought came after the Fong family hired a killer to assassinate their parents in the first place. After all, at that time the family died so many outsiders. The too old, although the mouth did not say. But Zhiguo know that their hearts are a little diaphragmatic. It didn't matter to himself. It didn't matter if he lived among the dead. But his parents hadn't experienced all that bloodshed, so he still had to think more about them. But after looking back and forth at about a dozen sets, none of them satisfied him. Just as Zhiguo was about to put away his cell phone, a fragrant breeze suddenly came from his side. "Mr. Yi, what are you looking at?" So absorbed. Wang Yuxuan walked over, holding a bowl of spicy hot pot in her hand, and was eating while walking. She originally intended to go back to Wang's, but she didn't expect to actually run into Zhiguo. Saying that, Wang Yuxuan quietly leaned his body over, his big thieving eyes, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Zhiguo's cell phone, with a small expression on his face like a girlfriend peeking at the chat log. Zhiguo looked up just in time to meet her peeking gaze and returned. "Looking for a house." Wang Yuxuan hastily withdrew his eyes and stuffed a ball into his mouth with a stick to hide his embarrassment. "Looking for a house?" She swallowed the pills in her mouth. "Are you planning to move, Mr. Yi?" Zhiguo didn't answer, but only nodded faintly. "Then you tell me how troublesome to find yourself." Wang Yuxuan blinked. Saying that, she took out her cell phone, opened a software and then directly pulled up the information of a villa area and handed it over. "How about you look at these?" Zhiguo took the phone, looked at it for a few moments, and felt that it was not bad. At least it was too much better than the ones he had just looked at. Scanning the prices in the lower right corner, the cheapest one cost more than $20 million. It was quite acceptable. He remembered that the last time Zhang had sent someone to his house to try to befriend him, he had left a $50 million card. "Not bad. Do you have time? Take me to the sales department." Zhiguo returned the cell phone. Wang Yuxuan inserted another pill into her mouth, both cheeks bulging slightly as she shook her head. "No need to be so troublesome. This villa area is the property of the Wang clan, and since Mr. Yi likes it, then I'll give you one." Zhiguo almost forgot that this girl was one of Wang's direct lineage. Her family's fortune was frighteningly luxurious, and money was probably just a string of numbers to her family. Casually talking about giving a villa out was something only someone with her background could say. However, Zhiguo still refused. Money was just a string of numbers to him as well. He could become the richest person at any time if he wanted to. Wang Yuxuan knew that he couldn't argue with Zhiguo, so he didn't force himself at the back. "Then it's a deal. I'll get help tomorrow," she said. Zhiguo nodded his head, not refusing this time. The duo then traveled a little further before parting ways. Wang Yuxuan looked at the faraway back, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what crooked ideas he was playing. Chapter 78. After returning home, Zhiguo told his parents about the move. "Moving? Isn't this a good place to live?" Su Jing was a bit disapproving at first, thinking that there was no need to waste money. Zhiguo laughed. "Not much money. I've already seen the room. It's not bad. Mom, don't think I don't know that you're afraid to stay home alone since the last time those who couldn't commit murder died at home." Upon hearing this, Su Jing frowned. "The brat still dares to make fun of me." He said he was going to reach for his ears. Zhiguo ducked back and said seriously, "Anyway, the place where I live now is too remote, so I might as well move." Seeing her son's serious expression, Su Jing stopped her hand and did not speak, obviously deliberating. Zhiguo secretly threw a look towards Yiguanqi at this time. Yiguanqi understood for a second and voiced out, "Wife, since Stopper has already bought it, then let's move. I've asked. This house we're living in now still has a bit of a market, and there will be people who will buy it if we hang it out." Sure enough, after one more person persuaded her, Su Jing was clearly shaken. Shortly after, she looked over at the father and son sitting on the couch and laughed. "Don't think I don't know that you two wear the same pants." Seeing Su Jing smile, Zhiguo knew that this was a sure thing. To be honest, Su Jing was actually just as Zhiguo said. Ever since the last time so many people died in her home, she was a bit resistant and didn't even dare to stay alone when she was alone, reluctant to move and thinking about not wasting money. After dinner, the family began to pack up their things, and worked until most of the night to organize the things to be moved almost. Day 2. Wang Yuxuan brought a dozen people to help early in the morning, and after the morning passed, it was finally time to move all of them. By mid-afternoon, It was ready for occupancy. When Yiguanqi and Su Jing arrived in front of the door of the villa they were about to move into, both of the two old men revealed shocked expressions. This is our new home? Su Jing said with some incredulity. She thought, at first, that it was just a move to another neighborhood, but she didn't realize it was to a villa area. And this villa area is also known as one of the 5 richest neighborhoods in Mega City number 5. Yiguanqi was also very surprised, and was obviously not expecting to move here either. Uncle and auntie, it's all packed up inside. Let's go in first. Wang Yuxuan affectionately took hold of Su Jing, pulled and went inside. The first thing that came into view was a small garden, which was full of expensive flowers and plants, and not far away there was a fish pond, in which various ornamental fish were swimming slowly. Following the cobblestone path in the garden to the gate of the villa, the door opens to a glimpse of the extremely luxurious hall. Complex lamps hanging down from the top, the interior design of the classic yet stylish. How much would it cost to buy this? Su Jing and Yiguanqi had their mouths open the entire time, with unconcealable consternation on their faces, and half an hour had passed before the two old men gradually came to their senses. Auntie, you can say last time, I came to the house as a guest to make delicious food for me. Don't go back on your word. Wang Yuxuan said with a smile. How can I go back on my word? Stay for dinner in a while, so you can taste auntie's handiwork, Su Jing said. Seeing the purpose achieved, Wang Yuxuan's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Yi Zhiguo, on the other hand, came to the garden in the villa with Yiguanqi, and the light fragrance of flowers in the air made people feel like spring breeze. Son, how much did it cost to buy this villa? Yiguanqi opened his mouth. He hadn't thought that he would one day be able to live in a villa of this scale. Yi Zhiguo smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this, just feel free to live. In the future, you and mom won't have to go to work, you'll have dinner and go shopping, play cards, and that's pretty good. The two old men have returned to their youth, but they have reached the age when they should be enjoying their lives. Yiguanqi was silent, but there was a pleased smile on his face. There is no parent under the sky who doesn't want their son to be a dragon, and naturally he is no exception. Father and son just sat and talked in the garden. Soon, night fell. The 3 members of the family and Wang Yuxuan sat around the living room. The table was filled with a wide array of dishes and the aroma was overwhelming. Auntie is a great cook, Wang Yuxuan complimented as he ate deliciously. Su Jing was complimented with a happy smile and kept on pouring food into Wang Yuxuan's bowl. Eat as much as you like, and come often in the future. Don't be polite as if you were in your own home. Wang Yuxuan nodded her head. She liked the atmosphere of Yi Zhiguo's home, peaceful and harmonious. Every day the family could sit together for dinner. It was almost rare for her own family to be like this for as long as she could remember. Wang was too big, there was too much to deal with, and every day was an endless series of meetings. I live right across the street, I'm sure I'll come often. Wang Yuxuan puffed out his cheeks and squinted his eyes. Su Jing was slightly stunned, but quickly responded. Such a coincidence. That's great. Wang Yuxuan secretly happy. She knew yesterday that Yi Zhiguo wanted to move. After giving him an amenable to this set of villas, she also bought a set of her own, specially selected the location, just opposite Yi Zhiguo's home. She thought that she would first raid Yi Zhiguo's parents, and in the future, the relationship between her and Yi Zhiguo. Wouldn't it be the right thing to do? It was a little plan that she had had in mind for a long time. As soon as he thought of this, everything that happened in the forbidden land of 005, caught in the illusion, came to Wang Yuxuan's mind, and a faint blush could not help but well up on his cheeks. The blushing scene was caught by the sharp-eyed Su Jing. She secretly glanced at Yi Zhiguo who was drinking with Yiguanqi, smiled and did not say anything. It's broken. There's no more wine. At this time Yiguanqi suddenly spoke. His face was a little red, but he hadn't had his fun yet. Looking at the already empty wine bottle with some regret, Su Jing glanced at him, almost on the mark, like an alcoholic. Drink less. I'm happy today, so I definitely need to drink to my heart's content. Yiguanqi retorted with a smile. Yi Zhiguo smiled heartily and immediately took out a wine pot from his storage ring. Speaking of wine, I do have some here. When Wang Yuxuan saw the wine pot that Yi Zhiguo took out, he instantly remembered the scene where he once had a nosebleed from drinking this wine. This is the medicinal wine I brewed. It's very strong. Just drink 1 cup, Yi Zhiguo said, then poured a small cup for Yiguanqi. The parents' bodies, originally, could not withstand the medicinal effects of this wine, but last time, Yi Zhiguo had already remodeled their muscles and bones and embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Nowadays this wine is harmless to them as long as the amount is controlled. Yiguanqi nodded his head and picked up the cup of wine and took a sip. The medicinal effect immediately surged to his limbs and bones, making him feel incomparably soothed. Good wine. You kid has this kind of good stuff actually took it out only now. Yi Guanqi opened his mouth to laugh and curse. Yi Zhiguo poured himself a cup as well. It's not too late to take it out. During this time, Wang Yuxuan had been silently observing Yi Guanqi and realized that he didn't have a nosebleed or fainted after drinking it. She looked to the jug. It was hard to believe that the potency of the wine had been diluted. Wang Yuxuan thought for a moment and whispered, I also want to take a sip. Yi Zhiga froze and looked at her suspiciously. Sure. Wang Yuxuan nodded. Yi Zhiga secretly laughed and didn't say anything, just silently fetched a cup and poured her a cup as well. Wang Yuxuan picked up his wine cup and got up towards Yi Guanqi. Uncle, I'll toast you. Oh, good, good. Yi Guanqi also raised his wine glass and clinked it in the air. With a glass of wine down, Wang Yuxuan felt the drug effect that constantly traveled in the body, vaguely feeling something wrong. How does this feel no different from the last time? On the side, Su Jing was still giving her food. You child, why do you make do with his master and his wife? Quickly eat some food to pad. Thanks auntie. Wang Yuxuan responded politely. Just talking, she felt her head getting fainter and fainter, hot at her nose. Reaching out to touch, her fingertips were full of nosebleeds. It's broken. She froze with a sense of foreboding. As luck would have it, the next second her eyes fluttered shut and she fell headfirst right onto the table. Chapter 79, Anti-Raiders. By the time Wang Yuxuan woke up, it was already the next morning. She rubbed her drowsy head, her heart filled with great doubt. Why was Yi Zhiguo's father fine when he drank medicinal wine, but she fainted when she drank it? Could it be that the King Realm cultivation still couldn't withstand the medicinal properties? What exactly is this wine made of? Wang Yuxuan muttered in a small voice. Fainting at the dinner table in front of your aunt and uncle. Shame on you. Most of all, last night she herself yelled for a little drink. Thinking about this, Wang Yuxuan was embarrassed and groundless. She took a deep breath and got up from the bed, opening the door and shuffling towards the stairs afterward. Chen is awake. Are you hungry? The kitchen is heating up breakfast. I'll go bring it to you. Su Jing got up from the sofa when she saw her coming downstairs. Wang Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and said, Auntie, don't bother. I'll just go by myself. The breakfast at Yi Zhiguo's house was simple. Rice porridge with buns, all made by Su Jing herself. On the dining table, Wang Yuxuan ate his breakfast and scanned around the living room and didn't find Yi Zhiguo and Yi Guanqi's figures. She asked towards Su Jing, Auntie, where are Mr. Yi and Uncle? Su Jing put down her cell phone, her eyes looking towards the back of the villa. There's an empty lot behind the house. It's idle, so I'll let the two of them turn the land over and use it to grow some vegetables or something. Auntie, you really know how to live. Wang Yuxuan flattered the thieves. It was obvious that Su Jing was very flattered, and a smile immediately bloomed on her face. You child, what a sweet mouth. Saying that, Su Jing walked over and sat down at the dining table as well, inquiring in a low voice. There were rumors on the internet a while ago that you and Zhiguo were in a relationship. Is that true? Her original intention remains unchanged. Her mind is always on wanting grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's earlobes flushed a little red and he stammered. Still, not yet. Also, meaning there are thoughts in this regard? How can Su Jing say that she also came from her age? She could see at a glance that this girl definitely had thoughts about Yi Zhiguo. Wang Yuxuan where to resist the continuous bombardment of Su Jing. A time actually do not know how to answer. Can only continue to stuff food into the mouth. Two cheeks are bulging. Seeing this, Su Jing was instantly happy in her heart, and hurriedly pursued the attack. There are so many things between you young people that I can't figure out, but if you feel it's appropriate, you can still give it a try. Wang Yuxuan's heart thumped when she heard this. She looked at Su Jing. Is auntie egging me on? She had initially thought to raid Yi Zhiguo's parents first, but as a result, now, Su Jing in turn was raiding her instead. The reversal came a bit quickly and caught her off guard, but her heart was happy and very nourished. I know auntie. Wang Yuxuan's brows stretched as he revealed a smile towards Su Jing. Just as she finished speaking, she somehow suddenly remembered Zhao Shiyu. The other party's relationship with Yi Zhiguo seemed to be very delicate, and her relationship with Su Jing and Yi Guanqi seemed to be quite good as well. Thinking about this, Wang Yuxuan had some strange emotions in his heart. She ghostly spoke. Auntie, what is the relationship between teacher Yi and Zhao Shiyu? Su Jing froze when she heard this and immediately reacted that this girl was treating Zhao Shiyu as a love rival and had come to her to spy on her. To be honest, for Zhao Shiyu, Su Jing also likes her from the bottom of her heart. Although she broke up with Yi Zhiguo in college because of her family's reasons, but she had always taken care of herself and Yi Guanqi after the aura revival. Yi Zhiguo came back after his disappearance, and it seems that he still has contact with her, but nowadays the two of them are not clear about what exactly their relationship is. Su Jing is not sure. If she could, She would like both Wang Yuxuan and Zhao Shiyu to become her daughter-in-law, but that was probably a bit unrealistic, and besides, it wasn't good for her to get too involved in what was going on between young people. Facing Wang Yuxuan's question, Su Jing didn't hide it. That girl Shiryu is the ex-girlfriend of that brat Zhiguo? After hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's heart couldn't help but clench. She had thought of countless relationships, but the only thing she hadn't thought of was that Zhao Shiyu was actually Yi Zhiguo's ex-girlfriend. Su Jing continued to speak. At that time, both of them were still attending college, and then near graduation, Shiyu's family didn't agree with them being together, so they broke up. Wang Yuxuan nodded and cursed Zhao in his mind after hearing this, but he really had no vision. She could guess that Zhao's intestines were probably remorseful when she saw Yi Zhiguo's strength. If you didn't agree before, your attitude will definitely make a 180-degree turn now. Wang Yuxuan muttered to himself in his heart. Zhao's background cannot be inferior to Wang's in the slightest, and Zhao Shiyu appearance is not inferior to her, which is precisely the reason why Wang Yuxuan has always been extra wary of Zhao Shiyu. Close to the water. You definitely can't grab me. Wang Yuxuan's eyes flashed through the bottom of the thieving light. She has already bought the villa opposite Yi Zhiguo's house, and will come to the door every now and then in the future. This, coupled with the fact that Su Jing was also very fond of herself, made her very confident that she would be able to turn everything that had happened in the illusion that the Forbidden Area 005 had fallen into reality in the not-too-distant future. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Yuxuan couldn't control a smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Jing, who was beside her, saw Wang Yuxuan lost in thought, and then revealed a faint smile at this moment, and after looking at her suspiciously for a couple of moments, she quickly guessed what the other party was thinking. Su Jing had a premonition in her heart that perhaps in the last 2 years, she would be able to hold her grandchildren as she wished. For a while at the dinner table, an old man, a young man and 2 women were each envisioning the future in their hearts. Auntie, I'm full, I'll go wash the bowl first. A moment later, Wang Yuxuan got up, picked up the bowl and walked towards the kitchen. She wasn't going to pass up the chance to show it, even though such a small thing was very insignificant. Just leave it, I'll go wash it later. Su Jing hurriedly blocked it, but the other man pressed on, entering the kitchen and already getting started. After washing, Wang Yuxuan returned to the living room and chatted with Su Jing again. The sun was up and the time was approaching noon without realizing it. Auntie, I'll leave first and come back to visit you later. Wang Yuxuan got up and said. Although she knew that Su Jing had a good feeling about herself, she couldn't keep relying on this place, and she still had to maintain a certain distance at this stage. There was also the fact that although she had bought the villa across the street as well, she hadn't moved a single thing that was supposed to be moved in yet, and would have to get busy if she wanted to actually move in. Seeing that the other party was leaving, Su Jing retained. It's not too late to leave after lunch. What's the hurry for you, girl? No need, auntie. Anyway, we live so close to each other. There will be many more days in the future when we come to dine with each other. Wang Yuxuan politely refused and then left. The other party insisted on leaving. Su Jing also no longer detained. All the way to the door. Chapter 83 Headed Serpent. In the backyard, Yi Zhiguo, father and son, were clearing away the weeds. They had received orders in the morning that the place had to be cleaned up before the sun set today. It couldn't be helped. Su Jing had given the word. They had to do this hard labor even if they didn't. There are times when I really don't understand what your mom is thinking. This good piece of land is even used to grow vegetables. Yi Guanqi was bending over, holding a knife and was weeding. Yi Zhiguo was not far behind him, carrying a small hoe in his hand, renovating the soil. Don't be poor. If you are heard, you will be scolded again. Yi Zhiguo was indifferent. His parents could do whatever they wanted to do. He would accompany them. Yi Zhiguo pondered while renovating the ground. Su Jing's desire to grow vegetables in the backyard had reminded him. In his storage ring, there were still some spiritual objects from the immortal cultivation world, and there was no point in putting them away anyway, so it would be better to take them out and plant them in his backyard, so that they could be used for both ornamental and edible purposes. What is it? Just then, Yi Guanqi, who had been crunching away, suddenly stopped, and he used his weeding knife to peel back the grass in front of him, and found a scale lying quietly there. The scale was palm-sized, pitch black, and emitted a faint ethereal light under the sunlight. Yi Guanqi picked it up, and the moment it entered his hand the cold touch came. He scrutinized it carefully and didn't recognize what creature it came from. Yi Zhiga sniffed and came closer, looking at the black scale in his father's hand and frowning slightly. Snake scales? Snakes were cold, and the scales had wisps of coldness on them, which made him instantly recognize the origin. It was just that the snake scales were a bit too big, the size of a palm. And ordinary snakes simply couldn't grow this big. Snake scales? Then how big a snake must this be? Yi Guanqi was surprised. Yi Zhiguo didn't even think about it and said directly, "It's probably a snake-type foreign beast." It seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. Other than a foreign beast, how could any ordinary snake grow to that size? Yi Guanqi was confused. There are foreign beasts in this villa area? Yi Zhiguo frowned. Judging from the aura left on this scale, the other party's cultivation was probably at the Danwheel realm. The supreme beast kings at that level usually live deep in the mountains and would not come to human cities at all. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiguo decisively released his divine sense, and in the blink of an eye, he enveloped the entire villa area, and everything was nowhere to hide. Soon he sensed something was wrong. In a villa roughly 200 meters away from their house, there was a gloomy and cold aura spilling out. Although it was very subtle, it was still captured by Yi Zhiguo, and that obscurely sinister aura was the same as the one on the scale in Yi Guanqi's hand at this moment. It was quiet in that villa, and all the curtains were closed so tightly that an ordinary person couldn't see what was going on inside from the outside world. Yi Zhiguo probed his divine sense directly in. The villa was dimly lit, with no signs of human life, but there were snakes crawling on the floor, on the stairs, on the sofa, on the bed, and in almost every corner, densely packed and intertwined. People with intensive phobia will probably faint directly in the toilet when they see this scene. The smallest of these snakes was about 5 meters long, clear and black in color. Yi Zhiguo hadn't seen this type of snake before, and it didn't look much like the native snake species of China. And in the living room of the villa, there was an altar in the very center, surrounded by red runes that looked like they were painted in blood. In front of the altar were 3 more sealed jars covered with runes. As Yi Zhiguo probed, the contents of those 3 sealed jars came into view: female corpses. Morphologically, none of them were more than 15 years old. The 3 female corpses had all their limbs chopped off, shaped like human swine, with hideous faces, and they should have been tortured into this state while they were still conscious, before they were finally sealed in the jar, using people to live sacrifices, but also specializing in underage women. Yi Zhiguo think a little interesting. This villa area actually someone secretly engaged in this kind of operation. He continued to probe and found another room at the back of the altar, one that looked remodeled and huge. The door to the room was closed, and most of the chilly aura of the villa came from that room. The divine sense penetrated like a ghost. What came into view was a huge black snake, coiled in a circle, almost filling the entire space of the room, silent as if it were hibernating, motionless. Surprisingly, the snake had 3 heads and 6 eyes radiating scarlet light. This snake's body, if stretched out, should have a 70 to 80 meters long. Although the room it lived in had been remodeled and enlarged, it was still somewhat unable to hold its huge body. Seeing this, Yi Zhiguo could be certain that the snake scale found in his own backyard definitely came from this 3-headed snake, and the 3 female corpses in the seal jars outside the room should have been used to sacrifice to it as well. This snake, what is its origin, and who set up the altar outside the room? Yi Zhiguo felt puzzled, but from this villa, no useful information could be viewed at all. After exploring the villa for a while longer, he withdrew his divine sense. In the backyard, at this time, Yi Guanqi was still playing with the scale. He was surprised to find that the scales were always cold, no matter how long he held them in his hand, and would not change their temperature as their surroundings changed. "Son, these scales are good. Process them to put them on your body to cool down in the summer," Yi Guanqi said with a smile. Yi Zhiguo faintly smiled. He is not to see 200 meters outside the villa in that scene. If you see it is absolutely impossible to say out this kind of words. "Dad, this scale is unclean. Don't touch it." Yi Zhiguo took the scale over and directly urged his spiritual power to press it into oblivion. Yi Guanqi couldn't stop it in time and glared. "What are you doing, brat? What a good scale. Why did you destroy it?" Yi Zhiguo did not answer, nor did he tell the scene he saw in that villa not far away. The reason the 2 oldest agreed to move was that they felt that the house they used to live in was unclean after so many outsiders had died in it, and now that they had moved to a new home, both of their parents were still in a good mood. "If I tell them about it, I'm just afraid they'll feel uncomfortable again then." It wouldn't be too late to have Wang Yuxuan check the information of the owner of that villa when she met her later. Yi Zhiguo pulled away from the topic and said, "Dad, hurry up and get the weeds clean. A moment later Mom came out and saw you slacking off and will be scolded again." Upon hearing this, Yi Guanqi no longer dwelled on the matter of the black scales and turned around to continue weeding with his knife. Yi Zhiguo, on the other hand, was hoeing the ground while taking out spirit stones from his storage ring, crushing them into powder and sprinkling them into the renovated soil. Earth's land couldn't meet the needs of the spiritual creatures in the immortal cultivation world, and the only way he could change the soil if he wanted to grow spiritual creatures in his backyard was to use this method. Chapter 81, The Finger in the Flower Garden. As the spirit stone powder was sprinkled into the soil, the aura of the entire backyard instantly became dense. If you look closely, there are also tiny glimmers of light emanating from the soil, which is the best proof that the soil has been improved. It seems like it's still almost interesting. Zhiguo stood up straight, his eyes surveying the construction of the backyard. He then took out 5 more spirit stones, and his spiritual energy surged as if it were a carving knife, sealing out arcane runes on top of the spirit stones. Changing the quality of the soil alone wasn't enough to supply what the spirits needed. He also had to create a simple spirit gathering formation. 5 spirit stones, each of which had a different rune engraved on it, evolved from the 5 elements. After the seal engraving was completed, there were streams of light running through the spirit stone, which had undergone a qualitative change. Zhiguo's mind moved, and the 5 spirit stones shot out as if they were bullets, and they disappeared into the underground of the backyard from 5 different directions. At this moment, a simple spirit gathering formation was completed. The moment the formation was formed, the aura of the entire villa area seemed to have been tugged, and was surging over from all directions at an extremely fast speed, gathering near the home. Seeing this scene, Zhiguo nodded in satisfaction. The spirit gathering array could not only provide the needed nutrients to the planted spirits, but it could also warm the bodies of the parents and the family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yiguanqi, who was weeding in front of him, immediately realized that something was wrong. There was a breeze coming from the courtyard. He took a deep breath. His heart was open and relaxed, and the feeling of permeability and comfort came from his body. What's going on here? He was a bit confused. It felt so comfortable that every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. He didn't think much of it, though, and after feeling it silently he went back to bending over and weeding. Su Jing in the room did the same. She also felt unprecedented relief at this moment. Her body leaning against the sofa couldn't help but stretch her waist. Shortly afterward, the backyard was packed out. Zhiguo didn't stay idle and immediately took out the spirit from his storage ring and transplanted it in the soil. The transplanted spirits were generally at the seedling stage, quite different from the plants on Earth, with a turquoise body, like jade, and a halo of light emanating from their leaves. Seeing this unfamiliar plant, Yiguanqi immediately came up and looked at it curiously. "Son, what is this stuff you're growing?" he asked. Zhiguo smiled faintly. "Spirits can be interpreted as the spirit medicine in the Forbidden Land, but this is much more valuable than spirit medicine. When it's ripe, you can also eat it as a vegetable. It's quite tonic." At those words, Yiguanqi was a little speechless. He naturally knew the value of the spirit medicine. Just one plant could make countless transcendents go crazy. But according to what his own son had said, the seedlings he was now taking out were worth more than the elixir, and as soon as he took them out, he took out a large number of them, as if he didn't want any money. If this news gets out, I wonder how many people will be attracted to it. When Yiguanqi thought of this, he couldn't help but frown. "Son, since this thing is so precious, would it be unsafe to plant it at home?" In the face of his father's concern, Zhiguo was unconcerned and shook his head. "Don't worry, since I dare to plant it, I'm not afraid of being missed." The spirit gathering formation he had just set up actually had the effect of a ban, and he could sense anyone entering the backyard at the first opportunity. If the other party was coming for a bad reason, with just a thought, the spirit gathering formation would immediately convert into a 5 elements killing formation. Although the arrangement of the formation was somewhat rudimentary, the power that erupted from it was such that even Yuaning stage cultivators would have to temporarily avoid it, and it was more than enough to be used to deal with the transcendentalists and exotic beasts of the earth. Hearing his own son's words of such certainty, Yiguanqi then nodded his head in reassurance. It was at this moment that a car roared outside the villa. The father and son looked up to see a stretch van and a white sports car approaching and parked outside. Immediately after that, Wan Yuxuan got down from that white sports car. "Come on, I'm moving in today. Get everything in there in a hurry." She leaned against the door and greeted the stretch van. As her voice fell, a dozen or so movers came down from the van one after another and began to move the furniture in the van down in an orderly fashion. "Didn't this girl say last night that she lives across the street? Why is she just moving today?" Yiguanqi spoke in doubt. Zhiguo didn't reply and planted the spiritual objects on his own. It wouldn't be too late to have her check out the villa full of snakes 200 meters away. Outside, Wang Yuxuan leaned against the car, tilted his head slightly, and was thinking about what kind of excuse to find in a while to continue to go to Yijiga's house to rub rice. Just as she was fretting about it, she glanced offhandedly into the distance and suddenly spotted a flower garden. Wang Yuxuan softly chirped, following the road in the direction of the flower garden. The flower garden was not big, about 10 square meters, repaired on the outside of a villa, filled with unknown flower species with deep red petals, very bewitching. The demonic flower was about half a man tall, with bull-sized blossoms and peculiar patterns on the leaves that looked like scales neatly sorted together and densely packed. What kind of flower is this? How come I've never seen it before? Wang Yuxuan murmured and raised his head to look inside the villa, realizing that there didn't seem to be anyone at home inside, and all the curtains were tightly closed, making it impossible to see the situation inside the house. She came closer to observe, and it was also at this moment that she suddenly smelled a fragrance on the flowers, so faint that it was impossible to detect it without careful sniffing. The scent is very special, like the body odor of a young girl. There are many types of flowers, and their smells are all different, but Wang Yuxuan is still seeing flowers that emit this kind of scent for the first time today. It made her wonder, raising her head to take a closer look until she was sure there was no one in the villa. She made her move, wanting to secretly pluck a plant and bring it back to raise. As her hand exerted force, the flower she had grabbed was quickly uprooted, the roots thin and long, with red liquid dripping down them. At the same time there was a strong stench coming from the roots and whiskers, which made Wang Yuxuan frown. The flowers are fragrant and the roots are surprisingly putrid smelling. She was very puzzled as to what kind of flower this was. It was a little too outrageous, wasn't it? Why does this smell feel a little familiar? Smelling the stench, Wang Yuxuan suddenly froze. As a member of the sealed sect, going out on a mission would surely involve a lot of bloody scenes, and dead bodies were very familiar to her. But at this moment, the odor emanating from the roots and whiskers of this flower was actually the same as the putrid odor emanating from a dead body after it had rotted. Wang Yuxuan immediately sensed that something was wrong, and she hastily reached out to turn over the soil within the flower garden. Foreign soil? She realized that all the soil in the flower garden was actually not ordinary soil. This kind of soil, which she called foreign soil, was mostly stored in forbidden lands, and there was only a small chance that this kind of soil would be born when the blood and flesh of a king realm foreign beast combined with the soil after its death. The foreign soil has great nutritional value for plants, and because the conditions for its birth are so harsh, very few people can come up with this kind of soil. No, this is not pure foreign soil. The more Wang Yuxuan dug, the more wrong she felt. She always felt that there was something wrong with the soil in the flower garden. As the soil continued to turn over, Wang Yuxuan suddenly froze in place. She actually dug out a finger in the soil. The finger was so badly mutilated that it looked like it had been chopped with a knife, and the flesh on it had begun to rot. Wang Yuxuan recognized the finger at a glance. It came from a human body. Chapter 82, The Islanders. Why are there human fingers in this flower garden? Homicide? A dumping case? After discovering the finger, many thoughts quickly flashed through Wang Yuxuan's mind. She was not alarmed, very calm, and crouched silently in front of the flower garden. Just what kind of people live in this villa? Wang Yuxuan murmured to himself and raised his head once more, casting his gaze towards the villa in front of him. Is there something unseemly about closing all the curtains in broad daylight? This phenomenon is perverse. She seriously suspected that the human fingers in the flower garden had something to do with the owner of the cottage. Is it hard to be afraid of the crime? But soon she debunked that idea. There is only one reason. The soil in the flower garden was already starting to evolve towards becoming an alien soil, which was obviously cultivated deliberately by someone, except that the flesh and blood used did not come from alien beasts, but humans. The foreign soil was worth thousands of dollars on the market, and the degree of preciousness could even be comparable to spiritual medicine. The soil in the flower garden hadn't become a true foreign soil yet, but it was on the verge of taking shape, and the other party would never give it up. Could it be that people have been hiding in the villa? Thinking of this, Wang Yuxuan slowly got up from the ground and examined the villa in front of him, and the idea of sneaking in suddenly rose in his heart. But the idea was vetoed just as soon as it popped into her head. Since the other party knew about the foreign soil, they were definitely transcendents, and they also knew how to cultivate the foreign soil, so their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Besides, she was in the light and the other side was in the dark, and impulsiveness could be bad. If you go in so rashly, it is very likely that you will fall in the gutter, and then you will be finished if you get yourself involved. Thinking of this, Wang Yuxuan took a few steps back. She felt that it was possible that the owner of this villa was staring at her from the shadows, waiting for her to go in. To be on the safe side, it's better to ask Mr. Yi first. Wang Yuxuan was very decisive, turned around and flew away from the villa. What's the point of fooling around when you have a big brother right by your side and you don't embrace the big leg? She mentally praised her own resourcefulness. After leaving, Wang Yuxuan went straight to Yi Ziga's house. She rang the doorbell and Su Jing quickly came out to open the door for her. Yuxuan, come quickly come in. Su Jing very enthusiastically pulled her in. Wang Yuxuan revealed a smile and said, Auntie, I'm here to find Mr. Yi, there's something I want to discuss with him. Oh, no problem. Su Jing nodded. He's in the backyard. I'll go get him for you. No auntie, it's better if I go over there. Eventually, under Su Jing's leadership, Wang Yuxuan came to the backyard. As soon as she entered, she sensed that the spiritual energy in her body was flowing more swiftly, and the air was filled with special energy that was beneficial to the human body. Wang Yuxuan's heart was incomparably surprised. Yesterday did not have this feeling. How today is suddenly different. However, when she saw the spiritual objects in the courtyard, the shock in her heart became even more intense. The refurbished soil was planted in a neat and orderly arrangement with a turquoise green plant that she had never seen before, but the spiritual energy flowing above it took her breath away. As for Yi Zhiguo and his father and son, one of them was holding a handful of seedlings in his hand and was continuously planting them in the soil. Spirit medicine? No, the spiritual energy contained seems to be even more dense than spirit medicine. She didn't recognize the plant, but she was still able to discern the difference between the two. Growing something even more precious than a spiritual medicine as a vegetable. It seemed that only Yi Zhiguo could do such a thing. Teacher Yi, I have something I want to talk to you about. Wang Yuxuan suppressed the shock in his heart and stood next to him, calling out softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiguo put down the remaining spirits in his hands and walked over. When Yi Guanqi saw this scene, he didn't bother and continued to plant vegetables silently. It's just right to come. It just so happens that I have something to ask you as well. Yi Zhiguo said. Once Wang Yuxuan heard this, he nodded his head and said, Then you ask first, Teacher Yi. Yi Zhiguo pulled her to the edge of the backyard, pointing to the villa he had just put out his divine sense to explore, and asked, Who owns that villa? Wang Yuxuan looked in the direction he was pointing. Her heart shook violently. Wasn't this the villa she had just found her finger in? Especially the flower garden planted with crimson-colored sultry flowers was particularly conspicuous outside the villa. Can't it be that Mr. Yi has already discovered the end in advance? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Wang Yuxuan still answered Yi Zhiga's question first. She shook her head. Although this villa area is Wang's property, I'm not in charge of it, so I don't know the buyer's information. But if Mr. Yi wants to know, I can have someone look into it. After saying that, Wang Yuxuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to the person in charge of the villa area. While the other party hadn't replied yet, she told Yi Zhiguo about finding the finger in the flower garden. Fingers? When Yi Zhiguo heard this, he immediately thought of the altar in that villa. In front of the altar there were 3 sealed jars containing 3 female corpses that had been tortured into swine, and it was thought that the fingers in the flower garden would have come from them. Yi Zhiga thought for a moment and reached out his hand to gently tap on Wang Yuxuan's forehead, transmitting all the information that his divine sense had just probed into her brain. Wang Yuxuan was a bit confused at first, not knowing what Yi Zhiga suddenly wanted to do by tapping his forehead, but the next second, all the images from the villa surfaced. The densely intertwined black snakes, the altar in the living room, and the huge 3-headed serpent that coiled in the enlarged room. Wang Yuxuan's pupils contracted and his heart shook. She hadn't expected such a horrifying image in the villa. No wonder all the curtains were tightly closed. She had thought that there were still humans living in the villa, but who would have thought that it was full of snakes, especially the 3-headed giant serpent coiled in that last big room, with 6 eyes glowing scarlet. The sense of oppression was just too strong. Wang Yuxuan's full breasts rose and fell as her heart fluttered. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that she didn't go in rashly just now. If she had gone up against that 3-headed giant snake, she would definitely be in deep trouble. After watching the footage from the villa, the answer to why there were human fingers in the flower garden was already in her mind. Just what kind of person is it that has the guts to be so big? Wang Yuxuan's red lips were slightly open, and the emotions in her heart were difficult to calm. Just as she was overwhelmed, her cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was the manager in charge of this villa area who had messaged her back. Wang Yuxuan hurriedly accessed it, his face gradually becoming angry. Yi Zhiga noticed the change in her expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wang Yuxuan clenched her silver teeth and returned. The information of the villa's head of household has been found. It's an islander. Chapter 83 Suppression. An islander? Yi Zhiguo was a little surprised, obviously not expecting this result, but quickly reacted. No wonder he didn't recognize the snake species in the villa when he used his divine sense to probe just now. It turned out to be a foreign beast derived from that bullet-ridden place. Wang Yuxuan's face surged with a never-before-seen anger at this moment. The islander's name is Masaki Shu. He's a biologist, and the information shows that he bought that villa last year. It's been over a full year now, and I don't know how many innocent people have lost their lives in that villa, deceiving people too much, running to China to do wrong. Really damned. Wang Yuxuan stared at the villa in the distance. The thought of those 3 female corpses inside made him indignant. Her hand couldn't help but tighten a few points, and an urge to tear the ghosts apart with her hands was born in her heart. Teacher Yi, I'll immediately notify Seal Sect and have someone come to deal with this matter. Wang Yuxuan picked up his cell phone and immediately prepared to contact Li Datong. Yet Yi Zhiguo stopped her. The big snake in that villa has a Dan Will realm cultivation. You're just sending them to their deaths by calling people over. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but stare. Dan Will realm? No wonder she felt an extremely strong sense of oppression on the 3-headed giant snake just now. It wasn't like there weren't any Dan Will realm transcendents in the sealed sect. It was just that because of Mega City 9, almost all of them had gone over there to provide support, and even if they were mobilized back, it would still take a few days. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Yuxuan's heart was unwilling. Yi Zhiga saw her concern and spoke in a calm tone. Let's go in first and take a look at the situation. It just so happened that in his heart he also wanted to know that the islanders had bought a villa to raise snakes, and used human beings as living sacrifices. And what exactly was the purpose of doing so? Knowing that Yi Zhiguo was prepared to make a move, Wang Yuxuan's heart rejoiced and he immediately nodded. Good. Moving when he said he would, Yi Zhiguo reached out his hand to hold Wang Yuxuan's wrist, and with a thought, the two of them directly disappeared from their original location. Behind him in the vegetable garden, Yi Guanxi felt a wind brushing by and couldn't help but raise his head, only to find that Yi Zhiguo and Wang Yuxuan had disappeared at some point. Where are the two of them? Yi Guanxi was a bit confused, his gaze blankly sweeping around the courtyard. The scene shifts. Yi Zhiguo used shifting shape and had brought Wang Yuxuan into that villa. As soon as the duo's bodies appeared, a chilly aura surged in, and the air was filled with the foul odor secreted from the snakes' bodies. At the same time, the black snakes scattered everywhere in the villa were all agitated at this moment. They twisted and crawled out from all corners of the villa with great speed, and in the blink of an eye, they spotted Yi Zhiguo and Wang Yuxuan. Densely packed black snakes surged in, erecting their upper bodies, and countless pairs of scarlet pupils lit up in the dimly lit villa, seemingly scrutinizing the duo. Teacher Yi. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuxuan gently called out. Her hand couldn't help but grab Yi Zhiguo's arm, and her entire body tightened up. The soft touch, as well as the faint fragrance coming from Wang Yuxuan's body. Yi Zhiguo looked down at her. It's fine. As the words fell, a terrifying spiritual force steeply appeared in this villa, as if the sky dome had collapsed and pressed down horizontally. Almost instantly, the countless scarlet eyes that lit up the villa disappeared. Immediately after that, Wang Yuxuan saw that all those black snakes that stood up their bodies around him, all of them softened at this moment, paralyzed on the ground like mud. There is no doubt that all of these snakes have lost their vital signs. Wang Yuxuan froze in place for a moment. It was at this moment that Yi Zhiguo's voice rang in her ears. How much longer do you want to hug? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan noticed that the posture between the two was somewhat ambiguous, and his earlobes couldn't help but feel a little hot. However, she did not immediately let go, her eyes thievish, and spoke with a clear conscience. Don't, I'm afraid of it, said she. Instead, even hugged her tighter. One of Yi Zhiguo's hands was thus encircled in her arms. Yi Zhiguo was helpless. No more words were spoken, and he took a step toward the front. Only in the middle of his walk, a soft touch came on one arm from time to time. Wang Yuxuan followed him along, and in the dimly lit villa, a touch of scheming cunning spread across his face. The duo stepped over the corpses of the snakes on the ground and soon arrived at the living room of this villa. Ahead was the altar, and the floor was covered with runes painted in blood, twisted and obscure. In front of the altar, there were clearly the sealed jars containing the 3 human swine, neatly arranged. There was a strange odor coming from the air, a combination of blood and putrid smell, very pungent. Yi Zhiguo didn't linger here and walked straight to the remodeled room behind the altar. Inside the room, the 3-headed giant serpent also sensed that someone had infiltrated, and its 6 scarlet eyes lit up, gazing in the direction of the doorway. It could sense that the person outside the room was coming. Immediately, he twisted his huge body, and his 6 scarlet eyes were filled with fishy light. The entire villa shook violently as its body pranced about, as if it would be torn apart the next moment. At the same time, a pressure belonging to a Dan Will realm Fey beast emanated from the room, and a strong astral wind struck. Snake corpses flopped everywhere in the entire villa. The curtains kept swaying, and the corners of Yi Zhiguo and Wang Yuxuan's clothes danced wildly with them. Seeing this, Yi Zhiguo's gaze faintly condensed, and it was as if the time and the entire villa had been pressed the pause button. The terrifying wind disappeared in an instant, and the villa immediately returned to its usual silence. With the wind disappearing at the same time, the room suddenly came boom a loud sound. The villa trembled, and the three-headed giant snake was suppressed by an invisible air current, fixed dead to the ground, its body unable to move. It could feel as if its body was about to burst under that pressure. Click, click, click. The sound of shattering followed immediately. The hard scales that were densely covered around its body cracked, and gurgling blood flowed along, its body bloody in mere moments. Squeak! At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A man and a woman appeared in its sight immediately afterward. Wang Yuxuan looked at the three-headed giant snake that was suppressed on the ground and unable to move. His brows furrowed. The altar outside the door was obviously used to offer to it. Although the other party had been suppressed, his appearance was still hideous and terrifying, emitting a strong smell of blood, a proper evil incarnation. The three heads of the giant serpent clung to the ground. Its eyes directly ignored the woman, who revealed a disgusted gaze, and instead landed on the man beside her. The man's eyes were indifferent, his expression was calm, and there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, but just standing there casually gave it an unprecedented sense of oppression. Chapter 84, The Immortal Strokes My Roof, shattering the heavenly spirit with inch strength. The three-headed giant snake was suppressed, unable to move or speak. It looked at Zhiguo with extreme scorn, and its 6 scarlet eyes immediately dodged after meeting him. Obviously no aura fluctuation, just like an ordinary person. Why would I be afraid? The three-headed giant snake didn't understand why it had such a strong reaction after merely glancing at the other party, especially that invisible sense of oppression. It was too strong, and unconsciously it was breathing heavily. This action was caught in Wang Yuxuan's eyes, and she could see that the evil creature was afraid, spinning her eyes to sneak a glance at Zhiguo. Looking at the other party's side face under such a close distance, she was suddenly a little nervous in her heart, as if there was a deer banging around. Footsteps sounded. Zhiguo took a few steps forward and came before the three-headed giant snake. The 3 huge heads were about the size of a sedan, and at the moment, they were somewhat twisted. Their scales cracked, and blood was constantly spilling out and dripping onto the floor. An island snake breed. That's ugly looking. After sizing up the situation for a moment, no one expected Zhiguo to coldly and suddenly come up with such a sentence. Wang Yuxuan beside him couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. The three-headed giant snake possessed a Dan-will realm cultivation and naturally understood human language. It was cursing in its heart at the moment, not realizing that the other party was approaching just to observe its appearance. However, it didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction and was suppressed on the ground. Very honest. In the next second, a mental transmission sounded outwardly in the room. I have no intention of offending Your Excellency, and I hope that Your Excellency will be merciful and stay with my life. This spiritual transmission came from the three-headed giant snake, and because it was suppressed, it could only communicate in this way. Zhiguo was a bit surprised. Yo, you actually still speak native Chinese. The three-headed giant serpent lay on the ground without making any movements and continued the mental transmission. I don't know where I have offended Your Excellency, so please bear with me. When these words came out, Wang Yuxuan's fire immediately came up. She spoke with an icy voice. Running to China to do wrong, and now pretending to be an innocent person, really is an island beast, and just as shameless as the islanders. The three-headed giant snake was scolded by the split face. Its eyes gradually turned cold, but it didn't dare to retort half a sentence. It only silently memorized Wang Yuxuan's appearance in its mind, mouthing that you don't know where you've offended. How do you explain those corpses outside? Wang Yuxuan had anger in his eyes. However, in the next second, the three-headed giant snake's frivolous words came, almost causing her to storm off on the spot. Corpses? I'm hungry. Naturally I need to feed. Aren't they just some ordinary people? China is a vast land. This human life I think should not matter. Although it was a mental voice transmission, it was no different from the three-headed giant snake itself speaking. Listening to the frivolity in the other party's tone, he didn't care in the slightest, as if he was describing a rare thing. Wang Yuxuan's slender fingers bent and clenched into fists. If she had that strength, she would have already broken this evil creature into pieces. What are you in a hurry with ahead of? Zhiguo opened his mouth. This girl's state of mind was still not enough. Just 2 words made her almost storm out. After saying that, he went straight forward and extended his hand to cover one of the three-headed giant snake's head across the air. Using the simplest method, the immortal strokes my top, and an inch of strength shatters the spirit of heaven. With a click sound, the head directly dented, blood and brain matter bursting out and spilling all over the ground. The huge body of the three-headed giant snake trembled violently as the heart-rending pain came from its heart and lungs. It wanted to struggle and let out a loud scream, but it was unable to do any of the same. One can only endure the great pain in silence. The two remaining heads trembled, and the four eyes looked at Zhiguo in fear. It knew that this seemingly unthreatening man was the greatest danger. The giant snake's spirit trembled, wanting to use spirit transmission to beg for mercy. However, it suddenly sensed that a terrifying spiritual force had entered its body at this moment, and it instinctively resisted it, only to find that it was of no help at all. It was powerless in front of that invading spiritual power that came in. The scarlet eyes were downcast, and consciousness had been confused. At the same time, the information in its brain was all read by Zhiguo. In its memory, it was taken captive by a middle-aged man just after it hatched from the snake's egg and taken away from the island and into China. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, probably in his early 40s, with a hideous scar on his face and a sanitary beard. The giant snake was just an ordinary snake at that time and hadn't undergone a mutation, so it couldn't resist at all. But after entering this villa, that middle-aged man would take good care of it every day, and soon, it succeeded in transcending and giving birth to spiritual wisdom. The giant snake changed its mind. It was grateful to that middle-aged man and had even taken him as its master in its heart. In the days that followed, the middle-aged man's visits to the villa dwindled, but each time he returned, he brought fresh flesh and blood to it. The altar outside the room was also set up by that middle-aged man, and in his words, that altar could be used to pray to the gods to obtain even more power for it. The giant snake was thrilled, and in his heart, he had even more respect for that middle-aged man. Another period of time passed, and the giant snake underwent its greatest mutation. It gave birth to 3 heads, and its strength refined by leaps and bounds in a single day. But that middle-aged man didn't seem to be satisfied with its mutation. It is still not allowed to leave without permission and brings new sacrifices every month, saying it wants to give it more power. The 3-headed giant snake respected him, and it took what the middle-aged man said to heart, so it stayed in the villa. The memory ends here. The giant snake also became demented at this time, with only bewilderment and daze remaining in its scarlet eyes. Zhiguo didn't hold back and flicked out 2 channels of spiritual energy, which instantly penetrated its 2 remaining heads, killing it. He then pondered. The middle-aged man from the giant snake's memory should be the head of this villa. Masaki Shu, a biologist who wants to create powerful exotics with his own power. Interesting. Zhiguo redirected his gaze to the giant snake that had become a corpse on the ground, and a tiny sarcoma could be vaguely seen at the place where its 3 heads diverged. Perhaps if some more time passes, it is possible that it will grow a 4th head. Zhiguo lightly stroked his chin, finding it somewhat interesting. Wan Yuxuan beside him saw Zhiguo pondering, and very obediently hugged his arm without opening his mouth to disturb. It seems like that altar out there is the main reason for its mutation. Zhiguo's thoughts flowed. He had paid attention to that altar when he came in just now, and there were a lot of runes painted with blood around it. In general, altars were set up, usually for sacrifices to the gods, and using a human being as a sacrifice. I guess that guy named Masamune Shu, sacrificing to the gods isn't a good thing either. Come on, let's go outside. Chapter 85. Seeing me is like being a mayfly looking at the sky. The two left the room and re-entered the villa's living room. As soon as he came out, that altar came into view. The 3 sealed jars were very conspicuous, and the bright red runes on the floor gave a treacherous feeling in the dimness. The runes on the ground twisted like the bodies of snakes, revealing an evil and gloomy aura. Zhiguo didn't understand the civilization of the island, so he didn't know exactly which god that guy named Masaki Shu was worshipping, but how powerful was the divine power of the Mahayana stage. As he pinched his fingers and condensed, an invisible energy injected into the runes on the ground. Buzz! The runes on the ground instantly lit up and bloomed with light, while the void within the villa twisted, followed by a crack being torn out. Blood light erupted, as if it was monstrous blood water, flowing from the cracks in the void and reflecting on the present world. Zhiguo passed through the runes on the ground and went against the current, directly deducing the source. Just then, the blood water surging in the void gradually formed a barrier that separated the 2 realms. Pretending to be a god is not a good technique. There was a golden light flickering in Zhiguo's eyes, and a pair of eye pupils turned reddish gold at that moment, piercing through the delusion and directly projecting his gaze over. Through the twisted and surging barrier of blood and water, he managed to see the scene on the other side of the void. There were millions of corpses on the ground, and the blood flowing from the corpses converged into a river, reflecting the sky into a blood-red color. The line of sight rapidly drew closer, and over the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a huge figure appeared from the end of the horizon. It was a great snake, 10,000 feet high, born with 8 heads. 16 scarlet eyes, surrounded by horrible blood water, standing in the distance, prancing about with mountains crumbling and living creatures in ruins. Orochi, Orochi? Seeing this image of the other party, Zhiguo immediately guessed the other party's origin. The whisper also caught the others' attention. Almost in an instant, the 8 huge and hideous snakeheads turned around and looked in Zhiguo's direction. Zhiguo raised his eyes, disdain and contempt in his red-golden eyes, and looked straight at it. Just like that, the two stared at each other from a distance across the endless void, seemingly sensing the contempt in the other party's eyes. The 8 gigantic serpent came prancing in, its huge and boundless body causing the ground to crack and the earth and rocks to crumble. At the same time, the 16 blood-red pupils erupted with cold killing intent, almost about to materialize, shaped like countless sharp blades, pressing in rapidly. Under this killing intent, the void trembled and gradually collapsed. However, in the face of the killing intent that caused the void to collapse, the disdain in Zhiguo's eyes did not diminish at all. He opened his mouth slightly, and his voice traveled towards and through the void, echoing in the blood-colored sky dome over there. A reptile in the district. Seeing me is like a frog at the bottom of a well lifting its head to look at the moon. If you set foot in the immortal cultivation realm, seeing me is like a mayfly looking at the green sky. As the words fell, the blood-red heavenly dome crumbled rapidly, and Zhiguo's indifferent words were like a life-prompting talisman. And as soon as the words came out, endless Tao rules appeared and obliterated. The pressure of the Mahayana stage pressed down horizontally across the endless void, and the place where the 8 giant serpent was located was unable to withstand it and began to crumble. Not only that, its huge and boundless body also cracked at that moment, as if it would collapse into fragments in the sky in the next moment. The gaze of the Yagyu Orochi instantly shifted, from cold killing intent to fear. Click, click, click. However, the sound of crumbling kept ringing out, and under the terrifying pressure, it turned into flying dust without even making half a move. Zhiguo withdrew his gaze at this time, the reddish gold color in his eyes slowly fading away. As his gaze was withdrawn, the blood-colored spatial crack in the villa slowly dissipated. Everything was silent again, as if nothing had happened. The blood-red runes on the ground seemed like they were affected by some kind of power, and began to gradually fade, and finally disappeared completely. Beside her, Wang Yuxuan froze. She looked around in confusion. She also saw the void crack just now, only to be isolated by the barrier, and didn't see the Orochi on the opposite side of the void. Teacher Yi, what happened just now? Wang Yuxuan opened his mouth in doubt. Zhiguo didn't answer her question, but said, this altar is used to sacrifice to the Orochi. Yamanano Orochi? Wang Yuxuan was at a loss, obviously confused. How did it get into the island legend again? Zhiguo gave her a faint look and said, it's the same reason as Chinese sacrifices to the gods and wanting to obtain prayers. This man named Masaki Shu, through some evil spells, tried to create a foreign beast just like the Yagyu Orochi. Ha? Wang Yuxuan froze again. Gods can still be built? She felt a little short in the head. Zhiguo shook his head. A creature created this way can barely be considered a wisp of incarnation. It is not enough to be feared. After hearing this, Wang Yuxuan nodded his head, and at the same time thought in his heart, if it was really possible to create artificial gods, then wouldn't China be invincible? After a short exchange, Zhiguo was silent once again as he pinched his hand and the 3 seal jars on the altar opened. The talisman paper affixed to them was burned to ashes. A strong putrid odor immediately emerged from the jar, so pungent that it was difficult for ordinary people to endure. 3 highly corrupted human swine came into view, while at the same time, a black aura surrounded the 3 jars, and there were cries coming from them. Vaguely, 3 tattered soul bodies could still be seen in the lingering black gas, already eroded beyond recognition. With a hideous, resentful appearance, they instinctively wanted to vent. However, after seeing Zhiguo they were in a state of shock. Their instincts were reminding them not to act rashly. The living are passers-by. The dead are returners. All go away and join a good family in the next life. Zhiguo's flat voice rang out. As the words fell, golden light appeared, enveloping the 3 jars in an instant, and the black gas emanating from the 3 human swine dissipated at an extremely fast speed. The 3 translucent soul bodies in the air also began to shake, turning into countless grains of light and disappearing into the world. Almost instantly, the putrid odor that had filled the villa a moment ago disappeared. Wang Yuxuan quietly stood beside Zhiguo, incredulously looking at the scene happening in front of her, her red lips slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. After a long time had passed, she slowed down and tentatively inquired, Teacher Yi, did you just overpower them? The expression on Zhiguo's face remained flat, and after thinking for a moment, he said, sort of. Who dares to force them to stay when a Mahayana cultivator himself gives the word for them to go to the rebirth? However, Zhiguo did show some goodwill towards those few soul bodies, hence the golden light that surfaced just now. So hard to say, is kind of overpowering them? A word to ferry the dead? Hearing Zhiga's answer, Wang Yuxuan's eyes were astonished, feeling that this was too outrageous, and her small mouth opened so wide that she could stuff down an egg. Chapter 86 Disappearance. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mega City number 5, in a certain dimly lit room, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his expression filled with anger and disbelief. Who is it? He wore a black trench coat, a hideous scar on his face, and a very conspicuous hygienic beard at the center of his person. The middle-aged man felt at that moment that one of the altars he had set up had its meditative connection with him severed. This also means that altar was destroyed. The middle-aged man was incredulous. The place where he had set up that altar was guarded by a Dan-will realm serpent-like foreign beast. How could it still be destroyed? This can't be possible. Aren't all the transcendents above the Dan-will realm in Mega City number 5 going to Mega City number 9? What kind of people are they? Could it be the one who sank a domain with a single finger? The middle-aged man obviously knew what was going on in Mega City 5. The destruction of the altar and the loss of a Dan-will realm Fey beast caused the middle-aged man's heart to ache. It was a labor of love that he had spent a long time on. What happened in the villa has definitely been revealed as well, and the middle-aged man realizes that there is a big problem. But he didn't panic. Instead he had a calm expression on his face. His lips moved slightly, and a frenzied color flowed out of his eyes. My whereabouts will surely be revealed soon. No, I can't delay any longer. And nearly bloody, it looks like it's going to be a topsy-turvy affair. The middle-aged man got up, his eyes incomparably fiery, not feeling the slightest bit of fear, revealing an excited smile. The scars on his face twitched with his changing expression, and he looked unusually creepy. The scene shifts. In the villa, Wang Yuxuan froze in place for a long time, unable to speak, his eyes looking straight at Zhiguo. Her perceptions had been refreshed ever since she met him, sinking a territory with a single finger, as well as casually spitting out life and death chi when rescuing someone in the forbidden land of No. 005, and now sending a dead soul to the afterlife with a single word. She couldn't help but lose her mind for a moment. Alright, let's go back. Zhiguo spoke flatly. His voice pulled Wang Yuxuan out of his disoriented state. Okay, Wang Yuxuan subconsciously replied, just as he was about to move. Zhiguo suddenly remembered that there was still something he hadn't explained. By the way, when you get out of here, contact Daton Li and ask him to bring the sealed door people to deal with it. Also, tell Li Dutton to remember to keep it a secret when he comes over to deal with it. His family had only moved here 2 days ago, and he didn't want to upset his parents over the incident. Okay, don't worry, Teacher Yi, I'll definitely give a clear explanation. Wang Yuxuan nodded and answered. After the explanation, Zhiguo's mind moved, and in the blink of an eye, he led her out of this villa and back to his own yard. In the backyard, at this time, Yi Guanqi had already almost planted all the spirits in his hands, and the entire backyard was unusually rich in spiritual qi under the added power of the spirit-gathering array. As the breeze passed by, the spirits gently swayed, and subtle spiritual energy factors came from the leaves with the wind, which was refreshing. Yi Guanqi stood up straight and looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. With an inadvertent glance of his eyes, he spotted Zhiguo and Wang Yuxuan, who had suddenly appeared again. At this time, Wang Yuxuan's hands were still holding Zhiga's arms tightly, and the two of them were almost stuck together. Yi Guanqi's pupils contracted slightly, as if he had discovered some shocking big secret, and his eyes were filled with relief when he looked at Zhiguo. The look seemed to say, "Brat can do it. Take it down so quickly?" Zhiga sighed helplessly and said toward Wang Yuxuan, "How much longer do you still plan to hold it?" Feeling Yi Guanqi's gaze looking over, Wang Yuxuan's small face immediately surged scarlet, her earlobes burning. Then she quickly loosened her hands. She only felt her cheeks burning at the moment, as if she had done something wrong and was discovered. "Teacher Yi, uncle, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Wang Yuxuan reached out her hand to straighten her somewhat messy hair, and left as if she had fled after speaking towards Zhiga's father and son. After she left, Yi Guanqi walked up to Zhiguo with a teasing smile on his face. "Brat can have a few moments of my style back then." Yi Guanqi patted his shoulder in recognition, and then asked mysteriously, "Tell me, what step have you two progressed to?" Zhiguo spoke helplessly. "Dad, you've misunderstood." However, Yi Guanqi was silent, only showing an expression of "I understand everything" on his face. Zhiguo, he didn't bother to explain and left the backyard helplessly. Shortly afterward, Su Jing rushed to the backyard, looking at the spiritual objects planted all over the place. Her heart was very satisfied, and she immediately gave father and son an extra meal. After lunch, the family should go shopping and play cards, leaving only Zhiguo to stay at home. With nothing to do, Zhiguo moved the reclining chair to the balcony and began to doze off in the sun. The time went by in the evening. Ring ring ring. Zhiguo was woken up by a ringing phone. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Wang Yuxuan who was calling, and immediately answered it. Teacher Yi, Yunhua and Xian are missing. On the phone, Wang Yuxuan's voice came with a bit of anxiety. Disappeared? Zhiguo yawned. When did it happen? The caller replied immediately. The two of them met this morning to go out to the supermarket, and they haven't returned yet, and the guards responsible for protecting them haven't been heard from and can't be reached. The families had people looking all afternoon, and there's still no clue. Wang Yuxuan spoke very quickly, and it felt like she was in a hurry. Although Wang Yunhua was so angry from time to time that her lungs hurt, but blood is thicker than water. She as a sister is still very unwilling for this to happen. Wang had used almost every method all afternoon, but there was no news of the two little girls. Wang Yuxuan was also out of options, which is why he approached Zhiguo. I'll look for it. Zhiguo stretched his back and hung up the phone after saying that. The next moment a vast sea of divine sense surged out of the villa, probing in all directions like a tidal wave, and almost in an instant, it enveloped the entire mega city 5. Every street, every house, every room, everything in the midst of City 5 was present in his mind at this time. In a single breath Zhiguo excluded a large area. However, when his divine sense scanned to the north of Mega City number 5, he couldn't help but stare. There was also a villa area there, and in one of the villas, Zhiguo found a familiar scene. Dense swarms of black snakes, parlor altars, treacherous bright red runes, sealed jars, and a room that expands several times over. In the large room, a giant snake coiled on the floor, different in that it bore 4 heads. Why is there more? Zhiguo was surprised. The divine sense was still being lined up, and in the next second he couldn't help but frown slightly. In the entire mega city number 5, plus the one we just discovered, there were a total of 4 other places that had altars. Chapter 87, Bone Chopper. In one of the warehouses, a lamp hangs from the ceiling, swaying from side to side due to the wind, its dim light flickering on and off. The warehouse had simple amenities, a chair, a bed, and a remodeled table, the surface of which was covered in chop marks and dried blood. There was still some shredded meat foaming at the corner of the table, and a faintly fishy odor wafted through the air. In the corner of the warehouse, 2 little girls were sitting on the ground in fear. Their hands and feet were bound. The clothes they wore were bright and shiny, and at a glance, they came from rich and noble families. If someone from the Wang clan were here, they would recognize them at a glance. They are Wang Yunhua and Xian who disappeared this morning. Not far in front of the 2 women, a man was collapsing in a pool of blood, with a shocking wound on his neck, having lost his life. Sister Fano, I'm afraid. Chen kept struggling, realizing that she couldn't break free at all, and the depressing scene in the warehouse made her extra nervous. Stop it. I'm scared too. Wang Yunhua small-faced and Xian more pale. She grew up pampered. Whereas seen these scenes, at this time the heart has almost jumped to the throat, especially the male corpse in a pool of blood not far in front of them. That was the guard that Wang had arranged for the 2 of them, but it turned out to be a tragic death. Watching this bloody scene Wang Yunhua was on the verge of crying. Sister Yunhua, what should we do? Xian inquired in a small voice, hoping that Wang Yunhua would come up with a plan. However, at this moment, Wang Yunhua no longer has the previous quirky, half of the ghost ideas in his head cannot come out. She was crying and very sad inside. It's been a day and the family hasn't found us yet, which means the thugs picked a hidden spot. You see, the table in front of us is covered in blood, which means the thug must be a repeat offender and doesn't seem to be kidnapping people for money. So, I guess we're both going to be accounted for here tonight. Wang Yunhua observed very carefully and speculated, only to break down as he spoke, and bean-sized teardrops slipped down. After listening to Wang Yunhua's description, Xian is somehow still very nervous just now, but at this moment, she is inexplicably relaxed. Chen looked at the bodies of the guards not far away and her mind could not help but recall her previous experience in the ruined city. She had a complicated mind for a moment, and her small face was a bit lost in thought. Perhaps I should have died a long time ago, and I was just lucky to have survived until now. Squeak! Just then, a small door to the warehouse opened, followed by a man whose body was shrouded under a wide cloak walking in. He held the bone chopper in one hand and carried 2 clay pots in the other. All awake? Good. Let's get started then. The man placed the bone chopping knife on the table and the clay pot at the corner of the table, and as he spoke, reached out and removed the cloak that shrouded his body. At once a face with a sanitary beard and a hideous facial scar appeared in the second woman's sight. This person was none other than the islander that Wang Yuxuan had investigated, Masaki Xiao. His face was excited as he gradually approached. You, what are you? You'd better not mess around. If you really dare to do anything to us, Wang won't let you go. Wang Yunhua was nervous and moved out the door head of Wang's clan, wanting to deter the other party. Wang? Masaki Xiao was a bit surprised, not realizing that the two girls he had randomly kidnapped were of great importance, but the smile on his face became even more excited. Won't let me go? As long as my plan succeeds, Wang is nothing. Even if Feng comes, it's useless. Zhang Muxiu quickly stepped forward and walked in front of Wang Yunhua and Chen. He had a strange, pungent smell, which came from the secretions of snakes, which Masakushi used to apply to his body, believing it to be a good amulet. The strange odor caused the two women to frown and blush bitterly. Masaki stared at them with fiery eyes, his body trembling a little from excitement. He squatted down and reached out his hand to keep kneading the arms of the two women, as if he was admiring the most outstanding artwork in the world. A fine sustenance. Sacrifice to you. The effect is definitely better than any of the previous ones. Masaki laughed, the scars on his face twisting hideously as if they had come to life. His kneading hand made a few moments of force, causing both Wang Yunhua and Xian to feel pain. Bah! I'm warning you. Hurry up and let us go. Wang Yunhua struggled hard and even spat towards Masaki Xiu's face. However, Zhang Muxiu didn't get angry, reaching out his hand to wipe the saliva off his face. His excitement didn't diminish in the slightest, and he still stared at the two women with a burning gaze. There's plenty of activity, and it's not bad for good sustenance. Zhang Muxiu was very satisfied with Wang Yunhua's response, and he was worried about the nutrients wilting and not being able to perform the sacrifice flawlessly. It was also at this time that he noticed Xian, who was depressed and shrunk into a ball and didn't move a muscle. Masaki immediately tensed up. The excited expression on his face gradually faded and became somewhat twisted. He wanted active and well-fed sustenance, but right now the other side was doing exactly the opposite of what he wanted. Can't put it off any longer? Let's start with you. Masaki realized that something was wrong. He directly reached out his hand and yanked Xian's hair, dragging him towards a table not far away. The tugging sensation coming from her scalp was very intense. Xian was in pain, but both her hands and feet were firmly bound by the ropes, and she couldn't even do the simplest struggle. You pervert, let go of my sister. Looking at Xian who was dragged away, Wang Yunhua yelled. Zhang Muxiu was silent, dragging Xian faster. He was in a hurry. This feeder had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Bang! He yanked Xian by her hair and threw her on the table. Severe pain came from all parts of her body. Xian clenched her teeth and forced herself to endure the pain, so that she did not make half a sound. Masaki was a bit surprised. In the past, at this time, the sustenance he slammed on the table was either scared out of their wits and cried out or kept pleading. It was the first time he had encountered a situation like today's. Masaki couldn't help but look at Xian twice more, but that was all. After that, Zhang Muxiu made a move to fix Xian's limbs firmly with ropes, during which he also specially used a lot of force, and the ropes strangled the skin to death, penetrating the silk blood. He wanted to use it as a way to make his opponent struggle and spark activity. However, in the end, she still did not succeed, no matter how much force she exerted. Chen clenched her teeth tightly and did not make any sound from the beginning to the end. I'd like to see how long you can stay hard. Masaki laughed sardonically, then picked up the bone-chopping knife on the side, the back of the knife gently roaming over Xian's limbs. She was immobilized on all fours at this point, lying in a wide berth on the tabletop. The bone-chopping knife stopped when it traveled to the base of her thigh, and then Masaki gripped the hilt with both hands and raised it high in the air. Xian's body instinctively trembled, but her gaze looked straight at Masaki In the next moment, the bone-chopping knife in the air rapped with a huge force and fell down violently. Chapter 88. There are people who want to see you. Looking at the bone-chopping knife that fell violently, not far away, Wang Yunhua's eyes were tightly closed, not daring to look at the scene that happened next. Chen looked straight at the falling bone-chopping knife, clenched her teeth and never made a sound. She remembered her mother in this moment, and strange emotions festered inside her. In the next second, the bone-chopping knife fell and precisely chopped at the root of Chen thigh. Dang! However, the bone-chopping knife was like splitting on top of fine iron, emitting an incomparably violent sound. Masaki was shaken back, his arms lightly trembling and his tiger's mouth tingling. Click! A sound then came from the bone-chopping knife as the blade cracked, followed by a shard falling. Masaki rounded his eyes, not expecting this to happen. To his horror, he realized that the little girl who was fixed on the table was at that moment enveloped in a faint curtain of light. It was that faint curtain of light that blocked that slash for her. Xinyan was also confused and didn't know what was going on. Just as everyone was at a loss, footsteps suddenly sounded. A young man had appeared in the warehouse at some point and was walking towards the table. Looking at the youth who suddenly appeared, Masaki Shio's heart boomed. This person, when did he come? Soon, the youth walked to the table, and with a movement of his mind, the ropes that had bound Xinyan in death were automatically untied, and the injuries on her body were restored as before in an instant. Big brother. Xinyan looked at the youth and called out softly. Her strong disguise all disappeared after seeing that familiar face, and all the thoughts within her heart turned into endless grievances, and she couldn't hold back any longer at this point, letting out her voice and crying. Well, I'm coming. All right. Zhiguo reached out and held her in his arms, gently patting her back. Masakishi's face twisted as he watched the scene. Where are the brats from? Get lost and let go of my sacrifice. Zhang Muxiu roared, raised the bone-chopping knife that was already missing a corner and rushed over, raising it high and slashing it viciously towards Zhiga's head. Big brother, be careful. Xian immediately voiced out a reminder. However, Zhiguo was unimpressed and did not give the Zhang Muxiu who was attacking behind him the slightest bit of thought. The bone-chopping knife fell and heavily chopped on Zhiguo's head. Click! The blade shattered completely, breaking into several pieces and falling to the ground. This, Masaki Shio froze in place. The tiger's mouths of both hands all cracked, blood gurgling out. Bang! In the next moment, an invisible air current suddenly appeared and lightly landed on his chest. Masaki Shio's chest was instantly dented. He felt like he was hit by a train. His body was falling apart. He spat out a mouthful of pus and blood mixed with internal organs, and his whole body flew backwards. His body slammed into the wall of the warehouse and embedded itself deeply, listening to the conversation of a few people, as well as this violent commotion. Not far away, Wang Yunhua slowly opened his eyes. The scene of Zhiguo holding Qian came into view. Qian is fine. Great. Wang Yunhua's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. After getting along with each other for this period of time, she obviously has taken the other party as her own sister. Her gaze then fell on Zhiguo, not thinking that the one who came to save them was actually him. Wang Yunhua remembered at this time the scandal he had made some time ago, and couldn't help but lower his head, not knowing whether he was vain or ashamed. Zhiguo's mind moved, and the ropes that bound Wang Yunhua's hands and feet also dispersed at that moment. Wang Yunhua got out of the trap and hurriedly got up and ran to Zhiguo's side. Zhiga also put down Qian at this time, and the two little sisters hugged each other on the spot. Qian, I thought something was going to happen to you just now. Wang Yunhua spoke with worry. Qian, on the other hand, broke into a smile. With Big Brother around, no one can hurt us. Zhiguo didn't care about the conversation between the two little ones, but instead took a step towards Masaki Shio, who was embedded in the wall. With a slight hook of his index finger, an invisible force surfaced and snapped him out of the wall. Zhang Muxiu was now lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, covered in blood. His breath was withered, and he was already about to die. The islander who set up the altar and tried to communicate with the Orochi, that was you? Zhiguo squatted down beside him and joked with a light smile. Zhang Muxiu raised his eyes with difficulty and surveyed Zhiga. His already confused consciousness pondered for a moment and remembered that this person was the youth who had subdued the entire beast race by himself. Cough. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. I didn't expect that the District of China would give birth to a freak like you. Masaki Shio was upset and continued. But in the near future, the island will definitely avenge me. Really? Then I'll wait and see how they will avenge you. Zhiguo spoke flatly, his tone filled with disdain. Zhiguo's eyes slightly condensed. It seems that this guy called Masaki Shio, infiltrated into China to do these things, was permitted by the island country's top management. So it looks like the bonobos living in that bullet hole are trying to make a mess. I am honored to die for my country. Masaki Shio yelled. His expression twisted, and heart-rending pain came from all over his body. When he finished speaking, his breath withered, and a hint of despondency suddenly flashed in his eyes again. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet Lord Yachi in the end. Zhiguo held his chin, a frivolous smile on his face. Want to see it? Sure, I'll meet you. Hearing what Zhiguo said, Zhang Muxiu suddenly felt a chill in his heart for some reason. He opened his mouth as if to say something more. However, Zhiguo didn't give him a chance. With a flash of thought, the space around Zhang Muxiu's head compressed and directly crushed his head into deformation. Red and white plasma suddenly flowed out along the 7 orifices. Looking at Zhang Muxiu, who had become a corpse, Zhiga reached out and hooked his hand, and a soul body swept out from it. standing blankly to the side. Zheng Muxiu looked at Yi Zhiguo in shock. What kind of tactic was this? What do you want? Masakisha's soul body inquired in horror. Yi Zhiguo calmly got up and didn't pay any attention to him, but raised his head to look into the distance. Well, here it comes. A moment later, he whispered, as the words fell, for streams of light swept in from the distance, approaching in just the blink of an eye. The streams of light dispersed and 4 figures that looked exactly like Yi Zhiguo appeared. The scene made a few people look dumbfounded. These 4 figures were all Yi Zhiguo's spiritual power doppelgangers. His main body came here to rescue Wang Yunhua and Chen, while these doppelgangers went to destroy the remaining 4 altars. At this moment, in the hands of each of the 4 doppelgangers, they were each carrying 3 seal jars. Seeing those familiar seal jars, Masakisha's soul body nearly collapsed, and he knew that all of his layouts in Mega City 5 had been broken. Don't worry, there are some people who would love to meet you. Yi Zhiguo beckoned, and the 4 doppelgangers instantly understood and immediately opened the seal jar in their hands. Chapter 89. The moment all the seal jars were opened, a strong putrid odor wafted out from them, covering the entire warehouse in an instant. The bodies of the human swine in the jars were revealed with them, hideous and horrible. Wang Yunhua and Xian didn't see everything in the tank because of the distance. They were just almost unable to open their eyes by the strong putrid odor. After seeing Yi Zhiguo use his doppelganger to open the jar, Zheng Muxiu's soul body trembled as if he had guessed what the other party's reason for doing so was. Don't! Zheng Muxiu's soul body murmured, only to feel a coolness from the soles of his feet straight through to the sky. He turned around and wanted to escape, yet he was imprisoned in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Yi Zhiguo quietly looked at him. A few moments of playfulness spread across his face. In the next moment, the human swine corpse in the jar shook violently. Black gas filled the air, as if a flood broke the dike and gushed out from the mouth of the jar. The entire warehouse shook, and the cold and ghostly aura raged. 12 hideous soul bodies draped in black aura rushed out and floated in the air, their majestic grievances wandering. At first they were a bit bewildered, but the grievances of their tragic deaths instantly dominated their thoughts, subconsciously wanting to tear everything apart. At that moment, they noticed the soul body of Masakisha below again. These grievous spirits owed their present miserable state to him, and at this moment, enemies were red in the face. The 12 grievous spirits swooped down in an instant, surrounding Zheng Muxiu's soul body, and then directly pounced on it, continuously tearing it apart. Soul bodies are capable of attacking each other. At this moment, Masakisha's soul body was as if it was being divided by hyenas, and his originally intact body was missing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He tried his best to resist, yet with the 12 grievous spirits' fury rushing to the sky, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and could only watch himself being eaten away. Screams of agony resounded. After a few minutes, the screams disappeared, and along with them was Masakatsuki-shio's soul body. But this didn't seem to satisfy the 12 grievous spirits. They turned their heads to stare at Zheng Muxiu's corpse again, and then swarmed up to him, constantly tearing it apart, with blood and limbs everywhere. Yi Zhiguo gave Zheng Muxiu the most painful way to die. Not only was his flesh shattered, even his soul was parted. Wang Yunhua and Chen, who were not far behind, closed their eyes in fear when they saw the scene. After the 12 grievous spirits were majestic in their fury and tore apart Zheng Muxiu's corpse, they quickly noticed Yi Zhiguo, Wang Yunhua and Chen in the warehouse. They instantly reversed their direction and rushed towards the 3. It wasn't that they were trying to be beneficent at the moment, but their consciousness had been completely dominated by resentment, and they wanted to tear apart every living thing in front of them. Looking at the rapidly rushing resentful spirits, Yi Zhiguo was not annoyed, and his flat voice resounded in the warehouse. The vengeance has been avenged with my own hands, and it is time for you to be on your way. The moment the words fell, a golden light emerged steeply, enveloping all 12 grievous spirits and stripping them of the grievous aura draped over their bodies in the blink of an eye. It cleared them up instantly. The 12 soul bodies, at this moment, all remembered everything. They looked deeply at Yi Zhiguo, and then bowed across the air. Under the shroud of golden light, it gradually turned into dots of starlight floating into the distance, slowly disappearing into the night sky. As they dissipated, the originally dark and gloomy warehouse quickly returned to its former appearance. Feeling the atmosphere around them seemed to gradually recover, Wang Yunhua and Xian slowly opened their eyes, only to see that the resentful spirit from earlier had disappeared. They were in a bit of a trance, thinking that the scene that had just happened was too fantastical, but the bodies on the ground, already torn to pieces, told them that it had all really happened. Where had the 2 little girls ever seen such a scene before? Shrinking together, unable to even speak, Yi Zhiguo turned around. walked over to the two little girls, lifted one in one hand, and pinned them both to his waist. "Let's go. Go home." Before the two girls could react, they felt a strong wind coming in, making it impossible for them to open their eyes, and their hair and clothes were being blown in a constant flurry. By the time they were able to reopen their eyes, they had already been led back to his house by Yi Zhiguo. At this time, Yi Guanqi and Su Jing had not yet returned home. "You two stay here first. I'll have Wang Yuxuan pick you up in a moment." Yi Zhiga casually threw them on the sofa. This action made Wang Yunhua grind her teeth, exasperatedly looking at Yi Zhiga, secretly saying that she didn't even know to be gentle. Chen, on the other hand, sat down obediently and secretly surveyed the living room. "Is this big brother's home? I've never been here before." Shortly after, Yi Zhiguo contacted Wang Yuxuan, informing him that the person had been found and brought back to his house by him, so that she could bring someone to pick up. After about 10 minutes after the call, Wang Yuxuan drove over. Along with her came her parents. All three were anxious and couldn't wait to come in until after they saw the two kids who were sitting on the couch watching TV. "Yu Nua, Chen, where have you been? I was worried to death today." Lu Yu rushes up with a single arrow step and embraces the two girls in his arms. "Mom, we're fine." Wang Yunhua didn't struggle and let the other party hold her. Only her eyes were staring straight at the picture on the TV. Chen is also in Lu Yu's arms. She obviously also treats the other party as a relative. Her tone is kind. "It's Big Brother who came to save us." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man standing side by side with Wang Yuxuan turned his head to look at Yi Zhiga. He was Wang Yuxuan's father, Wang Xingyan. Wang Xingyan was very moved and took hold of Yi Zhiguo's hands, his face showing gratitude. "Brother Yi, thank you for saving me." He originally wanted to address the other party as his nephew, but when he thought that his eldest daughter was Yi Zhiguo's explicit student, he changed his mind and referred to him as his equal. As for the rumors on the internet that Wang Yuxuan is in a relationship with Yi Zhiga, this is something he is not sure about. If it is true, it is not too late to change his mind later. A show of hands, no need for that. Yi Zhiguo's eyes were flat, and he didn't care that the other party was calling himself a brother. Wang Xingyan, however, took out a bank card and said that he would force it to Yi Zhiguo. Yi Zhiguo saw that the other party insisted on this, so he took the bank card. Several people stayed at Yi Zhiguo's house for almost half an hour before leaving with Wang Yunhua and Chen. After leaving the villa, Wang Xingyan took a breath and couldn't help but murmur, "I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Why do I feel that after a trip to Brother Ye's house, my entire being is much more relaxed?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "I feel the same way." Wang Yuxuan was silent. She naturally knew that the reason for all of this was brought about by those spirits planted in the backyard of Yi Zhiguo's house, but she didn't tell her parents the reason. "Dad, Mom, I won't go back with you altogether." After walking outside, Wang Yuxuan opened his mouth and said, "Not going back?" Lu Yu felt puzzled. "Then where are you going?" Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, reached out and pointed to the villa across the street, saying, "I bought that villa, so I'll be living here from now on." Wang Xingyan and Lu Yu looked along. The two of them understood on the spot the little scheme in the heart of their own eldest daughter, looked at each other and smiled, did not break it down. "Yu Nua, Chen, do you want to stay here for a while as well?" Wang Yuxuan obviously didn't notice the abnormality in his parents' gaze. When Wang Yunhua and Chen heard this, both of them couldn't help but look at Wang Yuxian, and couldn't help but look towards Yi Zhiji's home. Since the last scandalous incident, the two little girls and Wangs are avoiding Wang Yuxuan walk, fearing that the other side found out the end. Staying here for a few days, and being so close to the other party's home, Yi Zhiguo, would be great. The color of weakness flashed across the two small faces that were visible to the naked eye, and they hastily shook their heads in rejection. Chapter 90, Ouyang Day 2. Inside the sealed door office, Yi Zhiguo and Li Datong sat opposite each other. "Mr. Yi, the 5 altars set up by Masaki Shio within Mega City No. 5 have all been secretly cleaned up by the sealed gate." Li Datong poured a pot of tea and added a cup for Yi Zhiguo. He was genuinely surprised that there were actually islanders potentially in Mega City No. 5 who had secretly brutalized so many innocent people. This matter caused quite a stir in the Seal sect hierarchy, and even several Seal sect founders who were involved in the construction of Mega City 9 from afar were aware of it. He should have gotten permission from the island's top management for these acts. Yi Zhiguo picked up his teacup and took a sip. Li Datong nodded. "The wolves are ambitious. I think they have been comfortable for too long. Their skin is itchy, and they actually have the guts to be so bold as to have the intention of provoking a war." Last night, the top management of the Seal sect held a meeting overnight, and finally decided that it was necessary to put pressure on the island nation, and that this matter could not just be left alone. The outcome of the meeting was naturally known to Zhiguo, but he did not intervene. Speaking of this, Li Datong couldn't help but sigh. Today it looks like everything is calm, but in reality the situation is volatile, just like the Mega City 9 that is being built, which is close to the border, and there is just too much right and wrong. Not only do we have to worry about the surrounding native beasts, but we even have to worry about the beasts from other countries coming to wreak havoc. Li Datong said the whole person couldn't help but get angry. The teacup in his hand was pinched out of the crack. Regarding our construction of Mega City 9 in the territory close to the border, the truth is that there are many countries that are eager to try to get a piece of the pie, and conflicts have even broken out during that time. Just like the island, all of them are wolves. In response to Li Datong's wrath, Zhiguo gently sipped his tea for a long time before speaking. Have you ever had a dog? A dog? Li Datong was surprised. Zhiguo ignored the other party's puzzled expression and continued. Anyone who has raised a dog knows that some dogs look well behaved, but in reality, they are full of backbones. This kind of dog gets along on a regular basis and may give people a good feeling. Yet there are times when it is the dog that will coldly bite you in certain situations. It's too late to think about educating it properly at this point, because some of the ideas are so ingrained that they're hard to remove. So there's only one place such dogs end up, the dog slaughterhouse. Otherwise, if they're kept, there's no chance that the next one won't be as simple as a bite. As the words fell, Zhiguo put down his teacup. Li Datong immediately refilled his cup again, and then sat in his chair, his eyes staring out the window for a long time. He knew that Zhiguo's words had something in them, and after working in the sealed sect for so long, he thought quickly and immediately understood the other layer of meaning expressed in the words. Li Datong smiled bitterly, and how he did not want to be the butcher with a butcher knife in his hand. Just the heart is not enough. Bang! Just then, the silence was suddenly broken by a loud noise, and the office door was pushed open from the outside by a huge force. A rampant voice rang out immediately afterward. Old man Li, I'm hungry. Bring up good wine and food quickly, or else I won't blame my master for being in a bad mood and staging a big mess in the sealed door. The figure of a purple tiger bee appeared in front of the door, fluttering its wings and holding its head high with an extremely arrogant attitude. It had grown quite a bit since I hadn't seen it for a while. At first it was only the size of a leather ball, but now it was almost bigger than a truck tire. The body also became more and more crystalline, as if it were a flying purple spotlight. It's like a street skater, flying into the office in a big way. However, the next moment it shuddered violently and almost fell straight down, only because the purple tiger bee saw a familiar figure in the office. Hey, big brother, you're here too. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Your Yingzi is getting more and more charming. It's flashing my eyes raw from a long distance away. The purple tiger wasp's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn and patted his ass towards Zhiguo on the main seat. The corners of Li Datong's mouth twitched slightly. This feckless fellow. This period of time annoyed him with a headache. If there was no prohibition left behind by Zhiguo, it was afraid that it would have gone up to the sky. Zhiguo slightly inclined his head at this time. Looking at it, it seems you've been eating well for a while. How long has it been since I've seen you? And you've actually changed so much. The purple tiger bee trembled and flew to the desk, and in its heart it wanted to cry. Had it known that this ruthless person was also there, it would not have come. Big brother, what are you talking about? Little brother is still not, thanks to your blessing. It flattered the thief. All this time I've been reading up on poetry in the sealed gate, and I've even given myself a name. The purple tiger bee had a few moments of pride. Oh, what name? Zhiguo asked. The purple tiger wasp stood up its chest, and its limbs were still comparing cool movements. Oh Yang Bee. Zhiguo almost sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Oh Yang Bee? Is this thing so quick to learn? It's only been a few days and it's already named itself after a harmonic terrain. Li Datong's face darkened on the sidelines, and he squealed at Zhiguo. This guy claimed that he was well read in the sealed door, but in reality, all he read was some martial arts novels. And even if he read martial arts novels, he also learned from the novels and molested the female members, stirring up the chickens and dogs every day. Old Yang Bee was instantly displeased, his eyes glaring. Old man Li, don't spit blood. If you speak slanderously again, I will not blame my young master for taking action with you, both to divide the high and the low, as well as to determine life and death. Li Datong was furious and his beard was sticking up, but there was nothing he could do but stare dryly. Just as the two were arguing, Zhiguo extended his hand and directly lifted Ouyang Bi up. Ouyang Bi was instantly honest and revealed a fawning smile. Big brother, don't believe this old man's words. I'm not molesting anyone else. I'm looking for you. When the time is right, I'll mesmerize the other party and bring them to you in filial piety. Zhiguo cried and laughed, kicking the other party out as if he were a leather ball. Get the hell out of here. Ouyang arced through the air before falling heavily to the ground. Okay, big brother. I'm rolling. It fled as if relieved, without looking back. Chapter 91 The Butcher and the Dog. After kicking away the Ouyang who came to make trouble, Zhiguo closed the door behind him and returned to his seat. During this period of time, has there been any progress in the research on this alien species? Zhiguo asked casually. What he was referring to in his words was naturally the Ouyang. At first Zhiguo searched his soul to no avail, so he thought of letting Fong men study it to see. To be honest, he was still quite interested in this alien species. If he could take this opportunity to deduce roughly where it came from, perhaps Stopper would take an interstellar tour. However, Li Datong shook his head. There's no progress. We've taken blood tests several times, but the results of the final tests show that its genes are roughly the same as those of the species on Earth. There's not much difference. Genetically roughly the same as the Fae on Earth? Zhiguo was a bit surprised. And then there's the white mist that it spits out when it activates its illusions. A white mist that we've also studied and haven't made any progress on. At first, the sealed door even held a special meeting. If they studied and understood the white mist that Ouyang spewed out when he created the illusion, and developed it and used it on modern thermal weapons, the power would not dare to be imagined. But after a room full of researchers who had wasted their sleep and time studying for several days, there were no results at all. Hearing this, Zhiguo lightly laughed. How to say that the other party is also an alien species? Maybe the planetary civilization is several levels higher than the Earth. Is it so easy to study through? Soon, the duo returned to business. Mr. Yi, during this period of time, I always have a premonition that the next few days will start to be uneventful, and perhaps a war will break out in the near future. Li Datong lowered his voice. He didn't say that without foundation. For one thing, being on the border of Megacity 9, there have already been frictions between many countries that have not been effectively resolved, and the conflict continues to escalate. Furthermore, there are a series of strange events that have occurred in China so far, such as the Zhang Muxiu incident discovered in the past 2 days is the best example. Countries are dumbing down. It must be known that after the revival of the aura, it will no longer be a war of hot weapons as it was in previous years. If a war did break out, there were bound to be numerous transcendents involved in the war, and at that point it would only be more horrific than the hot weapons wars that had once been fought. Ordinary humans could not even withstand the hot wars of the past years, with people dying and blood staining the mountains and rivers. If the transcendentals also joined the war, the result would only be even more miserable without having to think about it. In a war, it is actually the people at the bottom who suffer the most. Li Datong patiently explained. His voice was not loud, but filled with strong concern. I've also been keeping an eye on the movements of the extranet during this time, and have found that most of those radicals in his country who are trying to start a war are Fae. Zhiguo raised his eyebrows and came to some interest. According to you, there are many countries out there that have been secretly controlled by the beasts? The country was controlled by the Fae, which was no different from the death of a nation. Maybe some of the politicians will survive, but the life and death of the people underneath will be at the whim of those beasts. Perhaps one day the Fae hierarchy will be in a bad mood and slaughter tens of thousands of people for fun. Li Darton nodded. That was exactly what he was trying to convey. At the same time, his heart was also celebrating. Fortunately, at the time Zhiguo one person had subdued all the foreign beasts in the Chinese territory. If not, I am afraid that these people would not be better off than many of the countries outside. Customs control has been very strict during this period of time, just to prevent those countries from infiltrating in, but I guess the effect is not significant. Perhaps some transcendent beings have already infiltrated in. Li Datong continued. What he was saying now belonged to top secret information, and it hadn't been leaked halfway at all. Even most of the Seal sect members didn't know about it. After all, these messages were of great importance, and if they were not kept hidden, they were bound to cause great panic. But now Li Datong was entrusting all of it and saying it to Zhiguo. Zhiguo was silent, his fingers rubbing his chin in thought. A moment later, Li Datong opened the monitor on his desk and accessed the information system inside the sealed door, pulling up some pictures. These pictures were taken in Megacity 9, which has not yet been built. Li Darton said, then clicked it open. In the picture, it was a beast shaped like a lizard but with wings on its back, incomparably huge in size, similar to a mountain, collapsed in the middle of the mountainous terrain, its body full of holes and drenched in animal blood. The beast was so strong that it attempted to force its way into the territory not too long ago, and was shot down by a coalition of transcendents stationed in Megacity 9. Li Datong narrated. He then pulled up some other pictures. Many of the pictures are of foreign faces, both white-skinned and dark-skinned, wearing special armor made of extraordinary materials, but without exception, These people are corpses. These are also the transcendents found in the borderlands trying to infiltrate the territory, who tried to resist and were eventually executed. Li Datong continued to narrate, his fingers constantly crossing. One picture after another was presented in front of the duo's eyes, and there was even a video. The video is the remaining two countries' friction, hot weapons in the sky, the beasts and transcendentalists bathed in cannon fire to kill, limbs and arms flying everywhere. Both sides were killed and injured, and finally both were defeated. There were many more pictures and videos like this, and Li Datong pulled them out one by one and showed them to Zhiguo to watch. It took a long time to get through all the pictures and videos. Li Datong took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi, I understand the example you just cited about raising a dog, but it's just a pity that many people have more than they can handle. A butcher can make a dog afraid, and even the most vicious dog can only be disemboweled in front of a butcher. It's just that this butchery, it's not for anyone. Li Datong finished speaking, then slowly reached out his hand and turned off the monitor. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Zhiguo again, with a hopeful look in his eyes. But if it's you, Mr. Yi, I think it'll be able to handle the role of the butcher perfectly. Zhiguo was silent. He didn't expect Li Datong to actually believe in himself so much. I thought that today, he had specially shown himself those pictures and videos, just to tentatively ask if he would be willing to be the so-called butcher for a little while if a war really broke out in the future. Li Datong is also silent, but his eyes are always on Zhiguo. His eyes have a variety of emotions intertwined. I do not know whether it is a plea, or hope. Zhiguo didn't make a statement at first, silently picking up the teacup and taking another sip of the hot tea. After a long time, he slowly got up and headed outside. At the same time, a flat sentence came. Everyone is a butcher. Everyone is a ruminant. And if that day really comes, there will be a butcher who will stand up. Chapter 92 Molesting a female member of the sealed sect. Looking at Zhiguo's departing back, Li Datong was lost in thought for a long time. If that day really comes, there will be a butcher who will come forward. He kept murmuring with his mouth, repeating the words that Zhiguo had said. I didn't think that Mr. Yi also likes to play dumb riddles like this. Eventually, Li Datong slowed down, but Zhiguo had already gone away. He sat alone in his office. All his thoughts eventually turned into a bitter smile. After leaving the office, Zhiguo had no intention of continuing to stay at Fengman and prepared to go straight home. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Just then, two voices suddenly came from not far away. Zhiguo raised his eyes to see that it was Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming. Only to make Zhiguo surprised is that the two are at this time a bruised and swollen appearance. Speak when the incisors are leaking wind. The appearance is very comical. What are you guys? Zhiguo inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming looked as if they had been touched by the sadness in their hearts, and they both pounced towards Zhiguo with a handful of snot and tears. Teacher Yi, our brothers were almost tortured to death during your absence. Chu Jiang didn't care about image and hugged Zhiguo's thigh as soon as he could. Chen Qiming did the same, his hands firmly holding onto Zhiguo's other leg. Teacher Yi, you have to do it for us. Zhiguo had a black line on his head. What was wrong with these two douchebags? Be the lord of what? And make yourselves clear. At that, the two cheap students began to cry. Since the last time I came back from the Forbidden Place 005, with your permission, Ouyang has been cooperating with Sealed Gates research. That guy couldn't find anyone to take his anger out on, and he knew he couldn't beat you, so he hit on us, and almost every day he would beat us up, and he specialized in hitting us in the face, and during this period of time, we both lost our faces in the sealed sect. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming cried as if they had suffered great grievances, like a child, and choked. All these days, not only do we have to endure Ouyang physical torture, but we also have to face the mental torture of the sealed sect members. The two douchebags were in tears. They were on the verge of breaking down, constantly recounting that even if they were beaten up by Ouyang, it still did it every time in the most crowded places. Now all the transcendentalists in the sealed door privately called them both Bear Big Bear too. The reason is that the nose is blue and swollen. The face is like a blind bear. Just now, the two of us were beaten up by it again on the school grounds in front of hundreds of people. Losing face. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming cried bitterly. Tears and snot could not be completely wrapped up, and flowed out desperately like no money. Zhiguo extended his hand and disgustedly lifted the duo from the ground. Where is it at this moment? Take me there. Ouyang, this guy is quite good at messing things up. Zhiguo thought about it and decided to go over to see how it was. Upon hearing this, the two doppelgangers immediately closed their voices, and the expressions on their faces immediately shifted, baring their teeth in glee. Mr. Yi, come with us. the duo led the way ahead, in a great mood, finally able to take revenge after suppressing it for so long. Soon, under their guidance, Zhiguo arrived at one of the school grounds of the Ceiling Gate. The schoolyard was huge and there were even a number of helicopter gunships parked there. From afar, there were still quite a few people gathered in the schoolyard for training. From those who were quenching their spiritual energy to those who were performing practical exercises with hot weapons. With the arrival of the trio, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. If it isn't Xiong de Xiong'er, who has just been beaten to tears, why is he back? Shu, keep your voice down so they don't hear you. Hey, isn't that Mr. Yi? It's still true. It looks like he's here to make a scene for his own students. This time Ouyang is miserable. Immediately, a number of transcendents stopped what they were doing and whispered. There were even many more bold ones who secretly followed behind Zhiguo's trio, intending to go over and join in the fun. Feeling the gazes cast around them, the duo of Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming didn't hide, walking with a big strut and gradually becoming arrogant. Today, with Zhiguo backing them up, he said that he would get back the face he lost during this period of time. Soon, the group walked towards the other end of the schoolyard. There were patches of willow trees planted here, willow branches fluttering in the wind, and there were resting facilities underneath the willow trees, where the members of Sealed Door Ri would usually take a nap after training. Zhiguo saw the Ouyang from a long distance away. It was emitting a purple luster all over its body, like a crystal clear amethyst, very conspicuous. Beautiful girl, since the first time I saw you, I was deeply impressed by your charms, and since then I have not been able to sleep at night, and whenever I close my eyes, my mind cannot help but think of your flower-like face. Ouyang was currently leaning against the trunk of a willow tree. It had its limbs crossed at the waist, and was holding a rose in its mouth that it had found somewhere. On the outside, it was clearly just a large-sized tiger wasp, but at the moment, it displayed an extremely greasy aura. In front of it, there stood a female transcendent who was not bad-looking. She was facing Ouyang deep confession. At the moment, she only wanted to escape, but she was afraid of the other party's strength, and for a moment, she stood in place not knowing what to do. She knew that this guy had been harassing the female members of the Sealed Door all this time, but she never expected it to come to her today. Thank you for your kind words, but I have someone I like. The female transcendent gave a smile that was worse than tears and politely refused. She can't help it. The strength gap is too big. She has neither dared to escape nor dare to put words in her mouth. After all, this guy beat up Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming, the two King Realm transcendents, like a game. Couldn't afford to mess with them. Hearing what the female transcendent said, the Ouyang seemed to be a little displeased, and it couldn't help but press a few points closer, its gaze shifting from the greasy one from a moment ago to a serious one. Even his voice changed to a somewhat melancholy tone as he spoke. Woman, don't play with fire. The female transcendent was on the verge of tears. She had known that she wouldn't have come to the schoolyard to train today. She felt like her eyes were going to be blinded by the heat. Her body couldn't help but step back, wanting to get away from Ouyang. However, Ouyang didn't give her a chance to escape at all. As the other party leaned back a little, it followed and leaned forward a little. Woman, brother put you in his pocket. I didn't expect you to try to kick brother in the ditch. Ouyang held a rose in his mouth and pressed on. The female transcendent only felt like the sky was falling. She was actually molested by a fae today, mainly because she couldn't escape yet. Really, do I have to show a domineering appearance to get your attention? Like it or not? This bossy look on my little master's face. Speak. Ouyang got closer and closer. Chapter 93, Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? I took a vacation yesterday and changed some of the previous content. Chapter 91 and 92 belong to the new content. Readers who haven't read it remember to make up for it. Otherwise it will be incoherent. Ouyang said, leaning closer and closer with the rose in his mouth. The female transcendent was like a great enemy. Feeling the cold hairs on her body stand up, her face went straight to green. Her eyes kept darting around, trying to find a suitable opportunity to run away. She had the heart to run headlong into the ground. Today she was actually molested by a foreign beast shaped like a tiger-headed bee. Although it was said that she wasn't the only one who had been molested during this period of time, she still felt humiliated. An intense shame surged to her heart. What's with all the people? Just as she was searching for an escape route, she was surprised to find that most of the people in the schoolyard had gathered around her location at that moment. At the thought of this scene being seen by so many people, the shame on her face grew even more, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow right in. Ouyang was very focused at the moment, all of his attention on this female transcendent, and when he saw the change on her face, he thought that what he had said had worked. It immediately felt joy in its heart and decided to ride out the storm. See this rose in my mouth. At this moment you are shy like it. Deeply. However, before Ouyangbi could even finish his sentence, he was strangled by a force around his neck and directly detained, suspended in mid-air, and the roses in his mouth also fell to the ground. The harassed female transcendent saw this and moved to flee without looking back. Which ungrateful one came to disturb the young master? Seeing that all the ducks in his mouth had flown away, Ouyangbi glared and cursed as he opened his mouth. Only it turned to think about how the force that was strangling it had a familiar feel to it, so he couldn't help but follow the source of this power and turn his gaze over, only to see Zhiguo standing not far away, looking at himself with a smile. Ouyangbi was hastily silenced, his heart pounding. Shouldn't this big brother be in his office having a meeting? Why is he on the schoolyard? Beside Zhiguo, Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming were also there, still with bruised and swollen noses, but with gloating smiles on their faces. Seeing the smiles on these two people's faces, Ouyangbi's teeth were itching with anger, and immediately realized that it was these two goods who had gone to complain, and that's why Zhiguo had moved over. At the same time, it also noticed that there were many people gathered around it, all transcendents within the sealed gate, and a pair of watching eyes were cast towards it, being stared at by so many people. Even Ouyangbi was a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but blush his old face. Hey, big brother, what brings you here? Ouyangbi opened his mouth sardonically, his voice somewhat lacking in substance. Zhiguo sealed the spiritual energy in its body through the air and detained it in mid-air, not putting it down. During this time you have been acting as an authority in the sealing sect. Your days are mixed up. Zhiguo still had that smiling expression, but this appearance was extremely frightening in Ouyangbi's eyes. It shook its head like a rattlesnake drum, and its desire for survival was bursting. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. Big brother, you listen to my cunning explanation. This scene was watched by many people in the eyes. The heart is called a smooth. This guy is usually arrogant and domineering. I did not expect that there is also a day to be defeated. Especially Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming. Their faces were on the verge of smiling. After suppressing it for so long, they finally saw Ouyangbi being sanctioned. The two men's unbridled laughter resounded through the willow grove. Ouyangbi glared at the two of them, wisps of white mist overflowing from his mouth and nose, obviously infuriated. Today, he himself was caught by Zhiguo, all because the two of them told on him. You two wait for little master. There will be good fruit for you. It was a dead pig, still making threats. Ouyangbi gritted its teeth, and in its heart, it had already decided that after Zhiguo left, it would hang Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming and beat them up, right here in this willow forest. It's not a gentleman to not report this revenge. Ouyangbi shouted furiously. Zhiguo froze. This guy is bold enough. In front of his face still dare to say these words. Chu Jiang and Chen Qiming knew in their hearts that they would definitely be retaliated by Ouyangbi when Zhiguo left, so they stepped forward to arch the fire. Teacher Yi, look at this guy's arrogant appearance. Say nothing to let it go. Yeah, it's just one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, and when you're gone, it immediately reveals itself. The two of them were singing in unison, and their words meant that they wanted Zhiguo to make a move and ruthlessly sanction Ouyangbi. Zhiguo, how could he not see the meaning of the two of them? Back when he was still in the forbidden land of 005 he had already discovered that Ouyangbi was definitely not a peaceful master. It's really not a good idea to keep hurting like this. Seeing Zhiguo pondering, Ouyangbi became anxious on the spot. Brother, don't take it seriously. They're working together to hurt me. Ouyangbi shouted. Its body fluttered. If it wasn't confined in the air by Zhiguo, it would have run over to offer its services. Big brother, I'm loyal to you. What with molesting the sister in the sealed door? That's all to keep you in check. I'll definitely tie her up and bring her to honor you when I meet the right one. Ouyangbi kept yelling and talking completely out of his head, saying whatever came to mind. Zhiguo, onlookers. However, when these words came out, Zhiguo's face immediately darkened. This guy does not want face, he still wants face. Mouthy. Zhiguo glanced at it and made a decisive move. A thunderbolt surfaced and fiercely landed on Ouyangbi's body. Ouyangbi shouted, his entire body blackened by the lightning, a burning smell coming from his body. Zhiguo withdrew his imprisoning spiritual power, and it instantly fell from the air, collapsing on the ground and twitching. At the same time, Zhiguo flexed his fingers and a beam of light burst out, not entering Ouyangbi's body. In an instant, its cultivation regressed all the way from the Danwheel realm, and eventually stayed at the King realm. Holy! Fong screamed miserably as it sensed that its cultivation was being blocked, but it didn't have time to grieve before a new turn of events occurred, as the energy that hadn't entered itself had no tendency to stop. Ouyangbi was horrified to discover that not only was its cultivation blocked, even its ability to create illusions was also blocked. At the same time, the mouth changes. The upper jaw extends to the left, the lower jaw extends to the right again, and the whole jaw is crooked. My mama, what's wrong with me, little master? Ouyangbi wailed. He had a crooked look and even his speech became slurred. Ha 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 ha, makes you mouthy. You really deserve it. Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming hilariously laughed when they saw the change in Ouyangbi and couldn't help but fall in love. The many transcendents gathered nearby also had their faces reddened, obviously stifling their laughter. It's over. Little Master's handsome face is ruined. How can I meet people in the future? It became difficult for Ouyangbi to speak. His heart was so sad that he wanted to hit his head on the ground. Alright, you two can take revenge if you want next. I'm going. Zhiguo clapped his hands and left directly after saying. When Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming heard this, they couldn't mention how happy they were in their hearts. Now that Ouyangbi's cultivation was blocked, the two of them weren't afraid of it, and if the two of them did it together, they would definitely be able to violently beat it up. The two of them immediately rubbed their fists together and headed towards Ouyangbi. *******. What are you two trying to do? Have the guts to fight one-on-one? Ouyangbi shouted. It knew very well its current situation. Hitting one was okay, hitting two was absolutely unbearable. Why fight alone when you can fight in groups? Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and immediately pounced on them, catching Ouyangbi in a burst of output. The scene was cock-a-hoop. Chapter 94, Needlepoint vs. Zhiguo turned around and before he could walk out far, he heard the sounds of fighting coming from behind him. The scene was in chaos. He ignored the fact that there were two reasons for sealing Ouyangbi's cultivation. One was to cure it of its arrogant and domineering nature, and the other was to make sure that its strength was not too much higher than the duo of Xu Jiang and Chen Qiming, so that the two of them would have a target for actual combat. Anyway, the road had been paved, and he no longer cared about what a few people tossed around next. Zhiguo. Just after leaving the schoolyard, Zhiguo heard someone calling his name. He turned around and realized that it was Zhao Shiyu, who had just come out of an office with a file bag in her hand. Her outfit today was casual, just a long ink-colored dress, revealing her pale skin and delicate collarbone. Why are you here? Zhiguo was a bit surprised, not expecting to run into her in the sealed door. Zhao Shiyu, on the other hand, raised the file bag in his hand and said, there's some information to come here and sign. She stepped on her high heels and walked towards Zhiguo. If you do the math, it's been a long time since the two have seen each other. Zhiguo was a bit surprised. After not seeing her for so long, her cultivation had improved a lot and she had already broken through to the king realm. Going out? Zhao Shiyu asked. Zhiguo nodded his head. Staying in the sealed door was boring as hell. It would be better to go home and sleep. Zhao Shiyu looked as if he had guessed that which was in his mind. His brows stretched and he laughed lightly. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunning. You don't understand the joy of touching fish. Zhiguo responded. The two of them just chatted every now and then, and walked out together, and soon they were out of the sealed door. Zhao Shiyu reached out and pinned a few strands of hair behind her ear. I haven't seen my aunt and uncle for a while either. Let's go. I'll send you back and pay a visit on the way. Okay. Zhiguo didn't even think about it and directly agreed. It was also at this time that Zhiguo suddenly remembered that she appeared not to know about the move. So the new address after the move was given. Moved? When was that? A trace of surprise flashed across Zhao Shiyu's cool face. At the same time, he was also surprised because the address Zhiguo said was a villa area, belonging to Wang's property. When he thought of Wang, Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but think of Wang Yuxuan. Her eyes as good-looking as autumn water moved slightly. This period of time she was busy taking care of Zhao. Zhiguo should not have been shortchanged by her, right? Zhao Shiyu's face turned cold as he asked. Wang Yuxuan sent the villa? Bought it myself. Zhiguo replied casually, while suspiciously sweeping her twice. This chick. The tone of her voice seemed a bit off. He was playful and immediately intended to tease Zhao Shiyu. What? Jealous? Zhiguo opened his mouth cheekily. Off. I didn't. Zhao Shiyu inclined his head and walked forward quickly. The file bag in his hand was pinched and somewhat deformed. Zhiguo couldn't help but laugh. How come he hadn't realized before that this ex-girlfriend of his actually had arrogant attributes? Soon, the duo arrived at the villa area. During this time, Zhao Shiyu kept a cold face and didn't say a word, quietly glancing at Zhiguo a few times from time to time, his eyes full of resentment. Zhiguo is holding back laughter all the way. At this time can no longer hold back. What are your eyes? With a small daughter-in-law to catch adultery like. Zhao Shiyu didn't say anything. but reached out his hand and pinched Yi Zhiga's waist fiercely. His footsteps were windy, and he quickly walked into the villa. Yi Zhiguo couldn't help but grin and silently followed her. As soon as Zhao Shiyu stepped into the front yard, he felt a lush aura come over him. Zhao Shiyu was also a transcendent, so he could naturally sense the special factor that was strongly wafting in the villa. She was secretly astonished, and the special aura that permeated her surroundings made her body and mind permeable, and her grudging mood couldn't help but get much better. But soon, her face changed again, as if a layer of frost had floated on it, because she saw Wang Yuxuan in the courtyard. At the moment the other party was sitting around with Yi Zhiga's parents. All three were holding cards in their hands and seemed to be having a good time fighting the landlord. Sure you, why are you here? At this time, Su Jing also discovered Zhao Shiyu, who entered the door and immediately said, Come and sit. Zhao Shiyu approached and sat down next to Su Jing, his tone soft and different from when he treated Yi Zhiga just now. Auntie, why didn't you tell me when you moved? Su Jing smiled and explained. I thought that brat Fargo had told you about it. He only told me today. Zhao Shiyu opened her mouth, and a slight color of resignation actually surfaced on her cool and moving cheeks. As she said that, she also cast her eyes towards Wang Yuxuan, if anything, with a wary gaze. Wang Yuxuan naturally noticed it, and immediately glared back, his eyes not timid, meeting its dark gaze. Not a word was said between the two women, but their eyes had been fighting for several rounds. At this time Yi Zhiguo just happened to enter the door. Brat, you only told Shiyu about the move today? Su Jing immediately came looking for trouble. At the same time, Zhao Shiyu and Wang Yuxuan's gazes both looked toward him, seemingly wondering how he would answer. The air around them was suddenly quiet. Yi Zhiguo was like an enemy. His body shape lurched, and he couldn't help but throw a look of help towards Yi Guanqi. However, Yi Guanqi gave him back a look of self-seeking before looking down at the cards in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Zhiga's heart thumped. He knew that this old deng couldn't be relied upon at the critical moment. Mom, I still have something to do. I'll go back to the house to take care of it first. Yi Zhiguo scratched his head, and after saying that, he rushed into the room and unlocked the door in one fell swoop. Ugh, you brat, I'm asking you. Su Jing was helpless, unable to do anything with Yi Zhiguo. Right at this moment, Zhao Shiyu spoke. She looked at Wang Yuxuan and said, I just went to the sealed gate and found everyone drilling. Sister Yuxuan seems to be very idle. Wang Yuxuan frowned slightly, sensing the hostility in the other party's words. This was pointing her a little over the line. She shot back on the spot. I've always been very idle. Unlike Sister Shiyu, who took care of Zhao at such an age and worked day and night. Her face is a bit haggard. Wang Yuxuan's words were also very lethal, invariably comparing the two people's ages. It was fine for the two women not to speak, but once they did, they were pinpoints, and a strong smell of gunpowder immediately permeated the surroundings.